Hindu Kush Mountains, Afghanistan. Inside, a steel mill funded and built by Huagua machine guns raked the area as tanks exploded one after another. Smoke billowed everywhere. Through the dense haze, a lone figure sprinted at incredible speed. The blue sniper rifle arced through the air in eerie trajectories, bullets harvesting lives mid-flight. Damn it, why won't he die? What is he holding on for? The mercenaries stared with a mixture of fury and terror. The man opposite them, known as the Yama king of Huaxia, had slain over 100 of their ranks. How could he still be standing? Over there. Someone's in the warehouse. Finally, someone noticed. Inside the steel mill's storage warehouse, numerous workers and their families were taking cover. That man was holding on for those workers. Ye Tian glanced back once, knowing the hiding place of his countrymen had been discovered. He took one last look at the warehouse. On his dark face a smile appeared. Who would have guessed? The war god of Huaxia was only 26 years old. Sorry, I can't lead you out, but I'll clear a path for you. See you in the next life. Ye Tian charged out. Hidden missiles were instantly triggered by his action, erupting in massive explosions. Boom! Hundreds of mercenaries turned into charred corpses in the sea of fire. Yama king. Inside the warehouse, the survivors looked out at the inferno and wept bitterly. 20 minutes later, aboard an ocean-going warship, a high-ranking general stared blankly at the operating room. Save him. Save him at all costs. He cannot die. Save him no matter the cost. He should not have died. He was so young. The 5-star general stared at the operating room in agony. Behind him, weeping voices shook the heavens and earth. Uncle Yama, I'll stop crying. Please wake up. Aboard the warship, a 6-year-old girl pulled out a jade pendant from around her neck and placed it into the warrior's hand, hoping to send it to the Yama king. The soldiers could no longer hold back their sobs. Their war god was about to fall. 3 days later, in the intensive care unit, various medical instruments flickered with lights. General, the patient has 37 wounds and 21 bullets still inside. He's still alive. It's a miracle. He practices mystic martial arts. He will recover for sure. His dantian is shattered. There's a metal fragment lodged in his brain that cannot be removed. What? The general stared in shock. Was this the fate of the Yama king? How long can I still live? A faint voice drifted from the sickbed. Who would have thought? The unconscious Ye Tian had actually awakened. 1 year. Only 1 year. Are they all alive? Yama king, they're all alive. Everyone survived. It's worth it. Ye Tian closed his eyes again and slipped into a faint smile. 1 month later, Huaxia Qingdao port. Ye Tian shed his military uniform for a white shirt and waved farewell to his brothers. I'm retiring. Yama king, you're leaving. What are we supposed to do? The strongest soldiers of Huaxia, brothers of the Yama Hall, gritted their teeth as their broad frames trembled. The 10 Hall Yama kings. Are you present? Present. 10 warriors stepped forward and roared in unison. The judge and Meng Pa. Are you present? Present. A man and a woman raised their voices to the sky. Dragon Soul warriors. Are you present? Only Dragon Soul. Death holds no regret. One by one, warriors stepped forward with overwhelming presence, killing intent boiling over. Everyone's here, that's all that matters. If you need anything, burn paper offerings for me. Don't bother me otherwise. I'm leaving. With a casual turn, he departed without a trace. The war god Yama of Huaxia returned to the city. The North Phoenix County. A mid-sized bus departing from Phoenix County rattled along a bumpy rural road. In June, the sky scorched like fire. Inside the already stuffy bus, the air reeked of smoke and body odor. Damn this weather. Way too hot. Sister C, can't you turn on the air conditioning? The bus was unbearably stuffy. Sister C was the bus's ticket seller and also the contractor who ran this route from Phoenix County to Phoenix Village. It was her own bus, and the drivers she hired were only villagers from nearby villages. Get lost. Does the air conditioning run on nothing? Look at how little you paid. You think I run a public bus here? You cheapskates. You want me to even turn on the AC? Opening a window's already generous enough. Next time I'm charging more. From now on, fares are per stop. 5 you want to stop. I'll get curtains for you soon enough. The old bus sped along the broken road, kicking up such dust that those passengers leaning out of windows were slapped full in the face with soil. In the back seat, a woman frowned slightly. Her slender fair hand rose to delicately cover her nose, the handkerchief in her grip also shielding her eyes from the light. She held her breath and glanced helplessly at the person beside her. The woman had an oval face, was in her 20s with slender arched eyebrows and extraordinarily fair skin. Now across that pale complexion, a faint flush of illness spread. Her skin slightly allergic to this climate and heat. Even so, she could not hide her exquisite figure and stunning beauty. She was unquestionably a great beauty, especially her eyes, clear as stars, impossibly luminous. The woman wore a white shirt, spotlessly clean, paired with form-fitting blue jeans that accentuated her graceful figure. As the dust finally passed, Zhou Xiaoya lowered her handkerchief and gently furrowed her brow. The constant jerking motion made Zhou Xiaoya feel slightly carsick. She slowly reached into a plastic bag in her hand and pulled out an orange, then began to carefully peel it. The golden orange, like a flower petal, turned gently between Zhou Xiaoya's fingertips. Having finished peeling, Zhou Xiaoya was just about to eat it. Her cherry lips parted slightly. If any man were to witness this moment, none could maintain composure. Such imagination was utterly captivating. The bus crawled along. 40 kilometers took nearly an hour and a half. Every few kilometers it would stop to pick up or drop off passengers. Just before reaching Phoenix Village, the bus screeched to a halt again as 4 or 5 more people climbed aboard. These 5 men, bare-chested and fierce as bandits, walked aboard. Sister C fell silent. Her earlier arrogant demeanor had completely vanished. Oh, there's a beauty on the bus. Wang Long, the biggest thug on this route, instantly spotted Zhou Xiaoya and made his way toward her. Zhou Xiaoya's pupils contracted as she lowered her head, even further, even closing her eyes. You, get out of my way. Wang Long pointed at Ye Tian beside her. Ye Tian had been sleeping with his eyes closed ever since boarding. What did you say? Ye Tian finally opened his eyes. His deep gaze revealed a hint of frost. Move aside, I want to sit here. Wang Long grinned viciously once more. Ye Tian slowly stood up, which made Wang Long and his men burst into laughter. They thought Ye Tian was scared of them. Beside them, Zhou Xiaoya secretly looked down on Ye Tian as well. You woke me up from sleep. What? Wang Long looked at Ye Tian as if he were an idiot. So what if his sleep was disturbed? Ye Tian was wearing worn-out camouflage. Any city security guard dressed better than him. The consequences will be severe. How severe could it be? Boom. The instant Ye Tian finished saying these words, Wang Long vanished from where he stood. A figure tumbled out through the front door of the bus. Holy shit. Wang Long and his men stood frozen in disbelief. They exchanged bewildered glances, then turned to look back at the ditch by the doorway. Wang Long lay face down in the dirt, foaming at the mouth. Scram. Even with his cultivation entirely destroyed, Ye Tian's physical conditioning far surpassed these street thugs. Damn it. One of them refused to back down and actually charged forward. Whoosh. Another dark figure flew out the door. He's not human. The remaining thugs leaped through the window and fled. Inside the car, silence fell. Zhou Xiaoya stared at Ye Tian in astonishment. Who could have imagined that this ordinary-looking man was so formidable? How long until we reach Phoenix Village? Huh. Almost there, almost. The fourth sister of the thugs had quieted down. The driver, spurred by Ye Tian's urgency, floored the accelerator. The sudden lurch sent Ye Tian tumbling off balance and right into Zhou Xiaoya's lap. You. Zhou Xiaoya's face flushed crimson instantly. Knowing how dangerous Ye Tian was, she didn't dare complain. Her delicate face showed both grievance and flustered panic. Sorry, momentum. Ye Tian smiled faintly and settled back into his seat, casting Zhou Xiaoya a sidelong glance. Any other man would have seized this chance to befriend her, but Ye Tian couldn't care less. Zhou Xiaoya stayed silent. When the car finally stopped, she grabbed her backpack and bolted outside. Ye Tian stepped out of the car unhurriedly. Dirt roads stretched on both sides. Gazing at the distant village, he tilted his head back and let out a long howl. I'm back. Zhou Xiaoya, startled ahead of him, had already broken into a jog. Home is still the best. In the distance, layer upon layer of green mountains, atop the peaks a sea of clouds surged like rolling waves. Looking up from here, 7-colored light pierced through the clouds within the sea of clouds, transforming the distant mountain village into an earthly paradise. Green mountains, clear waters, small bridges, and wild ducks. The mountain scenery was breathtakingly beautiful. Magnificent. Ye Tian strolled along leisurely. Ahead, Zhou Xiaoya had run herself out of breath and crouched by the roadside, occasionally glancing back at him. Why are you following me? Me? Ye Tian pointed at himself in confusion. Zhou Xiaoya immediately raised her voice. Let me tell you, I am the village party secretary here. One word from me, and the whole village will come out. Stop following me. Biting her red lip, Zhou Xiaoya watched Ye Tian with vigilant caution. Female party secretary. Ye Tian was taken aback. After so many years away, had the village party secretary become this pretty? I'm heading back to the village. Ye Tian paid Zhou Xiaoya no attention at all. Such dismissive indifference only further infuriated her. She'd never seen such an ill-mannered man. You're going back to the village. Where are you from? Let me tell you. If Ye Tian weren't so fearsome, Zhou Xiaoya would have questioned him properly. Secretary, something terrible happened at the Ye family. From afar, on a donkey cart, an old farmer wearing a straw hat rushed anxiously toward the road intersection. What happened? Zhou Xiaoya hurriedly asked Uncle Chui. Uncle Chui nodded and said, Han Biao came to collect the debt and beat up old Ye. Second uncle, what happened to my father? Who are you? Uncle Chui froze, looking at Ye Tian before him in confusion. I am Ye Tian. Little Leaf, you've finally come back. That's wonderful. Han Biao went to your house to demand money. Said your father borrowed 1,000 yuan. Han Biao. He dares to provoke our family. The eyes of China's Yama instantly narrowed to killing slits. Outside, he had fought for his country and his people, never yielding even in the face of death. How dare a village rogue come to the Ye family to cause trouble? I'm not dead yet. Zhou Xiaoya was also shocked. She never imagined Ye Tian was a son of the old Ye family. Han Biao. Red brick walls and tile roofs. The courtyard of Phoenix Village, every household looked similar. Ye Tian rushed straight into his family's courtyard. Outside the courtyard stood a crowd of villagers. A bald fat man was pointing at Ye Tian's father Ye Liang. Old man, what do you think you borrowed? You think it was 5,000 yuan? Pay up or hand over the pear grove on the back hill. Ye Liang's hair was completely white. Years of labor had left his body stooped. That is ancestral land. Impossible. There are no such interest rates. You old fool, are you trying to welch on me? Han Biao was already grinning viciously. The thugs behind him snickered along, raising their clubs in the air. Old man. Ye Tian's mother's son, Li, also rushed out trying to shield Ye Liang. Smash them. Han Biao waved his hand. The pear grove was his today, no matter what. Seeing this, Ye Tian's eyes turned blood red. He was China's war god, fighting for the people. His own parents were being bullied. Damn them all. Han Biao, are you looking to die? A thunderclap shook the world. The wrath of Yama. Who would dare provoke it? That single shout seemed to make the entire village tremble. The man who had just raised his whip trembled violently. Ye Tian raised his hand, spotting a wooden handcart nearby. With one hand, he grabbed the cart and lifted it clean off the ground. Holy shit. The villagers turned around. Looking up, they saw a handcart swinging through the air. Oh my god. Han Biao's thugs hadn't even reacted before the cart slammed into them and sent them flying. Han Biao was also shocked stiff. He looked up and saw the handcart soaring into the air. What? Everyone looked up, including Han Biao, and instantly felt a massive shadow looming over them. Boom. Han Biao was completely terrified. When the cart crashed down in front of him, it shattered with such force that the shockwave blasted Han Biao flying. Han Biao landed face first in the dirt. Before he could see clearly, Ye Tian's foot came flying at him. Thud. Han Biao flew again, crashing right into his own thugs. Men and cart overturned in chaos. It's Ye Tian. It's Ye Tian. The Ye family soldier boy has come home. Some villagers in the crowd recognized him and immediately burst into excited cries. Ye Liang and Sun Li burst into tears on the spot. They could see their son. Han Biao was also stunned, completely terrified. Who was Ye Tian? As a child, he was the village bully. Since he started fighting, Ye Tian had never lost. That included Han Biao. All the village kids of the same age had been beaten by Ye Tian. After Ye Tian joined the military, he rarely returned to the village. In recent years, some even rumored that Ye Tian had been killed in action. Son, Mom, Dad. Ye Tian fell to his knees with a heavy thud. With only 1 year left to live, seeing his parents brought tears to his eyes. Everyone watched as Ye Tian kowtowed thump after thump. More villagers gathered around. Good that you're back. You've gotten thin, my son has gotten thin. His parents could no longer hold back their sobs. Mom will talk later. Ye Tian wiped his tears, turned sharply, and looked at Han Biao. That single glance made Han Biao shudder. Debt must be repaid. It's only right. I came to collect the money. Slap. The moment Han Biao finished speaking, Ye Tian's palm struck his face. Han Biao's thugs were so terrified they didn't dare reply. Your family owes money. Slap. Ye Tian struck left and right. No nonsense, no words wasted. Ye Tian, I'll fight you to the death. Han Biao was also furious. He'd been beaten by Ye Tian as a child. Now he ran loan sharking operations. How could he possibly fear Ye Tian? Get him, all of you together. Han Biao's rallying cry sent his thugs howling as they charged. Ye Tian simply raised one hand, grabbed a thug by the neck, and with a twist sent him flying. Boom. This man was slammed from above straight into the ground. His entire body formed a human cross, his backside wedged deep into a crater. The cracks kept spreading like a spider web. No one dared to move. This single display shocked everyone. Han Biao's legs turned to jelly. Was this thing even human? That thug just now, 1 meter 80, weighing 160 pounds, was simply lifted up by Ye Tian and slammed down. No one dared to step up. Ye Tian looked at Han Biao again, just a single glance. How much is the debt? I'll repay it. But if you ever lay a hand on my parents again, do you believe I will break every single bone in your body? Stop. Zhou Xiaoya finally ran over, panting again, but she paid no heed and stood between Ye Tian and Han Biao. No fighting. Get out of my way. Ye Tian was still furious, glaring at Zhou Xiaoya. Zhou Xiaoya's pretty face flushed, and just as she was about to speak, a 5-year-old girl ran out of the house. The girl wore her hair in a Neza-style topknot, her cheeks rosy and chubby, utterly adorable. She held a little cat made of bullets in her hands and approached Ye Tian. Don't touch my mom. Mom. Ye Tian was stunned. Just as he was about to say something, his mother exclaimed excitedly, Xiaomi, call him daddy. I'm her father. Ye Tian shuddered, nearly biting his tongue. Daddy. This came from Ye Xiaomi. Ye Tian and Ye Xiaomi stared at each other. Ye Xiaomi insisted, don't hit my mom. When did we? Ye Tian looked at Zhou Xiaoya in confusion. When had he fathered a child with her? That couldn't be right, could it? You, what nonsense are you talking about? Zhou Xiaoya's face turned crimson. Han Biao, who had just picked himself up from the ground, roared in shame and anger. Show me some respect. A debt must be repaid. That's only right and proper. Zhou Xiaoya, I knew it. You're always so good to the Ye family, so you and Ye Tian are having an affair. This Ye Xiaomi is your illegitimate child with Ye Tian. Han Biao, you're talking nonsense. Ye Xiaomi is my goddaughter. I don't care. The Ye family must pay back the money. He even hit me. If there's no money, hand over the pear orchard. Han Biao yelled at the top of his lungs, even ordering his men to shout at Zhou Xiaoya. The party secretary is biased. She's bullying the poor. The scene was utter chaos. Ye Tian's thoughts were also a mess. When had he gotten a goddaughter? Enough. I won't owe you a cent. Give me 10 days. 10 days. Dream on. Just as Han Biao finished, Zhou Xiaoya finally spoke. Han Biao, we're from the same village. Your loan sharking is illegal. Ha, fine. Xiaoya, I'll give you face today. Han Biao didn't dare to go too far. If Zhou Xiaoya weren't a poverty alleviation official, and if she were a local, Han Biao wouldn't have been so aggressive. 3 days. I'll give you 3 days. Ye Tian, I'll come collect the money in 3 days. 100,000 yuan. Miss a single cent, and you'll see. Han Biao rubbed his sore backside, shot Ye Tian countless glares, and left through gritted teeth. Everyone disperse. Zhou Xiaoya had no choice. Just as she told everyone to leave, Ye Xiaomi spread her arms and hugged Zhou Xiaoya tightly. Mommy, hold me. Xiaomi, be good. I'll buy you some oranges. Zhou Xiaoya took out an orange from her bag and looked at Ye Xiaomi with tender sympathy. Mom, what's going on? Ye Tian pointed at Ye Xiaomi, but before he could finish he saw his parents sigh deeply. You unfilial brat, this is your child. Why is it mine? 10 minutes later, Ye Tian looked down at the DNA test report. The report was issued 5 years ago and proved the father-daughter relationship between Ye Tian and Ye Xiaomi. So explain yourself. What happened? Me. Ye Tian really couldn't remember. Zhou Xiaoya, holding Ye Xiaomi, looked at him with increasing contempt. Jerk. Ye Tian rolled his eyes. He truly couldn't recall which fairy had given him such a grand gift while his life was running short. This photo. Suddenly took out a box from the wardrobe. Photo. Ye Tian looked at it. A woman dressed in white as pure as snow was in the picture. The woman was stunningly beautiful with a face that could captivate nations and eclipse the moon and fish. The photo was definitely not photoshopped, and she wore no makeup. Her features were of unparalleled grace. It's her. Ye Tian finally remembered. 6 years ago during a mission, he was injured and suffered a backlash from his divine skill. At that moment, a female assassin came. She was the woman in white. The woman attacked ruthlessly. In his state of chi deviation, Ye Tian ended up having relations with her. After that, he never saw her again. Ye Tian didn't know why, but after that battle his power soared rapidly, and he eventually became a war god. Child, 5 years ago Xiaomi appeared in our yard. This is your offspring. I don't care. She's our granddaughter. Ye Liang glared at his son, then pointed at the photo and asked with concern, what does my daughter-in-law do? Assassin. Ye Tian almost blurted it out, but fortunately Ye Liang was a bit hard of hearing. What? That I'm not really sure. Then what's her name? I don't know. Ye Tian gave a bitter smile, and behind him, Zhou Xiaoya's cold laugh rang out again. Jerk. Ye Tian was exasperated. Before he could explain, Ye Xiaomi pointed at him with a babyish voice. Jerk, daddy. Oh, for crying out loud. In the dimly lit room, Ye Tian hung his head low, occasionally glancing up at Ye Xiaomi. Similarly, Ye Xiaomi also drooped her head, occasionally looking back at her scumbag dad. She's really my daughter. Of course. Ye Liang glared at his son with a sharp gaze. With such a shameful expression, how could he possibly deny his own flesh and blood? I'm telling you, if you dare treat Xiaomi badly, I'll break your legs. Dad. Ye Tian let out a bitter laugh, glancing once more at Ye Xiaomi. Ye Xiaomi finally lifted her head and hopped toward her grandmother. Grandma, I want fried eggplant pockets. In the kitchen, Sun Li was slicing purple eggplants, each cut perfectly even in thickness. Beside the eggplant sat chive and pork filling. 2 slices of eggplant sandwiched the meat, were dipped in egg wash and flour, then placed in the hot oil. This was Ye Tian's favorite dish from childhood. The golden fried eggplant pockets were arranged on a plate. Ye Tian licked his lips, and beside him Ye Xiaomi did the same. Mine. Grandma fried these for me. She's my grandma. At the dinner table, Ye Xiaomi glared at Ye Tian with anger, feeling deeply wronged and utterly dissatisfied. Fine here. Caught in his parents' furious glares, Ye Tian managed an awkward smile as he watched the freshly fried eggplant pockets disappear into Ye Xiaomi's mouth. She can really eat that much. Growing children need nutrition. What do you know? Sun Li patted Ye Xiaomi's head affectionately, speaking softly. Xiaomi, this is your father. Learn to get along with him and make him listen to you. Okay, Grandma, I'll make sure Dad behaves. Ye Xiaomi's lips glistened with grease as she beamed at Sun Li. Sigh. Ye Tian sighed bitterly again. It seemed that with this child his status at home had plummeted. Xiaoyan, what are we going to do about Han Biao's loan shark debt? Ye Liang glanced at his son covertly. His son had just returned from military service, and he wondered if he had any work. Where did the money I sent home go? We used it all to buy the pear orchard behind the mountain. It made some money in the first few years, but recently, I don't know what happened. The pear trees are all withering and dying. I borrowed money to hire experts, but even after they came, it didn't help. So that's what happened. Son, what are your plans for the future? Ye Tian couldn't possibly tell his parents about only having 1 year to live. Looking at their aged faces, Ye Tian managed a faint smile. Dad, don't worry. A living person won't be defeated by a little hardship. I'll figure something out. Sigh. Ye Liang couldn't say more. His son had just returned. It was a family reunion day. They would discuss this matter tomorrow. Finally, Ye Tian got to eat the eggplant pocket, smiling with complete satisfaction. The family enjoyed a wonderful meal together. Ye Tian talked about his experiences abroad, and Ye Xiaomi's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Dad, the last eggplant pocket is for you. Ye Xiaomi picked up an eggplant pocket with her chopsticks and placed it in Ye Tian's bowl in her adorable childlike voice. You called me what? Ye Tian truly hadn't expected Xiaomi to call him Dad. Dad. Ye Xiaomi had never heard such wonderful stories before. Having a father was also quite fun. Yes. Ye Tian's eyes grew warm and he burst into laughter. I have a daughter. The grandfather and grandmother also laughed. The family of 4 was reunited. For this family, I must earn money. That night Ye Tian thought about many things. The main issue was that Ye Xiaomi kept kicking off her blanket at night. It was Ye Tian's first day caring for a child, and with no experience, he spent almost the entire night tucking her back in. Sunlight poured through the window, casting what seemed like golden radiance. Beyond the golden light stood Phoenix Mountain. That's right, Phoenix Mountain. Ye Tian's pupils contracted sharply as he bolted upright, his eyes suddenly brightening with intensity. Phoenix Mountain lay east of Phoenix Village. The front mountain had been developed into a tourist attraction, even a 5A scenic spot. The back mountain remained undeveloped, absolutely pristine forest. Ye Tian suddenly remembered. As a child he had gotten lost in the mountains and discovered a valley. In that valley there was ginseng. I'll dig up the ginseng. That valley was so remote that no one but Ye Tian could ever find it again. When Ye Tian was young, he was quite the mischievous child. He ventured alone into the mountains, got lost, and somehow managed to find his way out after 3 days and 3 nights. This had become Ye Tian's unique skill. Dad. Just as Ye Tian sat up, a chubby little hand plopped onto his body and grabbed at him a few times. Ye Tian gazed fondly at the sleeping Ye Xiaomi. In the golden light her features were remarkably similar to his own. In this 1 year I will definitely make Xiaomi the happiest child, Ye Tian silently vowed. He tucked the blanket around Ye Xiaomi once more, then walked out of the room. The mountain village air was exceptionally fresh. Roosters crowed, dogs barked, and ducks and geese wandered everywhere. In the distance, the verdant green mountains resembled a treasure waiting to be discovered. Mom, could you make me a few pancakes? I'm going into the mountain. Into the mountain. Yi Liang also walked out, smoking a cigarette, watching Ye Tian cautiously. I'm going to take a look around the mountain. Maybe I can find some ginseng. Then eat something first. His parents wanted Ye Tian to eat, but he was organizing his clothes along with the grass basket, red strings, copper coins, and other items from home. This complete set of ginseng hunting equipment had been left behind by Ye Tian's grandfather. Ye Tian placed this set into the grass basket. When he turned to grab the pancakes, a small figure darted into the basket like an eager puppy. Ye Tian carried the grass basket on his back as he made his way toward Phoenix Mountain. Along the village path, the peasants heading out to work in the fields all greeted Ye Tian, and even a few dogs circled around him affectionately. Ye Tian savored this tranquil countryside serenity, his gaze fixed on the mountain path as he quickened his pace. At the foot of Phoenix Mountain flowed a verdant wild river. Its waters reflected jade-green luminescence, and along the bank numerous wild ducks quacked away. Let's gather some wild duck eggs for Xiaomi to eat. Just as Ye Tian prepared to remove his shoes and wade into the water, a milky voice emerged from the grass basket on his back. Duck eggs, I don't want them. You. Ye Tian was dumbfounded. No wonder the basket felt so heavy. He had attributed it to his weakened state from injury. Come out this instant. Ye Tian reached up and grabbed Xiaomi by the collar, lifting her out of the basket. Daddy is mean. Xiaomi immediately spread her arms wide and kicked her legs, pedaling like a tricycle. The distant wild ducks took flight in fright, and ripples spread across the water's surface. Go home. Good daddy, I want to climb the mountain. Didn't you just call me mean? That was before, this is now. Daddy is good. Around Xiaomi's neck hung a pancake covered with bite marks and teeth impressions. She had been secretly eating it inside the basket. Witnessing his daughter's adorable mischief, Ye Tian could neither cry nor laugh. Fine. Let me call your grandmother first, and you wait here. There would be no signal once they entered the mountain, so Ye Tian decided to inform his parents beforehand to spare them worry. With her grandmother's permission granted, Ye Xiaomi squealed with excitement. We're climbing the mountain finally. Other children get taken up the mountain by their parents, but not me. Ye Tian's heart softened once more. Had it not been for this return home, Ye Tian would never have known he even had a daughter. After calling his mother, Ye Tian carefully checked Xiaomi's clothing. There are many mosquitoes and insects in the mountain, so just stay in the grass basket. Ye Tian tied the sleeves with rope and sprayed Xiaomi with mosquito repellent. The fragrant scent coaxed giggles from Ye Xiaomi. Do you still want duck eggs? Yes. Then let's go rob the wild ducks. Ye Tian burst into laughter and immediately removed his cloth shoes, tying the laces together and hanging them around his neck as he headed toward the reed marsh. Beneath his feet the river rippled and shimmered with prismatic light. Xiaomi laughed even more heartily as she walked barefoot along the riverbank, while Ye Tian moved like a figure skater. His speed was remarkable, parting the water and treading the waves until he finally reached the reed marsh. The wild ducks in the reed marsh had long since fled. Yet atop their nests duck eggs still clung to wisps of down. Xiaomi catch. Ye Tian gathered them excitedly, and the father-daughter duo's first collaboration went swimmingly. Ye Xiaomi cradled the eggs, placing them in the grass basket beneath her bottom, where they provided warmth. Let's go. Seeing his daughter so delighted, Ye Tian grew even more spirited. He changed into his shoes, fastened his leggings, and set off toward Phoenix Mountain. The mountain path wound and twisted, marked by signs left by villagers. Ye Tian did not choose this path. Instead, he headed northwest, tapping the ground with a wooden stick to rouse any snakes lurking beneath the withered leaves. Daddy, what's that? Ye Xiaomi sat in the grass basket, gazing at something in the distance that resembled crimson gems among the verdant foliage. Wild cherries. Want some? The mountain cherries were all small like garnets. The cherries sold outside had been hybridized with cherries from the west, resulting in oversized varieties. When it came to cherry flavor, nothing compared to wild mountain cherries. Ye Tian plucked a cherry branch and handed it to Xiaomi. Xiaomi savored the cherries, tart and sweet with rich flavor. Occasionally, an exceptionally sour cherry would make Ye Xiaomi squawk. Ha ha ha. This thoroughly amused Ye Tian. Despite this, Xiaomi kept popping them into her mouth one after another. Xiaomi, since it's your first time in the mountains, whatever you want, Daddy will get it for you. The mountains held not only wild cherries, but also wild strawberries. If his daughter craved anything, Ye Tian would satisfy her. Really, Daddy? Ye Xiaomi widened her eyes, gazing at Ye Tian with a beaming smile. No problem. Your daddy is very capable, you know. I want to see a wild boar. What? Ye Tian was taken aback. His daughter was such a lovely girl. Why did she want to see a wild boar? Mommy's fairy tale said wild boars are very powerful. Zhou Xiaoya. What on earth had Zhou Xiaoya been teaching Xiaomi? Xiaomi, wild boars are very dangerous. Besides, what wild boars would be around at this time of year? Really? Xiaomi gazed at Ye Tian with disappointment. Just as Ye Tian finished speaking, his ears perked up. What the hell? Before Ye Tian's eyes, a gray wild boar emerged from the ravine ahead. The boar stared back, equally stunned. Daddy, is that a wild boar? Ye Xiaomi perched on his shoulder, nearly standing up. Yes, a wild boar. So cute. Xiaomi, let's run. Even though Ye Tian was a war god, seeing more wild boars rising in the ravine, he turned and bolted. Oink, oink, oink. The wild boars gave chase, but Ye Tian slipped through a hillside like an eel, leaving the herd far behind. Xiaomi, you've seen the wild boar now. What else do you want to see? Daddy, Mommy mentioned the big gray wolf. What does it look like? Ye Xiaomi had never visited a zoo. She only knew what Zhou Xiaoya had told her about the animals there. Wolves. That's impossible. Oh, whoa. The moment Ye Tian finished speaking, a mountain wolf's howl rang out from the hillside. What kind of situation is this? Getting proven wrong twice. The underworld war god Ye Tian felt thoroughly dejected. 20 minutes later, Ye Tian sprinted continuously, darting through one thicket after another. Hearing water ahead, Ye Tian leaped once more, heading toward the stream. Using the stream as cover, he intended to shake off the 7 wolves pursuing him. After fording the stream, Ye Tian jumped onto a locust tree and concealed himself among the vines. The distant mountain wolves prowled about for a while before finally departing. Daddy, the big gray wolf is gone. Daddy, I also want to see Brother Bear and Brother Bear too. Just as Xiaomi finished speaking, Ye Tian clamped his hand over her mouth. Xiaomi, Daddy is tired and can't run anymore. Ye Tian wondered if his daughter's mouth was cursed. Whatever she wished for seemed to materialize. If Brother Bear and Brother Bear too actually showed up, Ye Tian truly wouldn't be able to escape. After all, Ye Tian's body was gravely injured, and after the relentless sprint, sweat beaded on his forehead. Daddy, then let's find a cool spot to rest. Okay. Daddy, Mommy said there's a mountain god on Phoenix Mountain. What nonsense. Ye Tian's resentment toward Zhou Xiaoya's way of teaching their child continued to grow. There's really no mountain god. Of course there isn't. Ye Tian was a steadfast atheist. No sooner had he stepped down from the tree than this century-old locust tree split open, revealing a hollow within its trunk. Holy! Ye Tian flinched, his body plummeting as he twisted mid-fall. He clutched the grass basket to his chest. At the crucial moment, Ye Tian would protect his daughter with his life. 2 beams of golden light transformed into blades, yet they flew not toward Ye Tian and Xiaomi. As he fell continuously, Ye Tian roared in fury, his back crashing onto the ground. Boom! Dust swirled into the air, and Ye Xiaomi let out a piercing scream. Xiaomi, don't be afraid. A sweet taste rose in Ye Tian's throat as he held his daughter tightly. As long as his daughter survived, he would be willing to die from the fall. Above their heads, the cave entrance had shrunk to the size of a fist, and the height was now only about 10 meters. Ye Tian took in his surroundings. Fortunately, there was a layer of dead leaves below, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to bear the impact. Dad, what is this place? Ye Xiaomi poked her head out, her hair covered in dust and leaves. She looked like a little tabby cat, gazing around in confusion. Is this? Ye Tian observed the cavern walls, which were covered in murals. The paintings seemed to depict totemic figures. One of the totems resembled a human figure with what appeared to be 9 layers of space behind it. Could this be where the mountain god lives? Ye Xiaomi couldn't help blurting out again. Xiaomi, don't talk. Let your father calm down. Ye Tian desperately needed to compose himself. His daughter's words seemed to have a prophetic quality. If Ye Xiaomi kept fantasizing, who knew what else might happen? Just as Ye Tian was about to examine the wall paintings, the surrounding walls suddenly burst into a radiant light. Dad, rainbow light. Ye Xiaomi gazed around in astonishment. Ye Tian's pupils contracted. On the wall, the humanoid pattern gathered all the golden light, which coalesced into a locust leaf and flew toward Ye Xiaomi. Not good. Ye Tian roared, instantly shielding Ye Xiaomi. Boom. The golden leaf plunged into Ye Tian's body. It pierced through Ye Tian and also merged into Ye Xiaomi. The father and daughter collapsed to the ground, golden light bursting from within them. The light that had first entered them now radiated outward from inside. Ye Tian and Xiaomi's bodies seemed cast in gold. Ye Tian had no idea how long he had been unconscious. When his awareness returned, he snapped his eyes open and shouted in terror, Xiaomi. Ye Tian sat up, immediately spotting Ye Xiaomi lying on his chest sound asleep. She's fine. Thank goodness. Seeing his daughter unharmed, his heart eased. Then strange symbols flooded his mind. As he comprehended them, Ye Tian was utterly stunned. Mountain god. My body. Ye Tian touched himself. His shattered dantian had healed, and his damaged meridians were also mending. Most importantly, the shrapnel in Ye Tian's head had vanished. The recovery from such severe injuries was nothing short of a miracle. The knowledge in his mind made him realize that he had inherited the space of the last mountain god of Huaxia. 9 layers of space, blessed by the mountain god. The moment Ye Tian thought of the mountain god's space, he found himself holding his daughter in a dim, shadowy realm. The space was about an acre in size, with a bubbling spring on the ground. The first layer? Is this a spiritual spring? One that can irrigate any plant? Ye Tian stared in disbelief. His worldview was completely overturned. The mountain god's 9-layered space. The first layer opened with a spiritual spring. Having been blessed by the mountain god, his body was undergoing marrow cleansing and essence refining, slowly recovering. This spring water. Ye Tian crouched down, and the information flooding his mind prompted him to take a sip. The water was cool and sweet, and the meridians that were healing began to strengthen. What a treasure! Just then Ye Xiaomi nestled in Ye Tian's arms, fluttered her eyelids. Unbeknownst to Ye Tian, a golden leaf reflected on her eyelids, its light gradually fading. Dad, I dreamed of Mom. What? Ye Tian's pupils contracted. He pulled himself out of the mountain god's space, alertly scanning the surroundings. With his dantian and meridians restored, Ye Tian felt a surge of hope for the future. At least in a year's time he would surely not die. He could resume his cultivation and stay by Ye Xiaomi's side forever. Walk. Ye Xiaomi's mouth was stuffed with a pancake, and Ye Tian had already climbed out of the tree hollow using a rope. From now on, no saying what you want to see, especially in the mountains. Ye Tian was truly terrified. Ye Xiaomi's words were like a divine decree, saying she wanted to see a wild boar, and one would appear, wanting to see a big gray wolf, and 7 wolves would show up. Speaking of the mountain god, he really did exist in this world. Dad. Ye Xiaomi finally spat out the pancake, looking at her father with a plaintive expression. Good daughter, bear with it, Ye Tian said patiently. In his heart, he was truly grateful to his daughter. Without her, how could he have recovered from his injuries? But just as Ye Tian finished speaking, Ye Xiaomi burst into tears with a loud, wah. Ye Tian shuddered. What now? The duck egg broke. It's on my clothes. Sigh. Ye Tian rubbed his forehead, wasting another half day as he discarded the broken eggs and relayed a fresh bed of straw for Ye Xiaomi. Ye Tian took off his own shirt and draped it over Ye Xiaomi. Bare-chested, his body revealed muscles as hard as steel. The scars from before had all vanished, and his skin had even grown much fairer. Let's go. Ye Tian promptly set off, fixing his gaze on a direction. Once they crossed the ridge ahead, they would enter the nameless valley. In that valley there were ginseng roots. The valley was eerily silent, and the towering trees blocked out the sky, casting a dim gloom. The mountain forest was too damp. Beads of water formed on Ye Tian's skin. Even so, Ye Tian kept teasing Xiaomi while recounting amusing tales of ginseng digging. Ginseng must be tied with a red string, or else it might run away. Daddy's lying. How can ginseng run? You know about the ginseng, child, don't you? Huh. Ye Xiaomi was utterly baffled by his stories, but Ye Tian had already arrived at the spot where he had previously discovered ginseng. However, the area was now overgrown with shrubs, and his face darkened. Dad, I want to see the ginseng, child. All right, let me look for it. Just as Ye Tian finished speaking, his foot seemed to step on something, making him look down. At that glance, Ye Tian burst into loud laughter. Right beside the broken log at his feet, a patch of green leaves was visible. This was the shade leaf of the ginseng. Ginseng. Xiaomi, you're an angel. Ye Tian gave his daughter a big kiss, causing Ye Xiaomi to wipe her face for a long time. Ginseng, child. Wait. Ye Tian quickly set down the grass basket, pulled out a wooden stick, and began searching rapidly along the shade leaves. Soon he located the exact position of the ginseng. Bonchuh. Ye Tian suddenly struck the ground, a tradition among ginseng diggers. Upon finding a ginseng, one must roar to subdue it. Ye Tian moved swiftly, bringing out the red string copper coins and straw hat. In no time, he had successfully secured the treasure on the ground. Xiaomi, you'll see it soon. Ye Tian took a small shovel and began digging gently. Beneath the red string, a section of white root was already visible in the soil. Many people judge the age of wild ginseng by the stem scars, but in Ye Tian's eyes ginseng was ever-changing, and relying on stem scars alone was inaccurate. Stem scars. Round stacked bud-like bamboo joint, 1 round, means 8 years. 1 bamboo joint represents a year. Ye Tian gently turned the soil, revealing a ginseng with round stem scars 2 joints above, about 25 years old. Not bad at all. A wild ginseng like this is worth over 100,000 outside, enough to pay back Han Biao. Ye Tian took out a brush and gently swept away the dirt. The old ginseng gradually emerged, every single rootlet intact. At last Ye Tian dug out the ginseng. Dad, this is the ginseng, child. You tricked me. This is a ginseng, grandpa, with so many whiskers. Xiaomi, all ginsengs look like this. Ye Tian grew excited and ruffled Xiaomi's hair again. Do you still want to see the ginseng, child? No. Ye Xiaomi pouted, staring at her father with displeasure. He had fooled her again. Ye Tian teased her for a long time, but she refused to speak. Finally he glanced at his phone. Time to head home. With the ginseng in hand, and the mountain god space awakened, Ye Tian already had a plan. The descent down the mountain was swift. On the way back to town, Ye Tian picked wild strawberries for Ye Xiaomi, finally cheering her up. We common folks were so happy today. Ye Tian was in high spirits. Just as he stepped out of the foothills, he heard shouts in the distance. Xiaomi. Ye Tian. Zhou Xiaoya was leading the villagers about to search the mountain for Ye Xiaomi. Mom. Ye Xiaomi poked her dirty head out of the grass basket, a ginseng rootlet dangling from her mouth. Xiaomi. Zhou Xiaoya ran over excitedly. She had been worried ever since she learned that Ye Tian had taken Ye Xiaomi up the mountain. The sun was about to set, and Zhou Xiaoya could no longer bear it. She had found a few villagers familiar with Fenghuang Mountain to go search for Ye Xiaomi. Zhou Xiaoya spotted Ye Tian from afar. Her brows furrowed as she rushed over. Where's Xiaomi? You're so irresponsible. Zhou Xiaoya was furious. She raised her fist and struck at Ye Tian. Just then her foot slipped, and she stumbled forward toward him. Worried that Zhou Xiaoya might fall, Ye Tian hurriedly stepped forward. At the same time, Ye Xiaomi reached out her hand, but it bumped into her father's head, forcing his head down. One rises, one lowers. A man and a woman. Muamuada. Well, we didn't see anything, the villagers said, already looking up at the sky. Ye Xiaomi swallowed the ginseng root, gazing at her father with confusion. The way her father and mother were pressed together face to face was so captivating. Daddy, I want that too. Mommy, let's also touch cheeks. Zhou Xiaoya's eyes widened, her cheeks burning with heat. She had intended to strike Ye Tian, yet instead collapsed into his embrace, and most importantly ended up in such an intimate position with him. Shame. Rage. Zhou Xiaoya was on the verge of tears, longing to bite him. Get off me. She shuddered, glaring at Ye Tian with fury. Ye Tian licked his lips, then looked up at the sky. Seeing him lick his lips only infuriated Zhou Xiaoya further. With so many people and Xiaomi present, she couldn't accuse him of taking advantage of her. Are you insane? How old is Xiaomi? How dare you take her into the mountains? Zhou Xiaoya shot a fierce glare at Ye Tian, trembling with anger. The surrounding villagers were stunned, having never seen the party secretary so furious. Ye Tian's pupils contracted, and he remained silent, feeling guilty. He could see that Zhou Xiaoya genuinely cared for Ye Xiaomi, treating her as if she were her own daughter. Come home with me. Zhou Xiaoya scooped up Ye Xiaomi and stormed back to Phoenix Village. Ye Tian rubbed his face and licked the corner of his mouth again. Xiao Yi, Secretary Zhou really does care about you. She was in tears when she couldn't find you earlier. Whenever you're not home, she's the one looking after Xiaomi. The villagers tried to persuade Ye Tian, worried he might get angry. I understand. I won't argue with her, he muttered, heading home along the village path. All along the way the villagers watched as Zhou Xiaoya carried Ye Xiaomi, with Ye Tian following behind. Just like a family of 3. Xiaomi, look how dirty you are. You can't do this again. Mommy, the mountains are so much fun. There are wild boars, wolves, and even a mountain spirit. Zhou Xiaoya was changing Ye Xiaomi's clothes, and at the child's words, she rolled her eyes countless times toward Ye Tian. What nonsense. Zhou Xiaoya grumbled. Ye Tian was also being scolded by his mother. You've been gone all day, and look at you. Secretary Zhou was only trying to help. Mom, I know, stop it. Look at this. Ye Tian eagerly flipped through the bamboo basket, only to find 2 ginseng roots left. What happened? Ye Tian was dumbfounded. Where was the ginseng? My ginseng is gone. What ginseng? Did you actually dig up some ginseng? Yi Liang stood up, unable to help, glancing at the basket. The lone ginseng root inside seemed to mock Ye Tian. Ye Xiaomi. Ye Tian instantly realized and turned to look at her. At that moment Zhou Xiaoya had just finished changing Xiaomi's clothes when she heard Ye Tian shout. What are you yelling about? You only have the nerve to shout at a child. Zhou Xiaoya, this has nothing to do with you, move aside. I won't. Zhou Xiaoya straightened her back, and Ye Tian shrank back. What are you looking at? Zhou Xiaoya was both embarrassed and angry, as Ye Tian's gaze had clearly been fixed on the wrong place. You. Zhou Xiaoya was truly furious and couldn't bear to look at Ye Tian anymore. Auntie, I'm leaving. Make sure Xiaomi has a good meal. Xiaoya, don't be angry. Sun Li hurried after her to console Zhou Xiaoya. You little brat, why did you yell at the secretary? What are you staring at? Yi Liang kicked him. Ye Tian was utterly frustrated. He glanced at Ye Xiaomi and let out a long sigh. Ye Xiaomi, you ate all the ginseng. Can your body handle that? Ye Xiaomi pouted innocently, rubbing her little belly. I was so hungry just now I really couldn't control myself. Hungry? Seeing Xiaomi's pitiful look, Ye Tian couldn't bring himself to say more. If he did, his parents wouldn't allow it. Time to eat. Sun Li returned and shot Ye Tian a glare. The once mighty king of soldiers now had to humble himself, quickly coaxing his mother into a good mood. How can she eat so much? During the meal, Ye Tian noticed that Ye Xiaomi had become incredibly voracious, devouring 2 full bowls of rice and nearly all the dishes on the table. Grandma, I'm still hungry. Xiaomi, don't eat too much, you'll get a stomachache. I'm really hungry. Ye Xiaomi rubbed her tummy and licked the plate. What's wrong with this child? What did you eat in the mountains? Cherry, strawberries, ginseng. Ye Tian couldn't explain, so he asked his mother to cook some noodles so Xiaomi wouldn't go hungry. Ye Tian planned to thoroughly examine Ye Xiaomi that evening. Daddy hug. Ye Xiaomi, after finishing the noodles, seemed drowsy and actively reached out for Ye Tian's embrace. This temperature. As soon as Ye Tian held Ye Xiaomi, he sensed something was wrong. Her body was burning hot. Her chubby cheeks were flushed, and Ye Tian grew serious. Mom, get the thermometer. Xiaomi seems to have a fever. A fever? Sun Li panicked, kissing Ye Xiaomi's forehead, her face turning pale. She really has a fever. Old man, get the thermometer. 41 degrees. So high. This is too high. This doesn't look like a cold. Ye Tian, being a former king of soldiers, quickly assessed the situation. Xiaomi, did you eat ginseng? Ye Xiaomi mumbled in reply. It tasted like a carrot, crunchy, a little bitter. Ye Tian grew anxious. Ginseng is a powerful tonic. Your young body can't handle it. Don't scold the child. Figure out what to do. Sun Li glared at Ye Tian. How could he be reprimanding her at a time like this? Mom, don't worry. Let me massage Xiaomi. Fortunately, thanks to the mountain spirit's space, Ye Tian's body had recovered. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to use his inner power. Ye Xiaomi had eaten the ginseng, causing her blood and qi to surge, leading to a high fever. Ye Tian gently massaged his daughter's spine, kneading from the coccyx upward, eliciting a comfortable hum from Ye Xiaomi. Dragon spine massage. Dad, do we have any Nyohuang Jade tablets at home? Or king kaling would work. Ye Xiaomi also needed something to clear heat and detoxify to prevent her internal organs from suffering. We don't have Nyohuang Jade tablets. The nearest clinic is by the national highway, but it's run by relatives of the Han family. His mother sighed. It's fine, I'll just buy some medicine. Xiaomi will be fine after taking it, don't worry. The most important thing now was to clear the heat and detoxify Xiaomi so her stomach wouldn't hurt in the middle of the night. With Ye Tian's massage, Xiaomi's temperature gradually dropped a little. Ye Tian picked up Ye Xiaomi and kissed her forehead. You'll be fine once you take the medicine. Xiaomi mumbled in response, resting her head on Ye Tian's shoulder, breathing softly. Ye Tian didn't ride a bike, afraid the wind would make Xiaomi worse. He draped a jacket over her and ran toward the national highway at the village entrance. Along the roadside were some shops and repair yards, and among them the Han family clinic was still lit. Inside, Dr. Han Donglin was applying medicine to Han Biao. Biao, that guy is a veteran. You have to outsmart him. Han Biao shot a glare at Han Donglin and said viciously, you don't need to tell me that. Sooner or later, I will cripple Ye Tian. I'm determined to have their pear orchard. And who do you think my father is? Hurry up and apply the medicine for me. Just then Ye Tian burst in. Doctor, do you have Nyohuang Jade tablets? Ye Tian. Han Biao stealthily glanced outside, his face twisting into a sinister expression. Damn, speak of the devil, and he appears. Is the child sick? Han Donglin rolled up his sleeves and shouted outside. What are you yelling for? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Wait outside. Han Donglin smirked at Han Biao and lowered his voice. Biaozi, watch me get back at him for you. Can you manage? Han Biao shot Han Donglin a look. Just watch. Han Donglin strode out with measured steps, lifting the door curtain. Doctor, I need Nyohuang Jade tablets, hurry up. Ye Tian was eager to give Xiaomi the medicine quickly. He didn't pay much attention to Han Donglin's previous words. Buying medicine. For whom? Ye Tian's pupils contracted. Nyohuang Jade tablets were not a prescription drug. Since when did a pharmacy need to ask whom the medicine was for? My daughter. What's the problem? None. Han Donglin lied blatantly, even though Ye Tian could see the Nyohuang Jade tablets on the shelf. Isn't that it? Ye Tian pointed at the shelf. Han Donglin turned around, blinked, and said, that's just the box. Bullshit. Ye Tian couldn't hold back any longer. Under his spiritual vision, there clearly were pills inside. Ye Tian glared, and Han Donglin felt his head buzzing. The word bullshit had stunned Han Donglin so much that he couldn't snap out of it for a long time. Without another word, Ye Tian walked over to the medicine cabinet and grabbed the Nyohuang Jade tablets. Isn't there medicine inside? Damn it, put that down. This is my clinic. How dare you take medicine without my permission? Han Donglin roared, attempting to snatch the Nyohuang Jade tablets away. How much? Ye Tian shot Han Donglin a look, too lazy to waste words with such a person. His daughter would get better once she took the medicine. Han Donglin didn't dare to step forward. After all, Ye Tian was a former soldier, and he knew he couldn't beat him. 10,000. What did you say? Ye Tian looked at Han Donglin in disbelief. Damn it, 10,000. One box of Nyohuang Jade tablets, 10,000. Are you buying or not? If not, put it down. Han Donglin sneered contemptuously, pointing at the camera above. See this? There's a camera. Try touching me. In the whole Fenghuang village, this is the price for Nyohuang Jade tablets. Take it or leave it. If you don't buy, get lost. Han Donglin was getting cocky, making sure Han Biao inside could hear. Say that again. Without answering, Ye Tian began to open the box of Nyohuang Jade tablets. I said 10,000, take it or leave it. Before Han Donglin could finish, Ye Tian kicked him. Boom. Han Donglin felt as if his stomach was splitting open, churning violently. Ugh. He sat on the ground and vomited. Ye Tian frowned slightly, walked over to Han Donglin, and holding the Nyohuang Jade tablets asked again, say it once more, how much is this? Han Donglin's eyes bulged like a goldfish. He never imagined that Ye Tian would still resort to violence, even with the camera rolling. Trembling, he was about to say 10,000, but Ye Tian raised his hand. Terrified, Han Donglin quickly changed his answer. 10 yuan. Ye Tian sneered, knowing that such people only learn from pain. He threw down the money and was about to give Ye Xiaomi the medicine. Ye Tian, you still dare to hurt someone? Haha, now I have evidence. Han Biao stepped out from the inner room, having witnessed Ye Tian striking Han Donglin. Han Biao saw his chance. He knew people in the joint defense team. As long as he produced evidence of Ye Tian's assault, Ye Tian would be in trouble. Ye Tian glanced sideways at Han Biao, finally understanding why Han Donglin had acted that way. Xiaomi, be good, take the medicine. Without even turning his head, Ye Tian first made sure Ye Xiaomi took the medicine. Ye Tian, I'm talking to you. Do you hear me? Up. Han Biao extended his finger, just about to point at Ye Tian. Without turning his head, Ye Tian reached out and grabbed Han Biao's finger. Crack. The finger was snapped instantly. You have no right to point at me. Up. A piercing scream startled Han Donglin into a shudder. He also saw that Han Biao's finger was bent at a 90-degree angle. It's broken, damn it, it's really broken. This guy is too fierce. Han Donglin regretted ever provoking Ye Tian. Han Donglin, call Tian Daming. Call him. Ye Tian, I'll fight you to the death today. Han Biao shouted again, clutching his finger and hopping on the ground. Han Donglin really didn't want to make that call. Tian Daming was the local bully of Linha village. In his youth, Tian Daming had once roamed Changchun. It was said that he had even followed Qiao San for a few days, serving as Qiao San's top enforcer. Unfortunately, he was crippled in a fight. After returning to Linha village, he led a gang of thugs idling around. Since Han Biao started lending money, Tian Daming had joined him. These people were all loan sharks in Linha village. Ye Tian fed Ye Xiaomi the medicine and observed her again. Dad, don't cause trouble. Let's go home. All right. Ye Tian rubbed his daughter's head, feeling her temperature drop again, which finally put his mind at ease. Ye Tian. Han Biao shouted again. Ye Tian picked up Ye Xiaomi and without looking back grabbed at him. Up. This time Han Biao not only jumped, but his entire face turned purple like an eggplant. Keep your voice down. Can't you see my daughter is trying to sleep? What are you yelling for? Ye Tian kept holding him, staring coldly at Han Biao. Han Biao was completely dumbfounded. He clamped his legs together, tightened his sphincter, and dared not utter a word. If he said anything, Ye Tian would definitely crush it. Get lost. Ye Tian finally released Han Biao. If Xiaomi hadn't been sick, Ye Tian would have been willing to give Han Biao a thorough beating. Han Biao crouched by the door, rubbing himself incessantly. Ye Tian, how dare you start a fight here? You're finished. Han Donglin heard the sound of a motorcycle outside, and his eyes lit up. You're dead, mate. Biaozi, hold on. Tian Daming is here. Han Donglin's words made Han Biao take a deep breath. His finger didn't hurt as much as that other place. Dad, I want to go home. Ye Xiaomi said softly. After taking the medicine, she felt sleepy. All right, first sleep on Daddy's shoulder. Ye Tian hugged Ye Xiaomi, adjusted her to a comfortable position, and then covered her head with his coat again. At that moment, a group of people burst into the clinic. The man at the front was smoking a cigarette, limping, and twirling 2 walnuts in his hand. Biaozi, I'm here. Brother Tian, you've finally come. It's him. Han Biao wanted to point at Ye Tian, but saw his finger was bent. This made him feel the pain in his finger again. This alternating pain twisted Han Biao's mind. He even made a lotus gesture with his left hand and shouted at Ye Tian, get him. We're here to protect Han Donglin's clinic. This is self-defense. Biaozi, did he do this to you? Damn it, are you asking for death? Carrying a child, I thought it was a stillborn. When Tian Daming's thug said that, he felt the whole clinic darken. Then a hand slapped him directly across the mouth. Before he could react, Ye Tian grabbed a tongue depressor from the counter and shoved it into the man's mouth. Up. The aluminum tongue depressor nearly cut off his tongue. The man was about to scream when Ye Tian grabbed his head with one hand and slammed it into the medicine cabinet. Boom. The 2-meter-tall cabinet shattered into pieces. Phew. Dead silence all around. One hand violently striking shocked everyone. You can talk about me, but not my daughter. Ye Tian stared coldly at Tian Daming and his men. These village thugs had never seen anything like this. Tian Daming, go on, what are you thinking? Han Biao shouted again from behind. Tian Daming had sweat all over his forehead, looking at the man lying on the floor. I'm a gangster, but I'm not an idiot. This man is untouchable. I'll give you money, whatever you want I'll pay. Just cripple him. You mean it? Money blinds people. Upon hearing that, Tian Daming pulled out a machete from behind. The thug hierarchy: first-rate thugs use connections, second-rate use guns, third-rate use machetes, fourth-rate use clubs, fifth-rate use fists, sixth-rate use mouths. Tian Daming always considered himself third-rate. I'll kill you. He charged forward, but as soon as he raised the machete, a hand grabbed the blade directly. Then the entire blade twisted on the spot. Boss, I was wrong. Third-rate Tian Daming immediately knelt, becoming sixth-rate. Tian Daming knelt, and the others dared not step forward. With one hand, he had twisted the machete into a pretzel. How could they fight? It was pure masochism. Han Biao was also stunned. Seeing Ye Tian about to leave with Ye Xiaomi, he and Han Donglin abandoned the clinic and fled immediately. Amid Tian Daming's terror, Ye Tian walked away with Ye Xiaomi. I'd better be sixth-rate from now on, at least it's safe. Tian Daming led his men away. Ye Tian finally arrived home, placed Ye Xiaomi on the heated brick bed, and she slept soundly. It should be fine now. Ye Tian let out a long sigh, then chatted with his parents about Xiaomi's past. Time passed little by little. Just then the Ye family's gate was kicked open with a bang. Where is Ye Tian? The township joint defense team burst into the Ye residence. The man in the lead, dressed in a uniform that looked like a mix of a security guard and a policeman, was Fong Bo. What's going on? Ye Liang was startled. Why had the township people been summoned? Where is Ye Tian? Come out. Come with us. Fong Bo pushed Ye Liang aside and led the way inside. What's the matter? Ye Tian came out again, his pupils contracting and dilating like sharp blades as he faced these people. You smashed Han Donglin's clinic. What do you think it's about? Come back to the township with us, make a statement, and wait for the police investigation. Hurry up. Fong Bo and his men were aggressive, moving to grab Ye Tian. What? You smashed the clinic. How could you do that? His mother was frantic. Ye Tian had just returned and already caused trouble. What could be done? Mom, it's fine. I'll make a phone call. Calling won't help. Come with me now. Don't make us use force. Fong Bo had handcuffs and some police equipment in his hands. He actually had them. Just one phone call, Ye Tian said calmly. He had just made a call when Fong Bo ordered his men to cuff him. Isn't this too much? Ye Tian merely glanced at Fong Bo, but did not resist. For someone like you, this is exactly what's needed. Come back with us. Fong Bo pushed Ye Tian toward the exit. At this moment, the villagers outside were curiously peering in. That Ye boy only back a day and already arrested. The township people caught him. What happened? He smashed Han Donglin's clinic. Good riddance. That place is a black spot. Many in the village had long been dissatisfied with Han Donglin's clinic. If not for the Han family's connections, no one would want to go there. But without it, in these surrounding villages, there was only this one clinic. What are you looking at? Everyone move aside. Take it as a lesson. What's so good about being a soldier anyway? Fong Bo pushed Ye Tian again. This time Ye Tian did not move. He turned around coldly. What did you just say? You dare to act tough with me, huh? Fong Bo tightened his grip on his baton, but as he met Ye Tian's gaze, he instinctively felt a pang of guilt. Ye Tian's eyes were too cold, like an abyss. Oomph. Ye Tian saw his parents' worried looks and couldn't fight in front of them. I'll go back with you. Don't disturb my parents. Get in. Fong Bo gave another glare and pushed Ye Tian into the car. The group drove off in a Jetta, taking Ye Tian away. The villagers behind were still talking, which made Ye Liang and Sun Li extremely anxious. Old woman, stay home. I'll go find Xiaoya for help. This kid, he's such a worry. Ye Liang had no choice. Being caught by the joint defense team was still better than falling into the hands of the police. If it had been the police, things would be much more serious. All right, I'll take care of Xiaomi. Sun Li stomped her feet repeatedly. Ye Liang jogged all the way toward the hillside behind the pear orchard. On the hillside was the Ye family's old house. Zhou Xiaoya had rented it from the beginning. Since she became Ye Xiaomi's godmother, the Ye family hadn't charged her any rent. Xiaoya. Ye Liang almost stumbled. In the courtyard, Zhou Xiaoya had just finished washing up and was eating instant noodles. Uncle Ye, why are you here so late? Ye Tian is in trouble. He was arrested by the joint defense team. What? What did that guy do? Zhou Xiaoya had a very bad impression of Ye Tian. She thought he was a scumbag. And now he was in a fight. He smashed the clinic all for Xiaomi. What happened to Xiaomi? Zhou Xiaoya quickly asked for details. Learning that Xiaomi's fever had subsided, she finally felt relieved. Just because of that, he smashed someone's shop. That's too much. Xiaoya, your uncle begs you. Think of something. Ye Liang pleaded with Zhou Xiaoya. Uncle Ye, I'll go to the township. Zhou Xiaoya agreed, entirely out of respect for Ye Liang. She got on her motorcycle and headed toward the township. Zhou Xiaoya wanted to go to the joint defense team office, which was in the township building. What? You want to see the chief? The chief said he's busy. The township people also recognized Zhou Xiaoya and knew she was the party secretary of Phoenix Village. They secretly glanced at her. Zhou Xiaoya was the most beautiful secretary in the entire township. Let Fong Bo come out. We can mediate. Mediate. Just as Zhou Xiaoya finished speaking, an angry voice came from behind. Han Biao. Han Biao had just returned from the town. His finger had been broken, but was barely reattached. With a cast on his finger, he shook his head and strode over fiercely. Han Biao, what does this have to do with you? Look at my finger. Zhou Xiaoya, don't be too biased. I'm telling you, I've already called the police. Ye Tian will definitely go inside. I'll make sure he enjoys his time in there. Han Biao finished and walked straight into the joint defense team. Seeing this, Zhou Xiaoya quickly said, I'm going to the township chief's house. You must wait for me. Who would listen to Zhou Xiaoya? The others exchanged glances, all knowing the relationship between Han Biao and Fang Bo. At this moment in the joint defense team office, there was an empty room. Ye Tian was handcuffed to a radiator, squatting on the floor, taking in his surroundings. His pupils contracted as he saw, of course, Han Biao's head appearing at the window by the door. He's here too. Han Biao stared at Ye Tian through the window, his expression murderous. Fang Bo, what's the point of keeping him cuffed like this? Fang Bo heard Han Biao's words, took a drag of his cigarette, and replied coolly, Biao, what exactly do you mean? What do I mean? Look at my hand. I want to destroy this brat. You sure? Fang Bo confirmed once more, and Han Biao nodded. Fine, then let's apply some pressure. Follow me, let's take a look. Fang Bo exhaled a cloud of smoke and led Han Biao into the interrogation room. Has the kid been searched yet? Captain, don't worry. He's just a retired soldier. What could he possibly have? These auxiliary police officers all knew Ye Tian's background. Phoenix Village. A villager's son, what trouble could he cause? Not bad. Fang Bo walked in, and Ye Tian looked up to meet his gaze. You have no right to cuff me. You're not even real police. TCH still got an attitude. Kid, did you beat up my brother Biao? Ye Tian simply smiled, saying nothing. That nonchalant smile infuriated Han Biao on the spot. You mother, you think you're clever just because you're locked up here? Beat him up. Break him. Calm down. Fang Bo leisurely blew smoke into Ye Tian's face. Heard you came back from military service and can fight pretty well. Kid, being able to fight, does it actually help, eh? See this? Fang Bo beckoned, and a subordinate placed a confession record before Ye Tian. What is this? Your confession. It states that you poisoned the fish pond, stole cattle, and also the incident with Wang's wife from Shanyang village, the assault that left her violated. That was you too. What did you say? Ye Tian glared coldly at Fang Bo. Fang Bo was using a fabricated confession to frame him. How can you actually do this? Han Biao immediately brightened up. As long as Fang Bo submitted this confession to the police, Ye Tian would definitely be locked up. Once the Ye family lost Ye Tian, they would be at Han Biao's mercy. You people are going too far. You think I'll sign and fingerprint this? Whether you sign or not is not up to you. You'll be begging me for it. You're an idiot. Fang Bo smiled smugly, letting Ye Tian see the document clearly, then ordered his subordinate, bring our retired soldier a brazier. This room is a bit cold. Yes, sir. Everyone around laughed, knowing exactly what Fang Bo intended. Ye Tian's expression turned to stone. He simply squatted in the corner silent. Ye Tian, let's see how you fight against me now. Han Biao laughed gleefully as everyone watched the brazier being brought in, waves of heat radiating from it. Outside, it was the scorching depths of summer. Even as darkness fell, the air remained oppressive with heat. The brazier made the temperature inside climb even higher. When you can't take it anymore, you can beg me. Let's go. Fang Bo led the others away again, leaving Han Biao staring at Ye Tian beside the brazier. How long can he hold out? No one has ever lasted half an hour. This won't leave any marks. He won't dare refuse to confess. Biao, I learned this from TV. Beautiful. Han Biao praised Fang Bo approvingly. What a true friend. He would treat Fang Bo well later. Inside the room, the temperature continued to rise. The windows were all sealed shut. It was practically a sauna. Ye Tian's eyes remained closed, his lips slowly curving upward. Temperature? Is that supposed to affect me? His dantian had recovered, and the technique he cultivated instantly began to reconstitute itself using this heat. The 9 sons of heaven, I alone am supreme. Ye Tian's technique was called the 9 yang art. His dantian grew scorching hot as the surrounding temperature was actively absorbed by Ye Tian. The brazier crackled with flames, yet Ye Tian's complexion grew paler and more radiant. 9 layers of 9 suns. Ye Tian was using this time to slowly cultivate. Cultivating anew, Ye Tian's progress was swift. Time passed bit by bit. Outside, Fang Bo and Han Biao were chatting. One glanced at the clock on the wall. Time's up. Let's go check. Let's see if this soldier is begging for mercy yet. Fang Bo walked toward the window. The moment he opened it, a wave of searing heat made him cough. Kid, are you going to sign or not? Fang Bo was about to interrogate when he saw Ye Tian stretching and yawning. The heat surrounding him seemed to have no effect whatsoever. What's going on? Fang Bo froze. Beside him, Han Biao was also dumbfounded. His eyes, Han Biao saw it too. Amidst the heat, Ye Tian's eyes blazed with brilliance, just like the eyes of the fire immortal. What the hell is this? Is that brazier even real? Are you deaf? Look at the thermometer. Fang Bo refused to believe it, and neither did the others. The temperature had risen to over 70 degrees. No ordinary person could withstand that. Yet Ye Tian appeared to be thoroughly enjoying himself. Turn on the air conditioning. I don't care if he thinks he's Sun Wukong. Crank up the heat. And bring in more heaters. Fang Bo snarled viciously as his men switched the air conditioning to heating mode, and someone even lugged in portable heaters. I'll kill you. In Lianhua Township, at the home of Township Chief Wang Guofeng, Zhou Xiaoya had already told Wang Guofeng everything that had happened. Wang Guofeng, with a square face, held a teacup while practicing calligraphy with a brush, his brows furrowed. Comrade Xiao Zhou, your villager, smashed the clinic and was arrested by Fong Bo. This matter, your villager was in the wrong first. Township chief, he just retired from the military. His parents are in poor health, and he has a child. Zhou Xiaoya inwardly detested Ye Tian, but for the sake of the Yi family, she repeatedly begged. Xiao Zhou, this is not like you. Forget it. Wang Guofeng finally put down his brush and picked up the phone, preparing to make a call. Township chief, you'd better go in person. In person? Wang Guofeng was startled. Could Zhou Xiaoya be hiding something else? It seems Han Biao is also involved in this matter. What? Wang Guofeng fell silent. Han Biao was a big thug, always lending money at high interest. But Han Biao's father was the former township chief Han Tongshan. The Han family had undeniable influence in the township. Wang Guofeng, as township chief, had once paid respects to Han Tongshan before being recognized by the township. Township chief, I beg you. Sai, you must tell me the whole story. Wang Guofeng looked solemnly at Zhou Xiaoya. Over a single villager incur the enmity of the Han family. Is it really worth it? What exactly is your relationship with that Yi family? Truly nothing. Zhou Xiaoya explained again, but Wang Guofeng waved his hand and sighed deeply. Go first, call me if needed. If I really go, it will be truly troublesome. You have to understand my position. Alas. Zhou Xiaoya knew that Wang Guofeng's willingness to go this far was already difficult. Thank you. Zhou Xiaoya could only ride her bike again and head to the township. At this time, the neighborhood watch group was still guarding the door. Seeing Zhou Xiaoya arrive, their expressions varied. They all knew what had happened inside. The man who was brought in was somewhat peculiar. Let me in, the township chief sent me. What? The people were stunned. Seeing Zhou Xiaoya's anxious look, they still did not step aside. I'll call the township chief. You need to get Fong Bo out here immediately. Zhou Xiaoya picked up her phone and called Wang Guofeng. Hearing the township chief's call, the people quickly made way. Boss, it's township chief Wang on the phone. Someone had already informed Fong Bo, who walked out with a dark expression. Zhou Xiaoya is here. Township chief's call, you need to release him immediately. Release him? Fong Bo didn't say a word. He picked up the phone and immediately forced a smile. Yes, you're right, leader. Matters in the township should be resolved internally, but this kid has no money to compensate. Alright, I'll listen to you. Fong Bo hung up the phone, and while handing it back, deliberately touched Zhou Xiaoya's hand. You. Zhou Xiaoya glared at Fong Bo angrily, but he said unhurriedly. You even got the leader involved, but it's useless. Chief Wang is coming right away. When he arrives, it'll be out of my hands. Fong Bo, what do you mean? I told you to let him go. Yes, I released him. Regarding Ye Tian smashing the clinic, I released him. But Han Biao was injured. That's an assault case, a different matter. What? Zhou Xiaoya suddenly understood. Fong Bo was doing this on purpose. I want to see Ye Tian. If you want to see Ye Tian, you'll have to wait. That's right, wait. Han Biao came out from inside, his face equally grim. How could it not be? They turned on the air conditioner and a small heater, yet Ye Tian was completely fine, even starting to doze off. Han Biao had no time left. He had to make Ye Tian sign and confess. Wang Guofeng's call had provoked Han Biao. Han Biao, we're from the same village. Can't you be lenient? Lenient? How can I be lenient? When he owed money yesterday, I already gave him face. Look at my finger. Han Biao roared angrily. Zhou Xiaoya wanted to apologize on behalf of Ye Tian, but Han Biao would hear none of it. I don't care, Chief Wang will be here soon anyway. Ye Tian, are you okay? Zhou Xiaoya had no choice, as she wanted to see Ye Tian at least to inform him of the current situation, so he could prepare. Secretary, Zhou, don't worry. Fong Bo deliberately grabbed Zhou Xiaoya's hand, taking advantage of her. Let me go. Zhou Xiaoya shouted. Fong Bo gave Han Biao another look. Han Biao understood and turned to walk toward the room. Open the door. Han Biao grabbed a baton and signaled to the others. Wait a moment. The men opened the door and a wave of heat hit them unbearable. Sure enough, Ye Tian was really sleeping. After a long while, Han Biao walked in with the baton. The surrounding people smiled sinisterly. No matter what, Ye Tian couldn't escape now. The heat in the room was dissipating, and several men slowly approached Ye Tian. One man held a thick dictionary, another held a hammer. Get him up. Let's see whether you'll sign today or not. Han Biao spat at Ye Tian, and at the same time raised the baton in his hand, bringing it down heavily toward Ye Tian's head. Just as the stick was about to fall, two gleams of cold light suddenly burst forth. Ye Tian opened his fierce eyes, the Chinese king of hell rising with fury. He kicked out in one swift motion. With lightning speed, a blur of afterimage trailed behind. Up. Han Biao screamed in agony, sent flying through the air before crashing into the wall, leaving it cracked. The man holding the dictionary stared in shock. Hitting someone through a dictionary on the chest leaves no bruises. You know quite a few tricks, don't you? Ye Tian raised his hand, twisting the handcuffs like a piece of twisted metal. Hit him, hit him. Han Biao slid down from the wall, blood pouring from his mouth, shouting madly. Charge. Those men of course obeyed Han Biao and lunged at Ye Tian. With a twist, Ye Tian grabbed one by the collar and hurled him away. You enjoy bullying others, don't you? Then let's have some fun. Ye Tian stepped toward them, his fists clenched, cracking with thunderous sounds. Screams of ah and ouch echoed from the room, naturally reaching the outside. What's going on? Zhou Xiaoya heard it too. Could those screams belong to Ye Tian? Fong Bo, what have you done to Ye Tian? You're just a joint defense team. There are laws in this country. You can't resort to private torture. Zhou Xiaya, don't throw around accusations. Someone probably just fell, Fang Bo said in a sinister tone, thinking to himself, Han Biao is really going at it, making such a ruckus. Let me in. What are you going in for? Zhou Xiaya was determined to enter. Just then the sound of police cars came from outside, and the noise inside the room ceased. Fang Bo's eyes lit up. The job inside must be done, and the police had arrived. Director Wang. Fang Bo greeted warmly, watching Wang Dong lead people in. What's going on? Director Wang, you wouldn't believe it. There's a ruffian in our town. The things he's done I can't even describe. Is that so? Wang Dong looked at Fang Bo suspiciously. Zhou Xiaya quickly explained, Director Wang, go inside, and stop them, save the person. Did you use torture? Wang Dong's face darkened. If Fang Bo really did that, things would get messy. How could that be? Don't worry. Fang Bo's eyes shifted uneasily. Director Wang, please go in and check. No matter what, we can't let anything happen. He just returned from military service. A soldier. Wang Dong strode in quickly, eager to see what had become of Ye Tian. What could possibly happen? Fang Bo tried to block him, hoping Han Biao would come out with a confession. With a confession, they'd have the upper hand. But Han Biao didn't come out, nor did his men. Everyone rushed in. What? Zhou Xiaya was the first to enter, only to find Ye Tian standing there. The joint defense team members were all crouched on the ground, holding their heads, their faces bruised and swollen. Han Biao was also lying on the floor, kowtowing to Ye Tian. Not only Zhou Xiaya but Fang Bo was also startled. How had Ye Tian gotten up and freed himself from the handcuffs? The police are here. Perfect. Ye Tian smiled, faintly stretching lazily. How could you use violence? What are we supposed to do now? Wang Dong looked gloomily at the men on the floor. This man looks familiar. He took another look at Han Biao, who was kowtowing incessantly, his face covered in bruises, swollen like a pig's head. He's Ye Tian, and that's Han Biao on the ground. What's going on? Wang Dong and the other police officers were dumbfounded. They had expected Ye Tian to be the victim, but he was the one who had beaten them. You're just in time. Arrest them all. These people are worthless. And this Fang Bo. Ye Tian beckoned with his fingers, starting to give orders. Are you out of your mind? How dare you try to arrest me? On what grounds? Who do you think you are? Kid, you're finished. You dared to assault people right in front of Director Wang. Fang Bo seized the opportunity, pointing at Ye Tian, and shouted to Wang Dong. Director Wang, see for yourself. This man is too arrogant. He beat up my team members. That's aggravated assault. Well, Wang Dong nodded reluctantly. Fang Bo was right. If a forensic examination was done, it would be a criminal case. Ye Tian, have you lost your mind? Zhou Xiaya was furious. How could Ye Tian beat people so badly? Even if Wang Guofeng came, he couldn't fix this. Ye Tian had ruined his own future. In a fit of rage, Zhou Xiaoya's eyes reddened, and she raised her hand to slap Ye Tian again. What are you doing? I told you once is enough. Don't try it again. Ye Tian quickly dodged. He feared no one but Zhou Xiaoya when she was enraged. Zhou Xiaoya's face flushed with anger, and she stamped her feet repeatedly. Do you realize you've caused a huge disaster? If you go to jail, what about Xiaomi? What about your parents? Did you ever think about your family before you acted? Ye Tian, you're nothing but an utter jerk. Zhou Xiaya didn't like Ye Tian, but she didn't want to see him go down this path either. Ye Xiaomi was still so young, and she had finally found a father. Was she about to lose him? Ye Tian looked at Zhou Xiaoya and said calmly, who told you I didn't have a plan? They can't arrest me. The ones who belong in there are them. You're dreaming. Just as Zhou Xiaya finished saying that, the building seemed to tremble. Everyone could feel countless footsteps approaching from outside. Outside the office building, a fleet of green vehicles surrounded the building completely. Tiger Regiment, assemble. A tall man with a scar across his face, sharp as a blade, stood at the entrance of the building. Assemble. Soldiers leaped from the trucks. Who are they? The villagers were dumbfounded, never expecting so many soldiers to arrive. Assembly complete. The soldiers swarmed like a tempest, instantly surrounding the office area. Qi Shanchuan of the Tiger Regiment stared coldly at the scene, his eyes blazing with emotion. Qi Shanchuan, a former member of the Dragon Soul, had left the unit due to severe injuries and was now stationed at the Tiger Regiment in Feng City. Where is your township head? His single question left the locals speechless. I'll give you 3 minutes to get your person in charge here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Sir, what are you doing? Someone mustered the courage to approach and inquire. Stop your nonsense. Get out of my way. The soldiers ignored them and barged straight through the gate. As soon as he entered the gate, Qi Shanchuan roared, retired Dragon Soul soldier, Qi Shanchuan reporting. That voice was a sword, a thunderbolt of fury. The building trembled. The sound pierced through everything and spread far. Inside the room, Ye Tian heard it clearly. Dragon Soul, no regrets. Like a dragon's roar, Ye Tian softly uttered those 4 words, and the world seemed to turn blood red. Dragon Soul, no regrets. Charge without regret, fight to the death without regret, triumph without regret. Boss. Qi Shanchuan recognized the voice. His tiger-like eyes filled with tears. Finally, after all these years, he had heard it again. He was about to see his old leader Ye Tian. I'm here. Qi Shanchuan charged inside. Without even glancing at the others in the room, he snapped to attention and saluted. Qi Shanchuan reporting to the boss. Haha, Shanchuan still as sturdy as ever. I've already retired. Ye Tian looked at his former soldier, laughing heartily, his laughter unfettered and bright. You're still my boss. Qi Shanchuan wept like a child. The young man before him was none other than the war god of Huaxia. The name Yama shook the world. Under Yama's command, they had never known defeat. In Qi Shanchuan's heart, Ye Tian was a brother, a comrade, a leader. The god who guided them forward without fear. What is this? Zhou Xiaoyao was stunned. Were these Ye Tian's comrades? What rank did Ye Tian hold in the military? What are you doing? Fang Bo was about to say something, but Wang Dong suddenly snapped to attention. Squad leader, why are you here? Wang Dong saluted Qi Shanchuan, who had once been his squad leader. Kid, what are you doing here? You dare to arrest my boss? Qi Shanchuan glared, making Wang Dong flinch. Enough, don't make things hard for him. It's them. Ye Tian waved his hand, pointing at Fang Bo and the others. Squad leader? Boss. Fang Bo was terrified. He never expected Qi Shanchuan to be Wang Dong's squad leader. This was trouble. Especially when he looked out the window and saw the dense ranks of soldiers. How many are there? 1,000 at least. What do we do? Fang Bo's eyes darted around. Not just him, but everyone else was terrified. Make way. Township head Wang is here. Just then Wang Guofeng, having received the news, rushed over. Tiger Regiment. Sweat beaded on Wang Guofeng's forehead. He never expected these soldiers to appear here. Fine, let's talk it out together. Ye Tian remained calm, waiting for Wang Guofeng. But then Fang Bo suddenly cried out, Sir, you must uphold justice. My men have been beaten. This is outrageous. How can this be? Fang Bo was the first to accuse, while Han Biao, kneeling on the ground, wanted to shout, but held back. What exactly happened? Wang Guofeng entered with a grim face, casting a dark look at Fang Bo. He had called to have Fang Bo release the man, but Fang Bo had to stir up this mess. That Ye Tian kid actually knew Qi Shanchuan. A scholar meets a soldier. Reason has no place. Today's affair was truly troublesome. Brother Qi, this is all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Bullshit. Qi Shanchuan wiped his tears and exploded on the spot. These people dared to arrest the war god. Countless terrorist organizations, evil forces, even entire nations. All because Huaxia's Yama stood guard. Huaxia was known as the Eastern Forbidden Zone. Ye Tian led the Dragon Soul and the 10 Yama kings, forging an invisible great wall beyond Huaxia's borders. And these people had actually arrested Ye Tian. Unforgivable. Shanchuan, mind your attitude. Yes, boss. Qi Shanchuan immediately became docile. Before Ye Tian, he was always a soldier. You're Ye Tian, right? Let's just let this go. After all, you did start the fight. That's wrong. Wang Guofeng tried to mediate, hoping to smooth things over since Qi Shanchuan was involved. Let it go. If someone breaks the law, can a simple, let it go solve it? Sorry, but today it's not over. Ye Tian was resolute, shaking his head at Wang Guofeng. Wang Guofeng had no choice either. Ye Tian was being relentless. Let's go, what are you thinking? Zhou Xiaoyao pulled Ye Tian's arm. As long as Ye Tian left this place, that was all that mattered. Her hand was ice cold. Ye Tian was stunned, lowering his gaze to Zhou Xiaoyao's hand. This caused Zhou Xiaoyao to feel as if she'd been electrocuted, pulling back once more. Leader, we also received a tip. Look at what he did. Fang Bo wanted to argue, while Han Biao beside him had also been rescued, watching Ye Tian with evasive eyes. A tip, eh? What right do you have to use torture for confession? This statement, you made me sign it, didn't you? What? Qi Shanchuan and Wang Dong were watching, their gazes extraordinarily cold. Fang Bo flatly denied it. That's right, we didn't use torture. The people crouching on the ground quickly echoed the same words. See, this is someone else's statement. In this world, people pick up money, but do they pick up confessions too? Fang Bo looked at Ye Tian with mockery. Now Ye Tian was the one who resorted to violence. They were the victims. Won't admit it. Then you won't admit using those methods on me either. What methods? Don't slander me. Fang Bo refused to admit it. Han Biao kept his head down, occasionally letting out a wail. These people were all pretending to be pitiful. Is that so? There was no brazier either. Was everything just my hallucination? Who knows? Fang Bo gritted his teeth, refusing to admit anything regardless. Ye Tian smiled. With a wave of his hand, a black satellite phone appeared in his palm. Holy shit. Fang Bo was dumbstruck. Was this magic? Everything Ye Tian owned had been confiscated. How could he possibly still have a phone? Even if he had one, where did it come from? Your confession states you poisoned the fish pond, stole cattle, and also that you assaulted Wang's wife in Shanyang village, taking her virtue. That was you too. Bring the brazier. Turn on the air conditioning, bring in the heater. On the phone screen, a video of Fang Bo torturing for confession was already playing. The video was crystal clear, Fang Bo's words and expressions all captured. Even Han Biao and others entering with clubs and dictionaries had been recorded. You son of a bitch. Qi Shanchuan flew into a rage on the spot. These people were too despicable, actually daring to cuff Ye Tian to a radiator. This is too much. Wang Dong was furious too. Fang Bo and his crew truly acted without any regard for the law. How is this possible? Fang Bo trembled as he watched the video. The person on screen was nothing but a clown. Wang Guofeng couldn't speak either, his face dark. Guards! Wang Dong waved his hand, and people immediately moved toward Fong Bo and the others. Leader, it's not like this. You say it's not, but is that enough? Fong Bo, you've gone too far. Arrest him. Wang Guofeng wouldn't protect Fong Bo. Fong Bo and the other reserve defense team members all began crying. We had nothing to do with it. The team leader ordered us. What are you talking about? Fong Bo was completely panicked, his subordinates turning against him. I did it for Han Biao. Bullshit. Who were you really doing this for? Your frame-up has nothing to do with me. Uncle Wang, I'm the victim. Han Biao hastily distanced himself, causing Fong Bo to howl in outrage. Everyone come with me. Sergeant, rest assured. No one can be above the law. Wang Dong waved his hand and dragged Fong Bo away. Han Biao would also need to return for investigation. Alright, I'm waiting for your good news. Qi Shanchuan's single sentence sealed Fong Bo and the others' fate. Wang Guofeng nodded repeatedly. Fong Bo's case had already violated the law, while Ye Tian at most could be considered self-defense. The township will cooperate fully on this matter. Sorry, Comrade Ye. Wang Guofeng hastily apologized to Ye Tian, who remained silent. Can I leave now? My daughter is waiting for me at home. You know about the child? Zhou Xiaya glared at Ye Tian. Since Ye Tian knew Qi Shanchuan, this matter was considered resolved. Xiaya, please talk to Comrade Ye. The township was at fault on this matter. He has his issues too. We'll compensate for the clinic. Bring all of Ye Tian's belongings back. Wang Guofeng arranged for people to return Ye Tian's confiscated items. Then, maintaining a humble posture, he tried to say more to Ye Tian. Ye Tian merely nodded. Qi Shanchuan stood behind him, and warriors guarded the entrance outside. Comrade Ye, what do you think? Wang Guofeng pointed outside. Forget it. Ye Tian considered that regardless of whether he cared about the township's face, he should give Zhou Xiaya face. He hadn't expected Qi Shanchuan to arrive with so many people. Shanchuan, don't be like this now. Boss, you're too kind. If this had fallen into my hands, I'd have blown them up with cannons. Qi Shanchuan's domineering words made Wang Guofeng roll his eyes. Alright, thanks a lot this time. Ye Tian patted Qi Shanchuan and turned to leave. Qi Shanchuan wanted to see off his boss Ye Tian, but before he could speak, he noticed Zhou Xiaya at the door. Zhou Xiaya pouted, staring at Ye Tian. Hurry up. How old are you? Think about yourself, think about the child. Ye Tian nodded. Beside him, Qi Shanchuan's eyes lit up. Hello, sister-in-law. Quick, call her sister-in-law. With one command from Qi Shanchuan, over 1,000 voices roared toward the sky. Sister-in-law, hello. Zhou Xiaoya's face flushed crimson as she suppressed her anger and left the township building. It's not like I asked them to shout that. Why are you taking it out on me? Shut up. Zhou Xiaoya really wanted to kick Ye Tian to death. How could he do this? 1,000 people were shouting sister-in-law. The whole town knew now. You want me to walk back? Ye Tian watched as Zhou Xiaoya got on her bike, completely ignoring him. You expect me to give you a ride? Dream on. Just you wait. Zhou Xiaoya, both angry and embarrassed, left Ye Tian standing alone. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Ye Tian had no choice. He first called his parents to reassure them. He asked about Yi Xiaomi's condition. She was doing well, even giggling in her sleep. That's good. Mom, I won't come home tonight. I'm heading to the pear grove. It's too late. Ye Tian didn't catch what his mother said last. From here, he took a shortcut through a cypress forest to reach the pear grove. Good thing I kept the satellite phone in the mountain god's space. Ye Tian whistled as he sped toward the pear grove. The night was pitch black, and in the farmland, he could even see grave mounds. Most people wouldn't dare come here. The cypress forest was eerily gloomy. But Ye Tian feared nothing moving through the mountains like a ghost. Ye Tian finally spotted the pear grove. Beside it stood the old Yi family residence, and there were wooden cabins at the edge of the grove. This grove was vast, over 100 acres. Years ago, the Yi family had bought this land and planted Nangua pear trees. The seedlings were crossbred from the original Nangua pear trees of the Yingbiluo region. At first, the grove flourished. But in the past 2 years, the pear trees started withering one by one. No expert they consulted, no method they tried could change that. The Yi family had even taken out high-interest loans because of this. Ye Tian's gaze sharpened as he looked at the grove. In the darkness, it resembled a demon's lair, the trees twisted and stunted. The withered trees in particular looked like clawing monsters. This land didn't used to be like this, he murmured. When I was a child, Grandpa said this was the most fertile soil. Ye Tian could see in the dark. The soil looked rich and the color was normal. So what was the problem? Never mind. I have the spiritual liquid from the mountain god's space. Let me try it. Not feeling sleepy, Ye Tian fetched a bucket from the wooden cabin and entered the mountain god's space. The spiritual liquid there brimmed with powerful vitality. Ye Tian wanted to see what the liquid could do. He watered every pear tree, even the withered ones, drop by drop. As he worked, he grew warm and took off his shirt. What will happen when I'm done, he wondered. He watered the last tree. Just as he turned around, a fragrance of pears hit him. Ye Tian's pupils contracted. Looking from above, the withered tree at the forefront of the grove had burst into bloom. Holy crap! Ye Tian stared in awe. The dead wood had come back to life. The spiritual liquid had truly worked. Under the moonlight, pink petals bloomed like spirits. The mountain breeze carried a sweet floral scent. A miracle had been wrought by the spiritual liquid. Not only that, the gnarled trees seemed to stretch, every one becoming lush and verdant. The trees that hadn't withered laden with nangua pears gave off an irresistible aroma. Blossoms carpeted the ground while golden fruit glowed overhead. Ye Tian stood stunned. It had become an ocean of flowers. The power of the spiritual liquid overwhelmed him. What do these pears taste like? Unable to resist, Ye Tian found a tree and plucked a golden fruit. He took a bite. Instant sweetness flooded his mouth, and he let out a low groan. Spiritual energy. Ye Tian cultivated the 9 suns, art which absorbed spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Now the nangua pears from his family's grove also contained spiritual energy. That energy instantly dispelled all his fatigue. Replenishing stamina. These are the best pears I've ever tasted. They'll definitely fetch a high price. Ye Tian's eyes gleamed as he ate the pear, wanting to burst out laughing. With the spiritual liquid, how could I not make money? Ye Tian wrapped some pears in his shirt, planning to take them to his parents in Xiaomi tomorrow. With pears like these, what was there to worry about? What's this? As he was picking pears, the ground gave way beneath his foot. A crack split the earth and a foul stench surged out. What's going on? Ye Tian stepped over, kicked at the hole, then crouched down. Batteries. So many. Ye Tian's face darkened. The soil was packed with buried batteries. Clearly years of contamination from these batteries had ruined the pear grove. Bastards. Someone did this to our grove. Fine. I'll play along with you. Ye Tian dug out all the batteries and stacked them in the wooden cabin. Bare-chested, he got battery acid on his pants, so he took those off too. Wearing only his shorts, he headed toward the old family residence. As he stepped through the door, he froze. A thief. He never imagined anyone would rob this empty old house. His old room had a light on. Ye Tian rushed over. The moment he opened the door, he was stunned motionless. Inside, a woman with her back to him was unbuttoning her clothes. Her fair back gleamed pale in the light. How did you get here? Zhou Xiaoya spun around, shrieking as she hastily covered herself. Ye Tian was equally stunned. How could Zhou Xiaoya possibly be in his ancestral home? Pervert. Zhou Xiaoya shielded herself with one hand while snatching cosmetics from the table and hurling them at him. I'm not doing this on purpose. Ye Tian caught the thrown items and spun around, bolting toward the door. He was clad in only his undergarments. In such a state, appearing before Zhou Xiaoya in the dead of night. How could she not be mortified and furious? Ye Tian. Zhou Xiaoya crouched down, tears streaming down her face. Just now Ye Tian had glimpsed everything. Her delicate shoulders trembling, Zhou Xiaoya reached for her phone. Xiaoya, why are you in my house? This is my room. From the doorway, Ye Tian poked his head out, bewildered as he gazed at Zhou Xiaoya. Get lost. Zhou Xiaoya hurled another garment. How awkward Ye Tian felt. The commotion had only revealed more of what he shouldn't have seen. What's going on here? Nangua li pears were scattered everywhere. Ye Tian could only pull on a t-shirt, pacing back and forth in the courtyard. Wailing echoed through the air. Inside the room, Zhou Xiaoya felt both wronged and livid. A full 10 minutes passed. Ye Tian waited 10 agonizing minutes while Zhou Xiaoya continued weeping. Stop crying. It was all a misunderstanding. Why haven't you left yet? How do you expect me to leave? Ye Tian grumbled, hanging his head. He had no pants on. How was he supposed to run all the way home? You. Through the crack of the door, Zhou Xiaoya glimpsed Ye Tian's disheveled appearance. She wiped away her tears. You wait right there. Zhou Xiaoya dressed, grabbed a broom, and stormed outside. What? What are you doing? Ye Tian retreated several steps, keeping a safe distance from Zhou Xiaoya. This tigress of a woman. I'm going to fight you. Zhou Xiaoya disregarded everything. Ye Tian was her sworn enemy, and she would never let him off. Zhou Xiaoya charged forward with her broom raised high. Watch out. Ye Tian pointed downward. Scattered nangua li pears covered the ground. Zhou Xiaoya stepped directly onto one, her foot sliding out from under her. Oh no. Ye Tian instantly executed a swift movement, darting to Zhou Xiaoya's side. His right arm encircled her slender waist, spinning her around to restore her balance. Zhou Xiaoya gazed at Ye Tian in panic. She had been trying to hit him. How did she end up in his arms? Let go of me. As you wish. Ye Tian released her, and Zhou Xiaoya tumbled straight onto the ground. Her backside throbbing with pain, Zhou Xiaoya burst into tears once more. Bastard. You scoundrel. Ye Tian, I swear we'll be enemies forever. Zhou Xiaoya had never cursed at anyone like this before. Seated on the ground, she sobbed uncontrollably. After a long while, a hand extended toward her, holding a nangua li pear. I'm sorry. Ye Tian crouched before Zhou Xiaoya, gazing at her gently. I truly didn't know. Please have some pears. The rich fragrance of pears permeated the courtyard. Crushed nangua li scattered across the ground filled the air with an intoxicating, heartwarming scent. Though Zhou Xiaoya felt deeply wronged upon catching this aroma, she lifted her head in bewilderment. Her beautiful eyes reddened. Zhou Xiaoya remained seated on the ground, her pale face still showing traces of distress. After you finish eating, you'll have the strength to hit me again. Ye Tian placed the nangua li before Zhou Xiaoya, then picked up one for himself and took a bite. This room is mine, and that one belonged to my grandfather. When I was young, I used to play right here. That patch of land in the distance. It used to belong to my family. But we lost the deed and the village committee took it back. Ye Tian spoke as he ate, recounting tales from his childhood. Zhou Xiaoya's emotions gradually stabilized. Enticed by the fragrance, she couldn't help but lick the corner of her lips. Her delicate teeth parted gently, and finally, Zhou Xiaoya opened her mouth and bit into the pear. It melted on her tongue, the sweet flavor bursting across her taste buds. Zhou Xiaoya ate in amazement, growing more spirited with each bite. Her earlier irritation gradually dissipated. This pear, grown on our family farm. Delicious, right? You can eat them every day from now on. Ye Tian grinningly watched Zhou Xiaoya, who paused then took another bite. It took her a long moment to react. Stay away from me. Fine, I'll keep my distance. But I can't go back tonight. I'll stay in my grandfather's room. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. What kind of person do you take me for? Ye Tian shot Zhou Xiaoya an exasperated look. Women are fickle. One moment they were eating Nangua Li pears, the next they wore this expression. Who said you could stay? Get out. This is my house. I'm not leaving regardless. Ye Tian also acted shamelessly. Without pants, where could he possibly go? Ye Tian made his way to his grandfather's room, which had become a storage space filled with countless wooden crates. He wiped away the dust, washed his pants, and hung them outside to dry. Zhou Xiaoya's anger flared anew. She bit into the Nangua Li in her hand, imagining it was Ye Tian. Zhou Xiaoya returned to her room, slid the lock shut, and propped a chair against the door. A thermos of water sat on the chair. The moment Ye Tian tried to enter, Zhou Xiaoya would know immediately. Zhou Xiaoya remained fully clothed, lying on the Kong bed, phone in hand, alertly listening for any sounds outside. Ye Tian had fallen asleep long ago. He slept exceptionally soundly. With the spirit liquid, Ye Tian could improve all manner of spiritual plants under heaven. Staying in the countryside, he could absolutely carve out a whole new world. Silence reigned through the night. The sun had already risen high when Ye Tian finally woke. The moment he opened his eyes, he noticed something seemingly stuck to the room's beam. It was only visible at this particular angle when sunlight shone upon it. What on earth could it be? With a single leap, Ye Tian, as nimble as an ape, reached up and snatched the object from the beam. It felt like a parchment scroll, though it had been blackened by smoke and had blended into the beam itself. Had it not been for the sunlight, it would never have been discovered. Left by Grandpa. Ye Tian slowly unrolled the parchment, and his eyes lit up. A land deed. Ye Tian never expected that the parchment contained the land deed of the Ye family. The corners of his mouth slowly curled upward as he gazed toward the pear orchard, his eyes growing deeper and deeper. When Ye Tian emerged from the old house, Zhou Xiaoya still hadn't gotten up. She had only fallen asleep at 5 in the morning, unable to hold on any longer. Ye Tian said nothing more. He pulled on his pants and headed again to the pear orchard, where he picked many Nangua pears. Daddy. Back home, Ye Xiaomi was washing her hair. When she saw her father return, she ran over excitedly. Xiaomi, you're done. Ye Tian caught Xiaomi in his arms. Her cheeks were rosy, just like a little apple. Daddy has brought you something delicious. What delicious thing? Xiaomi had already eaten breakfast, but at the mention of food her eyes sparkled. Nangua pears. No, they're not good. Xiaomi looked at the pears with disappointment and instinctively refused. How can they not be good? They're delicious. Really? Ye Xiaomi sniffed them. They smelled nice, and finally picked up a piece and took a bite. So tasty. Her chubby face turned into that of a little hamster. Ye Xiaomi munched on the Nangua pear, clutching another one, and ran toward the house. Grandma, this Nangua pear is delicious. Inside the room, Sun Li and Yi Liang were whispering about something. Seeing Ye Tian enter, they looked at their son with a strange expression. Nangua pears. What's so good about them? I've had enough of them. Grandpa, they're really good. In such a short time, Ye Xiaomi had already finished her second pear, and the fruity aroma once again filled the room. This pear. Yi Liang, who had grown pears for so many years, immediately realized he had never smelled anything so delicious. The old couple exchanged glances and began to eat as well. So good. So compared to this pear, our own families are practically inedible. Sun Li nodded, the sweetness on her tongue mingling with a complex feeling in her heart. Tomorrow was the day to repay the debt, but they had no money. Ye Tian also had to compensate the clinic. Life really was impossible. This is our family's pear. What? Yi Liang almost bit his tongue. He stuck out his tongue, looked at Ye Tian, then again at the golden Nangua pear in his hand. Bullshit, how could that be? This pear looks like it came from the ancestral tree, golden all over like it was cast in gold. A top-grade Nangua pear. This single fruit could sell for at least 50 yuan a caddy. Dad, this really came from our pear orchard. Look, so many of them. Ye Tian grinned and walked in carrying a bag full of Nangua pears. Our pear orchard? What's going on? Yi Liang was shocked again. He looked at the bag behind Ye Tian. It seemed to be the same kind used in their family's orchard. Dad, I'm asking you, will these Nangua pears sell? After eating one, you feel refreshed and full of energy. Sell. No problem at all. Top-grade Nangua pears like this are specially supplied, reserved for the leaders. Really replenishes energy. Yi Liang took a few more bites and indeed felt his strength returning. There you go. With such Nangua pears, there's no issue, right? Of course no issue. Yi Liang grew excited too. Sun Li, eating the Nangua pear, listened to her son talk about the pear orchard in the back, which had recovered overnight. Sweetheart, did you dig up some treasure in the pear orchard? Really? No matter who asks, you just say that. Xiaoyan, what are you up to? Yi Liang didn't quite understand, but Ye Tian smiled mysteriously again. Yi Xiaomi, however, kept stuffing nangua pears into her mouth with both hands. Xiaomi, you're eating too much. Dad, it's so good I can't get enough. Eating too many nangua pears will make you hot. Ye Tian ruffled his daughter's hair. Yi Xiaomi really was a big eater. In that short time, she had downed over a dozen nangua pears. Is my daughter part piglet? In Phoenix Village, someone passing by the pear orchard was stunned by the sight before them. Pear blossoms surged like waves at Golden Shore. Even Zhou Xiaoya was utterly shocked when she came out of the old house. Did you hear? The Yi family dug up a treasure in their pear orchard. With that treasure, the withered orchard has come back to life. Really? What treasure? The villagers were all buzzing with curiosity. Several old women even deliberately went to the pear orchard to peer from a distance. The news soon reached Han Biao's ears. Han Biao was hiding in the village's card room, which was filled with smoke, scattered bills, and playing cards. A treasure. Han Biao was taken aback hearing the buzz. Old Mao, is it true? Boss Biao, it's true, that's what everyone is saying. I saw that pear orchard myself. It really did come back to life. It's unbelievable. Damn. Han Biao had been holed up there since his father bailed him out last night. When he heard the news, he flipped the table over. Everyone stared at him in shock. You come here. Han Biao pointed at Mao Laosan, who immediately bent over and hurried to his side. Tonight, go check it out. How could it have come back to life? And tell the brothers to be ready tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm going to make a big move. Ye Tian, you'd better prepare to roll out of Phoenix Village. No one expected Han Biao to burst into loud laughter. A conspiracy was about to unfold. Night once again enveloped Phoenix Village. A Jetta car had been parked early behind the pear grove. Mao Laosan, shouldering a shovel cautiously, made his way down. A treasure. Really? That day Mao Laosan had been asking around the village. The rumors had grown too wild. After all, the withered pear tree in the Yi family's grove had miraculously revived. That was a fact. Some even said that Ye Tian had unearthed a treasure bowl from the pear grove. According to the children who played with Yi Xiaomi, she had heard her father Ye Tian say that the treasure came in male and female forms. He had dug up the female one, and there was still a male one in the ground. It was said that the treasure was located right next to the mound behind the pear grove. That place. Others might not know, but Mao Laosan did. That spot was where the batteries were buried. A treasure bowl. Mao Laosan hadn't even finished elementary school before becoming a street loafer. Naturally, he was superstitious. Perhaps there really was such a thing as a treasure bowl in this world. Mao Laosan didn't tell Han Biao about the treasure bowl. He took his shovel alone, ready to dig carefully. Of course, there were some batteries placed in the car behind him. As Han Biao had instructed, no matter what miraculous revival occurred, as long as they kept burying batteries in the ground, the land would never recover. When Mao Laosan finally reached the mound, he was instantly stunned. Damn, it's really been dug up here. Could it be true? Mao Laosan spat into his palms and began to dig. No batteries either. No treasure either. Just as Mao Laosan was puzzled, a figure appeared behind him. Looking for something. A treasure bowl. None of your business. Mao Laosan grumbled resentfully, but as soon as he finished, his body stiffened. Before Mao Laosan could turn around, a hand seized his neck. With immense force, his feet left the ground, and he immediately fell unconscious. When the lights flickered and Mao Laosan opened his eyes, he found himself hanging upside down in a wooden cabin. The batteries were placed in an iron basin, and Ye Tian sat there holding a lighter. Sparks flickered from the flint, nearly falling onto the batteries. Fuck, Ye Tian, what are you doing? What do you think? Ye Tian's face was expressionless as he reached the lighter toward the batteries. Stop. We can talk about anything. This could kill someone. Mao Laosan immediately cowered. If the batteries were ignited, the resulting flames would cripple him on the spot. Kill someone. A faint smile curled at the corner of Ye Tian's mouth, revealing a terrifying grin. Mao Laosan was instantly intimidated. Who could face the smile of the king of hell? What are you doing here so late? I came to dig for treasure. Han Biao doesn't know, does he? What? Mao Laosan panicked again, staring at Ye Tian in fear. What was Ye Tian planning? No one knows you're here, right? Then it's suitable. Vengeance has its target. Do you know why the withered tree revived? When I was in the army, I once met a strange man. He said that if you bury human bones in the ground, the soil absorbs their essence and changes. Ye Tian's voice drifted, nearly scaring Mao Laosan to death. Human bones. Damn. Ye Tian, it was all Han Biao's doing. He had me bury batteries in your land to take over your pear grove. He wanted to set up a fruit station and monopolize the fruit business around Feng County. Mao Laosan spilled everything. Ye Tian showed no reaction. Just as Mao Laosan finished, Ye Tian raised a hand and lowered him down. Write down everything you just said, sign, and press your fingerprint. If you write a single wrong word, I'll break one of your bones. Mao Laosan was truly terrified. Ye Tian's gaze was too frightening, as if he were looking at a corpse. I don't know how to write some characters. Can I use pinyin? Fine, say it as you write. Ye Tian looked down at Mao Laosan, watching him tremble as he wrote the characters like crawling shrimp, finally pressing his fingerprint. Mao Laosan, what do you think Han Biao would do if he found out you sneaked here to dig for treasure? Off. Ye Tian pointed at the wooden cabin and said faintly, get lost. Gritting his teeth, Mao Laosan fled in disarray. He didn't dare go home, and instead ran toward Feng County. Ye Tian walked out of the wooden cabin and laughed heartily. Just as Ye Tian was laughing, Zhou Xiaoya happened to be returning from outside. She saw Ye Tian standing in the wooden cabin laughing in a sinister manner. Such an ugly laugh. Are you plotting something against me? Ye Tian also noticed Zhou Xiaoya and asked casually, who sent you? None of your business, is it? Zhou Xiaoya, this is my family's pear grove. Still none of your business. After saying that, Zhou Xiaoya's face flushed red, and she lowered her head as she walked away. Ye Tian watched Zhou Xiaoya in frustration, his good mood ruined by this tigress. By the way, tell uncle to come to the village tomorrow. The village chief is back and has something to discuss with him. The village chief. Ye Tian was taken aback. Why would Zhang Quan, the village chief, want to see his father at this time? Do you have any money tomorrow? Zhou Xiaoya walked over anyway, took a bank card from her backpack behind her, and said, take it. Remember, be a good person. You're a father now. Zhou Xiaoya was using her own money to help Ye Tian. Ye Tian was stunned, warmth filling his heart, but he quickly refused, no need. Just take it. Zhou Xiaoya tried to stuff the card into Ye Tian's pocket, but he dodged. Snap. A flash lit up in the distance. A cold voice came from afar. Branch secretary, it's so late. Tugging and pulling like that doesn't look good, does it? In the darkness, a man in his 50s, bald, draped in a cloth coat, smoking a cigarette, looked coldly at the scene. Village chief, what brings you here? Zhou Xiaoya turned around, and was somewhat surprised to see it was Zhang Quan, the village chief. Ye Tian also looked at the village chief, a man he did not recognize. He had heard from his father that village chief Zhang Quan was overbearing in the village, relying on the Han family to sell off village land at cheap prices. When some elderly villagers went to reason with him, they were beaten by Han Biao and his men. During the years Ye Tian had been away from the villagers had suffered much under Zhang Quan's bullying. Zhang Quan, smoking a cigarette and looking at a photo on his phone, walked over with a sneer. Secretary, the villagers are prone to gossip. I think you'd better not stay at the Yi residence. What? Do I need to report to you, the village chief, about where I live? Ye Tian, overhearing this, was taken aback. He had never imagined Zhou Xiaoya could be so assertive. Zhang Quan snorted coldly. Ever since Zhou Xiaoya arrived in Fengwang village, the two had been in constant conflict. Zhang Quan wanted to drive Zhou Xiaoya away. Unfortunately, Zhou Xiaoya was diligent in her work and could mingle with the villagers, earning their support. Zhang Quan cast a sinister glance at Ye Tian and said, so you're the Yi family kid, back from the army. The moment you return, you stir up trouble. What do you think Fengwang village is? Cause any more trouble, and you can get out of the village. After being rebuffed by Zhou Xiaoya, Zhang Quan began to bully Ye Tian arrogantly. Ye Tian laughed, not even lifting his head. None of your damn business. You little brat, how dare you talk to me like that? Zhang Quan's face darkened with menace. Tell your father to come see me tomorrow. You're not worthy of speaking to me. Zhang Quan clasped his hands behind his back, puffed up with arrogance. Village chief, he's a villager. Why shouldn't he be allowed to speak to you? Zhang Quan stepped back, taken aback by Zhou Xiaoya's retort. After all, Xiaoya was the party secretary, and Zhang Quan dared not go too far. But he completely disregarded Ye Tian. His eyes darting, Zhang Quan pointed at Ye Tian and said, so you're relying on Secretary Xiaoya to speak to me in such a tone, are you? Zhou Xiaoya's face flushed, and she instinctively glanced at Ye Tian from the corner of her eye. Village chief, on whose authority do you rely? Ye Tian, aren't you being a bit too insolent? Village chief, are you alone? Damn it. Zhang Quan stepped back, looking around nervously, his eyes darting toward Ye Tian. This discharged soldier was nothing but a hothead. Would he actually lay hands on him? A wise man knows when to retreat. Zhang Quan's confidence wavered. Fine. We'll see about that. He had the photo anyway, he could use it later. Zhang Quan turned and walked away. Zhou Xiaoya cast a sidelong glance at Ye Tian and said softly, can't we just communicate properly? Secretary, people like him aren't worth communicating with. You? Forget it. Zhou Xiaoya didn't argue further and began to unbutton her jacket. This isn't appropriate, is it? Ye Tian's eyes flickered with uncertainty. What are you thinking? Zhou Xiaoya shyly pulled out a packet of tissues from her hand. To wipe your sweat. And this card. Zhou Xiaoya tossed the card to Ye Tian, then hurried away with quick steps. Ye Tian looked at the bank card in his hand, a warmth spreading through his heart. She's a good person. I didn't expect her to have some spine today. If it were me. The corners of his mouth curled upward, his smile gradually turning cold. Of course, Ye Tian didn't know that Zhang Quan hadn't gone home, but had instead returned to the village office. Inside the office, Han Biao and his men were waiting for Zhang Quan with bottles of Matai and cartons of Zhonghua cigarettes laid out. Uncle, you're back. How did it go? Han Biao quickly offered another cigarette to Zhang Quan. Your old boss already told me everything. Such a small matter, and you make such a big fuss. Uncle, this guy knows some soldiers. Han Biao forced a smile. Zhang Quan had been promoted by Han Tongshan. This time Han Tongshan had personally called and given Zhang Quan clear instructions. Zhang Quan chuckled and said slowly, soldiers. Can they meddle in village affairs? I have the final say on village policies. Haha, Uncle is the best. Uncle, what's the plan for tomorrow? Listen to me. I'll directly reclaim the Yi family's pear orchard. Then I'll let you contract it. Really? Han Biao was thrilled. This way he could make Ye Tian pay back the debt and also get the pear orchard, a double win. But if the village reclaims the orchard, we'll need to compensate them. You'll have to come up with 3,000 yuan. No problem. Han Biao readily agreed, placing the cigarettes and liquor in front of Zhang Quan again. What if they don't agree? Disagree. The Yi family. They're nothing. Uncle, I'm counting on you. Han Biao was completely reassured. Tomorrow he would go in person and have some fun with Ye Tian. The next morning Ye Tian took a basket and began picking the southern pear again. Ye Tian had originally planned to go to Feng County that day to renegotiate the southern pear deal with the fruit merchant his father knew. Now he had given the southern pear a name. Golden pear. As precious as gold, and he hoped to sell it at a fitting price. Ye Xiaomi also came to the pear orchard, secretly picking pear blossoms and putting them into her mouth. Xiaomi, are you eating flowers too? Daddy, I'm just tasting them. They're pretty tasty. Ye Xiaomi looked up adorably, her lips pink, making her look like a little flower herself. Later I'll ask Grandma to make you some pear blossom paste. Really? Ye Xiaomi was delighted. Pear blossom paste was made with honey, and she had been craving it for a long time. Alright, I'll make it when I get back from the county. Ye Tian tightened the ropes on the motorcycle, loading 2 baskets of golden pears, over 100 jin in total. Get off. Ye Tian reached out and lifted Ye Xiaomi, who had climbed into the basket. Daddy, can you take me? Ye Xiaomi looked at him with longing. She had never been to Feng County before. Next time. No, I want to go this time. Ye Xiaomi started to throw a tantrum, hugging the pears and lying down in the basket. Haha, if you want to hold on, grab the basket. What good is hugging the pears? Ye Tian lifted Ye Xiaomi again, and the pears tumbled from her arms. Just then Ye Tian's phone rang. Ye Tian, come back quickly. Han Biao is here. So early. Ye Tian's eyes narrowed. Han Biao was coming to collect the debt far too early. It was only 8 o'clock. Xiaomi, let's go home first. Ye Tian picked up Xiaomi, started the motorcycle, and headed home. At the Yi family's doorstep, nearly 30 people had surrounded the house. Han Biao stood blocking the entrance, glaring ominously at Yi Liang and Sun Li. The others also looked arrogant, some even holding up their phones, thrusting them into the faces of Ye Tian's parents. Old man, let's see what you do today. The surrounding villagers didn't dare to approach, whispering among themselves. Ye Tian still not back. I'm here to collect the debt. Pay back what you owe. With grand fanfare, Han Biao had brought along every enforcer from his company. These men were nothing but hoodlums, following Han Biao in his predatory lending scheme, committing countless misdeeds without a shred of conscience. Yi Liang stood at the doorway about to offer an explanation when Han Biao. A motorcycle surged forward like a dragon, emerging from the depths, crashing into the scene. Damn it. Han Biao stumbled backward immediately. The motorcycle was traveling far too fast. He feared being struck. Upon recognizing Ye Tian as the rider, Han Biao instinctively retreated several paces. Looking for death, are we? Ye Tian planted himself at the entrance, utterly indifferent to however many men had come. Who said anything about looking for death? You little whelp. Who do you think you are? Some of Han Biao's men present for the first time hurled curses at Ye Tian. Han Biao smirked with sinister delight, yet raised a hand to halt his subordinates. Mind your manners. We are here to collect a debt. Perfectly reasonable, perfectly legal, entirely justified. Ye Tian, 3 days have passed. The deadline has arrived, hasn't it? 100,000 yuan. Do you have it? Han Biao wagged his head, his laughter growing increasingly brazen. Can you even count? Does anyone come demanding payment at the crack of dawn? Come back in the afternoon. Ye Tian's arrogance surpassed even Han Biao's, leaving the debt collectors utterly dumbfounded. What the hell are you so cocky about? You think you're in the right. Pay up now. The men resumed their barrage of abuse. Fearing his son might resort to violence, Yi Liang quickly restrained Ye Tian. Sun Li gathered Ye Xiaomi into her arms, preparing for any eventuality. Ye Tian stood his ground, his gaze sweeping across the assembled men. I said I would repay the debt today, and I will. Oh, you will you? Ye Tian, rest assured. I have no intention of using force today. Your Yi family will accompany me to the village office. The village chief wishes to speak with you. Huh? Yi Liang hesitated, puzzled by Han Biao's sudden invitation to the village office. Yesterday Ye Tian had also mentioned the village office. What could the village chief possibly want with the Yi family? Your Yi family has quite the pleasant surprise waiting for you. Han Biao could barely contain his gleeful laughter. Dad, I'm going with you. Ye Tian felt deeply uneasy. Han Biao's demeanor reeked of something amiss. Very well, father and son, we shall go. But whatever you do not resort to violence. The simple, honest Yi Liang repeatedly exhorted his son to exercise restraint. Come along now, to the village office. Anyone who enjoys a spectacle feel free to follow and watch. Han Biao began summoning reinforcements, his men bellowing for the villagers to gather. The villagers craned their necks in curiosity. How had Ye Tian's debt escalated to a village office matter? Dad, I've got this. Ye Tian reassured Yi Liang, sensing his father's mounting anxiety. The father and son proceeded toward the village office. As they neared the entrance, raised voices echoed from within. Village chief, how can you do this? A contract carries legal binding. We must honor our agreement. Zhou Xiaya, calm yourself. Inside the village office, Zhang Quan cradled his teacup, idly blowing away the tea leaves with an air of supreme leisure. Zhou Xiaoya's face had drained of color. She gestured wildly at the documents upon the table, unable to compose herself. Your affair with the Ye family. That's precisely why you're in such a frenzy. A cadre must lead by example. You cannot behave in this manner. Village chief, what exactly are you implying? How have I failed to lead by example? I have no connection to Ye Tian whatsoever. No connection. One child, one mother, one father, and this photograph. Even if you took this to the township office, how would you explain it? You. Zhou Xiaoya found herself speechless. She spun around to find Ye Tian striding through the door. This is all your fault. Her fury erupted toward Ye Tian, who stood there utterly bewildered. Zhou Xiaoya, you truly are a fierce tiger. You wretched scoundrel. Zhou Xiaoya gnashed her teeth in frustration. Catching sight of Ye Liang entering the room, she swallowed her words and anxiously shook her head at him. Oh Xiaoya, losing your temper. Ye Tian, look at you, always tormenting Xiaoya. Han Biao sauntered in, running his tongue across his gums in a deliberately nauseating gesture. Zhou Xiaoya's expression soured further. Enough. Zhang Quan set down his teacup, noting the growing crowd assembled outside the village office. Old Ye, come take a seat. He indicated a stool nearby, and Ye Liang hastily complied. Village chief, what seems to be the matter? We genuinely have a way to repay today. Han Biao's usurious loan is nowhere near that sum. Ye Liang sought to explain to the village chief, hoping for his assistance. Debt disputes fall outside my responsibilities. I summoned you here regarding the pear orchard land matter. Land? Ye Liang blinked in bewilderment, his gaze fixed upon Zhang Quan. When you originally contracted this pear orchard, you signed an agreement with the township, did you not? The lease term was set at 30 years. Back then so many coveted that tract of land. Why was it awarded to your Ye family? Zhang Quan spoke with deliberate slowness, unhurried in his delivery. That land once belonged to our Ye family's ancestral holdings. Indeed, but you lack the original land deed. It was reclassified under village jurisdiction. The village office, taking pity on your hardship, and your granddaughter, granted you the land. Such a vast expanse of land contracted to you for a mere 100,000 yuan annually. Yes, we are most grateful to you, village chief. Old master, you have held this contract for 5 years now. The village office has been more than generous. You are aware of how inflation has surged in these times. Regardless, you have profited considerably. This pear orchard shall revert to the village. What did you say? Ye Liang stood as though struck by lightning, gazing at Zhang Quan in abject horror. The village intended to reclaim the pear orchard, annulling the original contract entirely. Ye Liang was immediately agitated, his hands trembling so much that he couldn't sit down. Village chief, you can't do this. The pear orchard has just begun to show promise. How can you take it back? Village chief, I beg you. Ye Liang was about to kneel before Zhang Quan. The golden pears had just emerged, and the village wanted to reclaim the land. The village committee has its considerations. Look at this contract. It states that the right of interpretation belongs to the village committee. That's not how it works. I contracted this land for 30 years. Ye Liang tried to explain further, but Zhang Quan picked up his tea mug again and began to drink slowly. Ye Liang was extremely anxious, sweat beading on his forehead. Xiaoya. He sought help from Zhou Xiaoya, but just as she was about to speak, Han Biao sneered. Everyone knows she's involved with the Ye family. You. Zhou Xiaoya glared at Han Biao. At that moment, a sharp slap echoed. Half of Han Biao's face swelled up. What? The village committee members were all stunned. Even those outside the window exchanged glances. What had just happened? How did Han Biao's face swell up? Your mouth is too foul. Why are there so many mosquitoes in the village committee? Ye Tian stood calmly before his father, gently guiding him to sit on a stool. Ye Tian, how dare you hit me? Han Biao covered his face, glaring venomously at Ye Tian. Who? Any evidence? Did you see it? Or did you? Ye Tian glanced contemptuously at the thugs around Han Biao. How could these ruffians have seen Ye Tian's move? Or did our village chief see it? Ye Tian also looked at Zhang Quan, who was staring back at him. Their eyes locked. Village chief, he hit me. Did you see it? Han Biao demanded frantically. Shut up. Zhang Quan calmed down. He indeed hadn't seen Ye Tian move. Ye Tian's skill made Zhang Quan wary. See, I told you there were mosquitoes here. Han Biao, watch your words. Xiaoya is a pure unmarried girl. If you dare speak nonsense again, I'll hire a lawyer for her and sue you for defamation. You sue me? Han Biao was rendered speechless by Ye Tian's words. Zhou Xiaoya was also stunned. She hadn't expected Ye Tian to stand up for her at this moment. But when she thought of Ye Tian referring to her as a pure unmarried girl, Zhou Xiaoya felt both embarrassed and angry. At that moment, Ye Liang broke down in tears. Village chief, no matter what, you can't take back this land. We signed and sealed the contract. I beg you. Old Ye, the township has issued a new policy. All unclaimed land must be reclaimed. It's not just your family. Every household is the same. The land will be redistributed and returned to the collective. In our village, the young people are all out working in the cities, leaving only the elderly. Besides women and children, how many people can actually work? From now on, all land will be unified under the collective and farmed as a whole. This is also in response to the policy. If you don't believe me, ask Zhou Xiaoya. The documents are right here. Zhang Quan pointed to the papers on the table again, driving Ye Liang to desperation. All right, your family hasn't had it easy. Your son just came back and caused all this trouble. According to the contract, the village will compensate your family a sum of money. Compensation? Ye Liang looked at Zhang Quan again. If there was compensation to cover their investment, he might as well give up farming. Of course there's compensation. A contract is a contract. If we breach it, the village committee must compensate. Zhang Quan said with conviction. Then how much? Ye Liang didn't understand contracts. When he signed it, the village had drafted the terms. Zhang Quan glanced at Han Biao, who scowled, and had someone bring out 3,000 yuan. This is it. What? Ye Liang stared in shock. How could it be so little? Old Ye, the village has no money. We had to borrow this from Han Biao. Take it. Starting tomorrow, the pear orchard land will revert to the village. The pear trees on it. If you want to move them, you can, but you'll need approval. Alternatively, if it's really not working, you can sell them to someone else. As soon as Zhang Quan finished speaking, Han Biao stepped forward with a cold smile. I can buy them. Sell me the entire pear orchard and your debt will be cleared. How about that? A win-win for everyone. Han Biao burst into loud laughter again. 53,000 yuan. Such a bargain to acquire the Yi family's pear orchard. No, you can't do this. Village chief, you, and this Han Biao. Ye Liang looked at Zhang Quan in anguish, realizing that Zhang Quan was colluding with Han Biao in a scheme of extortion. What are you trying to say? Old Ye, aren't you listening to me anymore? Zhang Quan's face darkened, and he slammed his tea mug down heavily. I told you this is the policy. Sign the transfer agreement now. The compensation has already been given to you. With Zhang Quan's outburst, Ye Liang was already bowing about to kneel before him. Village chief, you really can't do this. A person must be reasonable. Uncle Ye. Zhou Xiaoya wanted to help, but couldn't. What's there to cry about? The village chief has said it's the utmost kindness. It's all policy. Hurry up and sign the agreement, take the compensation, and then sell the pear orchard to me. Dad, sign it. At that moment, no one expected Ye Tian to pick up the pen and hand it to Ye Liang. Ye Liang was even more agitated. Son, what do you mean by this? Dad, just sign. Ye Tian nodded at Ye Liang, then smiled at village chief Zhang Quan and said, don't cause trouble for the village. Everything should be done with reason, right? That's right. Zhang Quan's expression finally softened when he saw how obedient Ye Tian was. It seems that young people have seen the world. Old Ye, just listen to your son. Zhang Quan nodded at Ye Tian, approving his ability to read the situation. Yes, listen to your son. Han Biao also realized that Ye Tian had finally backed down and given up the pear orchard. How could this happen? Ye Liang sighed to the heavens. Even his son was telling him to sign, or was he really going to give up the pear orchard? Village chief, we can sign. I understand the land policy. It's all based on the 1996 standards, right? That's correct. You know about this. Zhang Quan was taken aback. Everything must be done with reason. Ye Tian nodded, then turned to look at Han Biao and said, are you sure you're offering 3,000 yuan in compensation? Haha, of course the money is right here. It's not my compensation. Oh, I'm lending it to the village office. I'm a man of honor. Ye Tian, later you can sell me the pear orchard, and I'll forget the interest on the money your family owes me. That's not what you said just now, eh? Ye Tian looked at Han Biao with amusement. Han Biao quickly shook his head and said, times have changed. Seeing that Ye Tian had completely backed down, Han Biao bullied him again. Is that so? Ye Tian didn't say much more. He watched as his father signed the document and pressed his red fingerprint. This money belongs to us now, right? Ye Tian pointed at the 3,000 yuan on the table. Zhang Quan nodded and said, of course this is your compensation. Good, many thanks. Ye Tian picked up the money and pocketed it directly. The villagers outside the window saw this and shook their heads. Alas, it seems that old Ye's son is also a spendthrift. Circumstances are stronger than people. There's no choice. Just admit defeat. Are you going to fight the village chief? Ye Liang was already in a daze. Losing the pear orchard, his heart was breaking. All right, this matter is settled. The pear orchard returns to the village office. The village office will arrange a time to handle it. Zhang Quan picked up his teacup again. Village chief, what's there to arrange? That land will be handled by my brigade. What do you think? Han Biao was still the captain of the village's 3rd Brigade, and he was colluding with Zhang Quan to transfer the pear orchard to himself. The 3rd Brigade, that's fine too. What? Zhou Xiaoya had been watching the whole time. Just moments ago they said it would return to the village office, but then they turned around and gave it to Han Biao. This maneuver right in front of the Yi family was too much of an insult. You, Zhou Xiaoya, hating injustice as much as she hated enemies, arched her brows in anger. She was determined to stop this behavior no matter what. Xiaoya, help my father. Ye Tian interrupted Zhou Xiaoya, even patting her on the shoulder. What are you going to do? Ye Tian, don't you dare throw a punch. Zhou Xiaoya was startled, thinking Ye Tian was about to start a fight. Son, don't do anything foolish. We'll endure it. Ye Liang also grabbed Ye Tian's hand. Even if they were bullied and the pear orchard was taken, they couldn't start a fight here. What are you going to do? Zhang Quan also glared at Ye Tian. Was Ye Tian going to make a move at this moment? Han Biao stepped back and shouted toward the door, everyone get in here. Han Biao wanting to be safe since Ye Tian was too good at fighting. Whoosh! The people at the door rushed in and surrounded Ye Tian. What is this? This is the village office. In your behavior, do you think the village chief is not an official? Too insolent. No one expected Ye Tian to start scolding them without making a move. Zhang Quan was stunned for a moment, then glared at Han Biao. The pear orchard issue was resolved. You don't cause trouble in the village office. Xiao Yi, there's nothing left for your Yi family here. Just leave. Take the money and buy some good food for your child. As for the money you owe Han Biao, I'll give you a few more days. Han Biao, right? Han Biao snickered. Seeing that Ye Tian hadn't made a move, he quickly nodded and said, no problem. Better yet, sell me all the pear trees. I'll forget the interest. How about that? Sell? Why would I sell my pear orchard? Your pear orchard? You must be mistaken. Ye Tian didn't even bother to respond to Han Biao. Instead, he looked at Zhou Xiaoya. Xiaoya, I need to apply for land use with you. Our family has some land that we want to reclaim. According to the 1996 land policy, if we have the deed, it's possible, right? What? Zhou Xiaoya didn't react. She seemed not to know about the 1996 land policy. That's right, you should leave quickly. If you want to build a homestead, apply to the village office. Zhang Quan picked up his teacup again. Not a homestead. I want to reclaim our family's ancestral land. Village chief, is that okay? Cough, cough, ancestral land. Zhang Quan coughed. Your Yi family's ancestral land is just a broken down house, isn't it? The place you rented to Xiaoya has nothing to do with our village office. Village chief, who said our family's ancestral land is only that little bit. I'm sorry, but the village has occupied our ancestral land. Please return it. You, what do you mean? Are you trying to make a scene here? When did our village ever occupy your ancestral land? Not to mention your family asked anyone in the whole village. Absolutely not. Zhang Quan spoke with conviction. Our rural land was a serious matter. Especially ancestral lands and burial grounds. They were considered precious treasures. The village committee might reclaim unclaimed land, but how could they possibly take ancestral land? Is that so? Ye Tian looked out the window where the old farmers outside were nodding one by one. Ancestral land can't be occupied by the village committee. You forget it, just leave. These people also thought Ye Tian was causing trouble. Han Biao was almost dying of laughter. What use was it for Ye Tian to make a scene here? That's the logic, but village chief, you just reclaimed our ancestral land. Now I want it back. What? Zhang Quan was stunned. When had he ever reclaimed ancestral land? What do you mean? Han Biao also looked at Ye Tian foolishly. They hadn't mentioned ancestral land just now. At most they had reclaimed the pear orchard. The pear orchard? You mean the pear orchard? Zhou Xiaoya realized. Xiaoya smart. Ye Tian cast an approving glance at Zhou Xiaoya, which left her speechless. How is that pear orchard your ancestral land? When it was returned to our village back, then it was ownerless land. According to policy, without title deeds or land certificates, it all belongs to the village committee. That's the land policy of 1996. Your father knows that too. Now just leave. Zhang Quan was completely relieved. It turned out Ye Tian still believed that was the Yi family's ancestral land. Ye Tian, get out of here now. Don't bring trouble to your family. Are you crazy for ancestral land? Who can prove that piece of land belongs to your family? Han Biao started cursing, directly telling Ye Tian to scram. No sooner had he said that than a stack of yellowed papers slapped right onto Han Biao's face. Slap. Open your dog eyes and take a good look. This is our family's land deed. That pear orchard is our ancestral land. According to policy, it belongs to our family. What does the village committee have to do with it? Ye Tian took out the land deed from the mountain god's face and slapped it onto Han Biao's face. Whoa. In an instant the room erupted in an uproar. The first to react was actually Yi Liang, who immediately picked up the yellowed land deed and examined it carefully. Yes, this is the land deed. There's Ye Tian's grandfather's thumbprint and also the official seals of the old village chief and Feng County. Haha, our family's land deed is back. The pear orchard is our ancestral land. Give it back. Yi Liang let out a long howl, trembling with excitement as he clutched the land deed tightly. What? Zhou Xiaoya quickly stepped forward and examined the deed carefully. There were 7 deeds in total covering the pear orchard and the entire hill, all belonging to the Yi family. How could you possibly have the land deed? Zhang Quan was utterly dumbfounded. Previously the land had been reclaimed because Ye Tian's family had no deed. But now Ye Tian had found the deed. According to policy, that land and deed belonged to the old Yi family. Village chief, the policy is clear. You yourself said the village committee wouldn't occupy ancestral lands. This land belongs to our Yi family. So we won't trouble the committee to redistribute it. Zhang Quan had no rebuttal. The deed was genuine and the villagers had seen it too. At this moment Zhang Quan tried to find some other policy to argue, but after searching for a long time he found nothing. His mind was in chaos. When did you find the deed, Yesterday. Then why didn't you bring it out earlier? Zhou Xiaoya looked at Ye Tian seriously. If he had the deed, why didn't he show it? Wasn't there compensation money? Just now it was considered ownerless land, and our family was contracting it. Our Yi family are honest folks. Whatever the village says, we listen. The village chief was looking out for us, even lending money for compensation. We should thank the village chief for his care. Hearing Ye Tian's words, especially recalling that he had just accepted the 3,000 yuan, Zhou Xiaoya fell silent. Zhang Quan's face turned green. Care. This was a slap in the face. He and Han Biao had been playing their little game, thinking they could fool Ye Tian. In the end they had been made fools of by Ye Tian. Ye Tian had found the deed. That land had always belonged to the old Ye family. My 3,000. Han Biao finally realized what had happened. He had lost 3,000 yuan for nothing, gaining nothing at all. The pear orchard was gone now, firmly the Ye family's ancestral land. What do you mean your 3,000? That's my compensation money. You. Han Biao was so furious he could spit blood. How could this be happening? This wasn't what he wanted. Han Biao. Zhang Quan barked a reprimand, telling Han Biao to shut up. At this moment Zhang Quan had to figure out a way to handle this situation. Ye Tian, let us discuss this in the village committee. Discuss what? The deed is right here. Is there anything to discuss? Village chief, I think Ye Tian is right. No need to discuss. Our village committee cannot occupy someone else's ancestral land. Zhou Xiaoya also smiled the same smile as Ye Tian. You. Zhang Quan was left speechless. But at that moment Ye Tian's expression darkened, and he spoke again. Village chief, I want to report a case. What do you mean? The crowd was still immersed in the Ye family's acquisition of the ancestral land, never expecting Ye Tian to report the case. That's right, I want to report a crime. Village chief, you are the pillar of our Phoenix village. As the village chief, you must protect the interests of the villagers, right? Now someone has destroyed the pear orchard. What do you mean? Zhang Quan's mind was already overwhelmed, utterly unable to grasp what Ye Tian intended. Zhou Xiaoya was also baffled, and everyone else remained in the dark. What exactly was Ye Tian planning to do? The pear orchard had just been reclaimed. Who had destroyed it? Ye Tian continued unhurriedly. My father invested over $1 million in the pear orchard, introducing the southern pear from the ancestral tree. In the early years, everyone tasted it. Wasn't it delicious? Yes, I ate it too. It was truly delicious back then. Little Yi is right, the whole village knows. But why in just the past year or two have the trees withered and the fruit turned bad? The pear orchard is sick. The crowd responded again. Everyone was aware of the problems with the Yi family's orchard. All the money Ye Tian had earned during his military service had been poured into the orchard, and the Yi family had even borrowed money to treat the sick trees. Sick? Someone poisoned it. It's someone from our own village. They poisoned our orchard. Damn. The crowd was stunned, once more murmuring among themselves, their voices growing louder. Phoenix Village, after all, was a model civilized village where neighbors usually got along well. Every household farmed the land. To poison another's field would be a heinous sin. Han Biao's eyes darted around as he lowered his head and stepped back a few paces. Son, are you saying someone poisoned our orchard? Is it true? Yi Liang was furious too. Though usually mild-mannered, the realization that someone had poisoned his land ignited his anger. That, of course. Otherwise, how could a perfectly good orchard have been ruined like this? Who did it? The culprit is right here. What? The crowd erupted again. The poisoner was among them. Ye Tian, who is it? Zhou Xiaoya, as the village branch secretary, had to get to the bottom of such a serious case. Han Biao. Ye Tian pointed his finger at Han Biao. Damn. Every gaze turned to Han Biao. Han Biao, who had been hiding near Zhang Quan, roared upon hearing this. This is slander, pure slander. You're trying to avoid paying me back by framing me. Ye Tian, are you even human? Don't believe him, everyone. This is all fabricated by Ye Tian. Village chief, say something. Han Biao appealed to Zhang Quan. Zhang Quan, with a dark expression, nodded. Don't speak without evidence. Ye Tian, you're young and impulsive, but instigating trouble and defaming others is against the law. Village chief, of course I have evidence. Ye Tian smiled again. He had been waiting for Zhang Quan to say that. Raising his hand, he placed the written confession from Mao Laosan on the table. Everyone can take a look. Mao Laosan wrote this himself. Han Biao instructed Mao Laosan to bury storage batteries in our pear orchard. I dug up all those batteries and stored them in the wooden cabin. Mao Laosan's fingerprints are on them. Whoa. Everyone craned their necks to see the confession. Impossible. Han Biao was startled. How could Mao Laosan have written a confession, signed and fingerprinted, and you say it's impossible? Fake. It's all fake. Han Biao refused to admit it, shouting at Ye Tian. If you've got the guts, bring Mao Laosan here. Village chief, don't believe this. It's forged. Fine, then let Mao Laosan tell everyone himself. What? What do you mean? Han Biao stared in shock, and before he could figure it out, Ye Tian had already taken out his phone. In the video, Mao Laosan recounted Han Biao's deeds while writing his confession, detailing everything. It's true. Han Biao, you've gone too far. We're all from the same village. You actually poisoned old Ye's orchard. You're a scumbag. The village elders were furious. Poisoning someone's field was as grave as desecrating an ancestral grave. Han Biao, you bastard. Yi Liang lunged at Han Biao. It turned out everything was his doing. How could this be? No, it's all lies. Who dares touch me? Han Biao roared, ordering his men to protect him. He had to destroy the evidence at all costs. Seize it. Han Biao tried to have people snatch it, but Ye Tian stretched out his hand and sent each attacker flying. How could anyone snatch evidence from the King of Hell? Bang! Amid the chaos, the village office door was pushed open by the police. Police! Han Biao panicked again. Officers, I'm the one who reported the case. Here, these are all the evidence. Ye Tian smiled faintly and handed over all the evidence. Han Biao, I was planning to deal with you after selling the pears. But since you came to provoke me, you can just confess everything properly inside. Village chief, you didn't know about Han Biao's poisoning, did you? Ye Tian gave Zhang Quan a sinister smile. No, I know nothing. Zhang Quan was drenched in sweat, not daring to meet Ye Tian's gaze. Han Biao was arrested and his subordinates were also taken into custody. After all, there were both witnesses and evidence, and the police had taken away the batteries and other evidence. Inside the village committee office, Zhang Quan sat dejectedly on a chair. Dad, let's go home. All right. Yi Liang felt a sense of vindication this time. Han Biao had wanted his family to pay compensation, but now Han Biao would have to compensate for the losses of the pear orchard first. Xiao Yi, how did you find it? Perhaps it's Grandpa's blessing. Dad, I need to tidy up the ancestral house. I'll live there from now on. No. Before Yi Liang could object, Zhou Xiaoya quickly refused. Ye Tian glanced sideways at Zhou Xiaoya, who bit her lip and hurriedly explained, I'm living in the old house. What are you coming here for? After saying that, Zhou Xiaoya nervously twisted the hem of her clothes. You're the tenant, and I'm the landlord, okay? Besides, isn't there a dormitory in the village? There are mice over there. You're just the landlord's son. My house. Uncle Yi. Zhou Xiaoya clenched her teeth and quickly appealed to Yi Liang for help. How could this be? She was perfectly fine living in the ancestral house, but that Ye Tian was definitely up to no good coming there. How about letting Xiaomi move in too? Then you two, father and daughter, can bond a little. What? Zhou Xiaoya was stunned. Yi Liang said meaningfully, Xiaoya, don't worry. Let Ye Tian stay in his grandfather's room. If he dares to bully you, I'll kick him to death. Xiaomi will go too. Thanks to you before. You can also teach Xiao Tian how to take care of a child. Huh. Before Zhou Xiaoya could figure it out, Yi Liang quickly grabbed Ye Tian and headed home. Dad, what are you doing? Are you stupid? Xiaoya is so good. You need to seize this opportunity. Dad, it's not what you think. Anyway, I've given you the chance. Make good use of it. We're raising a child together. What are you being picky about? Xiaoya is really something. Ye Tian was speechless. He was going to the ancestral house to make good use of the pear orchard land. After all, with the mountain god space, he had to plan carefully to grow miraculous spiritual plants one by one. With these treasures, Ye Tian could also restore his cultivation. When Ye Tian returned home, Sun Li had already gotten the news. Seeing the deed with her own eyes, her face bloomed into a smile. Mom, you can celebrate later. I'm going to the county to sell the pears. Just to find this person, right? Ye Tian still had to go to the county, no matter what. He had to sell the Nangua pears. Right, Zhao Chong? You should call him brother. He's a relative of our family. Where's Xiaomi? Just as he asked about Xiaomi, he saw her already standing in front of the Nangua pear baskets, chubby and staring at Ye Tian. Dad, I want to go too. Let's go, set off. Ye Tian stepped on the gas. He wore a tracksuit over his clothes. The loose tracksuit wrapped around Ye Xiaomi, leaving only her little head exposed. Like a kangaroo, Ye Tian rode his motorcycle toward Feng County. On the national highway, traffic was continuous. On both sides of the road, golden corn grew vigorously. In the distance, mountains stretched one after another like a herd of dragons. Wow! Ye Xiaomi cried out excitedly, leaning into her father's arms. Warm and safe. Xiaomi, when we have money, Daddy will buy you delicious food. Daddy is the best. But the delicious food should go to Grandma and Grandpa first. Haha, Xiaomi is right. Ye Tian nodded. With his health restored and Han Biao dealt with, his future was about being a good father to his daughter and filial to his parents in Phoenix Village. At 10 in the morning, they arrived at the Feng County Fruit Market. The market was filled with fruit merchants from various places. It offered both wholesale and retail. This is the place. Ye Tian glanced at the stall. According to his father's introduction, stall No. 349 was run by a boss named Zhao Chong. Zhao Chong had some kinship with the Yi family. They were of the same generation, so Ye Tian indeed called him brother. Brother Zhao, are you here? Ye Tian was still very warm. After all, with this connection, he would have to get along well in the future. Who? A few people were playing poker on a table inside the stall. The stall was filled with various fruits, and on the shelves were also Gai County watermelons. Who is brother Zhao? My father Yi Liang sent me to talk about selling pears. Old Ye's family. Who would still want your pears? The man in the middle, wearing a red vest, threw down 2 kings without even lifting his head. Brother Zhao, these Nangua pears are really good this time. Good? What's good about them? These days, who still eats those Nangua pears? Nangua pears are a dime a dozen. As soon as Zhao Chong finished, the person beside him also glanced at Ye Tian and Ye Xiaomi. Don't touch the watermelons. If you break them, you'll have to buy them. One person happened to see Ye Xiaomi touch the watermelon beside her. Startled by the voice, Ye Xiaomi's hand slipped. Just a simple movement. Bang! The watermelons on the shelf burst open one by one. Daddy! Ye Xiaomi was also frightened. She had only touched them, never expecting that so many watermelons would shatter. Damn it! You little brat, what's the matter? The man put down his cards and glared angrily at Ye Xiaomi. Watch your mouth. They're just watermelons. Shit, just watermelons. Then you pay for them. The man stepped directly in front of Ye Tian, glaring fiercely. Ye Tian looked back at him and gently shielded Ye Xiaomi behind him. Brother Zhao, what do you say? After all, this was a relative stall, so Ye Tian had to ask. What do I say? You damage things, don't you have to pay? Like father, like daughter. No manners at all. Puck. Zhao Chong showed no consideration at all. He even spat a mouthful of phlegm in front of Ye Tian. Ye Tian turned back and smiled at Ye Xiaomi. Xiaomi, be good, go out for a moment. Ye Xiaomi looked at her father weakly, then nodded vigorously. That I didn't mean to. It's okay, go out. Ye Tian watched Ye Xiaomi walk out of the stall, then turned to face Zhao Chong and the others again. How much? I'll pay. Good that you know to pay. Hearing this, Zhao Chong turned back and winked at his buddies. After all, we're kind of relatives. So here's the deal, your unlucky kid damaged these 300 jin of watermelons, so 2,000 yuan. That's right, these are Gaishin watermelons. The one who had just scolded Xiaomi also sneered at Ye Tian. 300 jin. Seems like your watermelons are edged with gold. You're quite the relative, aren't you? Ye Tian chuckled scornfully and took out money from his pocket. This was the compensation money from Han Biao. Hurry up and pay, stop being so slow. Zhao Chong had someone snatch the money without counting it, pointed at the door, hoping Ye Tian would get lost. I've paid the money. Now let's settle the matter of you insulting my daughter. What? Zhao Chong and the others were stunned, then burst out laughing. 3 minutes later, Ye Tian walked out of the stall. Behind him there were cries of pain. Zhao Chong and the others were kneeling on the ground, all with swollen faces like pig heads. Who dared to insult my daughter? Ye Tian dusted off his hands, but didn't see Xiaomi at the door. Where's Xiaomi? He was startled, then heard a commotion coming from the front of the opposite stall. Give me back my money right now. There's 10,000 yuan of purchasing money in my wallet. Where did you hide the money, you kid? More than a dozen adults surrounded Ye Xiaomi in the middle. Ye Xiaomi looked at them aggrievedly, especially the heavily made-up woman at the front. The woman was in her 30s with a chin as sharp as a nail, clearly having undergone plastic surgery. She held a fashionable long-shaped gold wallet in her hand. The wallet contained many cards and over 30 banknotes. Sister, you, this kid picked up the wallet and was waiting here. No way, right? A kind-hearted person nearby couldn't bear to watch. Ye Xiaomi had just picked up the wallet and was calling out for the owner. Yu Yanli came out of her stall and immediately recognized it as her wallet. Yu Yanli had just had workers load goods that must have fallen here when she got off the car. Ye Xiaomi kindly returned the wallet to Yu Yanli, but Yu Yanli insisted that there was 10,000 yuan in the wallet. What the hell do you know? My wallet had 10,000 and this kid stole it. What? Do you know this kid? Yu Yanli was a shrew. In this fruit market, she was definitely a famous person. She had a backer, a thug who hung around the market long-term, so ordinary people dared not provoke her. The kind-hearted person had nothing more to say and shrank back. Auntie, this is all the money in the wallet. Ye Xiaomi explained anxiously, her round face turning red. Stop wasting my time. Where are your parents? Call them now to pay back the money, or I'll call the police and have you arrested. Yu Yanli tried to grab Ye Xiaomi's hand. Take your hand off. Ye Tian was really angry. These people, why did they only know how to bully children? First there was Zhao Chong, now here comes Yu Yanli. Dad. Ye Xiaomi finally cried. She had been kind enough to pick up the wallet and wait for the owner. How did she become a thief? Oh, is this your dad? Yu Yanli saw Ye Tian approaching and looked him up and down. Seeing that Ye Tian was simply dressed, she felt relieved. Your daughter stole 7,000 yuan from me. How do you raise her? Ye Tian directly picked up Ye Xiaomi and let her lie on his shoulder. I'm talking to you. Are you mute? Yu Yanli looked at Ye Tian with displeasure. Would this pretty boy pay up or not? My daughter picked up a wallet. Where is it? Ye Tian looked at Yu Yanli. She pointed at the wallet in her hand and was about to speak, but Ye Tian snatched it up. Xiaomi, did you pick this up? Yes, Dad, I picked it up. Right here, I didn't touch it at all. Grandma and Grandpa told me that if I find a wallet, I should return it to the owner. I really didn't steal any money. Ye Xiaomi quickly explained everything that had happened. Everyone listened. This is the kid who stole it. You say you didn't steal? With so much money in the wallet, how could you not be tempted? Probably your dad took it. Wants a good reputation and the money too. Isn't that so? Yu Yanli sneered at Ye Tian, determined to make him pay. Among the onlookers, some who were trying to curry favor with Yu Yanli also laughed. Sister, you is right, that's definitely what happened. People these days are all sly. One by one they started accusing Ye Tian and Ye Xiaomi. Ye Xiaomi lay on her father, tears streaming down in grievance. How much did you say you lost? Ye Tian's pupils contracted as he fixed his gaze on Yu Yanli. Are your ears stuffed with donkey hair? I told you there was 10,000 in my wallet. Are you sure? Of course I'm sure. Then that's good. It means the wallet my daughter picked up isn't yours. What? At Ye Tian's words, Yu Yanli's smile vanished. What did you say? Yu Yanli was a bit stunned. It seems your ears are malfunctioning, right? The wallet my Xiaomi picked up contained 3,000 yuan. You say you lost 10,000. This means this wallet is not yours. We still need to find a real owner. Move aside. Ye Tian directly pushed Yu Yanli aside, held Ye Xiaomi in his arms, and walked away. You come back. This is my wallet. Oh, does the wallet answer when you call it? Or does it have your ID card inside? Ye Tian sneered at Yu Yanli. The others were also dumbfounded. Ye Tian's logic was flawless. If you lost 10,000, but someone found 3,000, it might indeed not be your wallet. This is my wallet. There's just this much money in it. Your wallet had 10,000. Wait until we find a wallet with 10,000, then we'll talk. I don't have time for you. Ye Tian carried Ye Xiaomi and left, too lazy to bother with someone like Yu Yanli, who tried to take advantage. You come back here. Yu Yanli couldn't stop Ye Tian. She turned to ask for help, but the others looked at each other and didn't intervene. Just you wait. Furious Yanli went back to her stall and made a phone call. Ye Tian carried Ye Xiaomi back to the motorcycle. Dad, what should we do with the wallet? We'll hand it over to the police later. Dad, there seems to be another wallet over there. What? Ye Tian was startled. Following Ye Xiaomi's chubby finger, he indeed saw a gray wallet about 10 meters away. What's going on? Ye Tian was puzzled. When he picked up the wallet, he found over 1,000 yuan inside, which left him both amused and exasperated. I had to pay Zhaochang 2,000, but Xiaomi picked up over 4,000. Did we actually make a profit? Xiaomi, your luck. Ye Xiaomi, however, ignored everything else, grabbed a nangua pear from the fruit basket, and bit into it. Dad, are we still selling pears? Yes, but all this money should be handed over to the police. Ye Tian put down the wallet, planning to turn it in later. Returning lost money is a traditional virtue of China. Ye Tian had to set an example for Ye Xiaomi. Isn't that uncle going to buy any? Haha, even if he wanted to, I wouldn't sell. Ye Tian sneered, looked around at the stalls, and headed to the next one. What? Nangua pears? You're from Zhaochang, right? Get lost. Who wants to buy your crappy nangua pears? What is this? Get out. Every stall Ye Tian approached turned him away. Clearly Zhaochang, whom Ye Tian had beaten up, had already warned his fellow vendors. Dad, what do we do? Ye Xiaomi looked at his father with disappointment, thinking they could have sold the pears and bought some treats. Don't rush. Ye Tian thought for a moment. Looking at the pears in the basket, they were all perfectly ripe and tasted best now. If left for a few days, the flavor would greatly diminish. Let's sell these nangua pears first. Ye Tian pushed the motorcycle toward the exit of the fruit market. Outside, the road was lined with street vendors selling fruit. These were small-time sellers targeting passers-by. Ye Tian had no experience and chose a remote corner without any shade. Dad, isn't it a bit hot? Ye Xiaomi looked up and waved her little arm. Alas, there's no space. Ye Tian felt helpless. The stalls at the entrance were packed, and he had arrived too late. Young man, how can you sell fruit with a child? Come over here. Just opposite, there was a tricycle loaded with strawberries. The strawberries were neatly arranged in boxes. The woman selling strawberries in her 50s looked at Ye Xiaomi with sympathy. Auntie, I arrived late. Is this your first time? You have the child with you. Hello, Grandma. Have a golden pear. Ye Xiaomi, being well-mannered, took out a golden pear and offered it to Aunt Ma. Oh my, such a good child. Grandma doesn't need any. Aunt Ma reached out, picked up Ye Xiaomi, and pointed to a spot beside her. Right here, squeeze in a bit, it's fine. Auntie, thank you so much. Ye Tian looked at Aunt Ma with gratitude. Among ordinary folks, there were many kind-hearted people. The spot was shaded by a tree, which was indeed much cooler. First time here. Selling nangua pears. Aunt Ma was quite warm-hearted, mainly because she took a liking to Ye Xiaomi. Ye Tian realized that without Ye Xiaomi, he would probably have been baking in the sun today. Yes, first time. Alright, I'll help you sell them. Learn from me. Folks, come and take a look. Fresh nangua pears. Sweet and delicious, great for kids' digestion. Aunt Ma, an experienced vendor, started shouting skillfully. Ye Tian nodded in approval. Before he could say anything, little Ye Xiaomi imitated her in a cute manner. Folks, come and take a look. Good for digestion. Ye Xiaomi's childish voice made the surrounding vendors burst into laughter. Aunt Ma couldn't stop laughing either. Here, give me a caddy. How much? Someone charmed by Ye Xiaomi's voice came over to buy nangua pears. Ye Xiaomi immediately blurted out 100 yuan. Haha, this kid is so funny. 100 yuan indeed. So how much is it? Ye Tian finally seized the opportunity and said calmly, 100 yuan per caddy. What did you say? 100 yuan per jean. Holy shit, are you insane? Those who had considered buying from Ye Tian were instantly shocked away. 100 yuan per jean, truly. These nangua pears are different. Ye Tian gazed intently at the crowd, hoping to introduce the extraordinary qualities of his golden pears to everyone. What's wrong with you? No one bothered to listen. Even those who had found Ye Xiaomi amusing before now shook their heads in disbelief. None of these street vendors had ever sold fruit at such an outrageous price. Xiao Yi, this is far too expensive. What were you thinking? Aunt Ma had kind intentions, trying to persuade him. Auntie, these nangua pears are truly special. They can replenish qi and vitality, even cure illnesses. Xiao Yi, that's not how you sell things. Aunt Ma sighed, deeply unable to believe his words. Grandma, eat the pear, it's really delicious. My daddy isn't lying. Ye Xiaomi picked up a nangua pear and offered it to Aunt Ma once more. Child, how could I have the fate to eat fruit worth 100 yuan? Grandma, it's your destiny. Aunt Ma refused again, knowing she couldn't persuade Ye Tian either. Watching Ye Xiaomi shout again and again, even those who came to inquire were frightened away by the price. The surrounding people stared at Ye Tian as if looking at a fool. Ye Tian ruffled Ye Xiaomi's hair. It seemed he needed to find another way. Just then Ye Tian clearly heard desperate pleading in the distance. Brother Zhao, the fees went up again. We're not exactly rich ourselves. Shut up, prices are rising everywhere, so why wouldn't our management fees rise? If you want to sell here, you pay. Now hurry up, stop stalling. The surrounding vendors stretched their necks to watch, then quickly pulled back. Damn it, fees going up again. Whatever we earn goes straight to that bastard. This is public land, the country's promoting the street vendor economy. Even the city management allows us to sell here, yet these guys insist on collecting fees. Shut up. Don't let Guolong hear you. These people are untouchable. The vendors resigned themselves to fate, preparing their money. Each of them sighed in despair, nowhere near as indignant as before. Xiao Yi, you haven't even made a sale yet, and someone will come to collect management fees. Just say you're with me. Aunt Ma, ever kind-hearted, offered. Management fee? How much? 30 yuan per day. I wonder how much today will be. Aunt Ma shook her head too. Some people here couldn't even earn 30 yuan in a whole day. Something must have happened to Guolong today for the fees to increase. Soon Guolong led his men toward this area. 50 yuan today, everyone. Make it snappy. I've got business at the market later, hurry up. Guolong needed to find Ye Yanli since she had lost money today. For Ye Yanli's sake, Guolong made these vendors pay more so he could take that money and rent a nice room to have some fun. She's my relative, little Zhao. We're together. Aunt Ma pulled out 50 yuan and handed it to Guolong and his men. Guolong glanced at Ye Tian and sneered contemptuously. So what if you're together? Pay up. Show some mercy, we have a child with us. We just arrived, haven't even made our first sale. Enough chatter, pay now. Guolong wouldn't hear any of it. To bully these honest folk, one must be ruthless. Aunt Ma had no choice but to look toward Ye Tian. If Ye Tian really refused to pay, it would be awkward. For the child's sake, Aunt Ma was prepared to cover it. Why should I pay? Ye Tian had wanted to avoid trouble, but seeing Aunt Ma's kindness and knowing how hard these vendors worked, he couldn't stay silent. As a war god, what had Ye Tian fought for all these years abroad? Wasn't it for the country and its people? Yet men like Guolong, with all their limbs intact, gathered hoodlums to oppress the innocent. Management fee. Management fee. What exactly are you managing? Did anyone ask you to manage anything? What did you say? Ye Tian's response stunned Guolong and left everyone else speechless. Did he really say that? Holy shit, this kid's got a death wish, doesn't he? This guy's going to regret it. The crowd grew anxious, wanting to warn Ye Tian, but fearing Guolong. Holy shit, you dare talk to me like that? Aunt Ma, is this your relative? Guolong glared menacingly at Aunt Ma, who began to panic. He's not a relative. Ye Tian clarified, then turned to address Guolong and his men. You have hands and feet. Isn't there anything else you could do? Drive a taxi, deliver food, work as a server. Any of those work right? Who gave you the authority to collect this management fee? Kid, are you looking to die? Guolong flew into a rage. Someone actually dared to question him. Men, get him. At Guolong's command, one of his thugs stepped forward. He raised his hand to slap Ye Tian across the face. Ye Tian didn't even flinch. Before the hand could land, Ye Tian seized the man's wrist. Was I wrong about anything? Ye Tian's grip was like a tiger's jaws, forcing this man to his knees. My hand. Guolong's thug's arm twisted like a pretzel. Is bullying people something you all enjoy? These honest folks work hard selling their goods. Why should they give you their money? Ye Tian didn't release the man, his cold gaze fixed on Guolong and his crew. Seeing his man captured, Guolong could take no more. Everyone get him. The men behind rushed toward Ye Tian. The crowd gasped in shock, and Ma Dei quickly wrapped her arms around Ye Xiaomi, afraid the child might witness the violence. My daddy is the strongest. Ye Xiaomi showed no fear whatsoever, even swinging her little arm, imitating Ye Tian's fighting movements. Up! Another scream pierced the air. Whoever charged forward was instantly subdued by Ye Tian's grip. With just one hand, he twisted these thugs together like pretzels. No one knew how Ye Tian did it, but the writhing men knelt before him in agony. You motherfucker! Guolong's forehead dripped with sweat. Never had he imagined Ye Tian possessed such terrifying skills. Wanna fight me? I'll stab you to death. Guolong was ruthless, pulling a dagger from his waist. Whoosh! Watch out! The surrounding crowd gasped again, desperately warning Ye Tian. They were all ordinary folk, paralyzed with fear at the sight of a blade. Guolong lunged forward, dagger plunging downward. Ye Tian's kick connected precisely with Guolong's stomach. Guolong curled up like a shrimp, his lower abdomen racked with excruciating pain, leaving him utterly incapable of gripping the dagger. This is all you've got, and you still have the nerve to bully others. Have you no shame? Look at everyone here, so many people. Why should they let you oppress them? I'm asking you a question. Ye Tian clutched the others in one hand, his strength forcing them to kneel and wail in torment. Simultaneously, Ye Tian kicked Guolong again. The man soared into the air at least 7 or 8 meters high. Oh my god! Everyone gazed upward, and Guolong himself nearly wet his pants from sheer terror. Help! Guolong screamed while airborne, plummeting back down. Before he could hit the ground, Ye Tian kicked him again. Treating Guolong like a football, Ye Tian sent him bouncing up and down, his agonized cries echoing through the air. Daddy, you're awesome. When I grow up, I want to kick people just like Daddy. Ye Xiaomi mimicked Ye Tian's kicking motion, but failed to imitate it properly, tumbling into Ma Dei's embrace. What's happening? The crowd bobbed their heads up and down, watching Guolong cry for mercy. Finally, Guolong landed on his backside. Ye Tian did not strike again. Spare me, I'll never do it again. Guolong sat on the ground, tears streaming down his face. He had been genuinely terrified. That up and down ordeal had been utterly harrowing. You're apologizing to me. You should apologize to everyone here. Return all the management fees you collected. Did you hear me? Ye Tian extended his hand and squeezed once more. Guolong's remaining men continued to howl in pain. We'll return the money, we'll return it all. At last Ye Tian released them. The terrified gang members quickly handed back the management fees they had extorted from the vendors. They're actually giving the money back. These people are truly despicable. They bullied us, and when we refused to pay they beat us. That's right, Guolong is nothing but a scoundrel. The street vendors finally gathered their courage. Ye Tian had avenged their grievances. Watching the once arrogant Guolong sitting helplessly on the ground, their pent-up anger finally ignited. Young man, you have no idea what he's done. The vendors poured out story after story of Guolong's bullying. Ye Tian nodded, then turned and walked toward Guolong again. That single motion alone sent Guolong scrambling to his knees. I'm sorry, master, I swear I'll never dare again. I'll return the money, have mercy. You shouldn't be apologizing to me. You should be apologizing to these people. Do you understand? Don't you have parents? Don't you have brothers and sisters? Do they work hard earning money just to hand it over to you? I'm sorry, I was wrong. Guolong knelt on the ground, bowing to the others. His remaining gang cowered behind him, all witnessing the fury in the eyes of those they had once bullied. Hatred mixed with fear now consumed them. Remember this, if you ever dare collect protection fees here again, I won't hesitate to cripple you myself. I wouldn't dare, I truly wouldn't dare. Get lost. Ye Tian had no patience for further words. Upon hearing Ye Tian's dismissal, Guolong scrambled to his feet, turned, and fled at once. Wonderful, we won't have to pay management fees anymore. Haha, the money we save I can buy clothes for my child. That's right, I can buy a gift for my wife. She works so hard. I'll buy something for my parents. The vendors were beside themselves with joy. Saving 800 or 900 yuan each month represented the simplest, purest happiness for them. Xiao Yi, thank you so much. Yes, thank you, Xiao Yi. We're so grateful. The crowd gathered around Ye Tian. Before he could react, some were already presenting him with fruits and gifts. Brother, take these, eat as much as you like. And these too. In no time a mountain of fruit had accumulated beside Ye Xiaomi. Please don't do this. We feel so embarrassed. Ye Tian flashed a carefree smile. Just as he was about to speak, a sharp scream erupted from the back of the crowd. Someone has collapsed. At the intersection in front of the park, an elderly man with silver hair, clad in trousers and a short-sleeved shirt, had already collapsed on the ground. Onlookers had gathered around, yet not a single person stepped forward. A heart attack, or hit by a car. A cyclist nearby, overhearing such remarks, immediately pedaled away without daring to linger. Grandpa. A young man was about to approach, but seeing no one else moving, he hesitated and retreated in fear. Call 120 quick. Even the elderly passers-by merely urged others to call for help, not daring to intervene. Make way. Ye Tian, leading Ye Xiaomi, also spotted the elderly man amidst the crowd. Grandpa. Ye Xiaomi called out, hoping to rouse the old man. Xiaomi, come back. Ma Dei watched with concern. In this society, who dared to help an elderly person? Once falsely accused, no amount less than 100,000 could settle the matter. Somehow no one dared to assist the elderly anymore. It wasn't that people were unwilling, they truly didn't dare. The law imposed no penalty on such extortionists, leaving hearts chilled. Over time, no one dared to help. It's fine, let me check. Ye Tian didn't hesitate and approached the old man. Everyone saw it. This young man is kind-hearted. Please record the video. Ma Dei, experienced, quickly reminded the crowd. Ye Tian turned back with a smile, saying nothing. The onlookers, seeing someone helping the old man, nodded in silent approval. They dared not assist the elderly themselves, but they genuinely admired Ye Tian for his courage. Weak pulse, not a heart attack, likely exhaustion. Xiaomi, bring the golden pair. Ye Tian made a quick assessment and confirmed that the old man wasn't ill, but had collapsed from overexertion during exercise. Dad, here's the pair. Ye Xiaomi trotted over, holding 2 golden nangua pairs. Xiaoya, send him to the hospital. Why are you giving him a pair? Ma Dei, my pears can cure ailments. Ye Tian smiled faintly, gently peeling the pear. The white flesh released a fragrance that instantly reached everyone around. What's that smell? So fragrant. Such an intoxicating aroma. The crowd murmured while Ye Xiaomi proudly declared, these are golden pears grown by my dad. They're delicious. Eating a golden pear gives you strength. Ye Xiaomi struck a bicep pose, drawing laughter from the crowd. Ye Tian gently placed the pear juice on the old man's lips. As drops of sweet juice entered, the old man's eyelids fluttered. So sweet. Chang Zhongxin's tongue stirred as he felt his strength returning. Chang Zhongxin was a renowned elder of Feng County with many former students and protégés. Chang Zhongxin, ever refusing to admit his age, exercised daily at the park, particularly on the horizontal bar. Today alone he attempted a simple rotation on the bar, but overexerted himself. Feeling his body weakening, Chang Zhongxin collapsed by the time he reached this spot. He moved. The old man moved. The crowd exclaimed in surprise as the elderly man regained consciousness. Sir, eat this pear, and you'll regain your strength. A pear. Chang Zhongxin finally opened his eyes, astonished to find that the liquid in his mouth was pear juice. Ye Tian had already helped Chang Zhongxin sit up, clearing some space. Eat it, and you'll be fine. Chang Zhongxin, a man of experience, studied Ye Tian for a long moment with a discerning gaze. Grandpa, it's really tasty. Ye Xiaomi ran over and took a big bite in front of Chang Zhongxin. The pear's fragrance filled the air, and everyone involuntarily swallowed. The aroma of Ye Tian's golden pears was irresistible. Chang Zhongxin looked at Yi Xiaomi, smiled, nodded, and began to eat. With just one bite, Chang Zhongxin felt his strength return. He pushed off the ground and stood up. This pear is not bad. How did I faint? After eating the pear, Chang Zhongxin's voice was full of vigor. Probably exhaustion. So your workout was a bit intense. I'm getting old. Chang Zhongxin cast a grateful glance at Ye Tian. In this society, someone dared to help him. He deeply admired and sincerely thanked Ye Tian. Young man, what kind of pear is this? A bystander, enticed by the sweet fragrance of the Nangua pear, grew curious. I named it the golden pear. It replenishes vitality and energy. After exertion, eating one golden pear can restore you. You say it replenishes energy. The man's eyes lit up. He glanced secretly at the woman beside him. They had just emerged from seclusion. Since last night, the man had felt weak in the waist and knees, while the woman beside him appeared radiant and alluring. As the old saying goes, only the plow wears out, never the field. Brother, are you selling these? Clearly wealthy, given his company, the man stared at the Nangua pears. Yes, 100 yuan per caddy. What's that? As long as it restores strength. Deal. Ye Tian's eyes sparkled. He had finally made his first sale. Seeing that Chang Zhongxin was fine, he walked over to his stall. Ma Dei watched in astonishment, as did the nearby vendors, craning their necks. Someone actually bought it. These people were murmuring as they watched the couple across from them. The woman secretly tugged at the man's sleeve, but he shook her off, thinking of all the eyes watching them. He needed to mind his image. 1 Jin. Ye Tian packed the pear and handed it to the man. Completely organic, no need to wash. Just eat it. Good. The man took the Nangua pear and bit into it right there. The sweet fragrance burst in his mouth, and he couldn't help humming with pleasure. Fantastic. Even better than being with a woman. His words drew laughter from the crowd, and the woman beside him blushed scarlet. Ye Tian immediately covered Yi Xiaomi's ears and shot the man a glare. But after just one bite, the man felt strength surging through his body. The hollow drain sensation vanished instantly. You try one too. He handed a pear to the woman, who took it curiously and bit into it. Hey, your eye bags are gone. The man stared at the woman's face as the puffiness under her eyes slowly faded after eating the golden pear. Really? The woman quickly pulled out her phone, examined herself, then covered her face, excitedly pointing at the golden pear. Give me 1 Jin too. 1 Jin. Give me 10 Jin. The wealthy man's eyes lit up. This fruit could restore energy. It was a game changer. Paired with Viagra, it would be unbeatable. And it was just fruit with no side effects. 10 Jin. Ye Tian looked at him seriously. The man nodded eagerly and tossed down 1,000 yuan. Brother, this is some good stuff. The man leaned close to Ye Tian's ear and whispered something that left Ye Tian both amused and exasperated. Who would have thought the golden pear would be seen as a tool for seduction? Wow. Ye Tian made his first sale, 100 yuan per Jin for the Nangua pear, and it actually sold. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Some debated, while others were drawn by the golden pear's aroma and the visible effect they had just witnessed. Little brother, give me 1 Jin. Me too, 1 Jin. 100 yuan, that's nothing. Passers-by waved their cash, encircling Ye Tian. All right, everyone, please don't rush. Line up. Ye Tian was thrilled. He set Yi Xiaomi aside to collect the money. This is the best Nangua pear I've ever tasted. It really restores your energy. Most of the customers were returning from the park, and after eating the golden pear, they all felt their strength return. Soon a line began to form. The longer the queue, the more it caught the attention of the elderly. As time passed, the seniors descending from the park all made their way toward Ye Tian. Some didn't even know he was selling pears. They thought it was eggs. Old man, are eggs cheap? Chang Zhongxin was surrounded by curious people asking questions. Eggs? What eggs? Chang Zhongxin found it amusing, but his eyes stayed fixed on Ye Tian. Ye Tian had saved his life, and now he was selling these miraculous pears. It all made Chang Zhongxin deeply curious. Grandpa, are you feeling better? I still have more here. Yi Xiaomi was busy collecting money when she noticed Chang Zhongxin approaching and couldn't help pulling out another Nangua pear. Good child, I'm fine now. Did you grow these? Chang Zhongxin sat down beside Yi Xiaomi and started chatting with her. My dad grew them. My dad is really amazing. We're from Phoenix Village. Yi Xiaomi answered in her sweet childish voice, and Chang Zhongxin was utterly charmed. Chang Zhongxin loved children, but his own kids were disappointments, both child-free by choice. He looked at Yi Xiaomi with pure affection. What's going on? What are you people doing? From the fruit market, news had finally reached them, and Yu Yanli and Zhao Chong along with other vendors came out. It's you. Yu Yanli spotted Ye Tian at once and shouted. You just wait. She had been hunting for Ye Tian, never expecting to find him right at the entrance. Yu Yanli turned and ran back toward her stall to fetch old Gua. Zhao Chong also saw Ye Tian glaring at him with a mixture of fear and venom. Keep an eye on him. I'm going to get manager Gao. Zhao Chong went to find Gao Qingxing, the manager of the fruit market, because selling here was even better than inside the market. Zhao Chong had been beaten by Ye Tian earlier and was itching for a chance to retaliate. The nearby vendors heard what was happening and quickly pushed through the crowd. Little Yi, it's bad. They went to tell the manager. Stop selling and get out of here. They're jealous of you. The street vendors were worried for Ye Tian. Ye Tian had helped them deal with Guolong, and they were grateful. Do I need to answer to the fruit market just for selling my own fruit? Ye Tian was taken aback. Just then Yu Yanli led a group of people over. Brat, give me back my wallet. If you don't, I'll make your life hell today. Yu Yanli stormed over, even shoving Aunt Ma's stall aside, sending strawberries spilling to the ground and drawing gasps from the crowd. Aunt Ma. Ye Tian watched as Aunt Ma squatted on the ground, her heart aching as she carefully picked up the scattered strawberries. Ye Tian strode toward Yu Yanli. Slap. A sharp slap rang out. Ye Tian showed no mercy to Yu Yanli whatsoever. No matter what kind of fierce woman she was, Ye Tian would slap her without hesitation. How dare you hit me? Yu Yanli was completely stunned. She usually relied on being a shameless woman, acting like a total shrew, even daring to provoke the police. She had always been the one bullying others, but this time she was slapped by a pretty-faced young man. Guolong, someone hit me. Yu Yanli's shriek brought Guolong, who had been following behind her, striding over. God damn it, who dares hit my woman? Guolong had been holding in a belly full of anger. He had just been humiliated by someone else, and now he could take his frustration out on whoever was responsible. With so many people crowding around, Guolong hadn't been able to see clearly who did it. Kill him for me. Yu Yanli shouted again, her pointed chin jutting out sharply. Come, let me see which bastard dared to touch my woman. Guolong pushed through the crowd and walked straight up to Ye Tian, about to strike. What the? Guolong burst into tears. The last person he ever wanted to see was standing right in front of him. Your woman. Boss, no. She's nothing. How could she possibly be my woman? Just a mistress of mine. How would Guolong dare to offend Ye Tian? Ye Tian was far more ruthless than any of them. What? Yu Yanli froze. The big brother she had latched onto was like a mouse seeing a cat when faced with Ye Tian. Yu Yanli, are you out of your mind? You dare provoke anyone? Apologize to the boss this instant. Guolong kicked Yu Yanli, sending her sprawling and wailing. The onlookers gasped again, especially the vendors at the stalls. They never imagined that Yu Yanli would meet such an end. Enough. Compensate Aunt Ma for the strawberries. Get lost. Ye Tian had no time to waste on these people. He wanted to sell his pears early and go home. Yes, don't worry, we'll definitely compensate. Guolong shot another venomous glare at Yu Yanli. Terrified, she covered her face and dared not say a word, fumbling in her pocket for money. My wallet is gone. You're a complete waste. Ye Tian coldly stared at Yu Yanli and said flatly, I'm giving you one last chance. How much money is in your wallet? 3,000, just 3,000. I was just trying to scam a kid. What? All the vendors heard this, and they all looked at Yu Yanli with undisguised contempt. Yu Yanli was genuinely terrified now. Who would have thought Ye Tian was this formidable? Here's your wallet back. Now compensate Aunt Ma for her strawberries. Remember, you're a human and also a woman. Start acting like one. Ye Tian lectured Yu Yanli once more. She burst into tears as she received her wallet. She squatted down, and while helping Aunt Ma gather the strawberries, kept crying. Auntie, I'm so sorry. Yu Yanli was truly tame now. She finally understood how it felt to be bullied. Child, you don't need to give so much money. Forget it. Aunt Ma, being kind-hearted, tried to decline a few times. Auntie, please just take it. I genuinely want to make this right. Yu Yanli pleaded with Aunt Ma, who glanced at Ye Tian, knowing full well that this resolution was all because of him. Ye Tian nodded. Aunt Ma accepted the money and even gave Yu Yanli a box of strawberries. Boss, we're leaving. Guolong bowed and scurried away without even sparing Yu Yanli a glance. Yu Yanli knew she could never be with Guolong again. She stole a glance at Ye Tian and couldn't help but say, Xiao Chong went to find Manager Gao. All right, you're dismissed. Ye Tian needed to go back to selling pears. There were so many people waiting in line. It's right here. This is utterly unacceptable. This is flat-out malicious competition. Zhao Chong led a balding middle-aged man out of the fruit market. Gao Qingxing narrowed his eyes, surveying his surroundings with an air of authority. You there? Stop right where you are. Ye Tian, didn't you hear? Manager Gao told you to stop. Zhao Chong gazed at Ye Tian with poisonous hatred, treating Ye Tian as if he were a sworn enemy. Is there something wrong? Ye Tian looked at Zhao Chong again. What was Zhao Chong trying to accomplish by bringing this Manager Gao? Who gave you permission to sell pears here? With you selling pears like this, what are we supposed to do? Zhao Chong sneered at Ye Tian, who simply smiled. Zhao Chong, these golden pears were originally meant for you. You refused to buy them, so I'm selling them myself. Is that not allowed? We're even related. How could you do something like this? You. Zhao Chong's face flushed crimson. He kept his distance from Ye Tian and leaned against Gao Qingxing for support. Selling to Zhao Chong. And their relatives. The vendors at the stalls all exchanged glances. They had just inquired about it earlier. Ye Tian's golden pears were selling for 100 yuan per jean and were creating a frantic buying spree. Was Zhao Chong an idiot? They were relatives, so he could have bought them himself and resold them. That would have been pure profit. How was I supposed to know? Zhao Chong regretted deeply. How could he have known the golden pears were this amazing? Manager Gao, you must act on our behalf. We pay substantial stall fees every year. Get him out of here. Zhao Chong's eyes were bloodshot. He absolutely would not let Ye Tian sell here. Manager Gao nodded lazily, gazing at Ye Tian with a casual flick of his finger. Kid, get out of here. On what grounds? Ye Tian glared at Gao Qingxing with evident displeasure. Why was selling goods so impossibly difficult? If even a war god like himself struggled this much, one could only imagine the hardships faced by ordinary citizens at the bottom of society. No grounds needed, just because I say so. Did you hear me? Gao Qingxing, the market manager, offered not a shred of explanation before ordering Ye Tian to get out immediately. Ha ha, when Manager Gao speaks you leave when he tells you to leave. Ye Tian, from now on your golden pears are only to be sold to us. Otherwise don't even think about selling anywhere in this vicinity. Even if you set up stall somewhere else, our manager Gao knows all the right people. Zhao Chong laughed mockingly, once more taking advantage of Ye Tian's lack of connections. Do I fall under your jurisdiction just for selling pears here? That's right. As long as you're anywhere near the fruit market, you're under my control. Even your breathing is my responsibility, understand? Golden pear, you say? Let me take a look. Gao Qingxing had originally intended to drive Ye Tian away, but with so many onlookers his curiosity was piqued. Gao Qingxing clasped his hands behind his back and reached for the Nangwa pears. Those are my pears, you don't deserve to eat them. What? How dare you speak to me like that? Gao Qingxing flew into a rage on the spot. He raised his hand and commanded, guards, throw this man out immediately, and confiscate those pears. Excellent. Zhao Chong exclaimed excitedly as security guards from the fruit market rushed over. Since you wouldn't let me have any, you won't be selling either. What, you want to throw hands? Go ahead, try it. If you cause trouble here, I'll have this entire place shut down. I'll teach all you street vendors a lesson about selling here. Ha ha ha. Zhao Chong and his group burst into laughter again. Ye Tian actually dared to provoke Gao Qingxing. Ye Tian clenched his fists tight. Those around, seeing his fury, all lowered their heads. Shall you let it go? Aunt Ma understood clearly. If Ye Tian dared to strike, Gao Qingxing would truly ban them all from selling here. Ye Tian turned to look back, gazing at these small vendors. In their eyes was nothing but grievance and numbness. Would his actions cause all these people to lose their ability to sell here? Ye Tian's pupils gleamed like sharp blades as his mind raced, searching for a solution. Daddy! Just then a security guard approached to carry away the Nangwa pears. Ye Xiaomi was crouched in the straw basket, trying desperately to protect them. Stop right there. Ye Tian delivered a fierce kick. No one was allowed to touch his daughter. The guard was sent flying, nearly impaled on a tree. Ha ha, you actually dared to strike. Bring me all the security. Inform the management committee. Clear this entire area. I am the king here. Gao Qingxing sneered and issued another command. Zhao Chong was already ecstatic, pointing at Ye Tian and cursing. You asked for this, showing off like that. Who do you think you are? Shall ye come back, don't strike. We don't blame you. Not only was Aunt Ma speaking, but others looked at Ye Tian and nodded. It's truly not your fault. Our fate is simply unfortunate. Forget it, we'll just sell elsewhere from now on. Right. These vendors endured the humiliation, bearing great shame, all to prevent Ye Tian from fighting. Ha ha ha, all of you are despicable wretches. Gao Qingxing cursed at the vendors again. How could Ye Tian possibly endure this? Even those at the lowest rungs of society knew gratitude, yet this bloated, pot-bellied manager dared to insult them. Crash. Ye Tian stomped down, shattering the ground tiles instantly. When the king of hell rages, a sea of blood shall float. Ye Tian truly wished to kill. This single action startled Gao Qingxing. At this critical moment, a commanding voice rang out from behind Ye Tian. What arrogance, claiming to be king here. Who's speaking? Did your belt come loose, exposing you? No sooner had Gao Qingxing finished these words than Chang Zhongxin stepped forward with a dark expression. Comrade, shall you give this man a slap for me? If anything happens, the old man will take responsibility. My. Ye Tian's pupils narrowed. This elder Chang Zhongxin actually spoke such words. Old sir, are you certain? Certain. Let's see what manner of creature he is. Strike for me. Chang Zhongxin had served in the military, fought on battlefields, devoted himself to defending the nation. Chang Zhongxin's aura blazed forth as he pointed at Gao Qingxing. Very well. Ye Tian strode directly toward Gao Qingxing. Before Gao Qingxing could react, Ye Tian raised his palm and delivered a fierce slap. Ow, ow, ow. Ye Tian struck with tremendous force. 3 blows later, every single tooth in Gao Qingxing's mouth had fallen out. What are you all standing there watching for? Get him! Gao Qingxing roared in fury, his mouth a bloody ruin, pointing at both Ye Tian and Chang Zhongxin. You little whelp, you hit hard. Old sir, wasn't I just following your orders? Indeed. Chang Zhongxin smiled faintly and stood directly behind Ye Tian, declaring in a low, steady voice, summon Yue for the old man. Have him come out here. What? You? You know our general manager. The guards were dumbfounded. Gao Qingxing clutched his swollen face, staring at Chang Zhongxin in utter shock. Chang Zhongxin's commanding presence alone was more than most could muster. Tell Yue the old man grants him exactly 2 minutes. If he fails to appear within that time, let him face the consequences. The fruit market was a major enterprise. General Manager Yue had just been savoring tea in his office when he heard that someone wished to see him. An old man. Yue muttered to himself, then glanced out the window. Holy crap. Elder Chang. Yue rubbed his eyes vigorously, thinking he had just glimpsed Chang Zhongxin. Chang Zhongxin was in charge of industry and commerce in Feng County, and was also the superior of Yue's superior. Back when Yue had visited his former leader's home, he had seen a photo of that leader with Elder Chang. Because of this, at a certain county meeting, Yue personally served as Elder Chang's driver. Yue had also treated this as a point of pride. Who the hell would dare to touch Elder Chang? Good heavens! Yue blurted out in his hometown dialect, ignoring everything else as he dashed toward the door. Everyone in the wholesale company was stunned. They had never seen their boss run like this. This wasn't running, it was a sprint. Move, get out of my way. Yue shouted from a distance, spittle flying. Both the stallholders and the onlookers at the entrance heard a piercing cry. What's that noise? Daddy, I'm scared. Yi Xiaomi quickly hugged Ye Tian. Ye Tian gently patted her head. Chang Zhongxin had already begun to glare. Seeing Xiaomi frightened, his gaze sharpened. General, you look at me. Gao Qingxing, seeing Yue approach, immediately started to complain. Get out of my way. Yue shoved Gao Qingxing aside. Whether Gao lived or died, he needed to see Elder Chang immediately. Elder Chang, greetings. Yue even snapped to attention, panting heavily, sweat beading on his forehead. Quite the authority you've got. Chang Zhongxin stared coldly at Yue, who began to tremble. Elder Chang, I didn't know you were coming. It's not even 2 minutes yet. Yue didn't dare wipe his brow, looking weakly at Chang Zhongxin. Yue, your subordinate wants to play king here. What? Yue was startled, then looked at Gao Qingxing again. Elder Chang. What? What does that mean? Gao Qingxing began to panic. He didn't know this old man, but judging by the situation, the old man seemed to be someone important. Your man wanted to drive away these friends of mine. Chang Zhongxin pointed not only at Ye Tian, but also at the vendors behind him. Friends. Everyone was stunned. Ye Tian also looked at Chang Zhongxin. Is it easy for ordinary people to buy things? You say they can't sell, so they can't. Who do you think you are? Chang Zhongxin, bristling with rage, pointed at Gao Qingxing again. This man I had Xiao Yi hit him. If you have a problem, come at me. What? Gao Qingxing, you bastard, how dare you treat Elder Chang's friend like this? Boss, what Elder Chang? You don't deserve to know. From now on, get out of this company. You're dismissed on the spot. Someone throw him out. Boss, you can't do this. I've always paid my respects to you. Gao Qingxing covered his face, still bleeding from the mouth, just as he finished speaking. Yue kicked him, then pointed at Gao Qingxing's nose and roared. Get lost right now. Someone. With Yue in such a fury, the security guards dragged Gao Qingxing out. Ye Tian stood nearby, slowly shaking his head. Chang Zhongxin, seeing this, trembled with anger and said nothing. Elder Chang, I truly am sorry. Yue wanted to beg for forgiveness, but Chang Zhongxin turned to the vendors. Everyone, this old man Chang Zhongxin apologizes to you all. I'm sorry. Old man, it's not your fault. We thank you. Aunt Ma and the others realized that without Chang Zhongxin, they would have been driven away. It is very much as. You set up your stalls here. From now on, I'll come every day. Let's see who dares to bully you. If anyone in the wholesale company dares to cause trouble, this old man. Chang Zhongxin glared coldly at Yue. Yue snapped to attention and forced a smile at the vendors. Don't worry, you can sell here freely. In the future, even your wholesale prices will match the markets. Really? That's wonderful. Aunt Ma was ecstatic and the vendors cheered. Thank you. Who would have thought that a single sentence from Yue would make these people so grateful? We also thank Xiao Yi. Yes, Xiao Yi, it's all thanks to you. Someone began to applaud Ye Tian. In an instant, the vendors looked at him, with grateful eyes warming Ye Tian's heart. Daddy is amazing. Yi Xiaomi also clapped. It's Elder Chang who is amazing. Ye Tian nodded at Chang Zhongxin. The older cadre had principles and integrity, willing to bow and apologize for the common people. No, it's you. Xiao Yi, this old man will help you sell pears. Selling golden pears. Selling golden pears. Not only Chang Zhongxin, but every vendor, regardless of what fruit they sold, began to shout along. Golden pears. The people on the street heard the cry for golden pears, which carried far. A BMW happened to pass by, slowly pulling over at the intersection. What golden pears? Huang Fei, the owner of Zenlongjia supermarket, had been worried sick these past few days. The fruit industry was fiercely competitive. In just 1 year, Fengqing had seen the emergence of numerous fruit supermarkets, Zenlongjia, Pinquanyu Zheguoyin, and others. In a bid to capture the market, Huang Fei was developing a high-end clientele. His strategy was modeled after Beijing's Warehouse No. 31, where rare fruits from around the world could be procured. A single South American orange was worth 700 yuan. Wealthy patrons from every corner frequented that warehouse for their fruit. Huang Fei harbored the same ambition, to establish Zenlongjia in the premium market. Golden pear. What variety? Huang Fei attempted to join the queue, but after waiting endlessly, he heard Ye Tian's voice emerge from within. Sorry, we're down to the last 10 jin. My apologies, sighs echoed from the front. Those who hadn't secured the golden pears departed in utter disappointment. So incredibly popular. Huang Fei spotted someone carrying 3 jin of golden pears, and seized the man's arm without hesitation. What are you doing? The man was terrified, thinking he'd stumbled into a robbery. Brother, spare me 1 jin. Spare you? Do you even know what this is? It restores your energy. Do you understand how vital energy is for a man? Let go this instant. My wife is waiting for me at home. Restores energy. Really? Huang Fei stood frozen, bewildered that any fruit could possess such a quality. Absolutely. My friend tried it last night, and recovered all the energy he'd depleted. Depleted? Last night? He said tonight he'll be ready for round 2 without issue. Round 2. Women. Huang Fei's eyes lit up with understanding, and his chubby face instantly contorted into a shrewd smile. Brother, I'll give you 1,000 yuan for one jean. Let's be friends. Huang Fei was feeling generous just to get his hands on the golden pair. 1,000. You mean it? It's yours. The man agreed readily. He paid 100 per jean and now sold for 1,000. Who could refuse such an offer? Huang Fei examined the golden pair, carefully inhaling its fragrance. Nanlian pear. But the taste. Truly exceptional. Unable to resist, he took a bite. The flavor made Huang Fei hum with satisfaction. Wonderful, absolutely magnificent. Can it really restore energy? Huang Fei drove from the city center to the Fengxian fruit market searching for exceptional produce. Huang Fei's eyes grew brighter with each passing moment. This golden pear was something special. He recalled what the man had said about restoring energy. All those nightly revelries and romantic exploits. A man must expend considerable stamina, right? This thing is purely organic, practically a stamina amplifier. Had Ye Tian known that his golden pears were being purchased for such intimate purposes, he would have been furious. It was precisely for this reason that the golden pear eventually became known as the Wei Shen fruit. Ye Tian, its creator, was dubbed the Wei Shen by countless male customers. When asked about it afterward, Ye Tian responded, "Your Wei, your whole family's Wei. Whoever wants to be called Wei Shen can take it." As Ye Tian prepared to pack up, he gifted the remaining 3 jean of Nanlian pears to Aunt Ma. "I couldn't possibly accept. Auntie, please take them. You didn't get to enjoy any." "Thank you, Xiao Yi." Aunt Ma gazed at Ye Tian with gratitude, then gently ruffled Ye Xiaomi's hair. She hastily gathered boxes of strawberries from the stall and loaded them onto her motorcycle. "Give these to Xiaomi to eat." "Thank you, Grandma." Ye Xiaomi sat nearby gorging on strawberries. One wondered how Xiaomi's tiny stomach could accommodate so much. It's as though she had an endless void inside. Say goodbye to Grandpa Chong. Ye Tian bid farewell to Chang Zhongxin, who adored Ye Xiaomi dearly and had eagerly exchanged contact information. Chang Zhongxin urged Ye Tian to visit him in Fengxian whenever possible. "Sure, don't worry." Ye Tian straddled his motorcycle with Ye Xiaomi perched behind him, heading toward McDonald's. Ye Xiaomi had never experienced McDonald's. With money from selling the golden pears, she had begged Ye Tian to take her there. "Brother." Just as Ye Tian rounded the corner, the portly Huang Fei blocked his path with an ingratiating smile. "What's the matter?" Ye Tian eyed Huang Fei warily, suspecting trouble. "So are these golden pears of yours? You grew them yourself. How many do you have?" Ye Tian paused, studying Huang Fei anew. With his thick gold chain and small wristwatch, Huang Fei screamed nouveau riche from a mile away. "How many do you want? How many? How many do you have?" "A whole pear orchard. We can start with 100,000 jean, no problem." "Really?" Huang Fei lunged toward Ye Tian, nearly provoking the latter to throw a punch. "Brother, sell them to me, please." "Who are you?" Ye Tian lowered his fists. Ye Xiaomi, perched on the motorcycle, watched Huang Fei with equal suspicion. Nothing about this man looked trustworthy. Zhegguan, Huang Fei. Huang Fei fished out a business card and handed it to Ye Tian. To build rapport, he also produced a lollipop and offered it to Ye Xiaomi. "What a cute child. Uncle wants to treat you to a lollipop." "No. Mommy says bad uncles who give lollipops outside want to look at goldfish." "What's that supposed to mean?" Ye Tian was already breaking into a cold sweat. What on earth had Zhou Xiaoya been teaching her daughter? Huang Fei was equally baffled. Goldfish. That couldn't be anything wholesome. Huang Fei glanced down at himself, then turned weakly to Ye Xiaomi and insisted, "Uncle is a good person. Good people don't wear gold chains. That's what Mommy says." Ye Xiaomi had utterly killed the conversation. Huang Fei stared helplessly at Ye Tian. "What does his mother have to do with me? Brother, why do I feel like you're insulting me? Isn't the child's mother your wife?" "Her mother is her mother, not my wife." Ye Tian explained while Huang Fei across from him squinted his eyes and said, "Brother, do you think I understood any of that? You want to buy pears? How many do you want?" Ye Tian couldn't be bothered to waste words. Huang Fei should be a big customer, and Ye Tian was worried about making money anyway. "All your golden pear orchard, as long as it's golden pears, I want them all. I'll give you 300 yuan per jean." Huang Fei was truly generous, directly tripling the price just to secure this deal with Ye Tian. 300 yuan. Ye Tian laughed. Beside him, Ye Xiaomi bounced with excitement. Xiaomi was counting on her fingers, calculating how many delicious treats 300 yuan could buy. "Really, I can sign a contract with you. But I have one condition." Huang Fei forced a smile radiant as a blooming flower. "You can only sell to me. Exclusive supply to me. How about that?" Huang Fei looked at Ye Tian eagerly. 300 yuan for Nangua pears. What an incredible price. Surely this rural Ye Tian would agree. "Sorry, I won't agree." "You won't agree. Why?" Huang Fei froze. With such good terms, how could Ye Tian refuse? Ye Tian smiled too, a smile like a fox. If anyone familiar with Ye Tian saw the king of hell wearing such an expression, they would know that Ye Tian had discovered his opponent's weakness and was preparing to bury his enemy. "My golden pears are one and only. For promotional purposes now I'm selling at 100 yuan. Once everyone knows how excellent the golden pears are, the price will be set by me." "The price you're offering for exclusive rights. Is that even possible?" "You?" Huang Fei froze again. Was Ye Tian not an ordinary farmer? Did Ye Tian seem to understand business matters? I'm being sincere here. Tell you what's your condition? Huang Fei stepped back. He had to secure the golden pears. Zhenlongjia with the golden pears would surely make a splash in the high-end market. If you want my golden pears, you have to give me shares. I'll supply the golden pears you provide the Zhenlongjia channels. I deserve a stake in this. You also understand shares. Huang Fei kept staring at Ye Tian. Surely this couldn't be a simple farmer. In just a few sentences, Ye Tian had predicted everything. Moreover, Ye Tian had already figured out that only by holding shares could both parties benefit mutually. Ye Tian's thinking was correct. Right now he lacked distribution channels, and Huang Fei was the head of Zhenlongjia. With Zhenlongjia's channels, the golden pears would surely be promoted across the board. Ye Tian didn't want to just make money. He wanted to stay in the village, spend quality time with his parents and child. You can think about it. I need to take Xiaomi out for a meal. No need to think about it. I'll give you the shares. Huh. Ye Tian froze again. He hadn't expected Huang Fei to be so decisive. I believe in the golden pears. Huang Fei's gaze burned even more intensely. Seize this opportunity and the golden pears would surely help Zhenlongjia rise to national prominence. 30 minutes later at the McDonald's in Feng County, Ye Tian got Xiaomi a Happy Meal bucket plus 6 Big Macs laid out on the table in full. Ye Xiaomi beamed with happiness, waving her little hands, constantly stuffing food into her mouth. Huang Fei sat across from her, watching in amazement. This is the third round already. Xiaomi eats so much. Little Ye, are you sure your kid is named Xiaomi? She should be called Dammy Big Rice instead, right? Huang Fei and Ye Tian were getting to know each other better. Since Ye Tian was younger, Huang Fei naturally called him Little Ye. She eats well and plays well. That's great. Ye Tian gently furrowed his brow, carefully reviewing the contract Huang Fei had drafted. Huang Fei drafted contracts quickly, and since Huang Fei was the first business partner Ye Tian had met since returning, Ye Tian naturally took this seriously. Still 100 yuan, and I get 30% of Zhenlongjia afterwards. If sales go well, I could do 40%. No, 30% is fine. Ye Tian shook his head, which made Huang Fei laugh. Clearly the two were slowly building a foundation of trust. How do you plan to sell them? I've already thought it through. I want to make an advertisement. Hire some hunky guys and beautiful women. Change the slogan from "He's good, I'm good too" to "Eat golden pears, he's good, I'm good too." What do you think? Cough, cough. Ye Tian was already sipping his coffee. How did golden pears end up becoming this kind of product? Are you sure? Little Ye, you don't understand what regaining physical strength means to a man, especially wealthy men. Do you think ordinary laborers can afford such expensive golden pears? That's true. Ye Tian nodded, confirmed once more that the contract had no issues, and signed his name. The pear orchard is in Phoenix Village. You can pick any time. Little Ye, then I'm relieved. Here's 5,000 yuan as a deposit. Huang Fei transferred the money directly. Based on the initial 1,000 gene, if all could be harvested, Ye Tian would earn over 10 million from the golden pears alone. Great, pleasant cooperation. With money, Ye Tian felt more secure. Pleasant cooperation, Little Ye. Huang Fei laughed cheerfully. The two had signed a contract. After accompanying Ye Xiaomi through her meal, Ye Tian also ordered hamburgers for his parents. Then he rode his motorcycle back to Phoenix Village. Just as he was about to arrive home, Ye Tian spotted Han Biao's car parked right at his doorstep. Han Biao. Han Biao was arrested by the police. How could he possibly return so soon? Ye Tian's expression shifted dramatically as he parked his motorcycle at the gate and rushed inside with Ye Xiaomi in tow. Old Ye, let's just let this matter go. I've given you the compensation money. The debt you owed Han Biao is now settled. We're all from the same village. Just let Han Biao off. Village Chief Zhang Quan led Han Biao to Yi Liang's door to beg. The police had completed their investigation. With Mao Laosan's video and testimony, everything had been orchestrated by Han Biao. Clearly the Han family had pulled some strings. Someone had intervened to mediate. As long as the Yi family signed the mediation agreement, the police would not pursue the case against Han Biao. 100,000 yuan lay on the Yi family's Kong. Han Biao's face was dark and gloomy. This time he had truly been unlucky. Not only had he failed to get the Yi family's pear orchard, but with the loan to Yi Liang, he had lost a full 150,000. No, 150,300 yuan. Biaozi, what are you doing? Go beg your uncle Yi properly. Zhang Quan shot Han Biao a sharp glare. If it weren't for the old leader's orders, Zhang Quan wouldn't have wanted to meddle in Han Biao's affairs at all. Uncle Yi, I've paid the money. Just sign the papers already. Han Biao remained arrogant and aggressive. The money was already paid, so what else did they want? Yi Liang's face was grim. Sun Li sat on the Kong without uttering a single word. What's the matter? You really want to destroy me? Don't you know who my father is? Han Tongshan. Han Biao, shut your mouth. Zhang Quan glared at Han Biao again, then turned to Yi Liang and said, Old Yi, you should know this. Han Biao's father was a senior leader in the township. In our area, if you really offend the Han family, you'll find it impossible to get anything done. This time Han Biao was indeed in the wrong. Just give us this face, please. Face. Whether to give face depends on our family's mood. Ye Tian walked in and stood directly before Zhang Quan. Grandpa. Ye Xiaomi ran in, as while clutching a hamburger in her hand, her thoughts entirely on her grandparents. Ye Tian, you're back. Seeing his son had returned, Yi Liang breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Yi, you're back. Han Biao came to apologize. Zhang Quan quickly explained, gesturing again at Han Biao. Apologize? Why do I feel like we owe him something? Ye Tian, I really did come to apologize. Han Biao was truly afraid of Ye Tian. Where he dared speak recklessly to Yi Liang, facing Ye Tian, he visibly cowered. You want to sign a mediation agreement? I disagree. Ye Tian had no soft heart to spare. His philosophy was ruthless decisiveness, spare no one. What? Han Biao was completely panicked. Without the mediation agreement, he would actually have to go to jail. Old Yi, what do you say? Zhang Quan had no choice but to look to Yi Liang. I'll follow my son's decision, Yi Liang said in a low voice. Old Yi, as a father, how can you listen to your son? Xiao Yi is young and hot-headed, but you have to think about the Yi family, don't you? This money is quite a lot. Village chief, what's this money to us? I don't even need Han Biao to compensate for my family's pear orchard losses. In fact, I'll repay the money I borrowed from Han Biao today itself. I only have one demand. Let justice take its proper course. Ye Tian had 500,000 in hand. Did he really need Han Biao's 100,000? What? You're repaying the money. Zhang Quan had nothing left to say. How could Ye Tian possibly repay? If the Yi family wasn't short on money, then what was the point of mediation? What right did Han Biao have to be arrogant? You have money to repay me. I don't believe it. Ye Tian, I've already made a concession. The moment Han Biao finished speaking, Ye Tian directly pulled out 10 stacks of cash from his bag and placed them on the Kong as well. Take it away. You. Han Biao stared in stunned silence. Yesterday, the Yi family had no money, yet today they had 100,000 yuan. This utterly threw Han Biao into a panic. Son, where did this money come from? Grandpa, my daddy sold golden pears. My daddy is super rich now. Yi Xiaomi chimed in beside them, wanting to tell her grandparents about selling the pears. What? You earned this from selling pears? 100 jin of Nangwa, pears, this much money. Did you sell them as gold? Yi Liang stared at his son in bewilderment. Dad, will talk about family matters later. This mediation paper, I won't sign. All right, we trust your judgment. The Yi family had united their decision. Beside them, Han Biao was already drenched in sweat. Where was the arrogance and bullying from before? Village chief, please speak up for me. I was really wrong. I don't want to go to jail. Han Biao pleaded as he looked at Zhang Quan, while Zhang Quan cursed inwardly in his heart. Had it not been for Han Biao's arrogance, who had taken advantage of Ye Tian not being home to pressure Yi Liang, if they had signed earlier, none of this would have happened. Xiao Yi, can you give me this face? Zhang Quan had truly run out of options. With his old face flushed, he turned to Ye Tian. Then did you give our Yi family any face? Ye Tian coldly regarded Zhang Quan. Zhang Quan's old face burned crimson. Having no other recourse, he lowered his voice and begged, Xiao Yi, as long as you sign Han Biao, we'll do anything you ask. Fine, you said it yourself. Han Biao, you insulted my Yi family, bullied my parents, and harmed our pear orchard. If you want my forgiveness, kneel down. Kneel and apologize, and I'll forgive you. Ye Tian's eyes blazed with cold light. Han Biao stared at Ye Tian in shock, his lips trembling as he said, You want me to kneel and apologize? Ye Tian simply stared at Han Biao. In any other place where Han Biao to insult Ye Tian's parents, Ye Tian would have slain him outright. Isn't this a bit much? Zhang Quan ventured to plead. Would you rather take Han Biao's place? Off. Zhang Quan fell silent at once. As village chief, he held not a shred of authority in Ye Tian's eyes. Do it yourself. Zhang Quan shut his eyes, his heart a turmoil of conflicting emotions. He resented Han Biao for stirring trouble, yet also cursed Ye Tian for showing no face. I'll kneel. Han Biao, seeing no other way, gritted his teeth and finally dropped to his knees before Ye Tian. Kneel to my parents. You are not worthy to kneel to me. Han Biao thought Ye Tian was putting on airs, little knowing that as the war god of Huaxiao, Han Biao truly had no right to kneel before Ye Tian. Han Biao knelt, prostrating himself before Yi Liang and son Li, kowtowing in apology. Satisfied, he kept his head low, not daring to meet Ye Tian's gaze, all traces of arrogance gone. Dad, is that enough? Forget it. He's from the same village, and he's compensated us. What kind of compensation is that, pittance? If you don't agree, just tell me. Our family won't be short of money from now on. Sun Li shook her head and said kindly, Never mind, we're all from the same village. Let's also consider the village chief's face. Sign it then. Seeing his parents' agreement, Ye Tian said nothing more. Zhang Quan forced a bitter smile after the signing, then led Han Biao away. Son, you were too harsh with the village chief just now. He's biased as village chief. The Han family wields too much power. Son, how much did you actually sell for? Yi Liang stared at the 200,000 on the Kong. Had Ye Tian really earned 100,000 in one afternoon? How that 100,000 was what I withdrew from the bank. I sold for over 500,000. What? Yi Liang and son Li stared in disbelief. After a long pause, the couple finally grasped Ye Tian's explanation. Sold to Zenlongjia, 100 per jin. My heavens, that's a sky-high price. Had Yi Liang known that Ye Tian not only sold to Zenlongjia, but also held shares, he would have been terrified. Dad, so I need to restore the pear orchard as soon as possible. That's also why I want to move to the ancestral house. I can take better care of the orchard and do some other things. What other things? Are you eyeing Xiaoya? Sun Li grabbed her son and whispered, Mom, me fall for that tigress. Just as Ye Tian finished, Zhou Xiaoya's sweet voice came from outside the door. What tigress? She had just learned that Zhang Quan had brought Han Biao to the house and rushed over in worry. Mommy, here's a hamburger for you. Yi Xiaomi had secretly stashed one away specially for Zhou Xiaoya. Speak of the devil. Ye Tian clamped his mouth shut, not wanting to provoke Zhou Xiaoya again. Xiaoya Xiaotian is going to live in the old house. Please keep an eye on him in the future. Me watch him. You're the party branch secretary, so of course you have to watch him. The boy is lawless. True. Zhou Xiaoya munched on the hamburger, her beautiful eyes flickering as she noticed the money on the Kong. She assumed Han Biao had paid 200,000 in compensation, which seemed acceptable. Why should I listen to her? She's the party secretary and Xiaomi's mother. If you won't listen to Xiaoya, then don't move over there. Sun Li's brows knit sharply, but she turned to Zhou Xiaoya with a warm smile. Oh my! The war god fell silent. He dared not provoke his mother. Seeing Ye Tian's suppressed frustration and the resolution of the Han Biao affair, Zhou Xiaoya felt much more at ease. You can stay there, but you have to come to my place. Like I'd bother with you. What did you say? Zhou Xiaoya shot him a glare. Ye Tian drawled, the place you live in is my house. You've taken over my house, and you think you're in the right. You're just a tenant. I'm the homeowner. Be more respectful to me in the future. You. Unable to best him in words, Zhou Xiaoya bit fiercely into her hamburger. Mommy, don't be angry. I'm also a homeowner. I'll let you stay. Xiaomi, that's so sweet. Good girl, Xiaomi. Zhou Xiaoya hugged Xiaomi, happily sneering at Ye Tian. The Yi family now had money. Ye Tian bought meat slices and other ingredients, and they had hot pot at home that evening. Ye Tian couldn't understand why his father wanted hot pot in such hot weather. But once the steaming pot was set before them, Ye Tian hummed in contentment. Zhou Xiaoya, sweating from the heat, picked up a slice of radish and looked at him curiously. Everyone else was flushed with heat, but Ye Tian showed not a single bead of sweat. Zhou Xiaoya even noticed that Ye Tian's body felt cool. The closer she got to him, the more refreshing the chill. Zhou Xiaoya edged her stool closer to Ye Tian. He paid no attention to her small gesture, but his mother Sun Li, a woman of experience, watched the pair with delight as she picked up a slice of fatty beef. Xiaoya, could you help Ye Tian tidy up his room later? Sure, auntie. Eat some more meat. I feel bad always troubling you. It's no trouble. Zhou Xiaoya said softly, scooting even closer to Ye Tian. The coolness made her face light up with joy. The Yi household brimmed with happiness. At the east end of the village in the old Han family residence, Han Biao knelt in the ancestral hall, covering his face. A gaunt monkey-like man in his 50s slowly sipped Mao Dai, holding a folding fan. Useless. How did I sire such a worthless son? You actually knelt to him. Do the Yi family have a death wish? Dad, he's too powerful. Bullshit. Han Tongshan glared at Han Biao. Beside him, Zhang Quan wanted to say something, but remained silent. As long as this old man still breathes, the sky over Lotus Township won't fall. Yes, with you here, old leader, there naturally won't be any problems. Biaozi, stay away from Ye Tian lately. That kid has some real ability. Does it matter how capable he is? Han Tongshan slowly closed his eyes, his fingers tapping lightly on the table, his expression as still as deep water. After a long moment, Han Tongshan opened his eyes again and let out a cold, sinister smile. Lately, don't touch the Yi family. Get your fruit station set up as soon as possible. Then all the fruit in the township will have to go through your transportation. Dad, what's the matter? Han Biao still didn't understand. Han Tongshan let out a sinister chuckle. Zhang Quan smiled, as well secretly giving Han Tongshan a thumbs up. Biaozi, you establish a fruit station and create a monopoly. The fruit merchants in the township and county can only purchase fruit with your approval. Additionally, you monopolize the logistics and let the Yi family's Nangwa pears rot in the fields. You can do that. Han Biao laughed too, his mind filled with images of Nangwa pears rotting on the ground. If I want him kneeling before me begging. The Han family's sinister laughter echoed through the room. At the Yi family ancestral home, Ye Tian was tidying up his grandfather's room, moving the old furniture into the western storage shed. Dust swirled everywhere, creating a complete mess. Can you even do this? What time is it? Zhou Xiaoya had just gotten Ye Xiaomi to sleep, looking at Ye Tian with dissatisfaction. Only then did Ye Tian realize it was past 10 at night. A hint of embarrassment crossed his face as he wanted to pick up Ye Xiaomi. For the next few days, Xiaomi sleeps with me. Move Xiaomi's bed over here later. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? I'm her mother. After Zhou Xiaoya said this, she quickly added, foster mother. Remember, don't come into my room. Zhou Xiaoya said, then carried Ye Xiaomi and returned inside. Ye Tian watched her retreating figure, shaking his head. A nice girl just has a bad temper. After a simple wipe down, Ye Tian lay on his grandfather's bed and spotted the beam concealing the land deed once more. Now that I have money, I need to get some furniture. I should also get some renovations done. Oh right, there's this mountain god space. As Ye Tian thought of the mountain god space, he entered it directly. Spiritual spring water bubbled forth, and the black soil made Ye Tian slowly crouch down. Can I take the soil from the mountain god space outside? Ye Tian did as he thought, taking out a shovel and beginning to dig. Snap! The shovel broke. The seemingly loose soil when it landed on the shovel directly shattered it. What's happening? Ye Tian stared at the broken shovel glumly, examining the fracture point. I don't believe this. Ye Tian returned to the courtyard and grabbed another shovel, applying just a bit of force. Snap! The shovel broke again. Ye Tian fetched a hoe this time, trying to dig up some soil. The hoe struck the ground, but the earth remained unmoved while the hoe became dull. Why is this space's soil so hard? Ye Tian examined it with confusion, crouching down again and extending his hand curiously. Holy shit! Ye Tian grabbed a handful of soil with his hand effortlessly. What's going on? Could it be that only I can move this soil? What's the use of this soil, oi? Ye Tian scooped up some soil and turned to head back to the room. Ye Tian felt this handful of soil was incomprehensibly heavy, as if his arms were being pressed down. With a tiger-like roar, Ye Tian grit his teeth. This soil was truly too heavy. Ye Tian persisted, holding the soil and struggling toward the courtyard. Just as he opened the door, he saw Zhou Xiaoya standing coldly at the door of the room across. Her white nightgown fluttered in the wind. Zhou Xiaoya's figure swayed in the breeze, beautiful yet chilling. What are you shouting about? Zhou Xiaoya scolded Ye Tian harshly. Ye Tian, cradling the soil, his face flushed crimson. Even channeling the Nine Yang art couldn't help him endure it. What are you doing? Ye Tian, I'm warning you. Zhou Xiaoya was starting to panic. Ye Tian's face was crimson red, and he was holding something in his hands. Zhou Xiaoya quickly retreated inside. Phew, I'm exhausted. Ye Tian watched Zhou Xiaoya go inside before relaxing. After all, he couldn't share the secret of the mountain god space with anyone. I'm so stupid. Ye Tian slapped his forehead. Why was he carrying the soil here when he could just do it at the pear grove? Ye Tian returned to the space and set the soil down. His arms ached terribly. Remember, Ye Tian, powered by the Nine Yang art at his peak, possessed the strength of 100 bulls. Ye Tian headed toward the pear grove. Under the night sky, some pear blossoms gradually bloomed. Through the spiritual liquid irrigation, the golden pears were growing better and better. Right here, let's see what this soil does. Ye Tian scooped up a handful of soil from the mountain god space and placed it in the pear grove. Boom! As the divine soil landed, heaven and earth trembled. The entire pear grove quivered. An invisible divine force continuously spread outward from the grove. Ye Tian's eyes went wide with shock. The ancestral land of the Ye family was nothing more than an earthen hill. From the foot to the slope, it was covered with pear groves, but atop the hill lay barrenness and scattered gravel. This land was fertile only at the foot and slope, the rest was unproductive. Back then, Ye Tian's grandfather had paid a great price to keep this hill. Counting the hilltop itself, the Ye ancestral land stretched over 1,000 mu. Now before Ye Tian's eyes, a beam of light burst forth from the soil of the pear grove. With that light, the earth of the grove seemed to be plowed anew, turning over. After the turning, all the pear trees, whether ripe or not, exuded a peculiar fragrance. The trunks of the pear trees coiled like dragons. The branches were a vivid emerald like jade. The Nangwa pears grew several times larger, each as big as a fist, as if cast from gold. Flowering and fruiting all in an instant. The entire mountain of Nangwa pears ripened at that moment. Even the pears Ye Tian had picked earlier bloomed and bore fruit anew. What? These were not what shocked Ye Tian the most. Along the pear grove from the halfway slope toward the hilltop, the black soil churned and the grass seeds within the earth sprouted instantly. The gravelly soil on the slope became instantly fertile. The grass spread from the halfway slope to the hilltop at a visible speed. Can this soil make the land fertile? Are these grasses crazy? Not only the grass on the hilltop, some wild rabbits also rushed out. The rabbits' homes were destroyed. They stared at the vast expanse of grass, puzzled. One rabbit took a bite and instantly its fur glowed, becoming like a jade rabbit in the moonlight. No way. Do these grasses have an effect too? Just as Ye Tian was about to speak, several rabbits hopping excitedly bounded from the hilltop straight toward him. Bang! The rabbit, never having tasted such fine grass, crashed directly into a pear tree. Ye Tian was startled. The rabbit was knocked out. So I've become the guy waiting by the tree for a rabbit. Ye Tian stared blankly at the rabbit at his feet. It had mutated into something like a piglet, plump and glossy. Later I'll stew you. Ye Tian grabbed the rabbit by its ears, a slow smile spreading across his face. Haha, with this hill, whatever I plant will be a treasure. This place is mine. As soon as he finished saying this, the mountain god space seemed to respond in the void. Boom. The hill seemed to rise a few inches, and then a beam of light shot from Ye Tian's body, merging into the hill. In that instant, Ye Tian knew everything about the hill. 866 pear trees, 27650 golden pears, 3498776 blades of grass. My god. Ye Tian was dumbfounded. He could clearly sense everything here. Mountain god. In the void, Ye Tian seemed to hear a call from heaven and earth. At that call, the rabbits in the distance bowed toward Ye Tian. Whoa. Ye Tian watched in shock. He even saw insects in the soil crawling in his direction. Are they bowing to me? Am I the mountain god here? Of course, Ye Tian did not understand that by using the divine soil of the mountain god space and declaring sovereignty over the mountain where the soil took effect, it was as if he had made a mountain god oath. Everything here belonged to Ye Tian. He was the mountain god of this place. Of course this was only a hill now. If there were vast amounts of celestial spiritual energy, perhaps in the future Ye Tian's ancestral land could truly become a towering mountain. I can't take it anymore. This is too overwhelming. Ye Tian rubbed his forehead. Too much information flooded his mind in just this short, while everything about this land had merged into his consciousness. Ye Tian felt dazed. He carried the rabbit toward the courtyard, then went into his room and collapsed into bed. Snore, snore. He didn't know how long he had slept when he heard Zhou Xiaoya's voice outside. Xiaomi, I really can't catch it. Mom, the rabbit is so cute. Where did it come from? From the mountain, maybe it ran down. In the courtyard, Zhou Xiaoya was crouching on the ground trying to catch the rabbit. It was a fluffy white rabbit with red eyes, lively and agile. Zhou Xiaoya, captivated by the rabbit's appearance, held a carrot in her hand, tempting it. Ye Xiaomi also crouched down, crawling toward the rabbit, eager to catch it with her own hands. Ye Tian walked out of the room and saw Zhou Xiaoya sticking her rear up. What are you doing? Oh. Ye Tian had silently come up behind her, startling her. She lifted her head and bumped it against a wooden beam nearby. Ouch! Zhou Xiaoya rubbed her head in frustration, then looked at Ye Tian again. You hit yourself? Ye Tian rolled his eyes at her. How could she blame him for that? Why do you walk so quietly? Hey, your eyes. Zhou Xiaoya froze, staring at Ye Tian's eyes, gradually lost in thought. What's wrong with my eyes? Ye Tian touched his eyes. Little Ye Xiaomi at his feet had already started chasing the rabbit. Your eyes, they were golden just now. Golden? Ye Tian was taken aback. He quickly took out his phone and snapped a selfie. Where? You must have seen wrong. He didn't see any gold, but he noticed that his gaze seemed more noble. You seem to have become more handsome. I've always been handsome, okay? Shameless. Ye Tian burst into laughter and chased after the rabbit. His speed was so swift that he grabbed the rabbit's ears in one swift motion. Xiaomi, do you prefer braised in soy sauce or stewed in sauce? Huh. As soon as Ye Tian finished speaking, Ye Xiaomi's eyes turned watery. Damn it. Ye Tian realized he had said the wrong thing. Daddy is bad. Bunnies are so cute, I don't want to eat them. Exactly, Ye Tian, what's wrong with you? Zhou Xiaoya pointed her jade-like finger at Ye Tian and even pinched him. How can you eat something so cute? Cute. Ye Tian looked down at the rabbit again. It was just a rabbit, wasn't it? Was it really that cute? Walk. Ye Xiaomi had already started crying, reaching for the rabbit. The rabbit in Ye Tian's hands was perfectly still. I won't eat it, Daddy. I'm just teasing you. Ye Tian quickly changed his mind. Really? Ye Xiaomi looked at her father warily. How could the big rabbit be so docile in his hands? Was it dead? Zhou Xiaoya, take your hand off me. I really won't eat it. Ye Tian's waist was red from the pinching. That Zhou Xiaoya was definitely taking revenge on him. Oomph. Zhou Xiaoya snatched the big rabbit away. As soon as she held it in her arms, the rabbit kicked out, with its leg tearing off the collar of her clothes. Ye Tian was stunned. Zhou Xiaoya was also stunned. This has nothing to do with me. Ye Tian's eyes lingered for a moment before he turned and ran. Ye Tian. Zhou Xiaoya was furious. Why was she always so unlucky when she was with Ye Tian? Just you wait. Zhou Xiaoya went back to change her clothes. Hiding in the room, Ye Tian saw her return, cracked the door open, and gestured to Ye Xiaomi. Xiaomi, you really don't want to eat it. Daddy. Ye Xiaomi made the same expression as Zhou Xiaoya. Fine. There are plenty of rabbits in the mountains. As soon as Ye Tian finished speaking, he saw Ye Xiaomi sit directly on the big white rabbit. The rabbit actually carried Ye Xiaomi, hopping around the yard. Giggle, giggle. Ye Xiaomi laughed joyfully. Looking at his daughter's smile, Ye Tian also burst into laughter. Zhou Xiaoya, who had changed her clothes, walked out in surprise. Can it really do that? Is the big white rabbit so obedient? Daddy, I want to keep big white. Alright, if you want to keep it, then keep it. Ye Tian didn't say much more. As long as his daughter was happy, even if it were a wolf, he would keep it. But of course, to keep it, he would need to go into the mountains. Ye Tian went to the pear grove again. It seemed he didn't need to wait any longer. 100,000 gene of golden pears was definitely no problem. Relieved, Ye Tian led Ye Xiaomi and headed home. A rabbit? Xiaomi, how can you ride a rabbit? The villagers saw Ye Xiaomi riding the big white rabbit, hopping along the village path. Mainly because the rabbit was too big. The village children, seeing Ye Xiaomi like this, ran over enviously. My daddy got it for me. Huh. The children became even more envious of Ye Tian and turned back to beg their own parents for rabbits. Ride rabbits. You little brats, how could that be possible? Some people didn't believe it, but when they stepped out of their doors and saw Ye Xiaomi and Big White, they were speechless. Ye Tian had no idea that his actions had already aroused the envy, jealousy, and hatred of the village children's fathers. Is this your mount? Yi Liang was astonished to see his granddaughter riding a rabbit. This rabbit is quite plump. It would definitely be delicious braised. Ye Tian wholeheartedly agreed with his father. Like father, like son, the rabbit would definitely be tasty. Grandpa. Ye Xiaomi was about to cry again. At breakfast, Yi Liang and Ye Tian both squatted at the door to eat, looking utterly dejected. You two, father and son, only think about eating. From now on, whoever dares to eat Xiaomi's mount won't get any food. Sun Li shot a threatening glance at Ye Tian. Sigh. Ye Tian was speechless. After all his mother had spoken. Just then there was a knock at the door. Brother-in-law, I'm here. Ye Tian was taken aback and saw his brother-in-law Sun Hao sauntering in. Why is my little uncle here? Ye Tian had no good feelings toward this relative. In the past, when the Ye family was well off, his little uncle would constantly borrow money and freeload. But when the Ye family fell on hard times because of the pear grove, Sun Hao kept his distance. He heard from his mother that once when Ye Xiaomi was sick and Sun Li went to borrow money, Sun Hao refused. Since then, Sun Li had stopped dealing with her brother. In Ye Tian's eyes, his uncle had always been a snob. This visit was clearly a weasel paying a New Year's call on a chicken, no good intentions. Yi Liang agreed, and stood up from the door, not even acknowledging Sun Hao. Sun Hao, however, forced a smile, and walked up to Ye Tian. "You're back from the army. Your mother must be relieved. She thought you died out there." Ye Tian gave a cold laugh as he looked at his uncle. That dog of a man never had anything good to say. "Why are you here?" Sun Li walked out looking displeased at her brother. "Sis, we're family. I came to see you." "What's there to see?" "I'm fine. Sis, I'm actually here to help you." "Help me? What help could our family need from you?" Sun Li didn't want to say much more to Sun Hao. If it weren't for the blood relation, she really wouldn't want to talk to this brother of hers. "Sis, if you say that your Yi family is doomed, I really am here to help you this time. After all, we're relatives, aren't we? Is our Yi family finished? Uncle, can you speak like a human being?" Ye Tian was losing his patience. If not for his mother's sake, he would have kicked Sun Hao out without hesitation. "Little Tian, I am your uncle." Sun Hao stared back defiantly. "You ungrateful whelp, I'm only trying to help you. Don't say anything bad about rabbits." Ye Xiaomi came running out from the house with Dabai, following behind her. "What's going on?" Sun Hao walked up to Ye Xiaomi, reaching out to ruffle her hair, when Dabai kicked him with one leg. Dabai was actually protecting Ye Xiaomi. Sun Hao stepped back, his shin throbbing with pain from the kick. "Give me that rabbit, I'll stew it when I get home." Sun Hao's expression turned fierce. "That's enough. What do you actually want?" Sun Li stepped in front of Sun Hao. Yi Liang was already smoking on the Kong, casting a cold glance at Sun Hao. Seeing the situation, Sun Hao forced a smile again and walked directly into the house. "Brother-in-law, have a cigarette. Your family is so wealthy, yet you still smoke shangbation." Sun Hao looked at Yi Liang with dissatisfaction. This made Yi Liang snort coldly. "My family is very poor. How could we possibly have money?" "Brother-in-law, stop joking. Everyone in the village knows Han Biao compensated your family." "Is that so?" Yi Liang was startled. He hadn't expected the news to spread so quickly in the village. "Brother-in-law, I'm genuinely trying to help you this time. Do you know?" Sun Hao lowered his voice as if he were about to reveal a tremendous secret. "Just tell me." Yi Liang truly despised Sun Hao. Sun Hao looked helplessly at Yi Liang. No matter what face Yi Liang pulled, Sun Hao endured it. "I heard Han Biao is setting up a fruit station. All fruit farmers in the township, from selling to transportation, must go through Han Biao's station. According to township policy, there will be unified purchasing and unified logistics to ensure farmers' income." "Uncle, what does this have to do with our family?" Ye Tian was also sitting nearby, and couldn't help but interrupt Sun Hao. His gaze grew sharper. When Sun Hao saw Ye Tian's expression, he cautiously shifted back a step. He knew Ye Tian was very skilled in martial arts. Softening his tone, he said, "How could it not matter? I had someone inquire, and Han Biao's side clearly stated that they would not purchase from your pear grove at all. Is that all?" Ye Tian laughed, showing no urgency at all. However, Yi Liang and Sun Li frowned, asking nervously, "Who told you this? Can't I just sell my own pears?" "Of course not. The township has unified everything. No outside fruit merchants can enter. Han Biao won't allow it. You truly won't be able to sell anything. Is there any justice left in this?" Yi Liang was furious. Who on earth made such a policy? How could there be something like this? "Brother-in-law, I must say you really made a wrong move. How could you offend Han Biao? What power does the Han family have? Ask anyone in Lotus Township who doesn't know the Han family. I heard you found treasures in your pear grove. You believe that too? It's all lies." Sun Li muttered. Hee, I agree. There's no such thing as a treasure bowl. It's all superstition." Sun Hao's eyes darted around schemingly. "Old man, what should we do about the fruit station situation? This matter is indeed troublesome." "I have an idea." Sun Hao quickly took a puff of his cigarette, gazing at Yi Liang proudly. "What idea could you possibly have?" "Brother-in-law, we're family after all. Your family is in trouble, so of course I must help. Don't dwell on past matters. It was all my fault." With Sun Hao saying this, Yi Liang couldn't keep a stern face any longer. They were relatives after all. "All right, it's all in the past." Sun Li sighed. Her brother had apologized, and as his older sister, she couldn't say more. "My idea is this: let me sell your golden pears. Just say they came from my family's production. Don't I also have a pear orchard? Transfer all your south pears to my family. I'll sell them for you. How about that?" "What a schemer." Yi Liang almost laughed from frustration. This was Sun Hao's idea. "What do you take my family for?" Yi Liang smiled, and took a few steps towards Sun Hao. Sun Hao felt guilty and retreated a few steps. He sighed deliberately. "We can employ a substitution scheme. From now on, we'll say these south pears came from our family's production. Then what could Han Biao possibly say? Sister, for this matter, I am willing to offend Han Biao. How am I as a brother?" Sun Li looked gratefully at Sun Hao. It seemed he had truly changed. "You're really not afraid of offending them?" Ye Tian suddenly interjected. Sun Hao quickly said, "Of course I'm afraid. We just need to be careful. By the way, there's one more thing. Sister, you know Xiao Dong is matchmaking." He's taken a liking to a nurse. I need to prepare the betrothal gifts. I really don't have much on hand. Can you lend me 100,000? 100,000. Sun Li was stunned. Sun Hao had come to borrow money. 100,000. Yi Liang also reacted. Sun Hao knew about the compensation money and came specifically to borrow this sum. Brother-in-law, 100,000 is not much these days. Bride prices now start at 300,000 plus a house in the county. You happen to have 100,000. Please help me out. I'll help you in return later. Sun Hao smiled like a fox, greedy and ruthless. What audacity. You came here just for the 100,000, didn't you? Sorry, but our family doesn't need your help. Before Yi Liang could answer, Ye Tian directly refused. Little Tian, adults are talking. This doesn't concern you. Sun Hao couldn't hold back any longer. I am your uncle. Sun Hao emphasized again, then forced a smile toward Sun Li's sister. Surely, you wouldn't be so stingy. Just as he finished speaking, Sun Hao let out a shrill scream. Uncle, apologies for stepping on your foot. Ye Tian flashed an insidious smile. If it weren't for their familial connection, he would have crushed this person into a bloody pulp. Sun Hao rubbed his foot, face flushed crimson, pointing at Ye Tian with a hint of fear. Sun Li's expression also soured. Her family had finally accumulated some wealth, and here came Sun Hao. When the Yi family was struggling, he had kept his distance, fearing any association. Now that the Yi family had prospered, he came knocking to borrow money. Uncle, my apologies. My family has no money. No money. Sister, Ye Tian says there's no money. Sun Li remained silent. Yi Liang wanted to speak, but his son silenced him with a glance. There's clearly compensation money. If I make the decisions now. I said no money, and that means no money. Ye Tian gazed at Sun Hao with perfect composure, his words leaving Sun Hao utterly stupefied. What? You're in charge? Yes, Xiao Tian is now in charge. Sun Li came to her senses. Her son had returned so naturally they'd follow his lead. Yi Liang continued puffing on his cigarette and nodded. Actually, we're all family. Borrowing money isn't entirely out of the question. Xiao Tian, then lend me some quickly. Little uncle, have you heard the saying borrow, repay, then borrow again, without difficulty? What do you mean? Sun Hao hadn't quite grasped the implications, staring at Ye Tian in bewilderment. Didn't Mom lend you quite a bit of money? Have you paid it back? Xiaodong needs bride price, and you want to borrow money. As his brother, I have no issue with that, provided you first repay all the money my family lent you before. What borrowing? When did I ever borrow money from your family? Don't spout nonsense. Sun Hao raised his voice defensively. When you borrowed money back, then you certainly didn't act like this. Sister, you're treating me like this now. I'm not asking for free. I helped you. Sun Hao glared at Sun Li with resentment, bringing up those past loans. Without evidence, Sun Hao certainly wasn't going to admit anything. Help. The text breaks off here. Excuse me, I could sell it myself. What help did I need from you? Are you dreaming? You want me to hand over my golden pears for you to sell? Ye Tian coldly sneered at his shameless uncle. You sell? You couldn't even sell them yourself, didn't I tell you? Han Biao's fruit stand. That's my business. What does it have to do with you? If you want to borrow money, first pay back what you owe. If you won't repay, then get out. Little uncle, how dare you speak to me like that? Before Sun Hao could finish, Ye Tian slammed his palm against the table. Crash. The force was immense. A palm print appeared directly in the wooden table on the com. Get out. Ye Tian's eyes blazed with fury. For such relatives, Ye Tian considered letting him through the door, already giving him too much face. You. Sun Hao was startled, staring at the wooden table in shock. I'm your elder. You dare lay a hand on me. Sun Li, is this how you raise your son? I'm his uncle. Sun Hao shouted again. Sun Li was truly at a loss, wanting to say something to Ye Tian. How tedious. Ye Tian moved towards Sun Hao, the joints in his bones crackling like thunder. Sun Hao was completely terrified, bolting from the room. You Yi family are too much. Ye Tian tried to kill someone. Come look, everyone. Sun Hao ran out of the courtyard and onto the village road, beginning to wail. Still calling yourself a soldier? I think you're just a thug. Dare to raise a hand to me. You're nothing. I was trying to help your Yi family, helping you sell your pears, and you repay me like this. Doesn't anyone see how unreasonable this is? The villagers all came out to watch. Seeing Sun Hao cursing the old Yi family, everyone curiously craned their necks. What's wrong with the Yi family? Bad luck these days, being besieged again. Did Ye Tian actually hit Sun Hao? Some elders grew displeased. Regardless of what happened, Sun Hao was still the junior. Ye Tian didn't let his parents come out, leisurely walking to the doorway. I say, little uncle, you want your money back, and this is how you behave. Fine, if this is how you want it today, I'm going to your house. I'll blockade your door too. What? Sun Hao stopped, wailing, face burning red, pointing at Ye Tian, about to curse. Dare insult me one word, try it. That icy gaze fixed on Sun Hao. That razor-sharp stare cut like a blade. It must be known, Ye Tian was dubbed the King of Hell. The killing intent in his eyes was something ordinary people couldn't withstand. Sun Hao was terrified, plopping down onto the ground. See, you fell yourself. Fellow villagers, can anyone tell me, when relatives come to your door wanting to help sell the fruits of your own hard labor, what do you think? How much money did my mother lend this person? His Xiaodong is getting married and wants to borrow 100,000 from us. Does that make any sense? This happened too. In the countryside, people loved nothing more than gossiping about neighbors' affairs. Everyone in the village knew about Sun Hao's family situation, and someone had already started heckling. Son, how aren't you always bragging about having several 100,000 at home? You earn money selling pears every year. Your Xiaodong raises pigs too. Did you go bankrupt or something? The old Ye family has just started to get by and you act like this. You still human? The villager's words made Sun Hao's face flush alternately red and white. With no other option, he hopped and shouted, I was doing this for their own good. They offended Han Biao. How could they possibly sell their pears? Whether they rot in the field is our family's business. What does that have to do with you? Ye Tian stepped forward again, the ground trembling. Han Biao scrambled up from the ground in fright, turned, and ran. The onlookers immediately burst into laughter. Yet at this moment Ye Tian noticed the village head Zhang Quan's contemptuous smirk in the crowd. As you wished. Ye Tian could read lips, so he naturally understood what Zhang Quan had said. So it seems they really intend to make a move on my pear orchard. Then come on. Ye Tian said nothing more. The villagers were still discussing among themselves. Some meant well, after all, in Fengwang village most were fruit farmers, and every household had fruit trees. They all knew that the township had set this policy. Every year fruit farmers had to sell their pears through middlemen making their own arrangements, and the prices were unstable. Now the township had established a unified fruit station. Prices were standardized, which was actually a good thing. Xiaoyan, come back. Sun Li pulled her son inside and looked at Ye Tian with a worried expression. Your little uncle is really unreasonable. But after all, he's family. We can't just watch the pears rot in the fields. How about letting him? Mom, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. As for the pear orchard, don't bother yourselves about it. Later I'll go to the county to order custom furniture and give the house a proper renovation. Don't waste money. Sun Li wanted to persuade Ye Tian, but Yi Liang said in a deep voice, listen to our son. He's the head of the household now. Where's Xiaomi? Ye Tian hadn't seen Yi Xiaomi for a while, and Dabai was also missing. Where had that child and that rabbit gone? Probably in the back vegetable garden. Xiaomi has been eating so much lately. Yi Liang muttered, as well her appetite was even bigger than an adult's. Yeah, I've noticed too, but it's no problem. Ye Tian walked toward the vegetable garden and saw Yi Xiaomi with her bottom in the air, having Dabai dig the soil. Dabai was really obedient. What rabbit would squat on the ground digging soil? When rabbits burrow, they use their heads forward and their little legs scratch continuously. But Dabai wasn't like that. It used its hind legs to kick continuously, and Yi Xiaomi was searching through the soil it kicked out. What are you doing? Earthworms. So many. Ye Tian then saw that Yi Xiaomi had dug out earthworms. These earthworms were as thick as Yi Xiaomi's finger. Yi Xiaomi grabbed one and was running toward Yi Liang. Grandpa, earthworms go fishing. Yi Xiaomi's face was covered in dirt, and Yi Liang looked at her with concern. Your dad is back. Go find your dad. Can dad fish? Xiaomi, your dad can do anything. Not just fishing, even with a stick. You're bragging. You don't believe me. Ye Tian looked at the earthworms, a nostalgic expression on his face. When he was young, his favorite thing was to use earthworms to fish. In the wild river, there were crucian carp, common carp, bighead carp, etc. But Ye Tian's favorite to eat was loach. In summer, the loaches would come out of their burrows without any earthy taste. Braised loach with bean paste and tofu was simply delicious. Take Xiaomi to the riverside and keep a close eye on her. Dad, Mom, don't worry. Let's go fishing. No, let's go catch loaches with a huzi. Huzi. Do tigers eat loaches too? Dad said huzi, a fish trap. In a moment, I'll make one for you too. Ye Tian picked up Xiaomi and quickly wiped her face. Anyway, the pear orchard was all ripe. In a day or two, he would have Huang Fei come to inspect the goods and then start selling the golden pears. Let's go. Yi Xiaomi ran off again, watching Ye Tian start fetching a huzi from the house. A huzi is a homemade fishing tool made by weaving a bag with wire rings and fishing net. The bag is shaped like a gourd. A fish can get in, but find it very difficult to get out. Ye Tian packed up simply and led Yi Xiaomi toward the wild river. 30 minutes later, swoosh, a sharp branch pierced the water surface like a sword. In the stream, a splash of water. A foraging bighead carp thrashed on the surface, its mouth pierced by the sharp branch. Amazing. Yi Xiaomi stared at Ye Tian in astonishment. Ye Tian stood by the river, and with a casually picked branch he could catch a fat fish. Dad, you're even more skilled than Grandpa. Yi Xiaomi looked up at her father with admiration, and his glorious image was once again forged in her heart. Haha, of course. Ye Tian put his hands on his hips and laughed proudly. He completely didn't notice that Yi Xiaomi had picked up a thick wooden stick and slowly handed it to him. Dad, use this. It's big, and you can catch even bigger fish. It's too thick. It won't work right. Dad, you're the best. Encouraged by Yi Xiaomi, Ye Tian considered it for a moment and couldn't help taking a deep breath. For my daughter. In a sweep of his hand, Ye Tian activated the nine yang art and directly blasted the wooden stick into the water. The arm-thick stick pierced the water, sending splashes flying. The river seemed to explode. Boom. The splashing water rose over 10 meters high. The carp in the river were knocked unconscious on the spot. Tons of river water crashed down, churning up a wave. Yi Xiaomi jumped up excitedly while Dabai beside her stared blankly. So much fun. From Yi Xiaomi's perspective, the splashing water under the sunlight was colorful, like a rainbow appearing. Ye Tian was already drenched, but seeing Yi Xiaomi, so happy he felt content. However, from the opposite bank came a sharp reprimand. Are you insane? Look at what you've done. Ye Tian raised his gaze to the opposite bank where a woman soaked through and through stood gazing at Ye Tian with fury. The woman wore a high-quality outdoor jacket, one that should have been waterproof. The splash from the waves had been so intense that it forced the woman to sit directly in the river. Her hair hung wet, and her pants were drenched. Underneath her exquisite outdoor attire lay a striking figure. Ye Tian could tell at a glance that this woman was a dedicated fitness enthusiast with toned muscles and powerful straight legs. Her delicate features and creamy complexion resembled a celebrity's. Wan Shui stared back at Ye Tian, her anger barely contained. She had come to conquer the back mountain of Phoenix Ridge. From here it would take a full day to reach the Phoenix Peak Cliff. Wan Shui arrived at the remote riverbank wanting to wash her hands and replenish her water supplies using her outdoor purification device. Yet the moment she arrived, massive waves drenched her completely. Wan Shui had no spare set of clothes and frustration etched across her delicate features. Sorry. Ye Tian pulled his gaze away with acute embarrassment, but before he could speak further, Wan Shui seized a pebble and hurled it directly at him. You've soaked my clothes. How am I supposed to enter the mountain? Water splashed again, drenching Ye Tian, who seemed utterly unperturbed. Entering the mountain. What would a woman do going into the mountains? Mind your own business. Wan Shui seethed, her soaked clothes shattering her carefully laid plans. Beautiful Annie, I'm so sorry. Daddy didn't do it on purpose. Ye Xiaomi rushed forward, waving at Wan Shui. Is this your daughter? Wan Shui paused, struck by the child's adorable cherubic face that seemed angelic in the sunlight. Yes, truly, apologies for before. Since you have a daughter, I'll let it slide. A smile crossed Ye Tian's face as Wan Shui's irritation faded. He pointed toward Phoenix Village and said, You should change into some dry clothes. My home is right over there. No need. A flush crept across Wan Shui's cheeks. Glancing downward, she stepped back rapidly. Ye Tian was a stranger, and she was completely soaked, her figure exposed to his gaze. Then you'd better not enter the mountain. It's very humid lately, and rain is coming. The insects and snakes in the mountains will all emerge. I'm more than capable. Ooh, I don't need your advice. Just focus on your fishing. Don't think because this sister is pretty you can try to curry favor with me. We're not from the same world. Wan Shui carried herself with noble pride. As the young mistress of the prestigious Wan family, she was no ordinary person that one could simply approach. Ye Tian simply lowered his head. His kind reminder was enough. When Wan Shui noticed Ye Tian ignoring her, she couldn't help but feel puzzled. Men usually swarmed around her like persistent flies. Could it be that having a child and being married is why I'm suddenly not attractive? Wan Shui lifted her chin proudly, once more glanced at her positioning device, then headed toward Phoenix Mountain. Daddy, that sister is very pretty, prettier than mommy. Her godmother Zhou Xiaoya is your godmother. She's my mommy. When do we start catching loaches? Ye Xiaomi stretched her neck again. Ye Tian had promised her that she could catch loaches too. Wait. Ye Tian had already brought over the gourd, mixing earthworms with yellow soil and tossing them inside. The yellow soil added weight, and combined with the earthworms produced an earthy scent to attract the loaches. He threw the gourd into the water himself, 1 foot pressing down on the rope. Xiaomi, bring me that Sprite bottle from over there. Ye Tian took the prepared Sprite bottle, used scissors to cut along 1/4 of the bottle body, then made holes on both sides of the bottle with a small knife. Ye Tian inverted the Sprite bottle top, perfectly joining it with the bottle body. The entrance was wide while the exit was narrow. Once the loaches went in, they would find it difficult to escape. Is this also a gourd? This is how Daddy did it when he was little. Ye Tian checked it over, then turned and headed to the riverbank. To ensure Xiaomi could catch loaches, Ye Tian reached down into the riverbed and gathered some crawfish, small lobsters. Ye Tian crushed them with a stone and placed them inside the Sprite bottle. There, we shall wait and see. Will it really work? Ye Xiaomi gazed at the Sprite bottle filled with anticipation. There must be fish, lots and lots of fish. Ye Tian watched his daughter murmuring and burst into laughter. Ye Tian used a branch to spear 3 flower carp. That was enough. Tonight they could have iron pot stewed fish and sauce-braised loaches. Ye Tian hadn't enjoyed such bliss in a long time. Daddy, I think it's coming. Wait a bit longer, no rush. Ye Tian stood in the river reminding Xiaomi. Ye Xiaomi sat on the big white one, eyes full of anticipation, murmuring softly. As time passed, 20 minutes later, Ye Tian grabbed the rope and began pulling it out. It's so heavy. There must be something inside. Ye Tian could already feel it. As the gourd was lifted, things inside began to thrash about. Loaches. Ye Tian pulled with more force, and the gourd finally emerged from the water. Inside, black loaches twisted their tails. See that? Ye Tian displayed his catch triumphantly. When Xiaomi saw her father really did pull out loaches, she shrieked with excitement. So amazing. Daddy, I'm done too. Ye Xiaomi dragged the Sprite bottle up as well. She strained hard, her cheeks puffed out. Eek. Finally pulled up within the Sprite bottle lay a silvery, white, crystal clear catch. Dad, this isn't a loach. Ye Xiaomi looked pitifully at the Sprite bottle. What lay inside was certainly not a loach. Something mottled and white. What could it be? No way. Ye Tian was utterly astonished. Gazing at the contents within the bottle, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Noodle. Noodlefish. Noodlefish, also known as silverfish, have slender, elongated bodies that are transparent and colorless. Their bodies are round in front and flat behind, smooth and tender, remarkably resembling strands of noodles. Noodle fish have no bones or spines. Their flesh is tender and delicious, and they are rich in protein. This delicacy is quite expensive. The noodle fish Ye Tian referred to were not the marine variety. Noodle fish in river water had nearly vanished, for the northern rivers were mostly developed and polluted. Even in his childhood, Ye Tian could hardly ever spot a noodle fish. A pound of noodle fish could cost over 1,000 yuan. Stir-fried with free-range eggs, noodle fish were a true culinary delight. Dad, are you saying these can be eaten? Even tastier than loach? At the mention of food, Ye Xiaomi stopped sulking. She stared wide-eyed at the noodle fish swimming in the bucket. You can eat them, and they're delicious. But haven't they gone extinct? Could it be that this river still has them? Ye Tian pondered deeply. Even in his childhood, noodle fish were extremely hard to catch. Ye Xiaomi had dropped a Sprite bottle, and instead of catching loaches, she had scooped up noodle fish. There were only 7 or 8 of them, but they were still noodle fish. Xiaomi, these are really tasty. Later have grandma stir-fry them with eggs. Noodle fish are expensive, so I'll fish for noodle fish and you fish for loaches, Dad. Xiaomi, noodle fish are very rare. I doubt there are many more in this river. Ye Tian didn't want to discourage Xiaomi, so he quickly explained that catching loaches would be fine. No, Ye Xiaomi was adamant. The noodle fish swimming in the bucket were truly beautiful to watch. I must fish for noodle fish. I think they're all gone. Ye Tian threw the gourd trap back into the water, hoping to catch more loaches for a few more meals. After all, loaches had a high survival rate and could live for a long time in the bucket. Another 20 minutes passed, and Ye Tian pulled up the gourd again, revealing 6 loaches inside. How's it going? Yeah. Ye Xiaomi stepped on the riverbank and pulled hard again. Beside her, Dabai seemed eager to help. Is there something else? No way. Ye Tian turned his head and saw that the Sprite bottle was still filled with noodle fish. What's going on? Xiaomi, do we have a noodle fish nest here? Ye Tian twisted his body, ready to jump into the water to have a closer look. Haha, I caught noodle fish again. Dad, I'm better than you. Yes, you're good, but how is this possible? Ye Tian thought suspiciously, then shrugged. Maybe it was just one nest, and Ye Xiaomi had fished them all out. Time passed bit by bit, and Ye Tian began to grow numb. 6 times. Ye Xiaomi had dropped the Sprite bottle 6 times, and each time it came up with noodle fish. Are noodle fish this abundant now? Has the environment recovered? But why haven't I caught a single one? This is too much, isn't it? Ye Tian stared at the loaches before him. The loach and tofu stew he had initially looked forward to no longer held any appeal. He was completely defeated by the noodle fish. With noodle fish available, who would still eat loach? Dad, I want to fish more. Ye Xiaomi said excitedly. Don't fish anymore. What if we clean them out? Let's leave some for future generations. Ye Tian quickly urged Ye Xiaomi to stop. With so many noodle fish caught, he actually wondered if the crayfish from earlier had something to do with it. Could noodle fish have a vendetta against crayfish? Ye Tian carried 2 buckets while Ye Xiaomi happily rode on to buy the Sprite bottle hanging at her waist. She looked like a victorious general returning home. Xiaoyi, what did you catch? A passing villager curiously peered over. Noodle fish. Ye Xiaomi answered loudly. Impossible. There haven't been any in the wild river for over 10 years. Whoa, there really are. The villager's eyes lit up as he looked at the bucket. There are noodle fish in the wild river. What? The idle villagers staying in the village came out from their homes upon hearing the news. Really? Where did you catch them? Right in the wild river. Ye Xiaomi caught a whole bucket. I haven't eaten noodle fish in ages. I'm going to. Ye Tian watched as the villagers' eyes turned into those of hungry wolves rushing toward the wild river. What a sin. Ye Tian covered his head. If the noodle fish all died out, it would be entirely his fault. Dad, why are they so excited? Humans are truly terrifying. What crime did the noodle fish commit? Dad, maybe we shouldn't eat them. How can we do that? If I don't go to hell, who will it? Ye Tian quickly lifted his head, his eyes also turning into those of a hungry wolf. At last he would get to eat noodle fish. The news stirred the villagers. By the wild river, figures appeared one after another. Nets and gourds were cast into the water. Unfortunately, no one else could catch any noodle fish. In the entire Fengwang village, only Ye Xiaomi could do it. In the iron pot, a big head carp had been placed, and the stewed fish was already underway. But Ye Tian's eyes were glued to the frying pan. As Sun Li prepared to fry a batch of noodle fish, Ye Tian's mouth was practically watering. The soybean oil rolled and bubbled as the golden egg liquid was poured in. A splash erupted, and the egg instantly spread out. Then the noodle fish were added to the pan, and a savory fragrance immediately wafted through the air. Xiaomi, eat slowly. Ye Tian's eyes widened as he caught the scent of his childhood, his eyes narrowing into slits. Dad, you eat slowly too. A plate of deep-fried noodle fish was devoured by the father and daughter. Big hands and small hands grabbed for a while until not a single noodle fish remained. Both of them stared at the egg-fried noodle fish, a steaming pot placed before them. So delicious. Ye Xiaomi's cheeks bulged again as she took mouthful after mouthful. I haven't eaten this noodle fish in a long time either. Ye Liang poured himself a cup of corn wine and licked his lips. This time it's all thanks to Xiaomi. After all this effort, you're not even as good as your daughter. Sun Li smiled at Ye Tian. Alas, a new generation replaces the old. Go on. His mother shot him a glare and placed a large piece of noodle fish on his plate. The big-head carp in the pot was ready with slices of pork belly cabbage and eggplant at the bottom. The golden corn cakes were mouth-watering. This meal was the most satisfying Ye Tian had had since returning. Later, take some of this noodle fish back for Xiaoya. There's more. Ye Tian paused then nodded. Zhou Xiaoya had helped take care of Ye Xiaomi, so it was only right to share good food. Actually, that tigress is pretty decent. What are you muttering about? Sun Li glared at her son. Zhou Xiaoya was so kind, yet this foolish boy seemed completely indifferent. She wondered what Ye Xiaomi's biological mother was really like. Dad hires some workers tomorrow to pick the pears in the orchard. Ye Tian glanced at his phone. Huang Fei had messaged that he would personally inspect the pear orchard tomorrow. Xiaoyan, how are we going to sell our pears? Dad, don't worry. Our pears will sell easily. Ye Tian didn't elaborate. If he told his father that he also held shares in Zenlongjia, the old couple might not be able to handle it. Ye Xiaomi, I'll pick you up tonight. Don't cause any trouble. Ye Tian took a lunchbox and walked toward the village office. Along the way, the villagers looked at him, their heads hanging low. No noodle fish. How should I know? I just know I enjoyed it. Ye Tian was also puzzled. Why could only Ye Xiaomi catch noodle fish? No matter what the villagers said, Ye Tian didn't explain. When he arrived at the village office, Zhou Xiaoya was still working. Seeing Ye Tian, her face darkened. Have you eaten? None of your business. Zhou Xiaoya got annoyed just looking at Ye Tian for no apparent reason. Ye Tian wasn't in a hurry. He placed the lunchbox in front of her. I'm a mouse paying respects to a cat. It's never good. Zhou Xiaoya lifted her pretty face, her beautiful eyes sparkling. You're the mouse. As a village party secretary, how can you talk about the villagers like that? Apologize to me immediately. No way. Do you have business or not? Don't disturb my work. Find such good noodle fish. My mother specially made it for you. As Ye Tian spoke, he lifted the lid slightly, and the aroma of the food made Zhou Xiaoya's stomach growl. Noodle fish. She saw it. Phoenix Village really did have noodle fish, a very rare fish. Zhou Xiaoya gently licked her lips while her stomach continued to protest. Ye Tian almost laughed. She clearly wanted to eat, but was still holding out. Xiaoya, apologize to me quickly, and I'll let you eat. Before Ye Tian finished, Zhou Xiaoya snatched the lunchbox with lightning speed. This was made by Annie for me. What does it have to do with you? You're just a delivery boy. Apologize. No way. Zhou Xiaoya, you're just stubborn. Ye Tian didn't mind. He watched Zhou Xiaoya with amusement. Wash the lunchbox and return it to me. I'm leaving. He turned around and waved his arm without looking back. Ye Tian didn't see Zhou Xiaoya take a bite of the noodle fish, her face blooming with a contented smile. She looked at his retreating figure and gave a playful grin. As he stepped out of the village office, Zhang Quan approached. Xiaoya, I was looking for you. What's up? Your pear orchard. Are you selling the pears or not? If you want to sell, you'd better go soft on Hanbiao. We're all fellow villagers. I can mediate for you. I heard you have a technique that turns Nangua pears into golden pears. Anyone passing by Ye Tian's pear orchard could smell a peculiar fragrance. The others weren't stupid. They had never seen such pears before. These people were whispering among themselves, and some had already begun coveting Ye Tian's secret recipe. Ye Tian looked at Zhang Quan and smiled faintly. Village head, don't trouble yourself. I'll sell my pears myself. Sell them yourself? The establishment of the fruit station was decided by the township. So what? Ye Tian, don't bring trouble on yourself. Policy is policy. Ye Tian didn't care about Zhang Quan at all. He turned to leave. Stop right there. Ye Tian, I warn you. If something happens, I as village head won't lift a finger for you. If you dare to disrupt the township's policy, I won't let you off either. Remember that clearly. Ye Tian paid no attention to Zhang Quan whatsoever. Zhang Quan, the village chief, was always on the side of the Han family. Without a word, Ye Tian turned and walked away. What a piece of trash. The entire Phoenix village. Who would dare to ignore Zhang Quan? Feeling his authority challenged, Zhang Quan looked at Ye Tian with a cold smirk. Just wait. Tomorrow the Han family will start collecting fruit. By then your golden pears will rot in the fields. When that happens, I'll make you kneel and beg me. Zhang Quan, with his hands behind his back, turned and walked into the village office. As he passed Zhou Xiaoya's desk, he caught the aroma of noodle fish and couldn't help licking his lips. Ye Tian returned to the pear grove and spent the entire afternoon there. After the soil transformation, the hillsides had all become fertile. Ye Tian was considering planting some other fruits here. Perhaps I should plan it out properly. Ye Tian began to plan the land. He could clearly sense everything about his ancestral land. A pheasant. Ye Tian suddenly spotted one in the mountain. In the past, he would have caught it without hesitation. Unfortunately, pheasants are now protected animals. These creatures in Phoenix Mountain were becoming a plague. A few years ago, someone was caught catching a pheasant, severely reprimanded, and almost sentenced. I could raise chickens. Free-range chickens, free-range eggs. There's so much grass in the mountains, and the fallen golden pears can also be fed to the chickens. Ye Tian made up his mind and planned to purchase some chicks in a few days. Just then he saw pheasants flying out one after another. Where did they come from? Ye Tian looked into the distance in confusion. From here, he could see a dense forest. Through this forest, there was a small path that led into Phoenix Mountain. Originally, some hunters knew this path. Now it was abandoned. Someone. Ye Tian's pupils contracted. With his sharp eyesight, he could indeed see a person lying on the path. Something's wrong. Ye Tian rushed toward the distance, and soon arrived outside the dense forest. Lying on the ground outside the forest was a person. It's her. Ye Tian never expected to encounter Wan Shui here. At that moment, Wan Shui's forehead was covered in sweat, each drop rolling down like beans. Wan Shui was not wearing a jacket, she had on a short-sleeved shirt. The pink shirt seemed to have a trace of bloodstains. What happened to you? Ye Tian quickly approached Wan Shui, whose consciousness was somewhat confused. Snake? Bitten by a snake? Ye Tian was stunned. He never expected Wan Shui to be bitten by a snake. Where? Ye Tian's expression turned serious. He had told Wan Shui that it was going to rain, and that the mountain's venomous creatures would emerge. But Wan Shui, a woman, insisted on entering through the back mountain. This was a primeval forest difficult for ordinary people to navigate. Don't touch me. Wan Shui became wary again, trying to lift her jade-like arm, but lacked the strength. If I don't touch you, you'll be left to die. Tell me where exactly. Ye Tian wanted to ask, but Wan Shui clenched her teeth and remained silent. How annoying. Ye Tian directly began to check her, which made Wan Shui anxious, her eyes reddening. So it's here. Ye Tian finally found it. Prying open Wan Shui's collar, beneath a flash of snowy white, a row of fang marks appeared. Let me go. Help. Wan Shui was both ashamed and frightened, her consciousness growing more chaotic. Even with the snake venom, she didn't want Ye Tian to take advantage of her. I'm saving you right now. With a ripping sound, Ye Tian ignored her protests and tore open Wan Shui's clothes. Wan Shui screamed and then fainted. Bitten by a viper. You're lucky you encountered me. Ye Tian took a deep look at the wound, even squeezing it with his hand. A stream of pus and blood came out. Wan Shui must have been poisoned about an hour ago, and had walked here through sheer willpower. Ye Tian checked again, then turned and carried Wan Shui toward the dense forest. Soon he came out holding a handful of wolfbane. This kind of herb was abundant in the mountains. Wherever wolfbane grew, venomous snakes were absent. It was a natural antidote. Ye Tian carried Wan Shui toward the old house. He laid her on the kong and continued to tear off her clothes. He picked up a beverage bottle, placed its opening against Wan Shui's wound, and squeezed hard. With the pressure, poisonous blood came out repeatedly. Ye Tian chewed the wolfbane and gently applied it to Wan Shui's wound. After doing this, he took the remaining wolfbane and soaked it in boiling water. The boiling water had turned green. Ye Tian lifted Wan Shui and fed it to her bit by bit. A strange fragrance slowly filled the room. This one, born with a fragrant body. Ye Tian looked at Wan Shui in surprise, her breathing gradually steadied. He noticed that the underwear Wan Shui wore was stained with blood. Ye Tian raised his hand and directly took it off. The bloodstains are also poisonous. If you don't want the toxins to seep into your skin, I have no choice but to do this. Ye Tian found some gauze and bandaged the wound. These emergency measures were all military methods. In the army, there is no distinction between men and women, only comrades. All afternoon, Ye Tian stayed in the room, constantly monitoring Wan Shui's condition. He repeatedly fed her the wolfbane liquid, and as he watched the bleeding spots on Wan Shui's skin gradually fade, he finally felt relieved. Wan Shui's eyelids twitched. Wan Shui opened her eyes, and what met her gaze was an old worn roof beam. Where am I? The last thing she remembered was being harassed by a man by the river. My home. Ye Tian walked over, looking at Wan Shui. Wan Shui jolted upright, her reaction so violent that she bumped her head right into Ye Tian's face. As fate would have it, their lips met. You. Ye Tian stared wide-eyed at Wan Shui. It was she who initiated this. Wan Shui's beautiful eyes blazed with fury. After a brief pause, she backed away. What did you do to me? She panicked. The clothes she wore were a loose white short-sleeved shirt. A man's short-sleeved shirt, revealing far too much. You were poisoned by a viper. I helped detoxify you. Don't scream. Here's the last bowl of medicine. Drink it. Ye Tian handed Wan Shui a bowl of herbal liquid. She stared at the greenish concoction, nearly gagging. It looks awful, but it will cure the poison. Wait, where are my clothes? They were ruined. This is mine. I mean my undergarments. Wan Shui glared at Ye Tian in disbelief. How dare he undress her? What else had he done while she was unconscious? She raised her hand to slap him, but Ye Tian stepped back, gazing at her with a dark look. I was saving you. Your underwear was contaminated with snake venom, which seeped through your skin. Shut up. My phone. Give me my phone. Wan Shui wanted to call the police. She feared what Ye Tian might have done to her. What are you thinking? I saved you, and now you're accusing me. Your phone's right there. Get it yourself if you want. Ye Tian glared at her, annoyed. Who did she think he was? Wan Shui was stunned again. He was angrier than she was. How could this jerk act like this? How did you cure my poison? Wan Shui stepped back, arms crossed, having retrieved her phone, watching him warily. I sucked out the venom, then applied herbal medicine. Sucked it out. With your mouth. Wan Shui understood, and tears began to fall. She had just touched his lips, and now she knew that part of her body had been sucked by his mouth. Wog. Women are truly made of water. Wan Shui burst into loud sobs. What are you thinking? I used a bottle. Ye Tian picked up a plastic bottle, pointed at it, then tossed it into the trash. That bottle also has snake venom on it. Don't think just because you're passably attractive that every man in the world would do that to you. You overestimate yourself and underestimate me. Wan Shui's eyes brimming with tears looked up staring at the trash bin. Suit yourself. I have to go pick up Xiaomi now. Leave on your own. I can't be bothered with you. Ye Tian glanced at the time. It was time to go home for dinner and fetch Ye Xiaomi. Ye Tian left leaving Wan Shui alone in the room. He hoped she would leave quickly to avoid any trouble. Wan Shui watched him go utterly bewildered. She had never met a man like this. The men who surrounded her were all covetous of her looks, her family, her background. Only Ye Tian seemed to truly not care. You've taken advantage of me, and you dare say that. Wan Shui wanted to leave, but after just being detoxified, she had no strength. Wan Shui grabbed her bag, rummaged through it briefly, then started crying again in grievance. Ye Tian indeed paid her no mind. When he returned home, Ye Xiaomi was practicing calligraphy. Ye Liang watched his granddaughter write stroke by stroke, neat and tidy. Dad, how's my handwriting? Not bad. Ye Tian patted Ye Xiaomi's head encouragingly, then turned to see what his mother had cooked. Fish again. You caught so many loaches. What else can we do? Keep them alive. Loach and tofu stew didn't appeal to Ye Tian. He preferred noodle fish. When the braised loach and sauce was served, Ye Tian and Xiaomi both ate heartily. Bring some for Xia too. Mom, just tell her to come over and eat here, okay? She has work. Besides, she's an unmarried young lady. It's not proper for her to come running over to our house all the time. What's wrong with that? We even live together. Ye Tian, I'm warning you, don't bully Xiaoya. Ye Tian quickly shut up and focused on his meal. At the table, he also brought up the idea of raising chickens. Alright, free-range chickens are quite profitable now. After dinner, Ye Tian took a lunchbox and led Ye Xiaomi back to the old house. Zhou Xiaoya hadn't returned yet, so Ye Tian had Ye Xiaomi take the lunchbox inside. Ye Xiaomi stayed in Zhou Xiaoya's room watching cartoons. Ye Tian pushed open the door directly. Why haven't you left yet? Ye Tian was surprised to see Wan Shui still sitting on the Kong, having found a camouflage jacket from the wardrobe and put it on. She looked at him with a plaintive expression. I twisted my ankle. Can I rest here one night and then leave? No. Ye Tian had just refused when he heard voices from outside. Zhou Xiaoya had returned. Zhou Xiaoya walked toward the bedroom and heard Ye Xiaomi calling out for mommy. Wan Shui also heard it and wanted to speak, thinking Ye Tian's wife had come back, so she felt she should explain. Chill. Keep your voice down. Don't say a word. As long as you stay quiet, I'll let you stay. Ye Tian's conscience pricked him. His eyes began to dart around nervously. Wan Shui looked at Ye Tian with suspicion. What are you doing? She had just figured it out and checked. Ye Tian hadn't done anything to her. He really had saved her. Saving her was one thing, but what did that expression of Ye Tian's mean? Keep your voice down. If the tigress finds out, we're doomed. Scoundrel. Wan Shui insisted again. You saved me, but I don't want anyone to misunderstand. This made Ye Tian walk straight over. He had heard Zhou Xiaoya approaching his room. Ye Tian lunged at Wan Shui, covering her mouth. MMPH. Wan Shui was terrified. This scoundrel was going too far, daring to touch her right in front of his wife. Zhou Xiaoya said, Ye Tian, I've put the lunchbox here. Xiaomi will still sleep with me tonight. Got it. Ye Tian replied from inside the room, without opening the door. Seeing that he didn't open the door, Zhou Xiaoya glared and muttered discontentedly. I've washed the lunchbox. I'm not thanking you, I'm thanking Auntie. She continued, and you're nothing but a scoundrel. Ye Tian grew frustrated, covering Wan Shui's mouth with one hand, while having to endure Zhou Xiaoya's scolding. Zhou Xiaoya looked at the room in confusion. Why was Ye Tian being so obedient? Are you okay? Zhou Xiaoya, do you have nothing better to do? She said, fine, I can't be bothered with you. Zhou Xiaoya tossed her head proudly and swayed back into the room to eat. Finally gone. Ye Tian finally let go of his hand, and Wan Shui immediately opened her mouth and bit him. Are you a dog? Ye Tian's skin was thick and tough due to his cultivation of the 9 yang art, which protected his skin with inner energy. Wan Shui couldn't bite through and her teeth nearly shattered. I'll scream. What exactly do you want? You're a married man. She's not my wife, she's the village party secretary. Nonsense. I heard Xiaomi call her mom. Godmother. Ye Tian glared at Wan Shui and she glared back angrily. 10 minutes later, Wan Shui looked at Ye Tian suspiciously and finally muttered, single-parent family. Xiaomi is so pitiful. Alright, keep your voice down. If she hears us, how will I explain? Ye Tian warned Wan Shui again. Hiding someone in the room. If Zhou Xiaoya found out, who knew what trouble it would cause? What are you afraid of? Unless you have ulterior motives toward me. You look like a twig. Ye Tian had seen stunning beauties before. Ye Tian squinted and glanced at Wan Shui dismissively. A twig. I'm a twig. Wan Shui was furious. She was very confident in her figure and looks. Curvy and perfectly proportioned without needing a gym. Her waist-to-hip ratio was golden. Unfortunately, Wan Shui forgot one thing. She wasn't wearing anything underneath. Even Ye Tian was stunned. Was this woman crazy? Wasn't she just letting him see everything clearly? Wan Shui was so furious that she grabbed the kettle beside her and threw it at him. With a bang, a loud noise erupted. This time Ye Tian panicked. Dad, are you okay? Through the crack in the door, Ye Xiaomi squeezed in her chubby little head, and below her head the white dog also poked its head in, looking at the room in confusion. Pretty auntie. Ye Xiaomi looked at Wan Shui in surprise. Why was the auntie in daddy's room? Xiaomi, go out. Ye Tian rubbed his forehead. This was too awkward. Shall we come in? Auntie has some treats here. Wan Shui glared at Ye Tian countless times. If not for her fondness for Ye Xiaomi, she would have fought Ye Tian. Thinking that such an adorable child as Ye Xiaomi had to follow an unreliable father, Wan Shui's maternal instincts were fully activated. She took out some chocolate from her backpack and handed it to Ye Xiaomi. Chocolate. Thank you, Auntie. Ye Xiaomi wanted to reach out, but looked back at her father seeking his permission. Don't mind your dad. Auntie is giving it to you. Ye Xiaomi asked again, Dad. Seeing Ye Tian look up at the ceiling, she couldn't help but call out, Mom, can I? Ye Tian was startled. Holy crap. He finally sensed a murderous aura coming from behind him. Through the crack in the door, Zhou Xiaoya was staring coldly into the room. Her face was icy cold, and killing intent radiated. Xiaomi, come out. Don't interrupt your father's date. What's a date? Ye Xiaomi didn't take the chocolate and obediently walked out. Zhou Xiaoya, don't misunderstand. I was saving her. You don't need to explain to me. You're an adult. You need to be responsible for your own actions. But you shouldn't have done it in front of the child. You shameless. Zhou Xiaoya said angrily, pulling Ye Xiaomi over, her beautiful eyes filled with disappointment and coldness. Who's shameless? Wan Shui, you explain. Ye Tian wanted Wan Shui to clarify, but she gave a strange smile. Ye Tian, you have a wife, yet you still called me over. You're really bold. Ye Tian was speechless, looking at Wan Shui. Indeed, the more beautiful a woman, the less trustworthy she was. Her ability to kick someone when they were down was even greater than that of village chief Zhang Quan. Hearing Wan Shui's words, Zhou Xiaoya slammed the door shut with a bang. The lunchbox at the door also fell to the floor. Xiaomi, let's go. She continued. Ye Tian, from today onward you are not allowed to appear in my sight. Disgusting. Zhou Xiaoya led Ye Xiaomi into the bedroom and slammed the door shut again. Ye Tian turned back to look at Wan Shui. She deliberately smiled, finally having avenged Ye Tian's bullying. Good, very good. Unexpectedly, Ye Tian also gave a wicked smile, unbuttoned his shirt, and walked toward Wan Shui. Ouch, be gentle. I'm a woman, can't you show some tenderness? Slow down, slower. From within the room came Wan Shui's whimpers. The whimpers, laced with a touch of reproach, stirred wild imaginations. Shut up. Ye Tian lifted his hands from a pair of jade-like feet and shot Wan Shui a fierce glare. There, try moving it now. Ye Tian had just realigned Wan Shui's ankle. With the 9-yang art, his bone-setting skill was nothing short of exceptional. Wan Shui wiggled her small foot, delicate as creamy jade with a hint of pink. Ye Tian secretly glanced at her. Even her feet were so impeccably cared for, a true heiress indeed. It's actually better. Wan Shui moved her foot, stepped barefoot onto the floor, and walked a circle. Then leave now. Ye Tian promptly began ushering her out. Keeping her around would only spell trouble. Leave? No way, look how late it is. Please have some pity on me. You need to leave right now after what you just did. If not for Wan Shui, Ye Tian wouldn't have been so misunderstood by Zhou Xiaoya. Even his daughter had been controlled by her. How about I apologize to her? No need. Ye Tian turned and was about to lie down on the Kong, startling Wan Shui. Why are you lying down? What nonsense, this is my home. Wan Shui forced a smile and quickly walked over to him. Just let me stay one night, I won't freeload. I'll pay you. I have money. Ye Tian had already turned his back to her, making Wan Shui clench her silver teeth in frustration. Wan Shui was the eldest daughter of the Wan family in Fengqing City. The Wan Group owned numerous industries and was among the top 500 enterprises in the nation. She had never been treated like this before. Are you getting up or not? If you don't, I'll scream. Mole. A station. Wan Shui actually did scream, but Ye Tian didn't even stir. Keep screaming, the more you do, the more excited I might get. Ye Tian turned around, his eyes gleaming with a strange light, and even began to take off his undershirt. Bang! Wan Shui's face flushed crimson. You don't go shirtless. I'm fine with it, keep screaming. How can you be like this? Wan Shui, flustered and ashamed, retreated, repeatedly sat down on a stool, and burst into tears. What are you doing? I got bitten by a venomous snake, and now you're bullying me. Just one night, is that too much? I'm the eldest daughter of the Wan Group. Walk. Wan Shui kept crying like that. Finally, Ye Tian on the Kong couldn't take it anymore and sat up. Wan Group. Alright, stop crying. Ye Tian's eyes flickered. The Wan Group's two main businesses were pharmaceuticals and logistics. You can stay for one night, but no more crying. I'll give it to you. Ye Tian got down from the Kong and saw Wan Shui dash onto it, giving him a coy smile. Please close the door from the outside for me. From the outside. Close it. Ye Tian looked at her speechlessly. This heiress was heartless in her change of attitude. Forget it, a gentleman doesn't fight with a woman. Ye Tian did shut the door and walked out. Under the night sky with the bright moon hanging overhead, he didn't stay there, but headed toward the Pear Grove cabin. Ye Tian didn't know that two pairs of eyes were fixed on his back. One from Zhou Xiaoya, the other from Wan Shui. Ye Tian returned to the cabin, tidied up, and slowly sat cross-legged on the wooden table. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged, and from the distant Pear Grove a mist seemed to drift toward the cabin. His meridians were restored, and even the previously injured head had fully healed. In his dantian, a wisp of scorching energy began to whirl. Finally, I've started cultivating again. A smile slowly spread across Ye Tian's lips. With his power restored, he could now gradually advance. The 9-yang art had 9 layers in total, and Ye Tian the war god had once reached the 6th layer. Ye Tian possessed extraordinary talent, and through his overseas training, he had obtained some celestial treasures, slowly becoming a top powerhouse. Now aided by the pear grove, he began to recover his cultivation. The moonlight shed a silvery radiance enveloping the cabin. The entire mountain glowed like a luminous pearl. In the distance a figure stared intently at the pear grove. If you little brat you dared to curse me. Just wait until tomorrow. Sun Hao glared venomously at the pear grove. Why didn't his family have such fine golden pears? Years ago Sun Hao's pear grove had been transplanted from Yi Liang's orchard. Let's see how you'll manage when we all sell our pears tomorrow. Sun Hao secretly resolved to unite with other fruit farmers in the village to put pressure on Ye Tian. He spat viciously, turned, and walked back toward his home. The night deepened. The next morning Ye Tian woke early, his vision sharper than ever, and a surge of pride swelled within him, prompting him to let out a long cry. The sound rang like a dragon's roar. In the distant Phoenix Mountain thousands of birds took flight, swarming toward Mountain. A myriad of birds paying homage to the phoenix. A celestial phenomenon. Everyone was stunned by the sound. Wan Shui, rubbing her sleepy eyes, stepped out of the room. So noisy. Opening her eyes, she saw the sky filled with countless birds of every color, and even wild pheasants like phoenixes descended all around. So beautiful. Not only Wan Shui was stunned, but Zhou Xiaoya, who had walked out, also watched in shock. As the dawn light spilled down amidst the rainbow hues, these birds seemed like spirits. The light reflected from the water droplets among the hills cast a glaze of colored glass over the earthen mound. Within this iridescent glow a figure descended before the two women. Wow! Wan Shui covered her rosy lips, staring in amazement before her. A sturdy figure with a resolute face stood like a deity before Wan Shui. Ye Tian. Just as Wan Shui was lost in fascination, Zhou Xiaoya finally realized that the one emerging from the myriad birds was actually Ye Tian. What's going on? What was that sound? Zhou Xiaoya also observed Ye Tian. Why were his eyes so bright? Moreover, a peculiar aura about Ye Tian deeply attracted her. What? Ye Tian looked at Zhou Xiaoya with confusion, placing the golden pears he had picked before her. You can take Xiaomi home for lunch later. I'm starting to pick the pears. Picking pears. Zhou Xiaoya thought of something and looked at Ye Tian doubtfully. What exactly was he thinking about the fruit station now? What kind of pears are these? Wan Shui, being very familiar, grabbed the golden pears directly. Ye Tian and Zhou Xiaoya looked at her oddly. Oomph. Zhou Xiaoya gave Ye Tian a cold glare and turned back into the room. Hey Xiaoya, yesterday was a misunderstanding. He saved me. Let me explain. This guy is actually not bad. Wan Shui praised Ye Tian rarely. The sweet golden pear made her lips curve into a charming smile. Saved you? Him. Learning from Lei Feng to do good deeds. No need to thank me. Pay up. Ye Tian rubbed his fingers together at Wan Shui, making her jump up. Aren't you a living Lei Feng? I don't charge for saving lives, but you ate my golden pears. 500 per caddy. In this short time you've eaten 2. What? So expensive? Wan Shui stared in shock. Zhou Xiaoya was also a bit dazed. This must be bragging. He's lying to you. Don't listen to him. Zhou Xiaoya gave Wan Shui a knowing look, and Wan Shui nodded, rolling her eyes at Ye Tian several times. I'm telling the truth. Ye Tian didn't explain further. He took some straw baskets from the warehouse and headed toward the pear grove. He picked from 7 in the morning until 10. Why hasn't Dad come? Ye Tian had already picked 20 baskets of pears, but hadn't seen the workers his father Yi Liang had hired. Something happened. Ye Tian wiped his sweat with a towel and couldn't help but walk toward the village. On the village road, trucks were parked beside the orchards. Phoenix Village became lively. Every household began selling their fruit to the Han family fruit station. How much per caddy today? Nangwa pears at 2 yuan. Great. I don't need to go to the county. Thank Han Biao for thinking of us. Sun Hao stood by his pear grove, flattering Han Biao. Han Biao sat in the truck, glanced at the Cloud brand cigarette offered, pulled out a China brand cigarette from his pocket, and threw it on the ground. Sun Hao quickly picked it up from the dirt unbothered and lit it for Han Biao. Brother Han Biao, from now on all my pears will be sold to you. And these villagers who grow Nangwa pears are all here. Sun Hao had done it deliberately. He had contacted the fruit farmers last night and even told the workers not to work for the Yi family. How about it? Satisfied with the price? Satisfied. The fruit farmers also forced a smile. Following Sun Hao this time was not wrong. Sun Hao became even more smug, immediately spotting Ye Tian coming down from the pear grove. Don't learn from this kid. I helped him so much, and what did I get? Han Biao also saw Ye Tian coming, but just sat in the truck without speaking. Ye Tian, you want workers? Haha, all these workers have been hired by me. They won't work for your family. Sun Hao shouted at Ye Tian again. The other fruit farmers also laughed. After all, the price Han Biao offered was really good, so they all sided with him. So it was you who stirred this up. Ye Tian, seeing Sun Hao, naturally understood. Uncle, isn't this going too far? Going too far? What have I done wrong? I've sold all my pears to the fruit station. See, real money. Sun Hao said smugly, pointing at the bag in Han Biao's hand. It was full of cash, paid on the spot after selling. What about your family? Sun Hao walked over to Ye Tian, blew out a puff of smoke, and lowered his voice. Since I'm your elder, if you let me have the golden pears, I'll talk to Han Biao nicely later. How about it? Even now Sun Hao was still coveting the golden pears. Crazy. Ye Tian ignored Sun Hao, pushed him aside, and walked toward home. You little brat, you really don't know when to give in. Look, we're all making money. No one works for your family. I'll just wait and see how you come begging me. Sun Hao continued walking up to Han Biao and flattering him. This kid is panicking now. If we push a little harder, he'll definitely come begging me. Han Biao sat in the truck looking down at Sun Hao with disdain. You're his uncle. I just want everyone in the village to know that following me brings money. Those who don't follow me will lose everything. Go and spread the word for me. Father Yi Liang went from door to door searching for laborers to work. He also called several workers, but not a single one showed up. What can we do? What's wrong with these people, eh? Yi Liang shook his head as he walked away from a villager's house. Brother Yi, I think you should just give up. Everyone knows your pears can't be sold. Why bother picking them? His old neighbor Gao Laosher couldn't bear to watch any longer and quietly pulled Yi Liang aside. Who said that? Sun Hao has spread it all over the village. Alas! Yi Liang stomped his feet repeatedly and walked back toward home. On the village path, some people pointed at Yi Liang, especially the fruit farmers' families watching him, as if enjoying a spectacle. Old Yi, where are you heading? Everyone else sells their pears for cash. If you really can't, why not talk to Sun Hao? Yi Liang kept his head down. These people were all mocking the Yi family's misfortune. Just as he reached the doorstep, he saw Ye Tian grinning cheekily, teasing Yi Xiaomi. How can you still smile? What can we do? Yi Liang glared at his son, then turned to his wife Sun Li and said, from now on don't let Sun Hao come over. What kind of relative is he? Is he deliberately trying to make a fool of our family? Sun Li sighed deeply as well. Having such a brother was truly unbearable. Dad, why are you angry? When you encounter a problem, just solve it. Solve it. How? There are no workers at all. Easy to solve. Xiaomi, bring out the loudspeaker. Ye Tian had already prepared. Yi Xiaomi dashed straight to the east room. Last time they bought a loudspeaker from the county and hung it around the neck. Xiaomi, follow Daddy and say, daily wage 200 yuan per hour, meals included. Okay, Daddy. Yi Xiaomi obediently took the loudspeaker and began recording. Her childish, milky voice echoed through the loudspeaker, playing on a loop. Xiao Tian, have you lost your mind? $200 an hour. There's never been such a price. The village workers earn at most 200 a day, and you're offering that per hour. Dad, rewards bring brave men. Our family doesn't lack this money. Ye Tian directly placed Yi Xiaomi onto Debai's back. The loudspeaker was hung on Yi Xiaomi, and Debai hopped toward the village path. Hiring. $200 an hour. Yi family's pear orchard is hiring. Cash payment per hour. Debai bounced along Yi Xiaomi holding the loudspeaker as the childish voice echoed through the village path. What? $200 an hour. Is that for real? Yi Xiaomi, don't cause trouble, child. I'm not causing trouble, my dad said so. Go to the pear orchard right now to pick pears, pay on the spot. Yi Xiaomi continued broadcasting, and with that every household stay-at-home members came out. Spending so much money. Isn't it just picking pears? Hearing this, Li Er's wife's eyes lit up, and she headed toward the Yi family home. Xiao Yi, can I do it? Is it really 200 an hour? Sister-in-law Li, no problem. See, Yi Tian pointed at his backpack, which was full of cash. He was going to take the cash to the pear orchard. Is that what you said? Of course, if you don't believe me, ask my dad. Yi Tian glanced back at his father. Yi Liang's face was pale, but he gritted his teeth and stomped his foot. Really? All right, then I'll work for your family. Li Er's wife nodded, eyeing Yi Tian's backpack greedily. Anyone else? No gender restrictions as long as you work hard. Count me in. These village women who usually did farm work had stayed home while their husbands went to the fields originally just to watch the excitement. Seeing that Yi Tian was actually spending money, they all prepared to join. All right, follow me. Xiaomi, let's go. Let's go. Yi Xiaomi shouted excitedly, raising the loudspeaker again and heading toward the pear orchard. On the village path, a group of women followed Yi Xiaomi, chattering among themselves, but their eyes were fixed on Yi Tian's backpack with burning desire. A dozen women gathered together. Their chattering quickly spread through Fengwang village. Sun Hao was counting money, still accompanying Han Biao. I have something to do, I'll go first. One worker answered a phone call and suddenly asked for leave. Li Lauer, are you sick? A lazy donkey grinding. Always more shit and piss. I quit, you're the one with shit and piss. Li Lauer turned and left, leaving Sun Hao sneering. Idiot. Sun Hao cursed, then continued counting money and flattering Han Biao. My stomach hurts, so I quit too. Take the money and get lost. Sun Hao remained disdainful while nearby fruit farmers also murmured. I have something too, I'm leaving. What's going on? Sun Hao finally realized that half of the 6 workers he had hired had already left. What the hell was this? Why are you leaving? The work's not done yet. Mind your own business. I'm happy to earn more money. What use is the pittance you're giving? Do you know how much the Yi family is paying? An hour 200. Holy shit. The nearby fruit farmers were stunned. 200 an hour. What kind of wage was that? Liar, impossible. Sun Hao yelled, jumping up and down. Lauer's wife has already worked an hour and earned 200. Get out of my way, I don't waste my time making money. The workers shoved Sun Hao aside and headed toward the Yi family's pear orchard. The workers behind looked at each other, then turned and put down their tools surrounding Sun Wei. Pay up, We're going to work for Ye Tian's family. Sun Hao was utterly dumbfounded. All 6 workers had left. How could he possibly harvest 20 mu of pear orchard by himself? Han Zong, please wait a moment. Sun Hao begged Han Biao desperately. Han Biao's eyes darted about rapidly. When he saw the workers had all departed, he glared at Sun Hao. What are you still standing here for? Go check it out for me. If you can't bring the workers back, I won't be buying your pears either. No, please don't. I'll go right now. Terrified out of his wits, Sun Hao rushed toward Ye Tian's pear orchard. At that moment, Ye Tian's pear forest was bustling with activity. Over 30 workers were picking pears among the trees. 100,000 jin of golden pears would probably be finished within 3 hours. Outside the orchard, crowds of people had gathered. The elderly villagers craned their necks to watch the workers harvest the pears. Old Ye, I can pick pears too. A toothless old man shuffled forward tremblingly. Yi Liang watched helplessly, thinking to himself that at his advanced age the man still called him Old Yi. Uncle Han, please don't bother. We have enough hands now. Yi Liang quickly addressed the villagers, telling them not to come anymore. Ye Tian's method was burning through money like water. Indeed, hiring so many workers had made Yi Liang's heart skip a beat. In the distance at the old family residence, Wan Shui stood on high ground overlooking the pear orchard. What's going on down there? Are they that excited about picking pears? They look like they've been injected with chicken blood. Wan Shui couldn't understand it all. She had already finished packing and was waiting for someone to pick her up. Ye Tian had no time to bother with Wan Shui. He directed the workers, having them pick each golden pear and slip them into foam netting. Be careful with these. These golden pears are very valuable. While Ye Tian was giving instructions, Sun Hao came running to the orchard entrance. So many people. Sun Hao stood frozen, staring at the massive workforce harvesting pears for Ye Tian. Yi Xiaomi sat beside the wooden cabin holding stacks of cash and distributing them to each worker by head count. What are you all thinking? Sun Hao burst in, shouting at the top of his lungs. Stop right now, all of you. Sun Hao had to stop these workers. These workers should be working for his family. Continue working, ignore him. When Ye Tian saw Sun Hao arrive, he walked toward him. What's the matter? You little bastard. Before Sun Hao could finish, Ye Tian reached out and grabbed him. Say it again. Ye Tian was not about to tolerate any nonsense. For the sake of family ties, he had been patient again and again. But this was his own pear orchard. If Sun Hao dared to cause trouble here, Ye Tian wouldn't hesitate to teach him a lesson. You dare hit me? I'm your brother-in-law. If Ye Tian won't do it, I will. Yi Liang had long since reached his limit. What did Sun Hao think he was? Yi Liang kicked Sun Hao square in the buttocks, then pointed at him furiously. How dare you show your face at our pear orchard? Back when we built this orchard, I provided the pear trees and the money. When we were in trouble, you didn't give us the time of day. Now you're helping Han Biao. You're nothing but an ingrate. Sun Hao, if you dare insult little Tian again, I'll fight you. Yi Liang raised a straw basket, about to strike again. Dad, calm down. Yi Tian quickly pulled him back. The old man had such a temper, and with his mother not around, if he really threw punches. Yi Liang, you dare hit me. Everyone saw it. Sun Hao sat on the ground, wailing again. The Yi family is bullying people. They poached all our workers. What's the meaning of this? Sun Hao kept wailing, but the watching villagers burst out laughing. How can he have the nerve? Yi Tian pays the workers' work. That's only fair. I even want to work for the Yi family. 200 yuan per hour, how great is that? If you're so capable, match the Yi family's wages. Hearing the villagers' words, Sun Hao scrambled to his feet. What do you idiots know? Yi Tian's pears can't be sold at all. Now that you've picked them, how many hours can you work? If you work on our pear orchard, you'll have jobs for at least this whole month. Fine, if you're so brave, keep working for Ye Tian. When nobody hires you later, don't come crying to my family. Hearing Sun Hao say this, some workers came to their senses, looking at Ye Tian with worry. That's right, Ye Tian's pears can't be sold. We work today, but what about tomorrow? Making money is like a stream. It needs to keep flowing. The farm workers murmured among themselves and gradually stopped working. Yi Liang also noticed the workers' hesitation and furrowed his brow deeply. Enjoy your little triumph while you can. You dare hit me. Now I can tell you, your pears won't sell. And you can't sell them yourself either. The village has issued a policy. All fruit from Phoenix Village must go through the fruit station. Neither the township nor the county fruit merchants will come. Your golden pears will just rot right here in the field. Ye Tian, even if you beg me this time, I won't help you. I'll just sit back and watch. Watch your pears rot. Sun Hao spoke with venom, practically cursing. They were family, yet he couldn't bear to see Ye Tian do well. Who told you my pears can't be sold? Ye Tian regarded Sun Hao with contempt, as if looking at a clown. Han Biao told me. And there's the township document. What, you planning to defy township policy? Sun Hao grinned wickedly again, causing the workers to come to a complete halt. Fruit station? My pears I won't sell to the fruit station. The Yi family very good. Just as Sun Hao was about to say something, Ye Tian's phone rang. The voice of the fat man Huang Fei came through the phone. Brother, where are you? I'm here. Huang Fei was quite excited. In the past few days he had gone back to eat the golden pears, and gave some to a few friends. The effect of the golden pears in restoring physical strength was simply miraculous. Those of them in the market industry all work from dawn to dusk under immense pressure. When staying up late eating a golden pear is far better than drinking Red Bull or coffee. Moreover, this thing paired with Viagra had boundless power. Follow the village road, see the hillside. It's up there. Ye Tian also laughed, and said to his father, Dad, the pear buyer is here. I'll go greet him. Really coming? Yi Liang showed a hint of worry. Was it good for Ye Tian to oppose the township policy like this? Damn, does Ye Tian's family really have a pear buyer? Everyone wait. The workers also had to wait and see. Sun Hao's eyes rolled, and he ran off. Sun Hao went to inform Han Biao since Ye Tian had privately contacted a fruit dealer truly going against them. The BMW X3 drove towards the pear grove. The old village of Phoenix Village had beautiful scenery. If not for the hot weather in spring or autumn, it would be a pastoral painting. Especially in autumn, the ginkgo trees in the village were a beautiful paradise. A BMW. The village children also saw it and couldn't help but surround the BMW. Huang Fei, wearing aviator sunglasses, was also looking around. He didn't expect that this remote mountain village could have such golden pears. Brother. Huang Fei finally saw Ye Tian, pulled the car to the side and extended warm hands. Brother, calling me Fei Gu is fine. Calling me Huang Gu always feels weird. It's all the same. Where's the truck? Ye Tian looked back and didn't see Zenlongjia's truck, so he was startled. Just me. Didn't you ask me to inspect? What are the golden pears ripe? Of course, 100,000 Jean. Great, let me see them. This golden pear is simply a treasure. Huang Fei got excited, pulled Ye Tian into the car, and headed towards the pear grove. Meanwhile, the villagers had all seen that Ye Tian's family had a guest. The guest drove a BMW, and this news spread throughout the village. In recent years, buying a Havel car made one a wealthy person in the village. The guest at Ye Tian's family drove a BMW, indicating that the Ye family knew wealthy people. More and more people headed towards the pear grove. At the pear grove, everyone was waiting eagerly. The car is here, and it's a BMW. Look at him, he must be rich. Everyone judged by Huang Fei's big belly that he was wealthy. Dad, this is President Huang. Hello, uncle. Hey, Xiaomi is here too. And this rabbit. Huang Fei looked at Dabai in surprise while wanting to rub Yi Xiaomi's head. Yi Xiaomi was counting money, and this interruption made her have to start over. Uncle Huang Fei annoying. Yi Xiaomi looked at Huang Fei with displeasure, making him laugh awkwardly. Uncle, this is a gift I brought for you. Huang Fei took out Maotai liquor from the car, which made Yi Liang quickly shake his head. No. What's wrong with that? Ye Tian and I are brothers partners. What partners? Yi Liang looked at his son in confusion. Ye Tian nodded at his father and was about to say something when a strange shout came from behind. Who told you to collect pears here? This is too much. Sun Hao led Han Biao over. Han Biao stood at the entrance of the pear grove without coming in. What's wrong? Huang Fei was stunned and turned to look at Sun Hao. I'm asking you who told you to buy pears. I don't know. The fruit in Phoenix Village can only be sold through the fruit station. I don't know. Huang Fei stared wide-eyed and looked at Ye Tian again. Ye Tian, however, gave Huang Fei a look, and Huang Fei immediately cooperated. I really don't know. This is my first time here. Alright then, I'll tell you now. Do you see behind me? That's the fruit station master Han. In the entire Lotus Township, you can only trade through him. Sun Hao put on a brazen face, hands on his hips, and gestured at Huang Fei. Station master. What a big official. Huang Fei looked at Han Biao with a grin. Han Biao, who was afraid of Ye Tian in his heart, stood at the door and said in a deep voice, Which fruit dealer are you? The township policy, every township has a fruit station. We are responsible for contracting fruit procurement and sales. You leave Phoenix Village. What if I don't? Huang Fei was extremely calm, his fat face turning serious. This made Han Biao opposite him also stunned. If not for the fact that Huang Fei drove a BMW and his fear of Ye Tian, Han Biao would have already acted. If you don't leave, then I'll have the village chief drive you out. If you affect my business, be careful you won't leave Phoenix Village. Who is bigger, the village chief or the station master? Huang Fei looked at Ye Tian amusingly. Ye Tian shrugged and said calmly, I'm not sure either. They won't let me sell pears. It's rebelling against heaven. I want to buy pears. I'd like to see who dares to stop me. What bold words. From behind the crowd, village chief Zhang Quan strode forward. Zhou Xiaya had also followed in Zhang Quan's wake, heading toward the pear grove. The moment Zhang Quan appeared, the villagers parted like water, creating a path for him. Zhang Quan smoked his cigarette, his face dark and somber, with members of the village militia trailing behind him. Nearly every village official had arrived. Zhang Quan intended to establish his authority to make every villager understand that if Ye Tian dared to defy the rules, he would be driven out of Phoenix Village. Village chief, are you going to handle this? This person is far too arrogant. Seeing so many people arrive, Han Biao's courage swelled. He strode forward from the doorway with confidence. With so many eyes upon them, if Ye Tian dared to make a move, Han Biao had learned his lesson. He would call the police. Sun Hao also caught sight of the commotion and squeezed his way through the crowd. Village chief, this good-for-nothing troublemaker, this foolish blockhead, has violated the rules. I'm here to make my position clear to you. I am irreconcilably opposed to the Yi family. Starting from today, they are no longer family. What did you say, Sun Hao? Yi Liang was truly incensed. Sun Hao was nothing but a contemptible wretch. In front of the entire village, Sun Hao was willing to sever all ties with the Yi family. If Yi Liang's wife learned of this, she would surely be heartbroken. Is that any way to address someone? I'm telling you the village chief is right here. You'd better wait for him to drive you all out. Sun Hao spat on the ground. This makes me so angry. Ye Tian quickly pulled his father aside and stood at the doorway with Huang Fei awaiting the village chief's arrival. Village chief, let's discuss this calmly. Zhou Xiaoyao rushed over wanting to help Ye Tian in her heart. Xiaoya, you attended the meeting about the township's policies. The entire township follows the fruit station's guidelines, unified purchasing and unified sales. This saves fruit farmers considerable time and effort while also increasing their profits. Now someone has violated the rules. What do you think should be done? Zhang Quan attempted to put Zhou Xiaoyao on the spot. Zhou Xiaoya knit her brows tightly, her delicate face pale, as she glanced toward Ye Tian. Ye Tian, listen to me this time. Still sell to the fruit station. Xiaoya, just because you say so. Our fruit station doesn't accept just any pears, you know. Han Biao raised his head proudly. Unless someone kneels and begs me. Haha. From behind Han Biao came the mocking laughter of a group of people. Ye Tian glanced at Han Biao and said indifferently, dreaming. I've already said it. My golden pears will be sold to Huang Fei. That's right. Sell them to me. Huang Fei thumped his chest. Upon seeing Zhou Xiaoya, his eyes brightened. You're the party secretary, and I'm Huang Fei. Huang Fei extended his hand proactively. Zhou Xiaoya was worried about the Yi family situation and glared at Huang Fei. Forget it, you'd better leave quickly. Both township and county fruit merchants must register. You haven't registered and you haven't gone through the fruit station. That's not acceptable. What kind of policy is this? Huang Fei said with displeasure. Across from him, Zhang Quan snorted coldly again. I'm telling you, don't waste your breath. Get out of Phoenix Village. This was decided by the township. How could a fruit merchant like you dispute it? If you want to buy pears, you must register in Feng County and the township. Have you registered? No. Huang Fei shook his head, and once again laughter erupted all around. The workers picking pears all stopped what they were doing. They knew Ye Tian's pear grove could no longer be harvested. Then why aren't you leaving? Zhang Quan looked at Huang Fei with disdain. You're a village chief? What filth pours from your mouth? What do your county and township policies have to do with me? I'm the general manager of Zhenlongjia and Fengqing City. If I need to register, I'll register in the city. What business is that of yours? Our Zhenlongjia has an exclusive fruit purchasing agreement with the city. This agreement was specially approved by city leaders. Boom. These few sentences from Huang Fei left Zhang Quan stunned. Everyone else widened their mouths in disbelief as they stared at Huang Fei. Huang Fei turned around and said to Ye Tian, Brother, did you get that on video? Yeah, crystal clear. Fei Ji is absolutely magnificent. Ye Tian gave a thumbs up. Really? Let me see. Huang Fei was extremely pleased with himself. He directly took the phone from Ye Tian's hand and began playing back the recording. Look at this. A village cadre dares to insult me. I'll report his lack of quality to leadership later. What arrogance trying to prevent Zhenlongjia from purchasing fruit. You recorded that. Zhang Quan was already trembling, both fearful and furious. This portly Huang Fei turned out to be from Fengqing's Zhenlongjia. He wasn't a mere fruit merchant, he was a supermarket tycoon. Han Biao had been retreating step by step. How did Ye Tian know someone from the city? You just wait. I'm going to report you. Telling me to get out of Phoenix Village. I'm still saying what I said before. Ye Tian's pear grove is a cooperative project with Zheguoyan. Cooperation. The Yi family has truly made it doing business with Zhenlongjia. How impressive. Among the crowd, the villagers finally came to their senses, gazing enviously at Ye Tian. Xiaoya explained to this gentleman. Zhang Quan was drenched in sweat. He was also afraid that Huang Fei would use the video to report him. Zhou Xiaoya's expression finally relaxed. Upon learning that Huang Fei was a city businessman, her beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. Xiaoya, I'm begging you, please. Zhang Quan lowered his voice, pleading as he looked at Zhou Xiaoya. For the sake of her work, Zhou Xiaoya quickly turned to look at Huang Fei. Xiaoya, don't talk to me. Say whatever you need to say to my brother. Ye Tian, could you make an exception? Zhou Xiaoya looked conflicted as she gazed at Ye Tian. Just yesterday she had treated him poorly, but today she had to beg him. For your sake, I can let this go. Really? Zhou Xiaoya looked at Ye Tian with delight. Of course, your little me's mother. Zhou Xiaoya's face flushed bright red. Unable to help herself, she nodded and stole a glance at Ye Tian. Cooperation. Manager Huang, what's your purchasing price? Yi Liang asked the crucial question. Uncle, didn't Ye Tian tell you? The purchase price, 100 per caddy. What the hell? Yi Liang's voice cracked as he stared at Huang Fei with agitation. The agreed price for cooperation was also 100 per caddy. Uncle, it's my fault. I originally wanted 500 per caddy. But Ye Tian said since we're partners and there's equity involved, we'd go with 100. Uncle, don't blame me. Once sales pick up, I'll give Ye Tian a bigger share. Equity too. Yi Liang was baffled. At his age, he had never encountered such expensive golden pears. 100 per caddy. The others overheard too. The workers holding the golden pears in their hands felt their legs go weak. This one alone must be worth dozens, right? Didn't you hear President Huang? When it hits the market, it'll be over 500. The Yi family's pears are as good as gold. The Yi family is going to be something incredible. The workers' eyes burned with ambition. They turned to look at the pear grove. From now on, they'd work for the Yi family. Good pay, reliable support. The workers resumed their labor. At that moment Sun Hao standing opposite Ye Tian had his eyes fixed wide upon hearing the price of 100 per caddy. So expensive. With this many golden pairs that's got to be tens of millions. My sister's family has millions. If she lent me some I'd be set. Me. Sun Hao was consumed by regret. How could he have said such things just now? Xiao Tian, we have pear groves too. Could you ask President Huang? Sun Hao forced a smile hoping Ye Tian would help get Huang Fei to buy his family's pears. What did you call me? Xiao Tian. You're my nephew. Hold on. Do you have any shame? Who was it that just declared a break with our family? In front of the whole village, what did you say? You haven't forgotten, already have you? After speaking, Ye Tian glanced at Zhang Quan. Village chief, you heard him too, didn't you? Zhang Quan shivered. He dared not offend Ye Tian now. The Ye family was about to soar to the heavens. That's right, I heard it too. Sun Hao, you've got some nerve. Your face is thicker than a wall. I was just joking earlier. Brother-in-law, you can't do this. Sun Hao pleaded with Yi Liang, but Yi Liang wouldn't even look at him. Who's your brother-in-law? Don't come near me. Uffed. Huang Fei had heard everything and directly addressed Sun Hao. Do you have golden pears? And you want me to buy them? You think I'm a junk collector? Move aside. No one paid Sun Hao any heed. His face was like a dye vat, flushed red, then green, then pale white. Oh my God. Sun Hao slumped to the ground, bursting into real tears. No one paid him any attention. Ye Tian didn't even spare a glance. All right, make way. Sun Hao, if you have nothing to do, don't loiter in the pear grove. If you keep this up, I'll have the neighborhood patrol escort you out, Zhou Xiaya said to Sun Hao. Sun Hao stood up trembling, surrounded by villagers pointing fingers. What a fool. The Yi family is thriving, and he just cut ties with them. Serves him right. No one cared about Sun Hao. He lowered his head dazed and trudged home. When Sun Hao got home, he barely escaped being scratched to death by his wife. Zhang Quan also left trying to talk to Huang Fei, but Huang Fei wouldn't entertain him. Hurry up and pick the pears. I'll have a truck come over soon. I'll contact the county for nearby transport. Huang Fei had already started making calls. Ye Tian nodded. So you know this friend of yours? How did you meet? Why did you call this golden pear Wei Xinghua? Zhou Xiaya blinked her big eyes, curious to ask. Not suitable for children. Ye Tian, are you doing this on purpose? Zhou Xiaya's delicate brows furrowed. Was she and Ye Tian fated to clash? She asked him nicely, and he said, not suitable for children. I really didn't mean it. Xiaoya, if you're free, help me look after Xiaomi. Xiaomi is pretty good at arithmetic. Zhou Xiaya looked at the pear grove, inhaling the fragrance of golden pears, but then spotted Han Biao at the entrance. Han Biao was also on the phone reporting the situation to his father Han Tongshan. That I understand. Han Biao's heart burned with rage. The Yi family had really struck it rich. No wonder Ye Tian had money now. It was all because of these golden pears. The fact that they could sell for such a high price filled Han Biao with insatiable greed. Why aren't you leaving yet? Zhang Quan approached Han Biao, trying to pull him away. What's the rush? Just because the pears can be sold, do you think they can leave Phoenix Village? Zhenlongjia is nothing. Their logistics are all outsourced from various county depots. What do you mean? Zhang Quan didn't expect the Han family to still target Ye Tian. This isn't my idea, village chief. It's my father's. To ship them out, they have to go through the fruit station. I'm still going to make Ye Tian beg me. Unless he uses his BMW to haul them one trip at a time. Han Biao sneered and shot a few more glares at Ye Tian. This has nothing to do with me. Zhang Quan dared not get involved and turned away. Han Biao looked at Zhang Quan with disdain. In this life, Zhang Quan would only ever be a village chief. Ye Tian had the pears picked while waiting for Huang Fei to arrange the truck. None of them are coming. What's going on? Wait, I'll ask other logistics depots. Huang Fei picked up the phone again to inquire. In the logistics industry, all transport, whether individual or private, had to be affiliated with a logistics depot. Not coming. What's the problem? Ye Tian watched Huang Fei make call after call, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Don't you have any trucks at Jiguyuan? We have them, but they're all out of town. Otherwise, how about waiting a few days? Do you think I have the facilities to store the golden pears? Ye Tian shook his head. What should we do then? This is troublesome. Huang Fei scratched his head. Such magnificent golden pears, yet they couldn't be transported. What nonsense. You should ask around, find out exactly what's going on. Right. Only then did Huang Fei come to his senses, making another phone call. The workers Ye Tian had directed continued harvesting. The pear forest was thriving magnificently. The villagers had initially come merely to observe, but now they gazed at the pear forest with envious eyes. More and more people gathered around. Even other fruit farmers arrived, examining the golden pears, and occasionally catching glimpses of Ye Xiaomi eating one. They were overcome with envy, yet try as they might, they could never possess the golden pears. Damn it. Just as Ye Tian was organizing the golden pears, Huang Fei nearly hurled his phone away. They say the county logistics station received notice. Everything must pass through the fruit station. Only with their approval can transport proceed. What should we do? Huang Fei grew anxious. He considered bringing trucks from other counties, but Feng County had local protection. Trucks from outside would face inspections, and the outcome would be unpredictable. The fruit station. Ye Tian finally looked at Han Biao. No wonder Han Biao hadn't left. Han Biao looked up at that moment, and their gazes met. Han Biao whistled at Ye Tian. Ye Tian, now you need to ask for my help, don't you? If you want to transport it, can only go through our logistics station. I'm waiting for you to beg me. Han Biao was now insufferably smug, hands clasped behind his back, humming a tune as he strolled away into the distance. At this moment, Han Biao felt he finally had the chance to settle an old score. Can't get them transported out. Yi Liang also heard the news and grew worried. Beside him, Zhou Xiaoya understood everything hinged on the fruit station. If they truly couldn't be transported, preserving such a large quantity of pears would be problematic. Xiaoyi, I'll head back now and contact the logistics depots. Give me 1 day. Huang Fei also lost his temper. He had money and refused to believe he couldn't secure a truck. All right. Ye Tian nodded, his mind racing, contemplating whether he could use the mountain god space to store the golden pears. Storing even 1 batch would be 1 batch saved. How about I talk to Han Biao? Zhou Xiaoya offered, hoping to use her position as party secretary to implore Han Biao. Don't. I'll go ask. Zhou Xiaoya, ever warm-hearted, turned and went to find Han Biao. Ye Tian didn't stop her, merely shaking his head again. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed his father's eyes were fixed, staring at something behind him. What's wrong? Ye Tian turned around and saw Wan Shui. Why haven't you left? Is this what you planted? Wan Shui gazed at Ye Tian with a playful smile. She had witnessed everything that had transpired. Wan Shui never expected a farmer from a remote mountain village to have the foresight to sign a cooperation agreement with Xinlongjia. The golden pears could command such an exorbitant price. In the future, Ye Tian would surely be a millionaire. Wan Shui stood close to Ye Tian, which filled Yi Liang with confusion. His own son, how did he keep finding beautiful women? Could it be? Ye Tian, is she Xiaomi's biological mother? Dad, you're mistaken. Biological mother. Wan Shui startled, quickly stepping away from Ye Tian, her face flushed as she explained. Uncle, you've misunderstood. I'm Ye Tian's friend. Nah. Yi Liang felt disappointed. A girlfriend? Yi Liang finally understood why Ye Tian had rejected Zhou Xiaoya. He already had a girlfriend. Dad, you're just like Mom. Ye Tian felt vexed. Wan Shui didn't know what to say, her crimson face lowered in embarrassment. Why haven't you left? I discovered something wonderful. You help me, then I'll help you. Help me. Miss Wan, I really don't have time. Ye Tian, don't forget what my family does for a living. Wan Shui gazed at Ye Tian with a smile like a Persian cat. The Wan Group. Logistics. Ye Tian's pupils constricted, finally realizing something. Smart. How about it? Wan Shui proudly lifted her chin, looking radiant under the sunlight. You can really help me. Give me a truck by tomorrow. Don't say 1. Even 10 is possible. However, you must help me with one thing. What is it? Ye Tian agreed. If Wan Shui could solve the logistics problem, he would certainly help her. Follow me. Ye Tian didn't understand, but Wan Shui pulled him toward the spot where she had collapsed from poisoning. Dad, once the pears are picked, head back home. Xiao Tian, a man needs to exercise restraint. Dad, stop overthinking things. I'm not overthinking. How can a city girl hold hands so casually? If Xiaoya sees this, how improper. Playboy Dad. Xiaomi also looked up and stuck out her tongue at Ye Tian's back. Later she would also tell Mommy to hold hands with Daddy. Why was this beautiful aunt so eager to find Daddy? Unaware he had been labeled once more by his daughter, Ye Tian had already arrived in the dense forest. What exactly do you want to do? Come over here. Wan Shui approached Ye Tian, her fragrance causing him to take a step back. Come closer. How can you see anything from so far away? What exactly do you want? Ye Tian was genuinely puzzled. Wan Shui's eyes gleamed with excitement, as if she had discovered a treasure. Look, what do you think this is, eh? Help me dig it out. Wan Shui pointed to the ground beneath the locust tree, where a white fungus-like object was partially exposed. Ye Tian had seen such things before, but never thought much of them. After all, with the dense forest and shadowy corners, moss and similar things grew everywhere, which was perfectly normal. Are you out of your mind? Ye Tian stared at Wan Shui in disbelief. She had called him over sneakily, and he had thought something important was happening. As it turned out, it was all for this thing. You're the crazy one. I can't dig it out myself. Hurry up and get it for me. Wan Shui seemed quite anxious, reaching out her fingers to pinch Ye Tian. Is this thing a treasure? Ye Tian had no choice but to comply, given that he needed this young lady's favor. He turned around, picked up a wooden stick, and tried to clear away the moss around it. Be gentle with it. This is extremely valuable. Is it really that big of a deal? After digging for quite some time, the object in the earth revealed itself, white with a texture resembling meat. When Ye Tian touched it, the surface actually quivered slightly, startling him. A slumbering sovereign. You know what a slumbering sovereign is? Wan Shui stared at Ye Tian in amazement. This farmer actually knew about slumbering sovereigns. Of course I've seen one. In Africa, this thing is neither plant nor animal nor fungus. It's the fourth form of life. Ye Tian was right. The slumbering sovereign was known as meat gynoderma, documented in the Compendium of Materia Medica. Meat elixirs resemble flesh attaching to stones with head and tail complete. This is a living organism. Red ones like coral, white ones like fat, black ones like lacquer, green ones like kingfisher feathers, yellow ones like purple gold, all shining clearly like solid ice. You know about these things too? Are you really a farmer? Do you want this slumbering sovereign? Wan Shui nodded, then crouched down and softly said, This is meat gynoderma. It can be used to make medicine. Our family has Peiji Hall, and we have specific medicinal formulas that use slumbering sovereigns. Ye Tian helped me dig it out quickly. Alright. Ye Tian didn't waste words. He dug again, but this slumbering sovereign was simply too enormous. After digging for a while, the slumbering sovereign actually started retreating deeper into the soil. Why is it moving? Hurry. It's trying to escape. Wan Shui panicked and began digging too. I'll go get a shovel. There's no way this thing is getting away. Ye Tian ran back to the pear grove, grabbed a shovel, and returned to where the slumbering sovereign was. Hurry, we have to dig it out. This is very important to our Wan family. Wan Shui was extremely anxious as Ye Tian raised the shovel and dug again. The deeper he dug, the faster the slumbering sovereign writhed, only its head still visible above. This bizarre scene made Ye Tian feel unnerved. Are you messing with me? Ye Tian's competitive spirit ignited. There was no way a human could be bested by a slumbering sovereign. As Ye Tian unleashed his power, a tremendous force exploded from the pit. Dust filled the air, and the slumbering sovereign in the depths seemed to sense the threat, writhing once more. Ye Tian wielded the shovel, frantically digging over a meter deep at an astonishing speed. Wan Shui watched in amazement. Ye Tian was even more efficient than a trench-digging machine. That speed was unbelievable. Even so, the slumbering sovereign continued retreating into the soil. Get out of there. Ye Tian slammed the shovel directly into the slumbering sovereign. At that moment, a white liquid seeped from the earth. This liquid stuck to the shovel like glue. It can do that. Be careful. Wan Shui, desperate to dig out the slumbering sovereign, jumped into the pit as well. She grabbed Ye Tian, trying to wrestle the shovel back. The two of them, along with the shovel, were locked in a struggle with the slumbering sovereign. Move aside, I can handle this. That's slumbering sovereign mucus. It can be used as glue. Wait for me. Wan Shui patted her pockets, hoping to find a piece of candy. Only candy could dissolve this sticky substance. Stop groping around. Ye Tian shouted. Just then a timid voice drifted from the pit. Daddy, what are you doing with the pretty Annie? Ye Xiaomi was peering over the edge of the pit, looking at the two people in confusion. Xiaomi were digging something. Ye Tian felt incredibly awkward. Fortunately, Xiaomi was too young to understand. If anyone else had seen this, it would have been mortifying. Xiaomi, move aside a bit. I'll get the candy. Wan Shui's face was also flushed. The pit was simply too cramped. Digging something. And there's candy. Wonderful. I want candy. Daddy, is this candy? I want to dig too. Xiaomi grew excited and tried to climb down the dirt wall. Xiaomi, don't come down. Ye Tian panicked. If Xiaomi came down, what if there was danger? There was so much sticky mucus everywhere. But just as Xiaomi was about to descend, the surrounding mucus shrank as if making way for her. It was leaving space for Xiaomi. What? Under Ye Tian's gaze, the shovel broke free. The slumbering sovereign below slowly writhed and began to rise gradually. Daddy, dig. Xiaomi watched in amazement. In her eyes, the slumbering sovereign before her was like a supermassive lollipop. Ye Tian and Wan Shui were both stunned. After all their efforts, they had been toyed with by the Tai Sui. As soon as Ye Xiaomi came over, the Tai Sui voluntarily surrendered. The Tai Sui grew larger and larger with a white head and white tail, its entire body resembling an apricot oyster mushroom. Ye Xiaomi also stared in amazement. The Tai Sui was even bigger than her, nearly a meter tall. Unlike other Tai Sui, its outer skin was also pale. So elastic. Xiaomi, don't touch it. Ye Tian cared about his child. He had seen Tai Sui in Africa before and had observed that the tribespeople were also reticent about it. It seemed that Tai Sui could be good or bad. Don't worry, this Tai Sui is a flesh lingji. If you encounter other colors, especially those with black armor, that's Earth Tai Sui. Don't disturb the earth on the Tai Sui's head, refers to the Earth Tai Sui. The Earth Tai Sui is very sinister. It absorbs toxic ground qi and can even erode a person's fortune. You're quite superstitious. Ye Tian put down the shovel, looked at the Tai Sui, then turned to see Ye Xiaomi drooling continuously. Xiaomi, take it home. Dad, can we eat it? Yes. Since Ye Tian had confirmed it was a flesh Tai Sui, he knew a way to eat it. You're going to eat the Tai Sui. This is mine. Wan Shui lunged toward the Tai Sui, spreading her limbs to guard her treasure. Ye Tian was almost dying of laughter. Wan Shui was quite protective of her food. I know it's yours, but Xiaomi dug it up. Cut a piece. Dream on. Half an hour later, in Ye Tian's old house, Wan Shui looked at the Tai Sui with distress. Ye Tian had cut a large piece from it and was setting up a barbecue grill. You're actually going to eat it, eh? Why haven't you left yet? Ye Tian rinsed the Tai Sui with clean water, a technique he learned from the tribespeople. Under the water, the white flocculent substance on the Tai Sui, which was its excrement, was washed away. I'm staying here tonight. Tomorrow I'll have a special truck come. This thing needs to be transported in a water tank. You're staying here? Ye Tian lit the stove, looking at Wan Shui with confusion. Ye Tian, I'm still getting you a truck tomorrow. Miss Wan, you can stay as long as you like. Ye Tian's expression changed quickly, forcing a humble smile, which made Wan Shui laugh as well. Ye Tian cut off the outer skin with a knife, revealing the white flesh inside. The Tai Sui meat was tasteless. To eat it required special grilling. I know it can be used medicinally, but I've never had grilled Tai Sui meat. Today let me show you my skill. Everything can be grilled. Ye Tian was a war god in field operations. He had experienced all kinds of environments and conditions. Ye Tian's survival skills were the envy of many outdoor experts. The stove was already hot. Ye Tian sliced the tai sui meat and placed it on the grill. First release the bitterness in the tai sui meat. You know that too? Wan Shui was truly surprised. Ye Tian seemed to really know what he was doing. As time passed, the tai sui meat on the grill remained white, but the edges turned charred. Ye Xiaomi grew anxious and couldn't help pacing around. Da Bai followed, occasionally glancing at the sky tai sui, its red eyes shifting. The tai sui in the courtyard water tank stayed obediently, not being mischievous this time. Don't worry, Xiaomi. These charred parts are the bitter essence. Next comes the sweet essence. Ye Tian cut off the charred parts, and surprisingly added sugar again. The sugar had to be cane sugar. The sweetness emerged, turning a golden brown. First bitter, then sweet. Do you even know what you're doing? The bitterness of tai sui meat cannot be used medicinally, but the sweetness must be brought out with special herbs. Just watch. Ye Tian revealed a mysterious smile. This method came from a secret tribe. Time passed again. The tai sui meat turned golden brown, and its aroma gradually became sweet. Wan Shui was startled. The tai sui meat now really looked like meat. Next, it's time to witness a miracle. Ye Tian began to wrap the tai sui meat in lotus leaves. Inside, he only sprinkled coarse salt, then continued grilling. The lotus leaves infused into the tai sui meat, emitting an even more pleasant aroma. This smell, it resembled chicken, yet also like beef. The meaty scent filled the courtyard, making Wan Shui lick her lips. After another 10 minutes, Ye Tian directly picked up the lotus leaf parcel. The leaves and meat had fused together with a golden brown surface. Ye Tian took scissors and began to cut it. Amid the golden exterior, the inside was still white. The aroma was a savory meat smell combined with a milky whiteness, mouth-watering. Xiaomi, let me taste first. Ye Tian picked up a piece and took a bite. The flavor made his pupils contract. Spiritual energy. This meat also contains spiritual energy. No wonder that secret tribe has countless powerful experts. Tai sui. Ye Tian turned his head to look at the tai sui in the water tank, his eyes shining with divine light. Mine. Wan Shui ran over anxiously and hugged the water tank. Wanna eat? Ye Tian divided a piece of meat. Wan Shui ran over again, wiping her lips. Eat. Ye Xiaomi had been waiting impatiently and began to eat heartily. The three of them ate the tai sui jade. Who could have imagined that as Ye Tian gazed at the water tank, a golden light flashed in his eyes. Ye Xiaomi's eyes also flashed with gold. Delicious, so delicious. This tastes just like sturgeon slices. Ye Tian, seeing Wan Shui and Ye Xiaomi say this, couldn't help but suggest again, how about cutting a bit more? No. Wan Shui shook her head nervously. Even if the tai sui could regrow, she had a grand use for it. Using it in medicine to prolong life was the most important. Daddy, let's save some for Grandpa, Grandma, and Mom. Ye Xiaomi picked up 3 slices and was about to put them away. Good. Ye Tian ruffled Xiaomi's head. The child was young and greedy, but very filial. This made Ye Tian feel gratified. Daddy, Dabai said it wants to eat too. How about? Ye Xiaomi suddenly looked down at Dabai, who was spinning in circles. Wasteful. Ye Tian kicked Dabai. If not for his daughter's fondness, Dabai would have become roast rabbit by now. Don't speak ill of Daddy. Although Daddy is a jerk. Ye Xiaomi squatted beside Dabai, speaking in a babyish voice. A jerk? Xiaomi, how is your daddy a jerk? Wan Shui was about to die laughing. Ye Xiaomi was actually talking to a rabbit. What do you think? Ye Tian glanced sideways at Wan Shui. Her heart was way too big. Wan Shui thought foolishly for a moment. Could it be because of her? Come here, Xiaomi. Rabbits don't say jerk. If anyone should say it, it's me. Wan Shui looked at Ye Tian provocatively, intending to hold Ye Xiaomi. No, Dabai can talk. Believe it or not, Dabai said when you were changing clothes this morning. What? Wan Shui was stunned. She had done something secretly while changing clothes in the room this morning. How did Ye Xiaomi know? Dabai, bring out what Annie hid. What? Ye Tian was also taken aback. Wan Shui had hidden something. Dabai rolled its eyes, perked up its ears, and hopped toward the house. Soon it picked up a stack of money from the edge of the Kong. Money. Ye Tian looked at Wan Shui again. Wan Shui, both surprised and embarrassed, said, I left it. After all, I'm staying at your house. Ye Tian smiled. It seemed Wan Shui was a decent person. Wait, can Dabai really talk? Anyway, I just heard Dabai speak. Ye Xiaomi nodded happily. Dabai could talk now, so she could share many secrets with it and make it do many things. Ye Tian was dumbfounded too, watching his daughter chat with Dabai. Even when Ye Xiaomi asked Dabai to do a somersault, Dabai actually did it. No way. Ye Tian is Xiaomi's head. Wan Shui secretly pointed at her own head. Nonsense. Ye Tian glared at Wan Shui, then hurried to Ye Xiaomi's side to check on her. After checking for a long time, Ye Xiaomi was perfectly fine. Instead, Ye Tian felt a burning sensation in his eyes. I'm too tired. I'll head to the wooden hut. Wan Shui, take Xiaomi home. Ye Tian sensed something wrong. His eyes grew hotter and more painful, a pain radiating from the inside out. Ye Tian returned alone to the Pear Grove's wooden hut. Golden pears were placed in woven baskets, and the workers had gone home to rest. The grove was quiet, with only the occasional chirp of magpies. Ye Tian trudged back to the hut. Pain. Never had his eyes hurt so much. My eyes. Ye Tian growled, activating his inner energy to alleviate the pain. Boom. His eyes felt as if they were about to explode. The excruciating pain knocked him unconscious. After a long while, Ye Tian slowly regained consciousness. It's evening, almost dark. How long have I slept? Ye Tian sat up. Just as he was about to get up and move, he suddenly froze. I haven't opened my eyes. Ye Tian had kept his eyes closed, yet he could see everything outside clearly. He immediately opened his eyes, and a golden light flashed across them. With that golden light, Ye Tian could see clearly everything outside. A magpie landed in the pear grove. Ye Tian could distinctly see every feather on it. Even the pollen clinging to the magpie was crystal clear. Everything in his field of vision became sharp. At 10 meters, 30 meters, 100 meters, all came into clear view. More importantly, the villagers passing through the pear grove appeared as if they wore no clothes. Holy crap! Ye Tian watched as the familiar sister-in-law waddled past, her plump body swaying. The old man sitting nearby, idly watching, was also stark naked. When Ye Tian looked more closely, he could even see through skin and flesh straight down to the bones. Blood, flesh, meridians. All were visible to Ye Tian. I can see through. No way. Ye Tian rubbed his eyes again, sitting up in utter shock. Just then Ye Tian froze again. Zhou Xiaoya was walking toward the pear grove, and her dress instantly dissolved in his sight. Lace. She has that kind of taste, eh? Ye Tian's eyes went wide. He swallowed hard, wanting to say something, but quickly shut his mouth. Zhou Xiaoya swayed as she walked, every movement brimming with infinite allure in Ye Tian's eyes. Bang! Just as she was about to knock, Ye Tian opened the door directly. Ye Tian, your mom called you for dinner. Are you okay? Why is your nose bleeding? In the Yi family courtyard, Sun Li personally prepared a pot of zhajiangmian. Rural-style soybean sauce, cucumber shreds along with green bean and pork strips, and spicy kimchi. Wan Shui and Zhou Xiaoya were both present, chatting idly, having become close friends. Yi Xiaomi only cared about eating, occasionally lifting her head to say to her grandmother, "Grandma, the neighbor's hen said it'll lay an egg tomorrow. Our family's hens lay eggs every single day. What's gotten into this child? She just said our pig is hungry. Oh my, I didn't feed the pig today." Yi Liang slapped his forehead. Today they were all busy picking pears. How could he remember to feed the pig? You foolish old man, you didn't forget to eat, did you? Sun Li reproached Yi Liang with a look, yet still added noodles to his bowl. Xiaomi, how strange. Zhou Xiaoya also looked at Yi Xiaomi in bewilderment. Occasionally Xiaomi would chat with Dabai, just as she chatted with Wan Shui. Wan Shui looked up from her zhajiangmian and glanced at Ye Tian. Ye Tian, what are you doing staring at the ground? Since Ye Tian had returned, he'd been constantly looking down, which made Wan Shui suspicious that Ye Tian had done something sneaky. I might as well keep looking down. Ye Tian hadn't yet adapted to his spiritual eyes. After all, being able to see through everything was a rather terrifying feeling. Ye Tian ate his noodles without offering any explanation. At the dinner table, Wan Shui mentioned that tomorrow she would handle the logistics matter. This put the old couple at ease, and Zhou Xiaoya finally learned of Wan Shui's identity. Thank you so much. That Han Biao is truly insufferable. Sigh. Sun Li let out a long sigh. In the afternoon, her brother's wife had come to their door, imploring Sun Li repeatedly. Sun Li couldn't bear it in good conscience. She'd originally wanted to go check on Sun Hao, but when Yi Liang returned, he stopped her directly. The Yi family also had their reputation to consider. Sun Hao had publicly severed ties with the Yi family before the entire village. If the Yi family now went crawling to Sun Hao's house, how could they ever hold their heads up in Qilin village? Forget it, don't think about it anymore. Just eat. We should focus on living our own good life. Throughout this meal, Ye Tian didn't say a single word. After finishing, he still kept his head down as he walked toward the old residence. Along the way, Ye Tian also noticed that Yi Xiaomi was still chatting with the magpie. Taking advantage of Wan Shui and Zhou Xiaoya being distracted, Ye Tian approached Yi Xiaomi. Xiaomi, can you really hear what the animals say? Daddy, I really can. Ye Tian's gaze deepened. He possessed spiritual eyes. Could it be that after Yi Xiaomi ate the mossy meat, she could also understand animals? Then tell that magpie to fetch me a stone. Okay. Yi Xiaomi spoke to the magpie, which sat atop the telephone pole. It tilted its head, seeming to think, then flew away. 1 minute later, the magpie returned with a stone in its beak, flying right over Ye Tian's head. Plopped. The stone struck Ye Tian's head, and he was completely stunned. Xiaomi, never ever tell anyone about this. Daddy, what's wrong? Yi Xiaomi didn't understand such matters, but Ye Tian burst out laughing. What a magnificent ability. After saying this, Ye Tian glanced furtively at Wan Shui and Zhou Xiaoya. They had all eaten the mossy meat. Why was it only Ye Tian and Yi Xiaomi who awakened spiritual abilities? What are you staring at? Wan Shui teased Ye Tian, her smile both charming and playful. Scumbag. Zhou Xiaoya had noticed too, her lips curling slightly. She said it deliberately, of course. You'd better not provoke me. Ye Tian muttered to himself. With his spiritual eyes, he could peek at the two women whenever he pleased. Dare to threaten us. Looking for death. Wan Shui picked up a willow branch from beside her and lashed out at Ye Tian. Zhou Xiaoya did the same. The two women romped with Ye Tian in high spirits. Along the village road, Yi Xiaomi's giggles rang out, as Ye Tian fled swiftly from the two women running toward the wooden cabin. Ye Tian stayed in the cabin studying his eyes intently. Besides seeing through things, it seems I can possess an extraordinary sense of perception. Ye Tian watched a mosquito fly past his eyes. In the past, Ye Tian could use a combat knife to slice off a mosquito's wing with ease. But with the spiritual eyes, Ye Tian could clearly observe the mosquito's flight trajectory. Even the mosquito's movements appeared abnormally slow under the influence of the spiritual eyes. I could cut off the mosquito's proboscis. I can see through anyone's movements. How would this work in combat? Can I clearly see a bullet's trajectory? Ye Tian's pupils contracted sharply. After all, he was a war god. The first thing that came to mind was combat applications. Second, I can penetrate the human body. Whether it's bone injuries or internal wounds, I can distinguish them all. Third, even without binoculars, I can see extremely far. And I could even. Ye Tian's pupils dilated like sharp blades, and occasionally golden threads flickered across his mirror-like eyes when they were activated. From now on, I should wear glasses. Ye Tian wanted to disguise himself. After all, his eyes had become abnormal. Ye Tian needed some sort of disguise. Just then, Ye Tian suddenly spotted a motorcycle stopping on the other side of the pear grove. Sun Hao. Through his vision, Ye Tian could clearly see Sun Hao wearing a face mask. Despite the sweltering heat, he was even dressed in a raincoat. His entire person was completely shrouded. Had it not been for the spiritual eyes, Ye Tian would never have discovered him. Sun Hao dismounted the motorcycle, fixing the pear grove with a venomous stare. From the back of the motorcycle, he lifted down 2 plastic barrels. Ye Tian, there's no way you'll make money. I'm going to burn down your pear grove. Sun Hao picked up the gasoline can and strode toward the pear grove. As he walked, he cursed under his breath. You're all worthless. Let you have money. You wouldn't even lend me 100,000. Why should you have the golden pears? No one's going to have a good time. Sun Hao had completely lost his mind, intent on setting the pear grove ablaze. He had already hauled the gasoline can over and was staring at the pear trees about to pour the gasoline when a voice rang out. That's going too far. What? Sun Hao was stunned. From the wooden hut, Ye Tian stepped out. You. Sun Hao froze, never expecting anyone to be guarding the pear grove at night. Sun Hao turned to flee, but Ye Tian kicked him. You're going to set a fire. Are you even human? Don't hit me. Sun Hao tried to resist, shoving the gasoline can aside. Gasoline spilled around them. Sun Hao raised a lighter. Back off. Now. Ye Tian slapped him, sending the lighter flying. I'll teach you to set fires. Oh. Screams echoed through the pear grove. At the old house, Zhou Xiaoya and Wan Shui had just lain down when they heard the commotion and rushed out. Inside the pear grove, Ye Tian kicked Sun Hao repeatedly. This uncle of his was too vile, retaliating against the Ye family, trying to destroy the pear grove. Ye Tian, stop. Zhou Xiaoya urged him to stop, but Ye Tian kept on. Do you even remember how our family treated you? From your wedding to Xiaodong's birth, who helped us every time? My parents. And your pear grove, my father started it. And you dare to set a fire. Ye Tian had seen many villains, but Sun Hao was his uncle, bound by blood. A relative's betrayal angered him even more. Is that Sun Hao? What's he doing here? Zhou Xiaoya was also stunned, smelling the gasoline and spotting the lighter on the ground. Arson. Sun Hao, have you lost your mind? Stop hitting me. Let me go. Xiaoya, save me. Ye Tian's going to kill me. Sun Hao crawled to Zhou Xiaoya, clutching her leg and shouting at the top of his lungs. The villagers nearby heard the noise. One by one they emerged. Zhou Xiaoya, step aside. Ye Tian continued toward Sun Hao. He refused to acknowledge this uncle anymore. Ye Tian calmed down. Ye Tian fixed his eyes on Sun Hao and walked toward him. Wan Shui also tried to stop him. This matter was best left to the police. Villagers streamed out, murmuring among themselves at Sun Hao's miserable state. Yi Liang and Sun Li also ran over. What's going on? Seeing their son chasing Sun Hao, they grew anxious. Ask him. Ye Tian glared coldly at Sun Hao, who, seeing the crowd, began to sob loudly. What happened? He's your uncle. Mommy tried to burn down the pear grove. If I hadn't been in the hut, the whole grove would have been destroyed. If the pear grove catches fire, what about the old house? How could Ye Tian not be furious? A major fire would destroy the old house too. Yi Xiaomi lived there, and so did Zhou Xiaoya. Holy crap. The villagers were shocked. Nothing so heinous had ever happened in Phoenix Village. Arson. Sun Li stared blankly at her brother. Her own kin wanted to destroy the Yi family. Sis, forgive me. Please. Get away. Sun Li was also enraged. Their parents had passed away, and she had always taken care of Sun Hao. Only to be repaid like this. Are you even human? Brother-in-law, I beg you. Sun Hao began pleading, terrified now that Ye Tian had caught him. Call the police. At the mention of police, Sun Hao dropped to his knees. We're family. Xiaoyan, let me go. Are we really family? Ye Tian stared icily at Sun Hao without another word. Sun Hao's wife also ran over, as seeing what he had done, she knelt as well. Please, we'll never do it again. Sun Li's heart softened as she looked at her sister-in-law, about to say something. Mom, let's go home. Leave this to Xiaoya. Xiaoyan. Sun Li wanted to say more, but Yi Liang supported his wife and walked toward home. No, let me go. I don't want to go to prison. I was possessed. No matter what Sun Hao said, Ye Tian helped his mother home. The villagers looked at Sun Hao with contempt. Setting a fire on a relative was nothing short of beastly. Is he even human? Serves him right. The Yi family has been so good to them. Just wait. The villagers cursed angrily. Village chief Zhang Quan also appeared. Knowing the situation, he could only call the police. At the Han family compound, Han Biao bare-chested got up from the Kong, hearing a coquettish voice behind him. He glared and listened to the commotion outside. Somehow set a fire. Damn, why didn't I think of that? Han Biao cursed. From the adjacent ancestral house, Han Tongshan also came out, followed by a coquettish urging voice. Through the crack in the door, Han Biao spotted behind his father a well-known seductress from the township. Their eyes met. Biaozi, we still have to deal with the Yi family. Don't worry, I'll make sure his pears rot in the ground. Han Biao said that, but his small eyes were fixed on the woman behind his father. The same one he had once coveted. Good. No one can touch the Han family in Lotus Township. That night Ye Tian stayed by his parents' side, and they barely slept. The incident with Sun Hao had deeply shaken them. Sigh. Ye Tian understood that one could be kind, but not soft-hearted. If he let Sun Hao off this time, Sun Hao might do something even worse later. Ye Tian couldn't constantly be on guard against Sun Hao. What if Sun Hao targeted his parents? Ye Tian also stayed awake all night. When dawn broke, he didn't disturb his parents and headed toward the old house. In the early morning, cooking smoke began to rise. The temperature gradually rose, and the ground began to shimmer with heat. On the village road, some people had already started heading to the fields to work. Donkey carts and tricycles moved toward the nearby cornfields. When the villagers saw Ye Tian, they couldn't help but greet him. The Yi family's golden pears had already earned the envy of the villagers. Xiao Yi, any trucks coming today? My nephew works at the fruit station, and he said the road at the village entrance is blocked. What? Ye Tian was stunned. Why was Han Biao sealing off the road so early? Thanks. Ye Tian headed toward the old house. Zhou Xiaoya had already gotten up and was doing exercises with Ye Xiaomi. Sun Hao has been arrested. The police said if he hadn't set the fire, he'd be sentenced to at least 5 years. Probably around a year. Got it. Ye Tian hurried toward Wan Shue's room. She's not up yet, it's not appropriate. The village road is blocked, I need to ask. Ye Tian knocked on the door, but Wan Shue was still sleeping in. Miss Wan, the sun is already burning your bottom. Ye Tian had no choice but to ask Ye Xiaomi to go in and wake her up. Annoying, let me sleep a bit longer. Ye Xiaomi obediently took a chicken feather and tickled Wan Shue's soul. Her delicate foot twitched, and Wan Shue tickled jumped up. Xiaomi. With a scolding, she pulled Ye Xiaomi into the blanket. Get up, lazybones. Dad is watching you. Your dad is really annoying. Wan Shue had no choice but to climb down from the Kong, her pretty face shining with radiance. Ye Tian secretly watched Wan Shue. She seemed even more beautiful, her skin as smooth as milk. No supernatural power. He could confirm that Wan Shue indeed possessed no extraordinary abilities. Her short hair was as dark as ink. Wan Shue stretched lazily, her enchanting figure silhouetted in the sunlight. Are you ready? The village road is blocked. Can your truck get in? Who blocked it? How dare they? Wan Shue was also anxious. The giant salamander was still in the water tank. She picked up the phone and muttered for a while. Let's go wait at the village entrance. Wan Shue and Ye Tian walked toward the village entrance. There a barrier already blocked the road. The fruit station staff squinted at Ye Tian. Edge. A beauty. One bald man spotted Wan Shue and couldn't help but say to Han Dongxiang. Han Dongxiang, also a member of the Han family, was now the transport manager of the fruit station. So gorgeous. Where did she come from? Drool nearly dripped from Han Dongxiang's mouth. Blocking the road early in the morning had already put him in a bad mood. Ye Tian, your friend. You're blocking the road here. Haha, of course. Only our fruit station's trucks can come in today. On what grounds? Ye Tian's eyes narrowed. These people were deliberately making things difficult for him. On the authority of the township policy. Ye Tian, your golden pears won't be shipped out without our transport. If you want transport, you'd better beg our boss Han. Dream on. Without a second thought, Ye Tian walked away. Miss, what's your surname? Scram. Wan Shue showed no courtesy to someone like Han Dongxiang. A spicy little pepper. I like it. Just as Han Dongxiang was about to say something, Ye Tian pulled Wan Shue away. Han Dongxiang laughed as he watched Ye Tian walk into the distance and continued shouting. Ye Tian, stop pretending. Come back quickly. If you don't beg the fruit station, your pears will rot in the fields. Ye Tian didn't look back. His phone rang again. Bro, I'll use my own car to haul them. Huang Fei had searched all day for a truck, but found none, and now he was furious. No need, we've got a truck now. Come on over. Really? Huang Fei hung up and prepared to drive over. On the national highway, Ye Tian sneaked another glance at Wan Shue beside him. Am I good looking? Wan Shue showed a hint of shyness, sensing that Ye Tian kept stealing glances at her. You're beautiful. Ye Tian spoke the truth. Stealing glances at Wan Shue had become a habit. Hey, you're sweet-tongued. Are you trying to pursue me? You're overthinking it. Ye Tian regained his calm demeanor, and with that one sentence he killed the conversation. The young lady Wan Shue stomped her feet in frustration. If you're not chasing me, why do you keep staring at me, eh? On the distant highway, 2 trucks from Wan Group's Yulong Freight Company steadily pulled in from the main road. 2 brand new Yulong trucks, one equipped with cold storage function. From the vehicles stepped men in yellow uniforms. Miss. The drivers were all deferential. Having been assigned to serve Miss Wan, they felt honored indeed. Well, Wan Shui gazed triumphantly at Ye Tian, who merely smiled faintly. Let's head into the village. From here on, follow my lead. You get in the back truck. I'll do the driving. Wan Shui wanted to take the wheel. Ye Tian hadn't expected her to possess a driver's license. Don't underestimate me. I've raced cars before. And you, Ye Tian. I've driven tanks. As if. Wan Shui didn't believe a word of it. She climbed aboard and gripped the steering wheel. Ye Tian settled into the passenger seat, his gaze fixed toward Fengwang village. Let's go. A slight smirk played at the corner of Ye Tian's lips. He was curious to see how Han Dongxiang would attempt to stop them. The truck's engine roared to life. Wan Shui gripped the wheel, engaging the clutch and shifting gears with practiced ease. Wan Shui drove toward Fengwang village. On the village road ahead, Han Dongxiang and his men lounged about, smoking and chatting. That woman from earlier. Man, she was something else. I caught a glimpse of her and felt it immediately. Brother Chong, let's hit the foot massage parlor tonight. Han Dongxiang exhaled a puff of smoke, warming to the idea. Beep, beep, beep. Just then a truck came rumbling toward the village entrance. What the hell, a vehicle? Look, that woman. They all spotted Wan Shui behind the wheel. Ye Tian sat in the passenger seat, watching them with an amused smile. Damn, they actually came. Brothers blocked them. Han Dongxiang flicked away his cigarette, eyes narrowed, determined to see how Ye Tian planned to get through. The truck horn blared insistently. Stop the vehicle. Han Dongxiang planted himself in front of the truck. His subordinates joined in shouting taunts. Wan Shui was about to hit the brakes. These people were insufferable. Keep driving. What? Wan Shui froze. Beside her, Ye Tian had just ordered her to drive through. Don't brake. Drive straight through. Today I want Han Biao to understand one thing. The tide of progress cannot be stopped. Ye Tian's gaze turned sharp. Han Biao's fruit station had been retaliating against Ye Tian. You're certain? Wan Shui's eyes flickered with surprise. No problem. They won't dare. Ye Tian looked down coldly at Han Dongxiang. In village parlance, the dogs that bark the loudest never bite. Han Dongxiang's men shouted bravado, but when a truck actually came roaring toward them, who would dare stand in its path? All right. Wan Shui was no shrinking violet. If she hadn't been bold, she never would have ventured to Phoenix Mountain alone. Wan Shui floored the accelerator. The truck roared and lunged toward the roadblock. Holy shit. Brother Chong, she's not slowing down. I don't believe this. She wouldn't dare actually hit us, would she? Han Dongxiang gritted his teeth. As the truck bore down on him, his legs began to tremble. Brother Chong, run for it. She's not stopping. His men behind him were panicking. The truck was even accelerating. The prettier the woman, the crueler her heart. Damn it. Han Dongxiang spun around. His men had all scattered. Like a cornered beast, he threw himself forward. Rumble. The roadblock shattered. Wan Shui drove straight through. Dust billowed behind the two trucks as they sped away into the distance. You bastard. You actually drove through. Han Dongxiang leapt and cursed. The instant he finished shouting, he saw one of the trucks had somehow turned around ahead. What now? Han Dongxiang stared dumbfounded. The others watched in disbelief as the truck accelerated once more, charging directly toward them. Have they lost their minds? Again. Sweat beaded on Han Dongxiang's forehead. Dust settled over them, leaving them covered in grime. Run. This time Han Dongxiang didn't dare play the hero. He fled first. Crash. The truck plowed through the roadblock again. Wan Shui shot Han Dongxiang several withering looks. In the passenger seat, Ye Tian rolled down the window and spoke calmly. This is a village road. Who gave you permission to block it? If I see this again, I'll drive through again. You. Han Dongxiang glared furiously at Ye Tian. How dare this man act so brazenly? Get down here if you've got the guts. No matter what Han Dongxiang shouted, the truck drove past and headed toward the pear grove. The trucks entering the village drew curious stares from residents. Both brand new trucks made their way toward Ye Tian's pear grove. The villagers knew about the fruit station's embargo on logistics. How had Ye Tian pulled this off? Ye Tian hopped out of the truck. Workers he had arranged the day before had already arrived. Start loading. Ye Tian, you're incredible. The driver is a woman. The workers stared at Wan Shui in amazement. She smiled proudly and led the other driver toward the old family residence. We're loading the golden pears. Ye Tian directed the workers as they began loading the truck. Villagers watched and murmured among themselves. Just then Han Biao emerged from his house. Brother Biao. A furious bellow made Han Biao jump. He turned to see Han Dongxiang leading his men running toward him. Weren't you supposed to be at the village entrance? Brother Biao, Ye Tian drove his truck at us. He found some woman and secured 2 trucks. Fuck Ye Tian, do you really think you're so tough? Call everyone in. Bring all the nearby trucks over. Let's see which logistics company dares to come. Han Biao was utterly enraged. This time, he would crush Ye Tian completely. Han Biao, seething with fury, gathered all the logistics vehicles from the fruit station centered around Phoenix Village, along with the 3-wheeled carts and electric scooters used for collecting fruit, and drove them over. The scene was almost as chaotic as the spring festival travel rush. The Han family had made a major move, and over at the village office, Zhang Quan had already slipped away. He wanted no part in the conflict between the Han and Yi families today. Zhang Quan turned around and headed to the township for a meeting. Over at the village office, Zhou Xiaoya also stayed away holding documents, but instead going to visit the elderly living alone. Ye Tian. Outside the pear orchard, a massive crowd had gathered. The orchard was completely surrounded. Han Biao leading the charge like a general strode toward the pear grove. Everyone move aside. Han Dongxiang and his men also pushed through the crowd. It's over. Ye Tian has truly angered the Han family. I heard Ye Tian drove his car and even rammed the roadblocks. Ye Tian is such a hothead. After being in the army for so long, this is going to cause a huge disaster. Over by the pear orchard, the loading was almost done. Ye Tian naturally saw Han Biao and his men approaching. Something wrong. Ye Tian, holding a shovel, walked out of the pear orchard. Han Biao, who had been so aggressive moments ago, hesitated and took a step back, not daring to advance again. Damn it. Han Dongxiang and the others wanted to move forward, but seeing the shovel also retreated. Who's the driver? Han Biao gave Han Dongxiang a signal, and Han Dongxiang immediately shouted at the trucks. Han Dongxiang didn't see Wan Shui, but he did spot two drivers in yellow uniforms getting out of the trucks. We're the drivers. What's the matter? Who allowed you to load the goods? Don't you know the township's policy? Which logistics station are you from? You're breaking the rules. Han Dongxiang was quite rude. Since he didn't see Wan Shui, he took out his anger on the drivers. Rules? What rules do we need for hauling cargo? You must be mistaken, right? The drivers had no idea about these matters. Han Dongxiang pointed at them and was about to start cursing. They have nothing to do with this. If there's something, come at me. Ye Tian stepped in front of the drivers and said to Han Biao, I've let you off several times. It seems you're just like Sun Hao. You never learn from your mistakes, do you, eh? Ye Tian, don't put on airs with me. If everyone acted like you, how could my fruit station stay open? Don't you understand the unified logistics system? The entire township, the entire county, everyone has to be unified. Even the vehicles from Zenlongjia without a special permit can't enter Lianhua Township. Han Biao took out a document and threw it on the ground. Ye Tian, I'll give you two choices. First, make these two trucks get the hell out of Phoenix Village. Second, let us transport your Nangua pears from now on. Otherwise, no matter who you sell your pears to, they'll rot in the ground. Ye Tian glanced at the document on the ground, but didn't even look at it. Who set these rules? The township set them. Han Biao said arrogantly, and Han Dongxiang and the others behind him also put on airs of arrogance. Ye Tian, if you want to go against our Han family, you'd better think twice. The township set them. Then let the one who set them come here. I'll ask him myself. How dare you? You're talking big. Han Biao looked at Ye Tian with disdain, and the people behind him also shouted. Ye Tian, it seems you're not going to choose, are you? Fine if you won't choose. Men. Han Biao waved his hand, and all the logistics drivers around honked their horns simultaneously. The deafening roar of horns shook the entire Phoenix village. Oh my God! Something big is really going to happen. The villagers were terrified. This time Han Biao was truly going to make a move against Ye Tian. Listen to my command. According to the township's regulations, if anyone breaks the rules, impound their vehicles. Get them. Han Dongxiang also reacted, directing his drivers and directly shouting, beat them. One gave the order to seize, another to strike. Some went to impound the trucks while others prepared to attack the drivers. Han Biao was using this opportunity to create a mass incident. If the county got involved, it wouldn't matter even if Ye Tian knew people in the military. You want to impound the trucks? Ye Tian laughed. Not only Ye Tian laughed, but the two drivers also laughed. What are you laughing at? Just as Han Dongxiang and his men stepped forward, a sharp female voice rang out from a distance. Who dares to touch the vehicles of Yulong Company? What? All the drivers were stunned. Yulong Company, the largest logistics company in Fengqing City. Nearly 90% of the logistics stations in the area were affiliated with Yulong Company. Even their own stations, the ones they were attached to, had Yulong Company as the parent company. Anyone in the logistics business knew Yulong Company. It's her. Han Dongxiang was also shocked as he watched Wan Shui walk out from the old house and come directly to Ye Tian's side. Don't you want to stay in business? Miss Wan, with her brows furrowed in anger, was as cold as ice. Which logistics station are you from? Let me hear it. Don't you want to continue in this industry? Come on. One woman holding the pass could stop 1,000 men. Ye Tian looked at Wan Shui and secretly gave her a thumbs up. Miss Wan, you're awesome. This is our young lady. If you have the guts, try standing up again. The driver of Yulong Logistics also sneered at the opposing driver. What? The young lady of the Wan group. How is she here? These drivers stepped back one after another. They were just low-level logistics drivers with no way of knowing Wan Shui. Wan Shui pointed at Han Dongxiang, whose legs had already gone weak. He was also from the logistics station, and he knew that offending the Yulong Company meant he could never work in this industry again. Young lady, I didn't know. The roadblock, I was the one who hit it, okay? Fine, young lady, you can even hit me if you want. Han Dongxiang dared not say no. If he angered Wan Shui, how could he continue in logistics? Do you know Ye Tian? Wan Shui pointed at Ye Tian again, who looked at Han Dongxiang calmly. Apologize. I'm sorry. Han Dongxiang had no choice but to apologize. Shui, let him go. I think someone else should apologize. Wan Shui shot Ye Tian a glare. Ye Tian was truly shameless. A faint blush crept onto Wan Shui's face, yet she didn't oppose Ye Tian, instead pointing at Han Biao. Come here. Han Biao struggled to suppress his fury, feeling utterly suffocated. How could Ye Tian, an ex-soldier, possibly know the eldest daughter of the Wan family? Had he summoned so many people just to apologize to Ye Tian? Come here. Han Biao squeezed out a forced smile. He dared not provoke Wan Shui either. His fruit station also needed drivers. With a single word from Wan Shui, no driver would dare deliver goods to his logistics station. Miss Wan, I truly didn't know. It doesn't matter whether you knew or not. Apologize to Ye Tian, or else your fruit station will be shut down. No, please don't. Han Biao quickly begged for mercy. His fruit station hadn't even officially opened yet. Was it going to be stillborn? Han Biao with a bitter face looked at Ye Tian again. Ye Tian, this whole thing is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Ye Tian glanced around, then asked the villagers again, can I sell and transport my golden pears on my own? Yes. Fine, Han Biao, this is the last time. I'm sorry. Han Biao lowered his head. This was not the first time. Every time he tried to take revenge on Ye Tian thwarted him. Ye Tian was the nemesis of the Han family. Have your men leave immediately. Don't delay my pear transport. Han Biao lowered his head and said helplessly to the others, leave all of you. All the drivers retreated like a tide and vanished in an instant. Han Biao turned back to look at Ye Tian, who was standing with Wan Shui chatting. How did this happen? Is Miss Wan dating him? Sighed. Han Biao was both envious and jealous, but there was nothing he could do. He could only leave. By the pear orchard, the villagers had also seen everything. Ye Tian knew a city heiress. This beautiful short-haired woman had made Han Biao and his men retreat in defeat with just a word. I heard she's from the Wan group. Is she really the young lady? Could she be Xiaomi's mother? Doesn't look like it. The villagers gradually dispersed, watching the golden pears being loaded onto the truck. Huang Fei's BMW also appeared, and he jumped out of the car excitedly. Brother, this truck. Huang Fei stared at the truck in excitement. The golden pears could really be transported. Just as he finished speaking, he noticed Wan Shui beside Ye Tian. She looked so familiar. Miss Wan. Huang Fei was astonished. He had seen Wan Shui at a city charity banquet before. What are you doing here? Huang Fei kept a low profile. How could Zhenlongji, a supermarket, compare to the Wan group? I'm a friend of mine. Oh my god, sister-in-law. What nonsense are you talking about? Wan Shui blushed even more and shot Huang Tian a glare. Thank you for this, Miss Wan. Ye Tian also smiled. With 100,000 caddies of golden pears shipped out, it would be worth tens of millions. After part of it was converted into shares, he would still have several million in hand. With money, Ye Tian could do some things. Not calling me Shuier anymore. Wan Shui looked at Ye Tian tenderly. After 2 days together, she was filled with curiosity about him. I'll allow you to call me that. Ye Tian laughed heartily and quickly added, all right, Shuier, I'll come find you in Fengsheng when I have the chance. It's a deal. Wan Shui looked at Ye Tian seriously. It would be best if he could come to Fengsheng. Huang Fei watched from the sidelines, thinking this big brother kept his cards close to his chest. The two of them looked perfect together. Xiaomi, your dad is pretty impressive. Of course. Yi Xiaomi rode on to buy, listened for a moment, then looked at Huang Fei and said, Uncle Huang Fei, could you move? You're stepping on Xiaolu. Xiaolu. Huang Fei was stunned. He looked down and saw a mantis crawling under his foot. This is Xiaolu. Huang Fei watched as Xiaomi seemed to talk to the mantis, and his expression gradually turned serious. Xiaomi, are you possessed? In the evening, the Yi family residence was brightly lit. Yi Liang and son, Li, had been smiling all along. Huang Fei had transferred over 6.3 million to Ye Tian's account. With such a substantial sum, the Yi family finally no longer had to worry about money. Xiaoyan, keep this money for yourself. Your old parents don't need anything. Dad, I plan to renovate both the old house and this place. We'll buy new appliances and furniture for the house. You spendthrift child, I don't need anything here. Do whatever you want with the old house. But listen carefully, you'll also need to help with Xiaoyao's place. Mom, don't worry. Ye Tian nodded. Although Zhou Xiaoya was just a tenant, she had shown kindness to the Yi family. Zhou Xiaoya had been taking care of Xiaomi, giving the child maternal love. Then I'll go to the county furniture mall tomorrow. Daddy, I want to go too. Ye Tian turned to look at Yi Xiaomi. Since there was nothing urgent at Lilin anyway, he might as well take her shopping and visit Elder Chang. Recently, Chang Zhongxin had called Ye Tian, inviting him over as a guest. Great, I can eat delicious food again. Daddy, can I bring Big White? No. Ye Tian refused. If he actually rode a rabbit around the streets, who knows what trouble would arise. The next day, Ye Tian dressed Xiaomi in new clothes, a pale yellow dress with her hair braided into flower-like pigtails. Yi Xiaomi looked even more lovely and beautiful. She looks a bit like your mother. Daddy, what kind of person is my mom? Ye Tian didn't take the motorcycle. Since they had money now, he hailed a taxi instead. She was very beautiful. Ye Tian forced a bitter smile. Xiaomi's mother had once been Ye Tian's enemy. That woman was stunningly beautiful and a professional assassin. During a mission, the two of them met. At that time, Ye Tian had just suffered a demonic deviation, and by accident, he ended up in a relationship with Xiaomi's mother. Who could have thought that she would give birth to Xiaomi and raise her? Then where's mommy? Probably abroad. Ye Tian had no way to explain. That woman appeared and disappeared like a ghost, and Ye Tian hadn't seen her in a long time. Daddy, I want to see Mommy. When the opportunity comes. Ye Tian nodded firmly. Once he had taken good care of Xiaomi, he would use certain connections to search for that woman. She gave birth to the child, then left a photo, and ran away. What kind of situation is this? Ye Tian gazed at the scenery outside, his eyes becoming resolute. At 9:30 in the morning, era homeland in Feng County. The four-story building had various furniture on each level along with many decorative materials. Ye Tian first purchased some decorative materials. Inside there happened to be a decoration company where he could discuss the renovation. Ye Xiaomi took candy from the decoration company, and while eating watched Ye Tian discuss matters with the designer. Sir, your child is very cute. She should still wear this mask. The considerate designer handed Ye Xiaomi a little yellow duck mask. Since furniture was gathered here, there would certainly be formaldehyde present. Thank you. Ye Tian nodded. It was precisely because of this small gesture that Ye Tian chose Green Leaf Decoration Company. Sir, I will arrange everything properly. Designer Qi Ling respectfully looked at Ye Tian. For this set of old houses, Ye Tian had presented a blueprint that would cost over 300,000. For Green Leaf Decoration Company, this was a big order. I trust you. Use the best materials throughout since there's a child involved. Absolutely. Qi Ling became happy. This decoration company was founded by her. Though small in scale, it guaranteed quality in everything. Make way. Just then commotion arose at the entrance of the decoration company. 7 or 8 sturdy men walked right in. Ye Xiaomi was touring at the entrance and was directly knocked down by these people. Whose unlucky child is this? Manager Qi, will you agree to my conditions, or not? Leading them was a bald man. The man arrogantly stared at Qi Ling. Upon seeing this person, Qi Ling immediately bit her lip. It's you. I will never agree. Qi Ling stood up, already gripping her phone tightly, extremely nervous. Not giving face. Don't you know that no one in Era Homeland can avoid using my latex paint? The bald man was called Wang Dongyun, who monopolized the latex paint trade. Any shop here had to use his latex paint. Wang Dongyun used to be a major hoodlum. In recent years, he had followed Feng County's ruthless figure Cao Chong, gathering some local ruffians and monopolizing the latex paint trade at Era Homeland. Any decoration company must use Wang Dongyun's latex paint. Your latex paint is counterfeit, not genuine. I will never use it. Qi Ling was very firm. Decorative materials were very important, and now everyone emphasized environmental protection. I say it's genuine, so it's genuine. Do you think these people can tell the difference? It seems you don't understand the rules of this place. Then smash things for me. Wang Dongyun became even more arrogant and directly ordered his men to take action. Don, I'm calling the police. Qi Ling tried to call the police. One person grabbed towards Qi Ling, and she let out a scream. The staff of the decoration company all cowered and hid to the side. Wang Dongyun's men all carried large machetes. The shops at the entrance also knew Wang Dongyun's ferocity, all because Wang Dongyun had powerful backers. Ye Tian helped Ye Xiaomi up and quickly examined her. Xiaomi, are you alright? Daddy, these people, they're so terrible. Ye Xiaomi's eyes grew red too. That designer sister had been so kind, giving her a mask and candy. Daddy, why are these people bullying the sister? Xiaomi, in this society, there are always some people who find pleasure in bullying others. Wait. Seeing that Ye Xiaomi was unharmed, Ye Tian placed her on the sofa and walked toward Wang Dongyun. Wang Dongyun leered at Qi Ling with a sinister smile. Qi Ling, who had just graduated and started a decoration company, dared to offend him. Boss, maybe we shouldn't do this here. Take her to our company. Let's take some photos. This girl's figure isn't bad. Works for me. Wang Dongyun examined Qi Ling again. Her pitiful appearance only excited him more. Just as Wang Dongyun was about to act, shouting came from behind him. Why haven't you scrammed yet? Ye Tian had already arrived before this subordinate. The very one who had shoved Ye Xiaomi earlier. Which hand? Huh? Which hand what? Which hand pushed my daughter? What if I pushed your daughter? You believe I'll chop you? A machete was raised high, meant to intimidate Ye Tian. Bang! Ye Tian grabbed the hand directly. Without a word, his powerful grip twisted the man's bones. This hand clutched the machete handle, the bones making cracking sounds. Up! A blood-curdling scream. Ye Tian had already released his grip, turning to look at the other hand. If you won't choose, then I'll cripple both. Ye Tian reached out again, grabbing the other hand, and squeezed with force. What? Wang Dongyun and the others froze. Qi Ling was frozen too. It was actually Ye Tian. Like a demon, Ye Tian had appeared behind everyone, crippling both of Wang Dongyun's men's hands. Who are you? Looking to die? Is bullying people fun? You shouldn't have touched my daughter, and you shouldn't have touched my designer. What are you talking about? I'm asking you, do you want to die? Wang Dongyun gripped his machete, glaring viciously at Ye Tian. Boss, why bother talking to him? These people were veterans at bullying others. The machetes weren't even sharpened. They looked intimidating, but couldn't actually kill. Each strike could cripple someone though. One of them raised his blade and chopped toward Ye Tian's forehead. Daddy! Ye Xiaomi's shriek came from behind. Ye Tian's pupils contracted. In any other situation, these people would already be dead. To avoid traumatizing his daughter, Ye Tian chose not to use brutal methods. Through his spiritual eyes, this man's movements were agonizingly slow. Ye Tian delivered a kick. Boom! The blade flew, the man flew. Without a word, Ye Tian kicked another person, blinding light people flying. One had just raised his blade when Ye Tian smashed it with his fist. The machete shattered instantly. Drops of cold sweat rolled down Wang Dongyun's forehead. Who could have imagined this ordinary pretty boy was so formidable? Kid, my boss is Cao Chong. The king of hell, Cao Chong. The king of hell. Ye Tian's gaze turned icy once more. He had once been called the war god, known as the king of Yama, commander of the Dragon Soul war soldiers, the 10 judges of hell. In his homeland, someone dared call himself the king of hell. Kid, don't cause trouble. This has nothing to do with you. I told you. You touched my daughter, and she's my designer. You. Wang Dongyun's face darkened as he glanced at Ye Xiaomi behind Ye Tian. The child's unharmed. If anything had happened to the child, all of you would be dead. What the hell? Wang Dongyun had never encountered anyone more arrogant than himself. If the child was harmed, they all had to pay with their lives. Are you f***ing crazy? Before Wang Dongyun could finish, Ye Tian raised a single finger and flicked gently. The machete before Wang Dongyun shattered again. At this moment, Wang Dongyun was completely panicked. One finger had broken a machete. As Wang Dongyun tried to flee, Ye Tian's hand had already grabbed his neck and slammed him into the ground. Boom. The floor caved in. Qi Ling screamed. Dare bully my designer again, and I'll flay you alive. Kid, who the hell are you? Tell me your name. Wang Dongyun's back was bruised, his spine from neck to tailbone, trembling violently. My name is Ye Tian. Get out of my sight. Ye Tian snorted coldly. Wang Dongyun and his men scrambled up through a few more hollow threats and fled the Sherdai Jiyuan complex. Daddy. Ye Xiaomi ran over, rushing to Ye Tian's side. So cool. Were you scared? Not scared at all. They deserved it. Ye Xiaomi said with adorable stubbornness. My daughter's got guts. Ye Tian nodded secretly. Since Ye Xiaomi had such composure when she grew older, he could teach her some martial arts. A woman should know some self-defense. Mr. Ye, thank you so much. But they're really powerful people. Qi Ling walked over, wanting to thank Ye Tian. The onlookers' murmurs worried her, especially about Cao Chong, the king of hell. He was an overlord-level figure in Feng County. Qi Ling was terrified. How could her small decoration company compare to someone like Cao Chong? You mean? He could come back for revenge. Wang Dongyun monopolized the latex paint market, and those were all counterfeit brands. I didn't want this, but with something like this happening, I really cannot stay here any longer. Mr. Ye, our contract, let's just forget it. Ye Tian gazed at Qi Ling's frightened appearance and said with a faint smile, don't worry. Leaving my home in your hands for renovation, I feel completely at ease. Leave the rest to me. Mr. Ye, what do you mean by that? Qi Ling looked at Ye Tian in bewilderment. Ye Tian also overheard the discussions of those around him and knew that Wang Dongyun's company was located right across from Sherdai Jiyuan. Good people deserve good rewards, don't they, eh? Qi Ling, start the renovation tomorrow. Here's the advance payment. Ye Tian didn't say much more and led Ye Xiaomi out of Sherdai Jiyuan. Daddy, aren't we here to buy furniture? Xiaomi, let's eat first. Daddy will treat you to manbao wontons, okay? Big wontons, I love them. Upon hearing about food, Ye Xiaomi immediately beamed with joy. Ye Tian led Xiaomi to the neighboring wonton shop, ordered corn and pork wontons, and then had Ye Xiaomi sit beside him. Xiaomi, eat slowly. Daddy will be right back. Okay. Ye Xiaomi's attention was already fixed on the wontons. Ye Tian glanced at the surroundings and instructed the owner not to let Ye Xiaomi wander off. Ye Tian walked alone toward Bolin Decoration Materials Company across the street. At that moment, inside the company, Wang Dongyun was summoning people. Give me everyone. Call everyone over here. Tell Brother Long I've been beaten up. I'm going to kill him. Wang Dongyun had never been humiliated like this. The moment he hung up the phone, absolute silence descended upon the surroundings. When Brother Long arrives with his people, keep watch on Sherdai Jiyuan. Why isn't anyone speaking? Wang Dongyun glared viciously at his subordinates. Those remaining in the company stared blankly toward the entrance. At the company's entrance, a single figure blocked the doorway. It's you. Wang Dongyun was shocked. How did Ye Tian appear here? Ye Tian stared intently at Wang Dongyun without moving. The others scrambled backward, and Wang Dongyun also retreated, shrinking into the corner. Ye Tian, let me tell you something. Brother Long is coming right away. Brother Long is the gold medal enforcer of King Yama himself. A martial arts champion. Is that so? Ye Tian still hadn't moved, merely gazing at Wang Dongyun. Wang Dongyun grew increasingly anxious. There were more than 10 people in the room, yet no one dared to utter a word. These people had just learned that Wang Dongyun had been beaten by someone. A single finger capable of snapping a machete. What kind of combat prowess was that? What exactly do you want? Wang Dongyun couldn't fathom what Ye Tian was thinking. Ye Tian simply stood at the entrance. What was his purpose? Without a word from Ye Tian, 4 vehicles pulled up outside. 10 minutes later, over a dozen people walked out. At the front was a sturdy man wearing a vest with a dragon tattoo sprawling across his back. His entire body was pure muscle, especially his legs, like 2 iron pillars. Cao Chong's gold medal enforcer Zhao Delong. Zhao Delong not only practiced Sanda, but was also an inheritor of northern Tantue. His legs had killed people in the ring. After killing in combat, he joined the underground fighting circuit, nicknamed the Diamond Legs. Zhao Dalong's integration into Cao Chang's faction came with heavy responsibilities from Cao Chang himself. In the underworld, whenever major operations were underway, Zhao Dalong served as Cao Chang's sharpest blade. Relying on his legs, Zhao Dalong had eliminated many of Cao Chang's enemies. Wang Dongyun, where's the person? Zhao Dalong had been entertaining himself at a nearby KTV when he received word that Wang Dongyun was in trouble. He rushed over immediately. Crash. The rolling shutter door at the entrance was directly pulled down by Ye Tian. What the hell? Zhao Dalong's men froze in surprise. Why was there a fair-faced young man standing at the entrance? Brother Long, it's him. This kid is blocking the entrance. Wang Dongyun was terrified out of his wits. What was Ye Tian trying to do? Ye Tian lowered the shutter door and once again surveyed Zhao Dalong's people. So you're the ones trying to monopolize the market. I'm giving you a choice. From now on, conduct yourselves properly. No more bullying and market manipulation. Those who can do that go to the left side. You'll be free to leave shortly. If you don't choose the left side, then I will make sure you spend this year in the hospital. What an arrogant bastard. Zhao Dalong burst out laughing. In Feng County, there was actually someone who dared speak to him like this. Kid, did you get your head slammed in a door? How dare you talk to me like that? Do you know what happened to the last person who spoke to me like this? Zhao Dalong spoke viciously, taking a drag of his cigarette and flicking his fingers. That person, I burned him alive. And you? Zhao Dalong took another puff of smoke and snapped his fingers. I'll carve you into a human stump and make you eat excrement. Get him. Without further words, Zhao Dalong launched the attack. After all, Ye Tian was just one person. What was there to fear with so many of them? The company's security cameras had also been turned off. If they killed Ye Tian here, who would ever know? Wang Dongyun, you're a useless waste. So many of you, and yet a single person reduced you to this state. Brother Long, he's really formidable. No matter how formidable, he's still just one person. Get him. Some of them had already started moving toward Ye Tian. With numbers on their side, their courage grew. Is there no one going to the left side? Ye Tian raised his head once more. It seemed no one had chosen the left side. Kill him. Two men charged directly, their fists as swift as the wind, clearly trained in kickboxing. Knocking sounds came from outside the rolling shutter door as Wang Dongyun's men arrived one after another. Ye Tian did not turn around, he stepped down with his foot. The technique he used was the simplest of military boxing. The 16 forms of military boxing, the rudimentary, possessed boundless power in Ye Tian's hands. Who could have imagined that the war god Yin Luo's most basic martial art was military boxing? Two agonized screams immediately rang out. With one foot pinning down two men before the crowd could discern what had happened, Ye Tian extended his hand and delivered a resounding slap. The two men collapsed, their ribs fractured, vomiting bitter bile. Such injuries rendered them incapable of further combat. 100 days for bones and sinews to heal plus subsequent convalescence would keep them bettered for a year. When Yin Luo decrees you die at the third watch, how can he let you live until the fifth? I said you'll lie down for a year. Ye Tian remarked indifferently, stepping directly over the two men. Charge. All of you charge. Wang Dongyun mustered his courage to shout, relying on Zhao Dalong. Zhao Dalong continued smoking, his face full of scorn. Another man dashed forward, wielding an iron pipe. Ye Tian kicked out, breaking the man's right arm, then followed up with a punch. The second form of military boxing. The man's body formed a dead character as it slammed onto the floor tiles. Ye Tian continued to step forward, those around him witnessing this still charged at him. These men showed a hint of madness. Some were unarmed, others raised stools, and they all rushed forward. Ye Tian paid no heed, striking out with his fists, each blow breaking bones and tearing sinews. Ye Tian's ruthlessness came from the depths of his soul. Every punch sent a man crashing down immobile. This kid. Whether in a brawl or a fight, it was fundamentally impossible for one man to single-handedly dominate a crowd. To possess extraordinary combat prowess, one needed both strength and speed. Besides these two factors, one also needed to withstand blows. The remaining men could not discern the true extent of Ye Tian's strength. Whoever approached was met with a single punch. The force of each blow sent them flying. The ground was littered with men, all groaning in agony. The people outside the rolling shutter door had fallen silent. 100 men stood in stillness, listening to what was happening inside. Brother Long. Wang Dongyun was nearly scared to death. Was this even a man? So many men had been laid low by Ye Tian alone. What are you shouting for? Zhao Dalong flicked away his cigarette, but looked at Ye Tian again and nodded, saying, so you're a martial artist. Ex-military. Zhao Dalong could certainly sense that no matter the moment, Ye Tian's back remained as straight as a sword. You're not worthy to know. Haha, I'm not worthy. Do you know who I am? I am Zhao Dalong. Zhao Dalong thumped his chest, then executed a downward splitting kick from above, stirring up a gust of fierce wind. Zhao Dalong's right leg extended up to the top of his head, and then dropped straight down. He then lifted his other foot, steady as a rock, extended it horizontally to the left, still as sharp as a blade. The floor tiles beneath Zhao Dalong's feet also cracked. See that? Brother Long, awesome. Wang Dongyun had witnessed it too. Zhao Dalong was indeed a top-tier enforcer. With such skill, one kick could kill an ox. Ye Tian didn't even glance at him. Instead, he took out his phone. Time's up. His daughter was still waiting for him at the wonton shop. You're asking for death. Zhao Delong charged forward like a ferocious dragon, his leg whipping like a long chain. The floor tiles shattered repeatedly under the immense force of his attack. This technique, the poison dragon drill, had killed men before. At that moment, Ye Tian threw a punch, using a fist against a foot. Is this guy an idiot? Zhao Delong's pupils reflected the image of Ye Tian being crippled, but Ye Tian's fist had already slammed into his foot. Boom! Zhao Delong was sent flying, and at the same time a familiar sound echoed through the room. Crack! What? The men groaning on the ground had certainly heard that sound before. It was the sound of bones breaking. Following Zhao Delong's body, everyone's mouths fell open and they could barely breathe. Xiao Chang's top enforcer Zhao Delong had his right leg broken, the pale bone exposed. Zhao Delong had already fallen unconscious. One move. Impossible, right? Zhao Delong, who could kick an ox to death, couldn't even withstand a single move from Ye Tian. Wang Dongyun's legs gave way completely. He was truly terrified. You. Ye Tian pointed at Wang Dongyun. Wang Dongyun swallowed hard and directly kowtowed, saying, "Spare me. I was really wrong. You have no choice." What? Ye Tian raised his hand, and Wang Dongyun was also sent flying. Done. Ye Tian didn't even look up. These men would all be bedridden for a year. At least for a year, they would be unable to monopolize the market. Schwat. The rolling shutter door was opened again. Ye Tian walked out slowly alone. Outside were a crowd of men with hair of various colors, gold chains, and small watches. A motley crew of mountain cats and wild beasts, all covered in tattoos. They stood staring in a daze. Originally, when the rolling shutter door opened, these men had intended to rush in. What am I seeing? Is this hell? One by one they retreated voluntarily, making way. Ye Tian emerged from hell. Is he really the king of hell? Zhao Delong has been crippled. 100 men were utterly silent, gazing at Ye Tian with awe. My daughter is still waiting for me. Come at me all at once. Ye Tian brushed off his hands. All at once. Some realized. Was it a gang beating him, or was he single-handedly taking on 100 men? A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. Clang. The ground was strewn with axes, screwdrivers, and steel pipes. Kill. After 10 minutes, Ye Tian dusted off his hands. Cries of agony echoed all around him. Every hand that held a weapon had been broken by Ye Tian. Axes, screwdrivers, and other tools were embedded in the walls. He's not human, cried the crowd in their hearts. One man had disabled all 100 of them. Sobs spread everywhere. People were choked with tears. Ye Tian returned to Manbao Wonton shop. Ye Xiaomi had already finished eating and was staring at a 7-spotted ladybug on the window, murmuring something. The shop assistant stared blankly at Ye Xiaomi. When she saw Ye Tian return, she showed a hint of pity. No need to pay for the meal. The child is like this, you have it hard too. Oh. Ye Tian turned his head and saw Ye Xiaomi, his forehead full of black lines. We still have to pay for the meal. Xiaomi. Ye Tian quickly led Xiaomi to the second floor to order the furniture first. Ye Tian picked items almost without asking the price, as long as they were eco-friendly and Ye Xiaomi liked them. He directly swiped his card. Dad, are we going to visit Grandpa Chong? Ye Tian came out of Sherdai home, hailed a taxi, and headed toward Vank City in Feng County. Chong Zhongxin's home was right there. Vank City was a high-end residential complex. The security guards at the gate were alert and inspected thoroughly. Elder Chong. At that moment, Ye Tian spotted a group of people walking out from within the compound. At the front was Chong Zhongxin, wearing pajamas, searching anxiously. Xiaojin, where are you? Chong Zhongxin was extremely worried. Behind him, the maid and some neighbors were also looking for something. Grandpa Chong. Ye Xiaomi also waved at Chong Zhongxin. Chong Zhongxin spotted Ye Xiaomi at the gate, and his expression softened slightly. Xiaomi, you're here. Alas. Chong Zhongxin let out a long sigh and stamped his foot. Since the child had come, he should take care of the child first. Elder Chong, what happened? What are you searching for? Ye Tian asked curiously. Had Elder Chong lost something? My dog is gone. Look at you, why didn't you leash the dog when walking it? Chong Zhongxin turned back and glared at the maid. The maid was in her 30s and had always taken care of Chong Zhongxin. He usually treated her as a junior and had never spoken harshly to her. Elder Chong, I just took advantage of the gate being open to let Xiao Jin stretch his legs. Usually we go to the park over there. Who could have imagined? The young maid was so anxious she started crying, knowing that Xiao Jin meant a great deal to Chong Zhongxin. Chong Zhongxin's children and grandchildren were not by his side. This Labrador named Xiao Jin was a police dog his son had brought back from the border. After Xiao Jin retired, it stayed with Chong Zhongxin. At first, Chong Zhongxin disliked Xiao Jin, but Xiao Jin was truly smart. Gradually, the old man and the dog developed a bond. Xiao Jin was very intelligent. After all, it was a police dog with the intelligence of a 7-year-old child. With Xiao Jin, Chong Zhongxin found joy in his life. The dog is lost. Elder Chong, let me take a look. Shall you forget it? I've already called the police. Let them search. Chong Zhongxin furrowed his brows, feeling sad. To entertain Xiaomi, he could only rely on the police. Let Xiaomi help find it. What? Chong Zhongxin was taken aback, but Ye Xiaomi nodded firmly. Grandpa Chong, don't worry. Xiaomi is very reliable. A child looking for a dog. Chong Zhongxin quickly shook his head. What a joke. So many people couldn't find Xiao Jin, how could a child? Elder Chong, just wait and see. Ye Tian smiled and pointed at the maid. Where did Xiao Jin go missing? Let Xiaomi take a look. It's in the park. The maid was still aggrieved, hanging her head as she walked toward the community park. The park had a fountain, lawns, and fitness equipment. At this time the young people were at work. The community was full of elderly and children. Xiao Jin was the celebrity dog of the community. Other children had also heard that Xiao Jin was lost, and they were anxiously calling for Xiao Jin. Xiao Yi, what is Xiaomi doing? Chang Zhongxin looked at Yi Xiaomi in confusion. Yi Xiaomi was actually lying by the fountain, seemingly talking to someone. Just wait and see. Ye Tian smiled mysteriously. Yi Xiaomi possessed the ability to communicate with animals. These people couldn't find Xiao Jin, but the birds, fish, and cats in the park might know where Xiao Jin was. Dad! Yi Xiaomi was about to say something, but Ye Tian quickly ran over. Just tell Dad. Ye Tian was also worried that others might discover the child's mysterious ability. They said Xiao Jin ran away from here. Ran away, eh? Ye Tian was startled, looked up at the side gate, then carried Yi Xiaomi and headed toward the side gate. Xiao Yi, what's wrong? What did you find? There's a dog leash here. The security guard also ran over and immediately spotted a broken dog leash at the corner of the side gate. On the leash was also a dog tag. This was Xiao Jin's. Xiao Jin went out. What happened? Chang Zhongxin grew anxious again. Could someone have stolen the dog? Dad, Xiao Jin got into a van. Which direction did it go? That way. Right then a stray cat was nearby. Yi Xiaomi asked it, and the cat ran off in a certain direction. Still nearby. Ye Tian nodded and followed the stray cat toward another intersection. Xiao Yi. Chang Zhongxin couldn't keep up with Ye Tian's pace, and neither could the security guard. Ye Tian put Yi Xiaomi on his shoulders and had already turned a corner. He spotted the stray cat meowing toward a shop. A van was parked outside the shop. Here. Is this a dog meat restaurant? Ye Tian was stunned. So Xiao Jin had been taken by the dog meat restaurant's vehicle. Just as Ye Tian was about to walk in, a burly man emerged from the dog meat restaurant, his finger still bleeding, cursing as he came out. Not open today, get out. The dog meat restaurant owner was about to drive them away. Daddy, I heard crying. It's right here. Yi Xiaomi tugged at Ye Tian's hair, urging him quickly. We're not eating. Ye Tian nodded, but still intended to walk in. What do you want? I told you we're not open. Kid, don't ask for trouble. The owner was fierce, with blood still dripping from his fingers as he again cursed at Ye Tian. I'm here for the dog. What? The owner looked Ye Tian over again. This father and daughter were looking for a dog. Xiao Jin is inside. And there are many dogs. Yi Xiaomi was also anxious, hearing the crying in her ears, and she tugged at Ye Tian's hair again. Easy with the pulling, you're making my hair a bird's nest. Daddy, they're going to kill the dogs. Move aside. Ye Tian shoved the owner aside, and the owner immediately started shouting. Everyone come out, what are you waiting for? Little brat, don't spout nonsense. We're a dog meat restaurant, of course we have to kill dogs. You animal lovers, aren't you going too far? The owner made a racket as 4 waiters came out from behind him and shoved Ye Tian. Who are you calling a little brat? My daughter. How dare you speak to her like that? With one hand, Ye Tian grabbed the owner and lifted him straight up. The 4 waiters were stunned. The tall, thin man in front of them, carrying a child on his shoulder, had lifted the owner with just one arm. You dare lay a hand on me? Everyone be the judge. How is a man supposed to do business? The owner started shouting. The surrounding shops were all nearby. These people all assumed Ye Tian was an animal lover causing trouble. A dog meat seller has to kill dogs. We have licenses. With a child, don't start trouble. Ye Tian didn't listen. He carried the owner and walked toward the shop. Let go, let me go. The owner shouted again. Ye Tian raised his hand and tossed the owner behind him. Carrying Yi Xiaomi on his shoulder, he headed toward the backyard. The backyard was covered in dirty water, and from a water pipe hung the pale, lifeless bodies of dogs. Ye Tian quickly covered Yi Xiaomi's eyes. Yi Xiaomi was already crying. What are you doing? Where's the dog you're talking about? I'm telling you, you're disrupting my business, and I'll sue you. The owner ran over again, picking up the axe from the backyard as he came. Xiaomi, where is it? Ye Tian, still covering her eyes, asked again. In the back, in another room. I can hear them. Ye Tian continued deeper inside. Beside him were rows of dog cages. In some of them the dogs had already lost consciousness. You drugged the dogs, eh? Tell me, did you buy these? Just as Ye Tian was about to question, the owner raised the axe and blocked his way again. What the hell does it matter to you? What I do is my business, got it? The 4 waiters also turned hostile, closing in on Ye Tian. So you dog thieves are this arrogant now? A cold look appeared in Ye Tian's eyes. Dog thieves dared to harm people. Boss, enough talk. Throw him out. They were about to move when Ye Tian twisted his body, and before anyone could react, he was already standing in front of a wall. Is it here? Ye Tian kicked out. The red brick wall shattered on the spot. Behind the wall was another dog cage. Inside the huge cage were 8 dogs. Among them a golden Labrador was biting the bars, its eyes full of anxiety. Is this Xiao Jin? Just as Ye Tian finished asking, he heard a sound from behind. You really dare to fight? Ye Tian never expected the owner to raise the axe and swing it directly at him. Is there no law anymore? Stealing dogs is bad enough, but now you're trying to kill people, eh? Without even turning around, Ye Tian reached out and caught the axe. With a firm grip, he swung it down. Up. The owner flinched in terror. The waiters rushing over were also shocked. Bang! Ye Tian didn't aim at them. Instead, he struck the dog cage. Woof woof woof. A crack split the cage. Xiao Jin wagged its tail excitedly and walked out. The dogs behind, which had been hanging their heads, looked at Ye Tian with gratitude as they saw the way out. From behind a golden retriever, a tiny golden puppy appeared. Xiao Yi. Just as Ye Tian was settling, Xiao Jin, Chang Zhongxin led a group of people to the restaurant entrance. Elder Chang, I'm here. Ye Tian called out. Xiao Jin, hearing Chang Zhongxin's voice, also barked. Everyone walked in. Chang Zhongxin spotted Xiao Jin at once and quickly crouched down. Where did you run off to? You worried me to death. Xiao Jin wagged its tail excitedly, ran to Chang Zhongxin and circled him several times. So what do we do now? Ye Tian looked at the dog meat restaurant owner. People had gathered outside. Seeing that the restaurant owner had indeed captured a pet, they all watched with keen interest. What do you mean? I'll pay compensation, and that's it. The dog meat restaurant owner lowered his head, his face dark. Compensation? You think paying money settles everything? Ye Tian gave a cold, icy laugh. What? Do you have proof I stole the dog? For all I know, your dog came here on its own. Bullshit. Chang Zhongxin cursed directly. The owner, seeing the old man's reaction, hurriedly forced a smile. Old sir, look, how about I pay you 2,000 yuan, and we call it even? This dog really did come here on its own. The boss felt aggrieved, pointing at his own hand, and saying again, look, I was even bitten by a dog. You're aggrieved? Chang Zhongxin was furious, patting Xiao Jin. Of course I'm aggrieved, I'm utterly wrong. You can check the dashcam. My car was parked by the roadside and this dog jumped right in. What does it have to do with me? The boss wore a mournful expression. His earlier ferocity and arrogance vanished. The waiter nodded repeatedly. One of the drivers said again, I'll get the surveillance footage now. And you? The waiter pointed at Ye Tian. And him, he laid hands on our boss. We can all testify. This isn't even your dog, why meddle? The police are here. A commotion came from the entrance and the local patrol officers walked in. What's going on? Officer, I'm innocent. The boss with a grim face raised his bleeding hand and spoke directly to the police. Someone had already gone to retrieve the surveillance footage. Soon the police and Chang Zhongxin saw it as well. Is that so? Chang Zhongxin was also stunned. The dashcam clearly showed Xiao Jin jumping into the car on its own. This? The police nodded. Xiao Jin, without a leash, jumped in on its own. Even when taken to the dog meat restaurant and locked up, nothing had happened. Old man, forget it. Everyone disperse. Officer, it can't just end like this. The boss's eyes darted around, and he spoke to the police again, one thing at a time. I'll compensate the old man, and I'm sorry for that. But my hand was injured by him. The boss pointed angrily at Ye Tian, his gaze turning vicious. You injured someone? The police looked at Ye Tian again. Ye Tian had indeed laid hands on the boss. This was troublesome. Chang Zhongxin coughed and said calmly, forget it, I won't ask for compensation. As for Xiao Yi, let's drop the matter. That's it. Drop it. No way. Unless he apologizes to me and compensates me for my losses. 30,000. The boss made an exorbitant demand, sneering at Ye Tian. Seeing this, Ye Tian shook his head and said, this really won't do. I won't pay a cent. You'd better come clean about your own affairs. Officer C. This kid is still being unreasonable. The police glanced at Ye Tian and advised softly. Young man, you assaulted someone. Think carefully. If the boss insists, I'll have to take you to the station. Try to settle it among yourselves. Apologize and pay compensation. It's perfectly normal. Hear what the officer said. The boss glared at Ye Tian. Beside him, Chang Zhongxin wanted to persuade Ye Tian, even offering to pay himself. Xiao Jin jumped into your car on its own. Then why did it do that? What? Ye Tian's words left Chang Zhongxin stunned. Xiao Jin is a retired police dog. Would it jump in without a special reason? Ye Tian stared coldly at the boss, who began to look uneasy, his eyes shifting. Xiao Yi, what do you mean? Chang Zhongxin looked at Ye Tian suspiciously. What was Ye Tian implying? Xiao Jin sensed something wrong here. Yes, Dad is right. Xiao Jin said there are illegal items here. Woof woof woof. At the father-daughter's words, Xiao Jin started barking. Holy crap. Illegal items. The police were no fools. Seeing the boss's evasive eyes, they sensed something. Nonsense, that's slander. This is a dog meat restaurant. What illegal items could there be? Who told you that? Xiao Jin did. Xiaomi nodded innocently, leaving everyone else stunned. Is this girl crazy, eh? You can talk to dogs? I'll sue you for defamation. The boss grew agitated, pointing at Ye Xiaomi's nose. Dad, I'm not lying. Ye Xiaomi tugged at Ye Tian's hair again, wanting her father to believe her. Xiaomi, of course you're not lying. Only bad people lie in this world. Ye Tian comforted Ye Xiaomi, then turned to Elder Chang and said, Elder Chang, lend me Xiao Jin for a moment. All right. Chang Zhongxin was also curious. Could there really be illegal items here? Ye Tian rubbed Xiao Jin's head and said calmly, you're a police dog. Even if you've retired, your duty is ingrained in your blood. I was a soldier once too, I understand. Xiaomi believes in you, and so do I. Command. Ye Tian raised his voice again. Xiao Jin's eyes gleamed, and its body straightened. Xiao Jin was a police dog, and at last it had found its glory again. Search. Woof woof woof. Xiao Jin shot out like an arrow, ears perked, nose sniffing the ground. At that moment, everyone held their breath. Xiao Jin scoured every corner of the courtyard swiftly, yet still found nothing. Woof, woof, woof. Xiao Jin barked again, even hoping that everyone would follow him to the van. The lingering scent in the van told Xiao Jin that something was amiss. See, didn't I tell you it's not there? You actually believe a dog and a child? What a troublesome kid. The dog meat shop owner grew smug again, certain Xiao Jin would never find it. Xiao Jin says the smell on this is contraband. Dad, you have to believe me. Ye Xiaomi insisted once more, even wanting to help Xiao Jin search. Xiao Jin began to grow anxious, pacing in circles. Officer, don't listen to this child. What nonsense, Xiao Jin says. Compensate me for my losses right now, or I won't let this father and daughter off. The owner persisted, demanding that the police arrest Ye Tian immediately. Chang Zhongxin also shook his head repeatedly. This was truly a difficult situation. Sir, please come with me to the police station, the officer said helplessly. The surrounding crowd murmured, no one believing Xiaomi and a dog. Yet Ye Tian remained unmoved, gazing deeply at the owner and saying calmly, you're quite pleased with yourself. So what if I am? Kid, if you don't pay up, you're going to jail. We live in a society of law and order now. Isn't that right? The owner began to incite the crowd, and the waitstaff, catching on, also clamored. Is that so? Ye Tian pulled Ye Xiaomi aside. If his daughter's supernatural ability couldn't find it, what about his own? Under his spiritual sight, everything was pierced, nothing could hide. Ye Tian walked toward the kitchen where dogs were slaughtered. The environment was even worse, filthy water everywhere. Ye Tian approached the drain and slowly turned around. The owner fell silent, and the waitstaff stared in shock. Xiao Jin's nose was right. You used dog blood to mask the scent, thinking you could make it flawless. The net of justice is vast. You shouldn't have crossed paths with Xiao Jin, nor with me. Ye Tian stomped down hard. Boom. The drain shattered, and with it a hidden space beneath collapsed completely. Holy crap. Everyone was stunned, and the police watched Ye Tian warily. They all thought he was about to attack. Woof, woof, woof. Xiao Jin barked wildly again. Amid the broken ground inside cardboard boxes, bottles lay scattered, and some liquid had spilled on the floor. All were silver bottles reflecting light. Nitrous oxide. The officers were taken aback. Nitrous oxide, also known as laughing gas, was popular, but strictly regulated by the state. So much. Row upon row of cardboard boxes, over 1,000 in total. Who would have thought a dog meat restaurant would hide so much nitrous oxide? Woof, woof, woof. Xiao Jin snarled at the owner, who was completely frozen. How had Ye Tian discovered such a hidden spot? Arrest him. The police didn't need to say it. The surrounding crowd had already reacted. Right under their noses, this dog meat restaurant indeed had contraband. These people were all criminals. No. Where could they run? There were too many people around. The once arrogant owner was subdued, his eyes fixed on the underground stash. Impossible. You couldn't have known. In this world, nothing is impossible. Ye Tian looked down on them. Such people were beneath his notice. Xiao Jin, well done. Chang Zhongxin hugged Xiao Jin directly. Xiao Jin truly was a police dog. Ye Tian was right. Justice flowed in Xiao Jin's blood. Xiao Jin. This dog is a hero. And this child. Amazing. The crowd began to applaud. The officer called the station for backup. Soon many police arrived, and seeing the massive amount of nitrous oxide, they too were stunned. Salute. One officer saluted Xiao Jin. Salute. All the officers saluted Xiao Jin in unison. Xiao Jin lifted his head proudly. Though retired, he was still a hero who struck fear into criminals. Xiao Jin, I salute you too. Ye Xiaomi imitated the police officers and saluted as well. Her voice was soft and childish, endearing. Haha. We also thank Xiaomi and Mr. Yi. Salute. Chang Zhongxin applauded, and the surrounding police saluted, making Ye Xiaomi ecstatic. Dad, the police officers saluted me. Because we caught the bad guys. Xiao Jin, you and me. That's wonderful. Ye Xiaomi looked at Xiao Jin with admiration, wishing she could have a dog like him. Woof, woof, woof. Ye Xiaomi turned around to see the police officers organizing the nitrous oxide and freeing the dogs from the cages. Dad, the little dogs are so pitiful. Ye Xiaomi looked at the golden retriever puppy. It was very small, squirming in the officer's arms. You want it? Ye Tian understood immediately and walked over. Soon after some negotiation, he managed to obtain the puppy. If Xiaomi likes it, let Xiao Jin keep an eye on it. Chang Zhongxin tried to stop Ye Tian. Elder Chang, Xiao Jin is your family. This dog is fine too. Ye Tian examined it. Though the golden retriever wasn't purebred, its paws were thick, indicating good health. Thank you, Dad. During the meal at the Chang family, Ye Tian drank with Elder Chang, and Chang Zhongxin felt immense delight. As they reminisced about glorious times and watched Ye Xiaomi eat heartily, Chang Zhongxin's eyes welled up. This is the warmth of a family, what a home should be. Life is about the children. Xiao Yi, let's discuss something. Let Xiaomi recognize me as her grandpa, okay? Ye Tian smiled, knowing that Chang Zhongxin was sincere, that the old man was too lonely. Xiaomi, come here. Grandpa. Ye Xiaomi was very obedient and especially enjoyed playing with Elder Chang. After all, at Grandpa Chang's house, she could play with anything, and there were plenty of candies. Good, that's wonderful. I must give Xiaomi a big red envelope. Elder Chang, there's no need. This is for my granddaughter. Chang Zhongxin glared, his face flushed from drinking, the tears in his eyes already fading. He was very excited, finally having acknowledged Ye Xiaomi. Take it. Then I'll kowtow to Grandpa. Ye Xiaomi was also very well behaved, thinking it was New Year's, and truly kowtowed to Chang Zhongxin. Oh my good granddaughter. Chang Zhongxin was overwhelmed with happiness, holding Ye Xiaomi in his arms and refusing to let go. Ye Tian was also amused and exasperated, but then he heard Ye Xiaomi whisper, Grandpa, my birthday is coming up. I'll treat you to a meal. Good, I'll definitely attend Xiaomi's birthday. Birthday? Ye Tian's pupils contracted, and he sighed deeply. He had not known about the child all these years, and now he didn't even know when her birthday was approaching. On the way back, Ye Tian looked at Ye Xiaomi in the car, and couldn't help asking, Xiaomi, is your birthday coming soon? Yes, it's next week. On the 8th day of the month. Ye Tian nodded and asked again, Xiaomi, for your birthday, what do you want most? What do I want most? Yes, anything. Except for wild beasts. Ye Tian was still being cautious, not knowing what stories Zhou Xiaoya had told Ye Xiaomi. If she asked for a big monster, where would he find one? I want to see an airplane, a big airplane. An airplane? Okay. Ye Tian nodded, but the driver in front turned and laughed. This girl wants to see an airplane. There's no airplane around here. If you want to see one, you have to go to Taoxian Airport. I was just thinking about it. Ye Xiaomi lowered her head in disappointment and whispered, I heard Grandpa say that Mom will come to see Xiaomi on a big airplane. Xiaomi, isn't it just an airplane? I'll make it happen. Ye Tian's gaze grew more determined. He would not only get an airplane, but also ensure his daughter's birthday was perfect. Buddy, boasting like that isn't good. What if you disappoint your daughter? Oomph. Ye Tian didn't need to argue with the driver. He looked toward the direction of Phoenix Village and smiled. Returning home, Ye Tian told his parents that furniture would arrive in the coming days and asked them to help manage things. I've hired a professional renovation company for the old house. All right, handle it yourself. The old couple was busy with the vegetable garden in the yard and had no time for Ye Tian. Ye Tian walked alone toward the pear grove. The wooden cabin outside the pear grove Ye Tian also planned to tidy up. And this earthen hill. Ye Tian gazed slowly. Standing here, every detail of the pear grove unfolded in his mind. Ye Tian was like the mountain god here. He communicated with the mountain god space, took out spiritual liquid, and once again watered the rear of the pear grove. He planned to reclaim another vegetable patch and plant some seasonal fruits and vegetables. Ye Tian put the remaining spiritual liquid into a bottle. When he returned to the old house, he happened to see Zhou Xiaoya coming home from work. He casually placed the bottle on the windowsill. Move out for a day tomorrow. Zhou Xiaoya had just finished a long day at work and was already exhausted. She never expected that upon entering she would hear Ye Tian driving her away. Fine, I'll leave. Ye Tian, if it weren't for Xiaomi, I wouldn't want to live with you. Are you going through menopause? Ye Tian watched Zhou Xiaoya lose her temper. She was furious and directly returned to her room, slamming the door. Bang! What did I say? I just said to move out for one day because I need to bring in furniture. Ye Tian, you're a jerk. Inside the room, Zhou Xiaoya had already started packing her clothes, tears streaming down. I've been helping you so much and you want me to leave. Ye Tian, are you even human? The more Zhou Xiaoya thought about it, the angrier she became, and soon her voice grew hoarse. Ye Tian stood at the door and said again, Xiaomi is staying at the other place tonight and won't come back. Oomph. Zhou Xiaoya continued packing her clothes, still ignoring Ye Tian. This guy, why is she so hot-tempered? Who would marry you? Ye Tian shook his head, then thought again, realizing he might have said something wrong. She misunderstood. I'm renovating the house. Ye Tian listened to Zhou Xiaoya cursing him from inside the room, and could only smile bitterly, knowing this wasn't the time to provoke her. Ye Tian returned to his room, took out some paper, and began designing the yard. At 9 in the evening, when Ye Tian went to wash up, he still hadn't seen Zhou Xiaoya come out. Still angry. It can't be that serious. Ye Tian walked toward her room and knocked on the door. Xiaoya, are you still angry? It's a misunderstanding. He called out for a long time, but there was no response at all. Ye Tian wanted to retreat, but at that moment he faintly heard a groaning sound from within. The sound came from Zhou Xiaoya, a pained low moan of distress. Something happened. Zhou Xiaoya. Ye Tian knocked on the door again, but once more there was only silence from within the room. Ye Tian immediately activated his spiritual eye, and in an instant he saw Zhou Xiaoya inside the room. Her face flushed crimson, lips parched, wrapped in a thin summer quilt. The weather was warm enough that no quilt was necessary. Zhou Xiaoya shivered slightly, her eyelids fluttering as she clutched the summer quilt tighter. Ye Tian hastily pushed open the door and stepped inside. Zhou Xiaoya's eyes remained tightly shut, yet she seemed to sense the movement and stirred faintly. Cold. Zhou Xiaoya, do you have a fever? Ye Tian approached, clothes scattered about the room. Zhou Xiaoya shivered once more. Ye Tian placed his hand on her forehead just as he had when Ye Xiaomi had been ill before. The touch revealed a scorching heat. This temperature. A child could endure high fever, but for an adult, anything above 39 degrees was dangerous. Zhou Xiaoya finally realized someone was beside her. Get away. In her delirious state, she could only make out Ye Tian's blurred silhouette. You're burning up like this and you're still angry at me, eh? Do you have any fever medicine? Ye Tian began searching, but found no medicine box anywhere in the room. Get out quickly, Zhou Xiaoya shouted again, wanting Ye Tian to leave immediately. She wore only a short top and shorts, her fair legs hidden beneath the quilt. Your fever is this high. How can I leave? Wait here, I think I have medicine in my room. Ye Tian hastily retrieved 2 tablets of fever reducers and brought a cup of water. Don't touch me. Zhou Xiaoya still resisted, feeling Ye Tian helping her sit up. Take your medicine. Once you do, I have a way to bring your fever down quickly. Ye Tian, you scoundrel. How have I treated you that you want to kick me out? I'll leave tomorrow. Anger and resentment overwhelmed Zhou Xiaoya, compounded by the criticism she had endured from the villagers. I'm renovating your room. How is that kicking you out? Ye Tian found her words amusing. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoya was momentarily stunned. Take your medicine quickly. Ye Tian helped Zhou Xiaoya lean against him, her body radiating intense heat. He lifted a cup of water. Renovation. Zhou Xiaoya truly hadn't expected to have misunderstood Ye Tian. After taking the medicine, she finally opened her eyes and looked at him. Can't you ever listen clearly to what I say? Stay as long as you want. Ye Tian smiled. Zhou Xiaoya had come alone to Phoenix Village to work. Young people like Zhou Xiaoya were becoming rare these days. Really? A glimmer of relief appeared in her eyes as she sipped some water, feeling a bit more strength return. I still feel terrible. Wait a moment. Ye Tian went to the kitchen again and found a small ceramic cup. A white ceramic cup. He lifted the thermos. What are you cutting? Zhou Xiaoya asked, curiously listening. The fever made her want to lean into Ye Tian's embrace. Only there could she feel warmth. I'm cutting some ginger strips. Ye Tian placed the ginger strips in a bowl and soaked them in boiling water. Carrying this bowl of ginger water, he walked back in. Lie down. What are you doing? Zhou Xiaoya had no idea what Ye Tian intended. She was already lying down, feeling wretched. Turn over. I need to give you a gua sha treatment. No, don't. Zhou Xiaoya shook her head vigorously. After all, she was a woman and Ye Tian was a man. How could he perform gua sha on her? Don't worry, what could I possibly do to you? You're burning up like this. Hurry up. No matter what Ye Tian said, Zhou Xiaoya clung to the bedsheet. Zhou Xiaoya now understood. She was wearing short clothes and shorts. Being alone with Ye Tian was truly embarrassing. Ye Tian touched Zhou Xiaoya again. She was growing even hotter. Her delicate face was the color of a ripe apple and her eyelids threatened to close again. You really don't listen. With both hands, Ye Tian directly embraced Zhou Xiaoya, and amid her startled cry, he flipped her over. Ye Tian, stop. I don't want gua sha. Ye Tian, please. No. Zhou Xiaoya buried her head in the pillow, her body too weak to break free from Ye Tian. It'll be over in a moment. Ye Tian lifted Zhou Xiaoya's clothing upward, exposing her fair white back. Beneath was bare skin. She wore nothing underneath. Ye Tian was dumbfounded. I don't want gua sha. Zhou Xiaoya's voice was barely audible. How could this happen? Even with her back turned, something was still visible. It'll be over soon, I promise. Ye Tian also felt a twinge of regret. He had thought that on the battlefield there were no genders, only comrades. Ye Tian picked up the ceramic cup, soaked it in the ginger water, then used the rim to scrape down from the back of her neck. In an instant, a red mark appeared. The fever toxins were immediately expelled. Zhou Xiaoya couldn't help but cry out. Ye Tian pressed one hand on Zhou Xiaoya, feeling the burning heat through his palm. Gently he traced along her spine, scraping lightly. At first, Zhou Xiaoya let out a sharp scream. As the toxins of the sha emerged, Zhou Xiaoya felt a cooling sensation in her mind. After finishing the spine, he moved to both sides. Look at you, how much fire is trapped inside. Ye Tian gazed at the red marks streaking across Zhou Xiaoya's back, unable to resist asking. Zhou Xiaoya buried her delicate face in the pillow, feeling Ye Tian's hand gently pressing on her back. The heat radiating from her body seemed less intense than the fire burning in her heart. The work can't be finished in one day. Does it feel better now? Ye Tian's tone softened, and he even used his inner power to gently ease the soreness in Zhou Xiaoya's muscles. After the fever, her muscles ached, but bit by bit, Zhou Xiaoya's strength returned. She had never imagined that Ye Tian could be so gentle. Occasionally the room was filled with Zhou Xiaoya's soft sighs of comfort and the faint sound of a cup scraping against skin. Comfortable, right? When I was a child, my mother used to do this for me. Sometimes when I was out fighting and my subordinates fell ill, I would use this technique too. Gua sha, is this effective? Zhou Xiaoya finally replied to Ye Tian, emerging from her shyness, wanting to have a proper conversation with him. The conception and governing vessels run through the human body. The spine, known as the dragon spine, is where one can gain strength and also recover it. Ye Tian slowly lowered his hand, intending to gently pull her clothes down. I'll do it myself. Zhou Xiaoya quickly said, reaching out from under the covers to pull the fabric down herself. Feeling better, Ye Tian poured her another glass of warm water and placed it on the table beside her. Much better. Zhou Xiaoya was still lying on her stomach. Whether due to the medicine or Ye Tian's scraping, her fever was gradually subsiding. Get some rest early. Call me if you need anything. Wait. Ye Tian was taken aback, not knowing why Zhou Xiaoya was stopping him. She slowly turned around, her face still flushed, and looked at him. Under the lamplight, Ye Tian gazed back at Zhou Xiaoya. For a long moment, she remained silent, staring at him, as if lost in thought. Zhou Xiaoya, what's wrong with you? Still feverish. Ye Tian instinctively placed his hand on her forehead. Zhou Xiaoya withdrew her gaze and lowered her head. Today I was criticized. By whom? Village Chief Wang criticized me. The township has issued a directive regarding your pear orchard issue. Ye Tian listened quietly. It turned out that the township had learned about his refusal to use the fruit station. Phoenix Village had produced a capable man, and Village Chief Wang, having met Ye Tian before, knew about his connections with the military. The fruit station will open next week. When it opens, leaders from the county and township will attend. The higher-ups hope you'll reconcile with the Han family as soon as possible. You can sell your pears, but they want the logistics to rely on the fruit station. What do you think? Zhou Xiaoya paused, then looked up at Ye Tian again. I refuse. That's right. Ye Tian smiled. Zhou Xiaoya smiled too, but said with a hint of exasperation, I thought Miss Wang was far more reliable than Han Biao anyway. Besides, I knew you wouldn't agree. Exactly. The atmosphere between them gradually warmed. Before they knew it, Ye Tian and Zhou Xiaoya had talked for 2 hours, and it was nearly midnight. Finally, Ye Tian left the room as Zhou Xiaoya drifted into a deep sleep. The Han family. A smirk curled at the corner of Ye Tian's mouth. The Han family was nothing but a cancer in Lotus Township. Better not provoke me. Ye Tian returned home and continued his cultivation of the 9-yang art. Woof woof woof. At 8 in the morning, Ye Tian woke from his sleep to the sound of barking outside. How did a dog get here? Ye Tian looked out in confusion, hearing Ye Xiaomi's laughter. He stepped out into the yard to find Ye Xiaomi riding the dog by holding a little golden retriever playing with Zhou Xiaoya. This puppy is so cute. Xiaomi, is this yours? Dad got it for me. This little dog is called Big Yellow. It's going to be really yellow when it grows up. Ye Tian, what are you teaching the child? Zhou Xiaoya looked up at Ye Tian, her face flushing again in the sunlight. She scolded him, but her face was full of smiles. It's just a name, right, Big Yellow? Ye Tian approached the golden retriever and gave it a gentle nudge. Don't kick Yuan Bao. Yuan Bao. Ye Tian nodded. Zhou Xiaoya's name was much better. Yuan Bao, at least it would bring wealth. Not bad. Just then a voice came from outside the courtyard. Qi Ling had arrived with her company staff to take measurements. So you're really renovating? Zhou Xiaoya watched the renovation team enter, surprised that Ye Tian was actually remodeling the old house. Of course. This is my designer. Oh, and I need a doghouse designed too. Just as Ye Tian was about to give instructions to Qi Ling, the village chief's voice came from the entrance. Xiao Yi, busy. Oh, secretary, you're here too. Perfect. Zhang Quan walked in grinning at Ye Tian. Xiao Yi, are you free for lunch today? The old village chief is treating you to a meal. Ye Tian raised his head, glanced at Zhang Quan, and nodded, saying, all right. Xiao Yi, I'm glad you agreed. Xiao Zhou is also coming. Zhang Quan nodded to Zhou Xiaoya as well. After a moment's thought, she agreed. She couldn't rest easy if Ye Tian went alone. With money, even the renovation is done. Zhang Quan watched enviously as Qi Ling and the others busied themselves. Ye Tian no longer entertained Zhang Quan. He turned back to instruct Qi Ling on a few matters. Brother Yi, you want to renovate all of this from here? Are you planning to make a courtyard? Qi Ling looked at Ye Tian in surprise. He wanted to enclose everything from the old house to the pear grove. This is quite a project. Follow this blueprint of mine. Ye Tian produced the design he had drawn yesterday. Zhou Xiaoya craned her neck to glance at it, and couldn't help but praise it repeatedly. Did you draw this? It's so professional. Ye Tian had sketched out a detailed design with a pencil, marking all the wiring pipelines and decorative layers clearly on the blueprint. Aren't you a soldier? What's wrong with that? Ye Tian smiled faintly. As a war god, he was used to tactical simulations, though his simple design was nothing. He could even draw a map to scale if needed. Brother Yi, I think you should just hire a construction team. As a designer, I'm not even a tenth as good as you. Qi Ling shook her head with a wry smile. With Ye Tian's design ability, what did she still need her for? You're the professional after all. I only have a vision, you need to help me realize it. Also, can it be done in a week? Next week I'm holding Xiaomi's birthday party here. I'll do my best. Qi Ling quickly agreed and began dividing the work according to Ye Tian's design. Xiaomi's birthday is coming. Zhou Xiaoya suddenly realized that Xiaomi's birthday was indeed approaching. I need to prepare a gift for Xiaomi too. Dad, look, Yuan Bao has grown bigger. Just then Ye Tian felt a golden shadow rush toward him. The shadow, as large as a calf, nearly knocked Zhou Xiaoya over. Zhou Xiaoya flinched and instinctively clung to Ye Tian. What is that? She asked, gripping his arm tightly. Ye Tian felt his arm brush against something soft and springy. Whose dog is this? Ye Tian quickly looked down. A golden retriever was wagging its tail, its big eyes sparkling as it grinned at him. A dog that could actually smile. Yuan Bao, it's Yuan Bao. Ye Xiaomi ran over from behind, abandoning the rabbit, and reached for Yuan Bao. Yuan Bao flapped its big ears as if understanding and lay down, allowing Ye Xiaomi to ride on its back. I'm a general. Ye Xiaomi shouted excitedly as Yuan Bao carried him around again. This is Yuan Bao. It was so small just a moment ago. What did it eat? Super feet. Ye Tian was dumbfounded and turned to look at Zhou Xiaoya. Zhou Xiaoya turned her head at the same time, their noses almost touching. Ye Tian could smell the faint fragrance emanating from her. How is that possible? Xiaomi, get down quickly. Riding a dog will ruin your pants. Huh. Yi Xiaomi looked at his pants in fear. How could that be a thing? It really is Yuan Bao. Its paws are huge. What did you eat? Yi Tian grabbed Yuan Bao's cheeks. They were plump and felt nice to the touch. Don't bully Yuan Bao. What's going on? Zhou Xiaoya had never seen this before either. She pushed Yi Tian, gently defending Yuan Bao. Yuan Bao said it ate that bottle. Bottle? Zhou Xiaoya looked at the eaves in confusion. Yi Tian instantly understood. The spiritual liquid, Yuan Bao drank it. Can this happen? So even animals can consume it. Superfeed, absolutely superfeed. Why didn't I think of that? Yi Tian grew excited. The spiritual liquid from the mountain god space indeed had mysterious effects. Not only could it enrich the soil and restore vitality, it could also accelerate animal growth. Huh, I drank it too back then. Why didn't I grow? Yi Tian stroked his chin, recalling when he first entered the mountain god space. Yi Tian, what is this? Zhou Xiaoya picked up the bottle and looked at him quizzically. The secret recipe for the golden pears. What? Yuan Bao ate it. Is there any more? Zhou Xiaoya looked at Yi Tian with concern. How could he leave such an important recipe under the eaves? Well, there is some. But this is a secret. Don't tell anyone. Don't worry, I won't tell a soul. Zhou Xiaoya quickly replied. Earning Yi Tian's trust, she showed a faint smile. Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up. Yuan Bao charge. Yi Xiaomi had abandoned Dubai and was now riding Yuan Bao around the old house. Qi Ling and the others watched in amazement. Country children had it good playing with their guard dog like this. Many people looked at Yi Xiaomi with envy. When they were young, they had wanted to ride a dog too, but their parents never allowed it. A dog's spine wasn't built for riding. But Yuan Bao, having drunk the spiritual liquid, had undergone a transformation and could bear the weight. Of course, Yi Xiaomi could communicate with Yuan Bao, and the two quickly became friends. In the woods, Yuan Bao ran freely. Yi Tian watched his daughter's joyful expression and smiled. If the child likes it, let her ride. One day I'll get Xiaomi a horse. For now, let's think about attending the banquet. At the front mountain of Phoenix Mountain lies a tourist scenic area. Along the national highway stand rows of restaurants. These establishments offer dining, karaoke, and even overnight accommodations. Every household boasts grand courtyards equipped with heated Kong rooms and standard rooms. There are even dedicated hot spring clubs. The Han family has chosen the Phoenix Hot Spring Club for their gathering. Slow down. Zhou Xiaoya regretted coming along. Yi Tian was riding the motorcycle far too fast. Zhou Xiaoya pressed her entire body against Yi Tian's back. Just used to it. Yi Tian glanced back as he spoke. The soul helmet belonged to Zhou Xiaoya. Yi Tian barely noticed the howling wind. To him, this speed was merely a leisurely stroll. At the club's entrance, the parking lot overflowed with luxury vehicles. Yi Tian glanced around. The only motorcycle in sight was his own. Here for an interview. Use the back door. You've got some nerve. The lobby manager pointed toward the back entrance. Riding a motorcycle and daring to approach the front door. We're here for dinner. Zhou Xiaoya removed her helmet, prompting gasps from the manager and security guards. What a waste of a beautiful flower. Such a pity. Do you have a reservation? Miss, shall I arrange a private room for you? The manager approached proactively. No need. Where's the Han family? So you're the former village head's guests. Please, this way. The driver can wait outside. I'll make arrangements. The manager continued, assuming Yi Tian was merely a driver, which made Zhou Xiaoya smile. He's with me. He's also a guest. That's impossible. The manager shook his head with amusement. The former village head's guests were all influential people from the township. Lianhua Township was a land of prosperity, wanting for nothing. Township enterprises and tourism were all connected to the Han family. Old village head Han Tongshan hosting a banquet. How could he possibly invite some pretty boy? Problem. Yi Tian fixed his gaze on the manager. This manager certainly judged people by their cover. No problem, friend. May I ask who you are? Phoenix Village. Just a villager. She's our party secretary. So you're Secretary Zhou? Look at my poor eyesight. The manager had indeed heard of Zhou Xiaoya. Why would old village head invite villagers? Perhaps they're relatives from the same village. The manager said nothing more and led Yi Tian toward the club. The first floor caters to male guests, the second floor to females. There are over 200 varieties of hot springs. Both indoor and outdoor thermal pools are renowned. The manager glanced covertly at Zhou Xiaoya. She had no swimsuit. She wouldn't be able to enjoy the hot springs. Just here for the meal, Secretary Zhou. If you'd like, I can arrange hot spring access. I sell swimwear here too. No need. It was Zhou Xiaoya's first time here too. She surveyed the grand lobby. The decor was opulent, resembling nothing less than a palace. Even the elevator doors were golden, truly magnificent. Who would have thought such a place existed in this township? You get many tourists. Of course. The manager spoke proudly, leading both of them into the elevator. It went directly to the 6th floor, where special private rooms were styled in various themes. The entire floor's private rooms sat empty of other guests. Han Tongshan had rented out the whole floor for this occasion. The manager stopped at a private room entrance and said coolly, "My apologies. Please wait here." More people. Zhou Xiaoya was startled. At the private room entrance sat 3 others. These 3 clutched their phones, anxiously watching the room door. These people are all here to see old village head. Ordinary folks can't get in at all. But we were invited. I still have to ask. The manager spoke again. The three people nearby also looked up, studying Zhou Xiaoya and Ye Tian. All three had smirks on their faces, assuming Zhou Xiaoya and Ye Tian were also here to seek favors from the Han family. Ye Tian said nothing. He found a seat and sat down. Since you've come, make the most of it. Ye Tian even picked up some rice crackers nearby and started eating. Zhou Xiaoya thought Ye Tian had nerves of steel. These three were famous entrepreneurs in the township. Yet they couldn't enter immediately and could only wait here. The manager walked in. Inside the luxurious private room, Han Tongshan was drinking mitai, lecturing the person who had just entered. What kind of mess have your people caused, oi? The mine was doing so well, yet you caused such an accident. Fourth uncle, listen carefully. No matter how many people died, you only report 2, understand? Use money to settle everything else. In the room, a bald man was drenched in sweat. He glanced covertly at his surroundings. No one would have expected Wang Guofeng to be present here too. Wang Guofeng hadn't uttered a single word. He simply lifted his glass and savored his drink slowly. Beside Wang Guofeng sat Zhang Quan, who kept his head bowed, seemingly studying his own hands as if they were treasures. Han Biao sat across from Zhang Quan and couldn't help but say, "Fourth uncle, what are you waiting for? My father has spoken. With my father here, the sky over Lianhua Township will hold. Isn't that right?" Following Han Biao's words, Zhang Quan burst into laughter. Wang Guofeng personally picked up the mitai and poured a drink for the old village head. Han Laosi hastily broke into a smile, as well saying to Han Tongshan, "Understood. Rest assured, I'll definitely sort this out." The manager walked in at this moment and whispered, "Secretary Zhou and someone named Yi have arrived. They say they're invited by old village head. Ye Tian has finally come. Let me go and see." Han Laosi was a coal mine owner with men and money at his disposal. He also knew that his nephew Han Biao had been dealt with by Ye Tian several times. Old Fourth. Wang Guofeng quickly tried to stop him, but Han Tongshan across the table took a sip of wine. Let him wait a bit longer. A hawk must be tamed slowly. Old leader, you compare Ye Tian to a hawk. Zhang Quan immediately praised. Han Laosi nodded and directly led the manager out. Ye Tian was eating crispy rice crackers when he saw someone come out. He looked up. "President Han, may we go in?" "Go in, you." Han Laosi casually pointed at one person, and the one pointed at instantly perked up, while the one waiting took out another cigarette, trying to offer it to Han Laosi. "Who wants to smoke that? Get out of the way." Han Laosi sized up Ye Tian. "You're Ye Tian." Han Laosi stood with his hands on his hips, his beer belly protruding, thick fingers adorned with an agate ring. Ye Tian continued, eating, nodding lightly. "I heard you're quite something." Han Laosi walked toward Ye Tian, and Zhou Xiaoya quickly stepped forward. "We were invited." "Invited?" Han Laosi laughed heartily, pointing at someone nearby. "See him? The CEO of Lingwei Company right here can only wait at the door. You think it's that easy to get in? Fine, you can go in." Han Laosi clapped his hands, and the manager had people bring in trays. On the trays were bottles of Maotai. "You, a former soldier, probably never even seen Maotai before. I heard you soldiers can drink. If you finish 3 bottles today, I'll let you in. How about it? Drink. How can you do this?" Zhou Xiaoya grew anxious. Beside her, the CEO of Lingwei Company said obsequiously, "You too, President Han's liquor is not something just anyone can drink. The people inside are not to be seen by just anyone either. Drink the liquor, walk through the door, and you'll have reached the heavens." This person still thought Zhou Xiaoya and Ye Tian had come to beg Han Tongshan. "This is Maotai." The manager shouted, and the other waitresses also looked down at Ye Tian, wondering if he would drink or not. "What's Maotai?" Ye Tian glanced at Han Laosi, patted his hands, and crumbs fell. "Does this even count as liquor?" "You're right, soldiers can indeed drink. But we drink with brothers, comrades, and family." "You?" Ye Tian looked Han Laosi up and down, and said slowly, "Just a glutton and a drunkard." Damn. The bystanders were shocked. In Lianhua Township, no one dared speak to Han Laosi like that. The manager was dumbfounded too. Was this kid asking for death? "Do you really think I wanted to come?" Ye Tian grabbed Zhou Xiaoya and led her away. Han Laosi hadn't expected Ye Tian to just leave. "Stop right there." Han Laosi cursed inwardly. This was too unorthodox. Were soldiers this arrogant nowadays? How could Han Laosi know that Ye Tian spoke the truth? He was just a small coal mine boss, while Ye Tian was the war god of Huaxiao known as Yama. Drink. Ye Tian had drunk the strongest liquor in the world. "Stop him." Han Laosi pointed at Ye Tian again, and the bodyguards waiting in the next room rushed out. "President Han, what's going on?" "Stop him. This bastard dared to insult me." "What?" "He insulted President Han. Looking for death." These men were all burly and wearing sunglasses, clearly not honest folks. Ye Tian was surrounded. Zhou Xiaoya anxiously tried to speak, but was stopped by Ye Tian. "Are you sure you want to start a fight here?" Ye Tian glanced back at Han Laosi, his pupils contracting. "Wait." At that moment, the door to the private room opened again, and Zhang Quan came out. "President Han, what are you doing?" Ye Tian is the honored guest of the old township head. "And Xiao Zhou." "Sorry, this is all a misunderstanding. Xiao Yi says he doesn't like Maotai, then switched to Wuliangye quickly." Ye Tian saw Zhang Quan and smiled faintly. "Wuliangye is nothing either." I've lost my appetite now. Xiao Yi, since you're here. President Han, you should apologize to Xiao Yi immediately. He's a distinguished guest. Zhang Quan deliberately glared at Han Laosi, who understood that this was Han Tongshan's intention. Haha, I'm just a rough man. Brother Yi, if you don't like Baijiu, then let's have Remy Martin. Bring the 1982 vintage. Han Laosi clasped his hands toward Ye Tian and ordered the bodyguards to withdraw. Xiao Zhou, please invite Ye Tian in. Zhang Quan also gave Zhou Xiaoyao a look. To smooth things over, Zhou Xiaoyao gently tugged at Ye Tian. All right, for the sake of the party secretary. Ye Tian smiled. He also wanted to see what Han Tongshan was up to. The people who had come seeking Han Tongshan's help also stepped forward. They all gazed at Ye Tian in astonishment. For one so young to remain so composed in the face of crisis, even earning an invitation from Han Tongshan himself. Pleased. The manager grew even more respectful, and the servers regarded Ye Tian with fervor in their eyes. Han Laosi walked in, as well, casting Ye Tian a mysterious smile. Ye Tian said nothing more and strode through the private room doors. The massive doors shut instantly behind him, revealing an opulent interior that resembled nothing less than an imperial palace. Behind each guest stood a woman in a flowing qipao. These women possessed graceful figures and alabaster skin. Their hair was elegantly pinned up, adorned with pearls. Township Chief Zhou Xiaoyao spotted Wang Guofeng immediately, never expecting to see him here. Xiaozhou, please sit. Mr. Yi, it's been a while. And you are? Wang Guofeng felt utterly deflated. One would think the township chief himself would be remembered. For Ye Tian to forget him so completely was truly mortifying. Fongbo last time. Ye Tian nodded, then turned his attention back to the man across from him. Han Tongshan sat composed and steady, offering Ye Tian a faint, enigmatic smile. Old man, here Han Tongshan. By rights of our shared grievance, you should address me as uncle. Since they were both from Phoenix Village, Han Tongshan's claim was technically valid. Uncle Han. Upon seeing Ye Tian comply, Han Tongshan burst into hearty laughter. Come, pour the wine. Never thought our Phoenix Village would produce a true dragon among men. A veteran returned from service who developed the golden pair. Xiao Yi, you are a man of exceptional ability. The others, seeing Han Tongshan laugh, joined in with smiles of their own. Xiao Yi, the former township chief, hails from Phoenix Village. After retirement, he retreated to Phoenix New Village. In truth, the matter between you and Han Biao was merely a misunderstanding. Han Biao, pour Xiao Yi a drink. You two were classmates as children after all. At Zhang Quan's command, Han Biao lifted the XO and personally poured a drink for Ye Tian. Ye Tian bottoms up. Han Biao drained his glass in one go, then inverted it to show it was empty. Consider this my apology. Ye Tian raised his own glass and emptied it in a single draft. Excellent, that's the spirit. And now I toast you. Han Laosi grinned wickedly, then snapped at a server. Bring my wine cup. I intend to drink properly with Xiao Yi. 1 minute later, 2 enormous glass vessels were brought forth. Each container could hold a full gene of liquor. Huh. Xiao Yi, what do you say? Han Laosi gazed at Ye Tian triumphantly. A full gene per cup. This was Han Laosi's way of once again putting Ye Tian in his place. Why should I drink? Ye Tian cast a glance at the vessels, then looked at Han Laosi with utter indifference. Not giving face. Han Biao's drink, what's the difference between us? Come. Han Laosi finished, then promptly pulled 2 gold bars from his bag and tossed them onto the table. Finish the drink, and we're brothers. These gold bars are yours. Consider them a gift from your 4th uncle. The gold bars gleamed brilliantly, dazzling against the dining table. I don't need gold bars. I'm no stranger to money. Han Biao's drink was his apology, which I accepted because I was thirsty. What did you say? Everyone was stunned. Han Laosi had never imagined Ye Tian would use such a reason. It gave him absolutely no face at all. What do you mean by that? Han Laosi was about to fly into a rage when Han Tongshan rapped his knuckles on the table. Xiao Yi, pay him no mind. My 4th brother is simply a hothead. Come, bring fresh dishes. Everyone here tonight is among friends. Han Tongshan gestured for Han Laosi to sit, then turned to Ye Tian with a gentle smile. Xiao Yi, your presence delights an old man. The matter between you and Biaozi is now settled. Since we can sit together like this, I will assist you in the future. Xiao Yi thanked the former village chief quickly. Zhang Quan urged again, hoping Ye Tian would seize this opportunity. Uncle Han, speak directly if you have something to say. I'm a busy man. Very well. Ye Tian's words left the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Wang Guofeng then spoke calmly. Xiao Yi, I know of your situation. The policies from the township did indeed give you trouble this time. From now on, sitting together like this, the township will consider all angles. Ye Tian nodded. Across from him, Han Tongshan cleared his throat and spoke slowly. Since Xiao Yi is pressed for time, I'll be brief. We're all from the same village and should help one another. From the same soil we draw sustenance, nurture the same people. We all come from Phoenix Village. Whether it's the fruit stand or your pear orchard, we should pursue mutual benefit. Ye Tian, this is my proposal. Let the Han family acquire shares in your pear orchard. Likewise, I'll have Han Biao surrender half his stake in the fruit stand to you. The golden pear truly is exceptional. Ye Tian smiled. At last the true purpose was revealed. It was all about the golden pear. Xiao Yi, what a wonderful opportunity this is. Everyone prospering together. You can also leverage Yulong logistics to expand the fruit stand nationwide. In the future, we all make money together. We're one big family. Zhang Quan and the others all smiled. With Han Tongshan's word, the entire Lotus Township would open its doors to Ye Tian. Xiaozhou, what do you think? Han Tongshan turned his gaze to Zhou Xiaoya. You're serving as party secretary in Phoenix Village. This is beneath your talents. I believe the township should properly promote Xiaozhou. Han Tongshan was in effect also offering Zhou Xiaoya a promise. Sweat dampened her palms. She could not answer. She knew Han Tongshan held absolute sway in the township. Just as Zhou Xiaoya found herself in a dilemma, Ye Tian suddenly smiled. The laughter grew louder and louder. How truly fascinating. What are you laughing at? Everyone stared at Ye Tian, wondering what was so amusing. Isn't it funny? You all. Ye Tian said nothing more, his gaze shifting from Wang Guofeng to Zhang Quan, then to Han Laosi, followed by Han Biao and Han Tongshan. Such a cesspool. Why should I give up the shares? I've worked hard to cultivate this land, and I have the Zenlongjia channel. This enterprise belongs to the Yi family. You open your mouths and demand that I hand over the shares, the golden pears, and even this so-called fruit station, as if I've stumbled upon a great bargain and must comply. Ye Tian rose to his feet, fixing his gaze on Han Tongshan with utmost seriousness. Back then, when you were in Fenghuang village, it was still a poverty-stricken village. Over the years, with favorable national policies, the villagers have prospered. Do you think that's because of you? In this tiny Lianhua township, you think you can act with impunity? In Zhou Xiaoya's position, you settled it over a dinner table. Who gave you that right? Ye Tian had one unspoken question. What was he fighting so hard for outside? To protect the country and its people. For the nation and the common folk. Was he supposed to protect people like these who acted as if they were the supreme arbiters of everything? How dare you? Zhang Quan slammed his glass down, enraged by Ye Tian's insolence. You are the ones who dare too much. Ye Tian spoke calmly, his gaze sweeping over everyone. My pear orchard is mine to sell, and it has nothing to do with you. Wait. Just as Ye Tian was about to leave, Han Tongshan chuckled. Young and brash. I was just like you once, haha. Han Tongshan burst into laughter, but as his laughter subsided, his expression darkened. You have military connections, don't you? Comrades in arms, perhaps. Do you think this world is merely about right and wrong, black and white? No, let me tell you. This world runs on human connections and social graces. Han Tongshan's voice turned icy as he pointed at Ye Tian. Sit down now, or you and your entire Yi family will find it impossible to take a single step in Fenghuang village. Is that so? Ye Tian met Han Tongshan's gaze. What Han Tongshan called human connections was nothing but bullying the weak and seizing by force. Then I'll be waiting for you to make a move against my family. But let me warn you, don't touch my family. Otherwise, even gods and demons will die. A chilling, ferocious aura emanated from Ye Tian, silencing everyone. Even the previously arrogant Han Laosi was cowed by Ye Tian's glare. Those were not eyes, they were a glimpse of hell itself. I'm sorry, I'm leaving too. Zhou Xiaoya also stood up. She had her principles, she could work hard for the people, but she would not abandon her integrity over a dinner table for a position. Ye Tian and Zhou Xiaoya walked out. Old township chief, that fellow is incorrigible. Zhang Quan was furious. Han Biao was also enraged, and Han Laosi gripped his phone, still smarting from the humiliation. What's the rush? Isn't the 8th day of the lunar month the opening of the fruit station? Invite everyone to Fenghuang village. Notify the entire village. Everyone must attend. I'll teach the Yi family what proper manners are. Han Tongshan spoke calmly, leveraging his position in the township to continue his game of breaking Ye Tian's spirit. Are we just letting this go? Han Laosher slammed his glass, staring angrily out the window. Combine kindness with severity. You're Han Biao's uncle. Your nephew has been wronged, so of course we must settle it. But we need a proper excuse. Understood. Han Laosi grinned wickedly, and the others at the table joined in laughter. What about Zhou Xiaoya? I hear she has connections in the city too. Leave Zhou Xiaoya for now, as she'll be useful later. Han Tongshan spoke calmly. Killing the chicken to scare the monkey. There was still much to do. Remember, Biaozi, what is this? Han Tongshan looked at Han Biao, extending his palm. Dad, isn't it just a hand? A hand. Han Tongshan laughed sinisterly, turning his palm over. This is power. A real man cannot go a single day without power. With this, even if Ye Tian were the Monkey King, he'd have to kneel. Haha, the township chief is absolutely right. The others laughed again, clinking glasses and ordering new dishes. Han Biao also smiled, discussing who to invite for the fruit station's opening on the 8th day. Outside the hot spring club, Zhou Xiaoya looked at Ye Tian with exasperation. You're something else. Couldn't you have been more diplomatic? Ye Tian had already mounted his motorcycle, offering a lazy smile. Then why did you come out? They were wrong. Zhou Xiaoya lowered her head, not believing Ye Tian was in the wrong. Get on. I'll treat you to dinner. What's for dinner? Zhou Xiaoya was still worried, but Ye Tian reached out and effortlessly lifted her onto the back seat. Lamb soup. 3-star lamb soup.